System binding in progress. 10.15.30.5.99. A brilliant white light flashed, and time reversed. Lu Yiming felt a dazzling white light illuminate his surroundings. He sensed a transformation within his body. His previously muddled mind now felt exceptionally clear, awakening a long-lost sensation. As the white light dissipated, Lu Yiming was astonished by the scene before him. System, host binding successful, sin value, 1,111,799 rapidly increasing. Sin value? What on earth is that? Yet for Lu Yiming, this was not the crux of the matter. The paramount concern at this moment was. He found himself on the grand bed of a hotel suite, with an unconscious woman beneath him. Is it her? Lu Yiming's pupils dilated in shock. The sight before him was one he would never forget. Su Rongrong, the undisputed campus belle of Moda University, the dream goddess of countless talented youths. And at this very moment, the goddess lay bare, and they met in such an unguarded manner. Just a step away, merely a step, and he could completely possess Su Rongrong. If only Lu Yiming took that initial step, he could. Return? Is it truly possible to return? But why at this critical juncture? In his past life, Lu Yiming had also been an admirer of Su Rongrong. Regrettably, she held no affection for him, a wealthy scion of a prominent family. Lu Yiming had tried many approaches, yet none succeeded in swaying her heart. On the eve of graduation, spurred on by his reckless friends, he took a perilous gamble. This led to a disastrous outcome. Simultaneously, it marked the beginning of the Lu family's decline. Who could have foreseen that Su Rongrong's family was, in fact, a prestigious clan that had been concealed for centuries in Su province? Such an invisible aristocracy was far beyond the reach of the Lu family's newfound wealth. His transgression against Su Rongrong provoked the wrath of her family head, who vowed to annihilate the Lu family. Although his father had powerful allies to protect them, it nonetheless initiated the countdown to the Lu family's complete downfall. This also planted the seeds for all that would transpire subsequently. If memory serves, it would not be long before Su Rongrong would awaken. With her soft warmth against him, Lu Yiming, however, found no trace of lascivious thoughts. Should he seize this moment to flee? Pretend as if nothing had transpired? Perhaps that could be a viable option. Just as Lu Yiming contemplated slipping out of bed, Su Rongrong opened her dazed eyes. This scene felt strikingly familiar. In his previous life, when Su Rongrong awoke, he had been consumed by madness. Regardless of her pleas and accusations, his lust-driven self had paid her no heed. He could never forget the despair evident in her eyes. And now, their gazes locked, as Su Rongrong's gaze transitioned from confusion to clarity, from fear to disdain. If I were to say that someone is attempting to frame me, would you believe it? Su Rongrong. What audacity! The man before her was utterly shameless. Frame? To use herself to ensnare Lu Yiming? Su Rongrong was acutely aware of Lu Yiming's true nature. Throughout their 4 years in university, Lu Yiming had epitomized the quintessential debauched youth, reveling in a life of excess and indulgence. He surrounded himself with a cadre of sycophantic friends. Now, he had dared to extend his wicked grasp toward her, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Su Rongrong maintained her composure. She understood that provoking Lu Yiming at this moment could lead to dire consequences, ultimately placing her at a disadvantage. Get out. All right. Lu Yiming was well aware of Su Rongrong's formidable nature. Though she appeared harmless, beneath the surface lay a cunning intellect that had caused him considerable distress. What had initially been a fleeting pleasure had ultimately brought ruin to the Lu family. As Lu Yiming attempted to rise from the bed, he was confronted with the reality that he, too, was unclothed. Instinctively, he grabbed the blanket. Ah, you scoundrel! Lu Yiming seemed to forget that, aside from himself, Su Rongrong on the bed was equally devoid of clothing. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, he swallowed hard at the sight before him. Her figure was exquisitely sculpted, a testament to the adage that environment shapes beauty. Wait, what absurd thoughts was he entertaining? Lu Yiming swore this was merely an unconscious reaction. You, shut your eyes. What am I to do? Lu Yiming, are you even a man? Do you think I am? Enough. Get out. In a flurry of panic, Lu Yiming hastily gathered the scattered garments on the floor and fled the bedroom in disarray. After a prolonged silence, Su Rongrong finally opened her beautiful eyes. Once she confirmed Lu Yiming's departure, she hurriedly retrieved her scattered intimate clothing. Yet, she could not find her lace garment. In a five-star hotel suite, such a ludicrous scene had unfolded that moment. Lu Yiming sat on the sofa in the parlor, his expression one of disbelief had truly returned. Although the timing was rather peculiar, the reflection in the mirror revealed a younger version of himself. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, his youthful visage was undeniably handsome, showcasing ample charm. Instinctively, Lu Yiming reached into his pants pocket for a cigarette. While he found no cigarettes, he did retrieve a piece of black lace. Ah, yes, in his previous life, he had intended to keep it as a memento.so. At the very beginning, he had stashed it in his pocket. It seemed the version of himself from his past was somewhat peculiar. Just as Lu Yiming pondered whether to return the item to its rightful owner, dressed impeccably, Su Rongrong made her entrance. Pervert! Su Rongrong felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Never had she anticipated that the lace she had been unable to locate would be held in the hands of Lu Yiming, who was now scrutinizing it with great interest. This shameless man had no regard for his own dignity. How about you allow me to explain? Even Lu Yiming, whose audacity knew no bounds, felt an acute sense of embarrassment at this moment. Having been caught red-handed, there was no way to extricate himself from this predicament that I truly am being framed. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. He'll place this here. In light of the current circumstances, words held little value. He needed to help Su Rongrong regain her composure while he himself organized his thoughts. Everything had unfolded far too abruptly. Lu Yiming understood that Su Rongrong exemplified a blend of outward gentleness and inner strength. If today's incident were not handled with care, the Lu family would face severe repercussions. What transpired in the past must not repeat itself in this lifetime. In the frigid gaze of Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming departed the suite. System. Sin value. 1111799. Lu Yiming had not even noticed that this so-called sin value had ceased to rise, remaining fixed at 1111799. In the hotel lobby CF, for young individuals were entirely oblivious to their surroundings, engaging in raucous conversation. The subject matter was rather distasteful. These individuals were none other than Lu Yiming's companions from his more absurd days. TSK. Young Master Lu must be having the time of his life. That's Su Rongrong. After all, nonsense, what if Su Rongrong? No matter how beautiful, she's still a woman. Our young Master Lu has plenty of ways that you think that if young Master Lu becomes bored with Su Rongrong, he might share with us? What are you thinking? You better abandon that notion. If young Master Lu gets upset, our lives will become quite difficult. The group spoke without reservation, yet it was evident that they harbored a deep-seated fear of Lu Yiming. After all, their families depended on the Lu family for their livelihoods. Typically, they fawned over Lu Yiming, showering him with sycophantic praise. This time, it was one of their ideas that led to Su Rongrong being incapacitated, intending to force a situation. Though it was their first attempt at such an endeavor, they believed there was nothing in the magical city that the Lu family could not manage. What harm was there in playing with a woman? If young Master Lu had set his sights on Su Rongrong, it was indeed a stroke of fortune for her. It was unfortunate that Su Rongrong had remained too low-key at school. Once her true identity was revealed, even a magical city's realm would struggle to withstand the wrath of the Su family. Hey, why is young Master Lu coming out? Could it be? It's only been a short while. Are you seeing things? Exactly. Our young Master Lu wouldn't let Su Rongrong off the hook until evening, would he? At this moment, only half an hour had passed. This was not in line with young Master Lu's capabilities. Shu, don't speak recklessly. Young Master Lu does not appear to be in good spirits. As Lu Yiming walked along, his countenance was frigid. Indeed, it was they. Zhang Zun, Wang Kun, Li Rui, Fan Sheng. They proclaimed themselves as his four guardians. In their everyday lives, they had incessantly incited him. When the Lu family faced decline in his previous life, these four swiftly adapted to the shifting winds. Among them, Zhang Zun even took pleasure in his misfortune. Lu Yiming recalled vividly how, during the Lu family's downfall, he had been left with no options and sought financial assistance from the four, hoping for a resurgence. And what was the outcome? Aside from endless mockery, Zhang Zun had taken it upon himself to humiliate Lu Yiming thoroughly. Reflecting on this, the coldness in Lu Yiming's gaze intensified. In his past life, he had found it peculiar that Zongzi had assured him he had administered the full dosage. Yet, why did Su Rongrong awaken merely half an hour later? Lu Yiming had naively assumed it was due to his own reckless fervor, but now it appeared that among them, someone had long harbored discontent towards him. They had ensnared him in a covert trap. But why was Su Rongrong the target? These enigmas remained for Lu Yiming to unravel. Lu Xiao, why have you come down? Indeed, Lu Xiao, we thought we would at least wait until nightfall. The four were acutely aware of Lu Yiming's infatuation with Su Rongrong. They had initially believed that once they had their way, Lu Yiming would indulge himself fully. Yet here he was, unexpectedly present. What joy is there in sleeping soundly? Lu Yiming maintained his composure, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. When it came to performance, Lu Yiming was certainly no less skilled. In his previous life, he had encountered countless experiences. So Lu Xiao enjoys a bit of rebellion. TSK, it indeed adds a touch of excitement. The group was momentarily taken aback, then quickly followed Lu Yiming's lead in conversation. Shall we go upstairs to tie her up? After all, we have plenty of time. Zongzi suddenly interjected, his lecherous gaze causing Lu Yiming to frown slightly. Zongzi, if memory serves me right, you were the one who drugged Su Rongrong? Lu Xiao, I did not anticipate that you would disapprove of this approach. Seeing Lu Yiming's dissatisfaction, Zongzi hastily offered an explanation. However, his eyes flickered, seemingly hiding something. Unbeknownst to Zongzi, Lu Yiming had noticed the shift in his gaze, but he assumed he had successfully evaded suspicion. Lu Yiming thought, it is indeed him. This scoundrel is the one orchestrating events from the shadows. Could it be that Zongzi had already uncovered Su Rongrong's background, thus plotting to ensnare him? No, even he had not detected anything amiss with Su Rongrong. But what could the motive be? Zongzi's father was an old hand in the company, serving as the head of the comprehensive department, wielding considerable power. Lu Yiming's father, being nostalgic, had treated the brothers who fought alongside him with great kindness. Logically, Zongzi should have no reason to harbor resentment. There's no need let this matter be considered as if it never occurred at, young Master Lu. Since we've already crossed that line, why not embrace it? Women, after all, place great importance on their honor. Once their chastity is compromised, they may very well yield. At that point, you could end up with a beautiful companion. Had it been the former Lu Yiming, such temptations might have stirred something within him. However, for the current Lu Yiming, such superficial tactics were simply beneath consideration. Enough, you may leave now. He gestured dismissively, akin to shooing away an annoying fly. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep a close watch on this Zongzi in the time to come. Seeing Lu Yiming's lack of interest, the four individuals nodded and departed from the hotel lobby without further AS for the expenses incurred. They would naturally be charged to Lu Yiming's account. This had long since become a habit in his previous life. Lu Yiming viewed this as perfectly natural. After all, they were merely indulging alongside him thus. It was only fitting that he footed the bill. Yet now, observing this group squander their time in revelry while he bore the brunt of the cost left him feeling quite resentful. Waiter, he called, summoning a staff member. How may I assist you? Young Master Lu, please purchase a set of clothing in this size and deliver it to my room. This suite was one Lu Yiming had long reserved, and the hotel staff were undoubtedly familiar with their affluent patron. With a respectful nod, the waiter accepted the note. Meanwhile, within the suite booked by Lu Sun, Su Rongrong had locked the door and conducted a thorough inspection of her surroundings. Aside from still feeling somewhat weak, she found nothing amiss, which brought her a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had awakened early, and the worst possible scenario had not transpired. Bastard, she muttered, finally allowing her fod of strength to crumble in solitude. Having yet to fully enter society, encountering such upheaval was undeniably frightening for her. She had not anticipated that Lu Yiming would resort to such despicable means. Yet, Su Rongrong could not fathom why. Having come so close to the brink, Lu Yiming had suddenly chosen to spare her. Could it be a moment of conscience? No, someone like him could hardly possess a conscience. Had she been manipulated? Was that even possible? Su Rongrong felt her thoughts spiraling into confusion. Should she seek vengeance? Was it wise to inform her family? After all, as a young woman, she had endured significant humiliation. Though the worst had been averted, her body had been exposed to that scoundrel. Lu Yiming. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. What a family the Lus were. The Lu family had only recently risen to prominence, akin to a nouveau riche. In the vibrant metropolis, their enterprises flourished, riding the wave of reform and opening up, establishing themselves among the first to attain wealth. However, when compared to the Su family, it still lacks considerable depth. Once war is declared, a price must inevitably be paid. After all, in Huaxia, there are numerous prominent families of similar stature. Amid mutual vigilance, any movements from the Su family could potentially trigger a chain reaction. Just as Su Rongrong weighed the pros and cons, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Could that scoundrel dare to return? Good day, esteemed guest. I bring garments as instructed by Mr. Lu. Leave them at the door. Upon confirming that there was no one outside, Su Rongrong cautiously opened the door a crack and retrieved the package from the threshold. Chapter 3 Urgency. Lu Yiming. System? Are you there? System. Finally remembered your existence? The hostess' reaction is indeed a tad slow. Lu Yiming. What do you mean by being slow? The crux lies in the fact that the moment of return was overwhelmingly intense. I almost lost control. In my past life, Lu Yiming had countless romantic entanglements. Yet if I were to name the most unforgettable, Su Rongrong would undoubtedly take the top spot. Alas, that belongs to a bygone era. What I yearn to comprehend now is the reason behind my return. System. The full name of this system is Reform and Renew. A rogue-esque redemption. Lu Yiming. Can you get to the point? System. The crux is that in your final moments, you experienced remorse. The system will assist you in embarking on a new life, and today marks the first step of this promising beginning. Lu Yiming. What is this business about sin value? System. The current sin value is 1,111,799, all accumulated from your previous life. Ultimately, you must eliminate all sin values, which is the price of your rebirth. Lu Yiming. I don't understand. System. In simpler terms, once the sin value reaches 0, everything you desire, family, love, friendship, will return to you. Lu Yiming. Am I someone who lacks these? Ridiculous. When have I ever been short of women? System. You do lack them. Otherwise, you wouldn't have regretted it on your sickbed. Lu Yiming. Nonsense. Lu Yiming. What if it doesn't clear? System. Your family will be shattered, and all individuals connected to the Lu family will suffer the consequences. Lu Yiming. Quite ruthless. Fortunately, I just managed to rein it in. Wait, that's incorrect. I controlled that matter in time. Does that mean it has offset the sin value? System. Sin value is in the process of elimination. The current sin value is 1,111,699. Lu Yiming. 100 points? Isn't that excessive? I merely wish to inquire what kind of detestable deeds my past self committed to incur such wrath. It is evident to Lu Yiming that this lifetime is destined for atonement. In his previous life, to rise once more, Lu Yiming employed every means at his disposal. How many were implicated? How many happy families were destroyed? And how many suffered directly or indirectly due to his actions? Though he ultimately evaded the law's severe punishment. The sin value encapsulates everything. As Lu Yiming embarks on this second chance at life, what path shall he choose? He found himself lost in thought. For half an hour, Lu Yiming sat there in a daze until the ringtone of his phone shattered the silence. The classic Nokia ringtone. This sound momentarily entranced Lu Yiming. It had been ages since he had last heard such a tone. On this day in 1995, the market in Huaxia was fervently contested between the two giants, Nokia and Motorola. Who could have foreseen that, 2 decades later, these two titans of the mobile industry would exit the stage of primary mobile devices? The Nokia 1011, the world's first mobile phone and also the inaugural device capable of sending text messages, undoubtedly served as a symbol of status among the populace. However, to Lu Yiming, it appeared rather clumsy. Hello? You little rascal. Where are you? I told you. Today's matters are of utmost importance. Could you please pay attention? The furious voice of his father echoed through the phone. Lu Yijun, Lu Yiming's father, is a man of remarkable talent, adept at seizing opportunities. After retiring from the military, Lu Yijun dabbled in various ventures and engaged in trade with the Russians, amassing his first fortune. Subsequently, he collaborated with the Foreign Trade Bureau to embark on international trading. Lu Yijun's fortunes flourished, and within a mere 20 years, he had accumulated a substantial wealth. Following the advent of the stock market, he immersed himself entirely in trading, swiftly ascending through the ranks. With diversified endeavors, the Lu Group enjoyed a continuous influx of wealth. The only source of discontent for Lu Yijun was his only son. Lu Yiming. The name Lu Yiming was chosen with hopes that his son would achieve remarkable success. Yet, this rascal seemed to have excelled in frivolous pursuits, indulging in the antics of a playboy. With graduation fast approaching, he had yet to demonstrate any earnestness. Lu Yijun had envisioned his son gaining experience at the company. But Lu Yiming displayed no interest in the family business, instead preoccupying himself with a life of revelry. The father and son struggled to connect on any meaningful level. This period was particularly critical for Lu Yijun. Recently, the heads of Wanghua Securities and Liaohua had unexpectedly approached him, seeking to ally with the Lu Group to create turmoil in the bond market. Given the significance of this matter, Lu Yijun was naturally cautious. Unfortunately, due to pressing obligations, he could only remotely direct Lu Yiming to oversee operations in Shanghai. Who could have anticipated that this rascal would go missing? After finally managing to reach Lu Yiming, he unleashed his pent-up fury. "You little rascal, if anything goes awry with this matter, your days of comfort will be over. You must realize that for this upcoming battle, I have staked the entire group's liquid assets. A loss would severely cripple the Lu Group. Who knows what consequences we would face then? Dad, I was just. Spare me the excuses. Hurry to the operations department. Remember, no matter how many orders come in, we must accept them all. An emergency meeting is about to commence. And this foreign trade summit will dictate the distribution of profits for the next decade. I cannot afford to take this lightly." The busy tone resonated in his phone. At this moment, Lu Yiming finally became fully alert. The 327 incident. How could I have forgotten such a significant matter? In my previous life, after my entanglement with Su Rongrong, the Su family would undoubtedly not rest easy. To speak candidly, the Su family harbored considerable reservations about taking action against the Lu family. Given that Lu Yijun had the backing of powerful aristocratic families, engaging in a protracted conflict would entail tremendous losses for the Su family. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, Lu Yijun made a grave misstep by recklessly involving himself in the 327 incident. Ultimately, he returned in defeat, leaving the Lu Group's liquidity utterly depleted. The Su family seized this rare opportunity to launch a comprehensive assault on the Lu family. In the end, to protect his only son, Lu Yijun relinquished the Lu Group. Stripped of leverage, he was abandoned by the very aristocrats who had once supported him. The Lu family fell from grace entirely. In his deep anguish, Lu Yijun departed this world within a few years. The architect of this turmoil, Lu Yiming, succumbed to darkness, employing every conceivable means to reclaim his former glory. Wait. Today is the day, February 23, 1995. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was 2 p.m. Only 2 hours remained. Lu Yiming's pupils contracted in shock. He understood all too well that if he did not alter the course of events promptly, the Lu Group would be dragged into an irreversible abyss. Even in the absence of the Su family, the Lu family would struggle to survive due to the depletion of their liquidity. To regain their vitality, they would likely require a decade or more. The most critical factor was his blind self-confidence in his previous life, which caused countless retail investors to plummet into bankruptcy, with many tragically choosing to leap from heights that very night, if such calamity were to occur again. Chapter 4. The First Ferrari in the Demon City. Young Master Lu, your friend? As Lu Yiming prepared to leave, the hotel manager promptly approached him. A benefactor like young Master Lu must be treated with the utmost care. Stay as long as you wish. All conditions will be met. Charge to my account. Lu Yiming was well aware of whom the manager referred to. The matter regarding Su Rongrong remained unresolved. Yet what was most pressing for him at that moment was the national debt. This was not merely a concern for the liquidity of the Lu Group. Its implications were vast, fracturing countless families and driving many to despair that led them to leap from rooftops. That night, true rivers of blood would flow. If he did not intervene, his conscience would be troubled. Rest assured, young Master Lu, I will handle this matter. I will ensure that they experience what it truly means to feel at home, the manager assured him immediately. Never had he witnessed young Master Lu prioritize a woman so intensely. The manager knew precisely how to proceed. Outside the hotel, a Ferrari 348 stood parked, its fiery red exterior capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. This Ferrari 348, equipped with a 34-liter quad-cam 32-valve engine, a dry sump, a central position of 296 horsepower, and a 0 to 100 acceleration in 5.3 seconds, stands as a striking presence on the streets of the metropolis. Although it is not the first Ferrari in China, it is undoubtedly the only one in the city at present. Priced at $140,000. In this era, it could purchase 10 apartments in the city center. For this car, Lu Yiming pleaded with his father for a long time before finally achieving his wish. The roar of the supercar's engine attracted countless gazes. In a previous life, this Ferrari granted Lu Yiming an immense sense of superiority. However, with the collapse of the Lu Group, this Ferrari changed hands and became estranged from Lu Yiming. 20 years later, Lu Yiming rose again, investing considerable effort to reacquire this 348, which had been gathering dust in a warehouse. For Lu Yiming, this might represent a sentimental connection to his father. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Lu Yiming drove the Ferrari towards the exchange, as time was running short. 10 minutes after the Ferrari departed, Su Rongrong, now clad in a dress, appeared in the lobby. Though she did not wish to see Lu Yiming again, this matter required clarification. Deep down, Su Rongrong was reluctant to wear the dress gifted by Lu Yiming, yet her original gown had been torn. Gazing at the damaged fabric, rage surged within her. This was blatant evidence of wrongdoing. However, at that moment, when Su Rongrong lifted her gaze, there was no sign of Lu Yiming. "Miss, are you looking for young Master Lu?" The lobby manager approached Su Rongrong eagerly. "Where is he?" Young Master Lu had to leave in a hurry. "If you need anything, please let me know, and I will certainly." "Miss, wait, what are you doing?" The lobby manager watched in astonishment as Su Rongrong turned to leave. He wanted to inquire about what had transpired, as the look on her face was far from pleasant. Alas, he dared not interfere with young Master Lu's affairs, and could only watch helplessly as Su Rongrong exited the hotel. Lu Yiming. A voice filled with bitterness escaped Su Rongrong's lips. This hotel had left her feeling humiliated. This incident could not simply be overlooked. In Su Rongrong's mind, there was no urgent matter for Lu Yiming. He was merely afraid of facing her wrath later, prompting his retreat from the hotel. A coward, devoid of shame. To be honest, despite her seething anger, Su Rongrong found herself in a quandary regarding how to handle the situation. Lu Yiming had backed down at the most critical moment. Even if she were to leverage her family's connections, the most she could achieve would be a charge of indecency, which posed no real threat to Lu Yiming. Su Rongrong was not willing to let Lu Yiming off so easily. The humiliation she endured, both physically and emotionally, could not be resolved so simply. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had parked his Ferrari at the entrance of the second exchange. "Young Master Lu, you have finally arrived," remarked an employee of the Lu Corporation, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Ferrari. In the bustling metropolis, there was but one Ferrari 348, symbolizing young Master Lu. There was no denying that he came from a privileged background. Truth be told, most in the company looked down upon Lu Yiming, viewing him as a frivolous scion. Yet, given that the entire enterprise belonged to the Lu family, the staff had no choice but to show deference in the presence of young Master Lu. "Where is Sister Lily?" Lu Yiming inquired. "Assistant Li is waiting for you inside." Sister Lily, referred to by Lu Yiming, was indeed his father's assistant, exceptionally capable and beautiful. Initially, when she joined the Lu Corporation, many dismissed her as merely a decorative figure. However, within a fortnight, her competence was acknowledged by all, and she became the most trusted individual by the president of the company. Understood. The corporation had specifically reserved a VIP room at the second exchange. This VIP room was distinct from the so-called large shareholder room. In this day and age, whether for stock trading or other transactions, the exchange remained the optimal choice. In an era devoid of advanced internet, the information within the exchange was the most reliable. Furthermore, transactions were most convenient there. Ordinary retail investors were confined to the first floor, merely observing the communal screens. The large shareholder room was designated for those with funds exceeding 200,000, equipped with computers to facilitate trading. As for the VIP room, it was not generally accessible to retail investors. Those in the large shareholder room were figures they looked up to, while the clientele of the VIP room existed only in legend. Transactions exceeding 5 million were required to access the VIP room, a staggering figure for the common folk of this era. "Younger Master Lu, young boss." As Lu Sun entered, the staff of the Lu Corporation immediately rose to greet him. In their eyes, Lu Yiming, on the brink of university graduation, was destined to assume leadership in the company. At that point, young Master Lu might very well become their direct superior. This was the opportune moment to curry favor, otherwise, they would miss their chance. "Have you arrived?" The only one who remained seated was Li, not out of arrogance due to her assistant status, but rather because she held Lu Yiming in disdain. Indeed, she looked down upon him, and unlike others, she made no effort to conceal her contempt. The relationship between Lu Yiming and Li Li was far from cordial, a fact not hidden within the company. Li Li's competence was her source of confidence. In the previous life, Lu Yiming perceived Li Li as someone who, emboldened by her modest talents, dared to display arrogance and hubris in his presence. Furthermore, her daily meticulous grooming seemed aimed at captivating his father. Did she truly believe he was oblivious to her intentions? Lu Yiming reflected, finding such thoughts to be somewhat juvenile and laughable. Why had he harbored such immature notions back then? It was not until many years later that Lu Yiming comprehended the necessity of possessing commensurate abilities to earn Li Li's respect. Rather than merely basking in the aura of being young Master Lu, while fundamentally being nothing more than a useless scion. Chapter 5. Incomprehensible Li Li. Li Li mused. What trickery is this young man attempting now? When had Lu Yiming ever shown her such deference? Addressing her as sister? Within the entire Lu Corporation, who else received such treatment? During their first encounter, Lu Yiming had habitually flirted with Li Li, an incident that transpired several years prior. How old was Lu Sun back then? The impression he left on Li Li was undoubtedly that of a young lecher. Li Li had delivered a stern lesson to Lu Yiming, enlightening him on the realities of society. Their animosity had taken root from that moment, with their meetings often descending into conflict. To the employees of Lu Corporation, such exchanges had become commonplace, yet none anticipated that today young Master Lu would exhibit such a transformation. What's the matter? Is Sister Li Li surprised? Regardless of the schemes he might employ, it was imperative to remember that today held immense significance for his father and the entirety of Lu Corporation. Li Li was oblivious to Lu Yiming's intentions, but she understood the gravity of the day for Lu Corporation. She could not allow him to jeopardize their endeavors. Indeed, the impressions we hold are not easily altered. Lu Yiming acknowledged, recognizing that his usual demeanor had been somewhat unrefined. Nonetheless, he hoped that Sister Li Li would cooperate with him today. He nodded and pulled out a chair beside Li Li. In his previous life, Lu Corporation had faced tremendous upheaval, leading to widespread disillusionment. Yet Li Li had tirelessly striven to maintain its fundamental operations. Unfortunately, the magnitude of Lu Yiming's transgressions had been too great to rectify. When Lu Corporation fell, it was taken over by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. At that time, a leader had recognized Li Li's exceptional capabilities and sought to retain her with a lucrative offer and a corresponding position. Logically, Li Li should have been ecstatic. Yet she rejected the offer without a moment's consideration. After the downfall of the Lu family, she seemed to vanish from existence. It was only when Lu Yiming resolved to rebuild from the ground up that Li Li reappeared before him. At that time, Lu Yiming was destitute, and no one held faith in his ability to restore the Lu family to its former glory. In this context, Li Li steadfastly stood by Lu Yiming's side. The rapid development of Lu Yiming was largely attributed to Li Li's unwavering support. However, their philosophies diverged. Lu Yiming's impatience led him to forfeit the reverence that a businessman ought to possess. Despite Li Li's numerous attempts at counsel, Lu Yiming became ensnared in the allure of power and wealth. Ultimately, after Lu Yiming established his foothold, Li Li chose to depart once more. Reflecting on the myriad events of his past life, Lu Yiming could not help but feel a deep sense of nostalgia. Young Master Lu? Young Master Lu? What? Young Master Lu, everyone is awaiting your presence. The delegation of this matter to young Master Lu by Mr. Lu clearly indicated the latter's expectations. Should young Master Lu execute it with finesse, the obstacles within the group would naturally dissolve. This was laying the groundwork for young Master Lu's integration into the group. In fact, Mr. Lu had even dispatched Assistant Li to provide assistance. How much have we invested? Indeed, it is time to address the pressing matters. Young Master Lu, we have yet to take action. Mr. Lu instructed us to enter with an unexpected strategy and decisively vanquish the bulls. Defeating the bulls? In Lu Yiming's view, this seemed to be the most absurd of jokes. It appeared that his father had been thoroughly deceived by Wangwa Securities and Liao Guofa. What is most terrifying today? It is the disparity in information. Even wagering all of the Lu family's liquid assets would prove futile. However, since action had yet to be taken, there remained a glimmer of hope. What is our available capital? 120 million. Insufficient. Not enough. This is 120 million. What does that signify in 1995? Although this sum did not fully belong to the Lu family, over 100 million in this era was an unfathomable figure. This is precisely why Liao Guofa and Wangwa Securities sought to drag the Lu family down. The ongoing battle between bulls and bears had reached an impasse. Currently, the bulls held the upper hand. For both Liao Guofa and Wangwa Securities, the situation had become a matter of life and death. Lu Yiming understood that. In the eyes of the public, Wangwa Securities and Liao Guofa were colossal entities. Founded in July 1988, Wangwa Securities was the first shareholding financial institution primarily engaged in the securities industry, approved by the central bank in the region of Magic City. It remains the only shareholding financial institution of its kind in the area, unlike the later era characterized by a multitude of firms. Wangwa Securities in this time represented absolute authority. To put it bluntly, should Wangwa Securities desire a particular stock to rise, a mere whisper would suffice to draw countless retail investors to elevate its price. This was the standing of Wangwa Securities, unassailable by any means. Has Manager Guan been in contact with us? Half an hour ago, there was an inquiry regarding our lack of action. This time, only Li Li can address Lu Yiming's question. No one else holds that privilege. Indeed, the manager of Wangwa Securities is a true magnate, akin to Lu Yiming, both belonging to the realm of legendary figures. It seems the urgency is palpable. Lu Yiming smiled faintly. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware that Wangwa Securities was nearing its breaking point. The manager had exhausted all means yet still could not contend with the bullish forces. Otherwise, why would they resort to enticing the Lu Group with immense profits? As Lu Yiming put it, they are mere capital vampires, devouring without leaving a trace. Should we not make a statement? If we delay further, I fear the manager might misconstrue our intentions. Lu Yiming glanced at his watch. It was 14:35, with an hour and 25 minutes remaining until the market closed. He understood that in this final hour, the situation would reach its true climax. Wangwa Securities would descend into madness. The performance was only just beginning. What does this mean? Today, Lu Yiming appeared exceedingly peculiar. Li Li felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to grasp the depths of Lu Yiming's thoughts. How could this be? Was this still the frivolous heir who wore his heart on his sleeve? What had transpired? Could it be that President Lu had specifically guided Lu Yiming? No, even if that were the case, with Lu Yiming's intellect, he would struggle to play this role convincingly. Lu Yiming had sent her not merely to assist Lu Yiming. At a critical juncture, she was to act as the decision-maker in place of President Lu. However, Lu Yiming was right. There was still time. She was eager to observe what surprises Lu Yiming would unveil. Time passed excruciatingly slowly for everyone. Each minute felt like an eternity. Even Li Li's previously calm demeanor began to shift. Only Lu Yiming remained unperturbed. Li Li remarked, "What a carefree fellow he is." Chapter 6. Intrigue and Deception. Sister Li, contact the banks with which we have a good rapport. I require funds. More would be better. The Lu Group's business was substantial, and naturally, many banks were willing to collaborate with them. However, suddenly borrowing money from a bank could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Furthermore, Li Li believed that the current over 100 million in funds should suffice for the impending acquisition. Prior to this, she had conducted thorough background checks. Both sides of the impending conflict had already exhausted their strategies. At this juncture, the entry of the Lu Group was most opportune. Regardless of which side Lu Group aligned with, the implications would be decisive. Remember, there is no upper limit. I need to report this matter to General Manager Lu. Sister Lily, please remember that I am the one in charge this time. I apologize, but under special circumstances, I have the authority to revoke your powers. And this is General Manager Lu S. As expected, initially, I thought that Lu Yiming would erupt in fury upon hearing this news. In fact, Lily had already prepared an explanation. However, to her surprise, Lu Yiming appeared unfazed. General Manager Lu acts for your benefit. I understand. But if it were you in a life and death battle, would you not keep your trump card? What do you mean? Sister Lily, I know that with your capabilities, you must have conducted thorough background checks, and the information must be exceedingly detailed. That is my obligation. Foolish. No one anticipated that Lu Yiming would suddenly confront Lily. Foolish? Lily's pupils trembled. She had done everything she was supposed to. Even General Lu did not foresee this initially. Yet, Lu Yiming, having been scolded by a spoiled rich kid, found it hard to accept. Please watch your words. As for the others, they were utterly astounded. How dare he insult Assistant Li? Has the young General Lu not suffered enough at Assistant Li's hands? Assistant Li, please consider carefully the scale of the parties involved this time. Lu Yiming took a deep breath before slowly speaking. A behemoth. Lily quickly regained her composure. Taking several deep breaths, the tailored suit accentuated her figure, and one could easily imagine her current state. Nevertheless, her professional demeanor compelled her to respond to Lu Yiming's inquiry. Yes, it is indeed a behemoth. Even for the Lu Group, Zongzi Development and Wanghua Securities are entities of colossal stature. Although Liaohua FA may be smaller in scale, it is nonetheless a predecessor in the brokerage field for the Lu Group. This is indisputable. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, one side will surely be utterly defeated. Yes, to my knowledge, Wanghua Securities has wagered everything. If they lose, it will be apocalyptic for them. While Lily has not grasped the full intricacies of Zongzi Development, it is unlikely their situation is much better. In a battle determining victory and life or death, do you think they would lack contingency plans? This, indeed. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, especially when it has escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for others to know their hidden cards. Even Lily cannot uncover the true reality. So, what you currently possess is merely what they wish for you to know. Are you truly Lu Yiming? Lu Yiming, apologies. That is not what I meant. Well, Lily was genuinely taken aback, which led her to speak impulsively. This is certainly not something a mere scion could perceive. Could it be that Lu Yiming has been concealing his true capabilities all along? Why did Lu Yiming choose to act in such a manner? The astute Lily found herself utterly perplexed. As she often reiterated, I require sufficient capital to navigate potential fluctuations. How much is needed? There is no upper limit. Understood. I shall reach out immediately. Lily nodded and, seizing her phone, stepped aside. The other employees of the Lu Group gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Young Master Lu had gained the upper hand? Such an occurrence was unprecedented. This was indeed extraordinary. They had just witnessed a miracle. It is worth noting that even the senior executives of the Lu Group tread carefully in the presence of Assistant Li. Why the hesitation? What is the current price? 14,821 yuan. He truly possesses remarkable composure. Lu Yiming smiled faintly. The manager had been so eager to contact Li, revealing a desire to exert pressure, treating the Lu Group as mere pawns. The over 100 million yuan from the Lu Group is no trifling sum. Once it enters the market, it shall undoubtedly create significant waves. However, Lu Yiming understood more clearly. The Lu Group was merely a sacrificial pawn for Wanghua Securities. Once Zhongjing made its move, the Lu Group would inevitably become expendable, hunted by the bulls. At that juncture, Wanghua Securities would launch a fatal strike after discerning the hidden cards. By then, the Lu Group would have been left with nothing but remnants. A well-calculated scheme indeed. Keep a close watch on Wanghua. And what of Liao Guofa? Has there been any new developments? The leaders of Liao Guofa, the Gao brothers, are among the early capital market speculators in Huaxia. Their presence is felt across stocks, futures, bonds, and financial lending. Their collaboration with Wanghua Securities aims to make a resounding impact in the financial market. Unfortunately, this time, the Gao brothers have chosen the wrong adversary. Young Master Lu, there have been no new actions detected for the time being. Since the last transaction concluded yesterday afternoon, Liao Guofa has remained silent. Young Master Lu, could it be that their capital pool has encountered issues? The onlookers were oblivious to the reason behind young Master Lu's interest in Liao Guofa, although their name sounds imposing. In comparison to the other two giants, Liao Guofa is rather inconspicuous, a company lacking the qualifications to operate in the financial sector, with revenues of merely 40 million yuan and profits of only 26 million yuan. What could have drawn young Master Lu's attention to such an enterprise? Merely a disruptor. Lu Yiming chuckled. Indeed, Liao Guofa had transformed from a primary force into a mere meddler. Yet, this was also Liao Guofa's predicament. Their small scale rendered them incapable of contending with the two giants. Nevertheless, Lu Yiming knew that Liao Guofa had become the harbinger of doom for Wanghua Securities. Once loyal allies, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, betrayed Guanzhong at the most critical juncture. It truly reveals a lack of discernment in judging character. For banks, 200 million in funds, all transferred within 10 minutes. Truly, Li is remarkable. With just a few phone calls, she secured 200 million. In this day and age, such a feat is nearly unimaginable. The cost? 7% over 6 months. Quite reasonable, one might say. Lu Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. For the banks to amass such a substantial sum in such a brief period signifies their considerable regard for the Lu Group. Young President Lu, please share your plans with me, Li implored, her demeanor unusually solemn. Young President? This was the first time Lu Yiming had heard such a title from Li. It seemed she had come to recognize his recent performance. Her focus on the matter rather than the individual was indeed characteristic of Assistant Li. Is it important? He queried. Of course, I must be accountable to the Lu group, Li replied, her expression grave. In a previous life, it had been thus, regrettably. The two had not reached their destination together. Everyone, please exit. Chapter 7. Guanzhong's Desperation. Younger President Lu. These individuals are the elite of the Lu group. Elites naturally deserve elite treatment. Being dismissed in such a manner will likely leave a lasting impression on them. This situation, Lu Yiming knew, was not ideal. Li felt compelled to remind him, and moreover, being alone with Lu Yiming felt quite disconcerting for her, considering his somewhat controversial reputation. Younger President Lu? With Lu Yiming's firm insistence, Li could only wave her hand in acquiescence. At that moment, the vast VIP lounge was left with just Lu Yiming and Li. Our mission this time is to go long. Go long. At that instant, Li could no longer remain composed. Younger President Lu, you should understand Mr. Lu's intentions. We have already established a strategic partnership with Guanzhong of Wangwa Securities. Are we to become collateral damage? Lu Yiming chuckled coldly. Collaboration? What is collaboration if one knowingly leaps into a pit of fire? Younger President Lu, Wangwa Securities still has considerable potential for success. On what basis? Those opportunistic turncoats? Lu Yiming wagered, I bet that within 10 minutes, the Gao brothers from Liagua Fi will betray us. While Li was taken aback, Lu Yiming remained unperturbed. That's impossible. Liagua Fi had invested all their funds initially. Desperate measures are sometimes necessary. One must concede that the Gao brothers possess a certain audacity. Although this will likely deter future collaborations with them, it is preferable to having nothing at all. Younger President Lu, you should be aware of the principles of the Lu group. Our current position is founded upon integrity. Integrity? The integrity you speak of will not only bring ruin to the Lu family, but will also plunge countless individuals into despair and shatter numerous families. Is this the integrity you wish to witness? Li found herself utterly speechless. Indeed, although she could hardly believe such a grave price would be paid. If Lu Yiming's words bore truth, then all of this. Li, I know you possess the capability to understand this critical point. Now, you have 8 minutes to contemplate. Either cooperate with me wholeheartedly or depart from here. Do not claim you are here to assist me under your father's orders. The Lu family bears the Lu surname. Silence enveloped the VIP lounge, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, save for Li's heavy breaths. The choice before her was unexpected. She never imagined being coerced by Lu Yiming to make such a decision. 3 minutes remain. For a full 5 minutes, neither spoke. Time ticked away, leaving Li with little to ponder. I understand now. I hope that young Master Lu is truly considering the interests of the group. Of course, without the Lu family, I could no longer indulge in a life of luxury. Lu Yiming shrugged, finally exhaling in relief. He understood that his current endeavor required persuading Li. If their opinions genuinely diverged, these so-called elites would ultimately side with Li. Despite the affectionate address moments ago, in their hearts, Lu Yiming's standing paled in comparison to Li's. An heir? Apologies. Let's discuss that once the inheritance is secured. Li's position in the company was undeniably solid. As soon as Li secured Lu Yiming's agreement, he summoned everyone waiting at the entrance. From this moment forth, young Master Lu will assume full responsibility for all actions. You all, including myself, must unconditionally obey his commands. With this declaration, Li astonished everyone present. Although she remained uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong, at that moment, she perceived the shadow of the Lu patriarch in Lu Yiming. No, the aura of young Master Lu even surpassed that of the patriarch. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Wangwa Securities, the atmosphere was tense. Manager Guan, the price has reached 148.5. If this continues, the high-ranking officials of Wangwa had gathered, aware that today would yield only 2 outcomes. Either Wangwa would cease to exist after today or rise from the ashes to dominate the market. This battle had become a gamble for everything, with Manager Guan leading the charge, the very architect of Wangwa's legend. Despite the dire circumstances, everyone remained steadfast in their belief that as long as Manager Guan was present, Wangwa would not falter. This was the conviction instilled by Guan. Have the Gao brothers been contacted? They've been unreachable. We've dispatched individuals to locate them. Locate? Huh. Today, they are beyond reach, those short-sighted fools. Director Guan let out a cold smile. The Liao Kingdom's actions were indeed fickle, swayed by potential profits, now seeking to curry favor only to enter the fray. Yet, at this crucial juncture, they have gone silent? They must have already made up their minds. Director Guan, should the Gao brothers defect, it would deal us a significant blow. Once confirmed, the forces opposing us will undoubtedly intensify their efforts. At that point, the chips in our hands may prove insufficient to turn the tide. What is the current deficit? 18 billion. 18 billion, a figure that weighs heavily on everyone's conscience. If we maintain this price, coupled with our prior losses at Wangwa Securities, we may find ourselves with no opportunity for redemption. Has Director Lu been contacted? Yes, he has been reached. Director Lu has provided assurances. Yet he has entrusted this matter to young Director Lu. Humph, the old fox. Director Guan understood that this was a matter of waiting for results. Director Guan. While the Lu Group is formidable, a makeshift coalition could at most muster around 1 billion, insufficient to control the overall situation. Are we perhaps overestimating the Lu Group? What do you know? The Lu Group is still a private titan. Should they decide to engage, the retail investors would certainly take heed. A lack of funds is inconsequential. I intend to leverage the Lu Group's influence. To drag the Lu Group into this, Director Guan has made numerous guarantees. Is it not said that young Director Lu is merely a spoiled heir? Yet why does he seem so composed? Could it be that Director Lu Ai Jun has been orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Make another call to Director Lu. Action must commence without delay. There are only 50 minutes left before everything is settled. Even Director Guan, who is often mythologized, felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm. However, just as he finished issuing his orders, the secretary burst into the office in a state of panic. Director Guan, there has been a crisis. Speak. Director Guan, no need for formalities. The secretary's implication was clear to Director Guan. At this critical moment, there was no room for concern about others. What was meant to happen would still unfold, and Director Guan had prepared for the worst. It's the Liao Kingdom. Have they withdrawn their investment? They have turned around and bought more. Crash. A finely crafted ashtray shattered into pieces. Well done, Gao brothers. Stabbing us in the back at this critical time. Indeed, in the face of profit, integrity holds no value. Wanting to recover previous losses? Humph. That depends on whether they are granted the opportunity. Deploy the contingency funds. Director Guan, those contingency funds belong to the shareholders. Misappropriating them is a crime. If something goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. In that moment, Director Guan was like a gambler blinded by desperation, spiraling into madness. Chapter 8. The Disruptor. Young Director Lu, the Liao Kingdom has begun their actions. Within 10 minutes, the Liao Kingdom indeed commenced its actions, mirroring the movements of the previous lifetime. How did you deduce this? Is there no oversight? Lili found it exceedingly difficult to believe all of this. Lu Yiming's foresight today was astonishingly profound. Every maneuver of the opponent was clearly orchestrated under Lu Yiming's meticulous calculations. Is there still a need for conjecture? As previously expressed, the time left for the Gao brothers is running out. The Liao Kingdom is aggressively purchasing, yet the prices have begun to steadily decline. Declining. Indeed, it is a decrease. The Liao Kingdom's initial move involved 20,000 contracts. However, unexpectedly, this did not stir any significant turmoil. Instead, the prices plummeted. This is illogical. At this moment, Lili also approached the computer monitor. 20,000 contracts represent nearly 30 million in capital being invested. Yet instead of stabilizing the situation, it has resulted in a market crash. Previously, the market was steadily rising. Investigate if there are significant short positions being liquidated. No need to investigate further. Young Master Lu? If I were to represent Wangwa Securities, I would certainly leverage the accounts under my name to strike simultaneously. Large capital can only depress prices, but it also provides the market with time to react. Clearly, Manager Guan is not a fool and would not engage in such folly. Assistantly, young Master Lu is correct. Indeed, there have been numerous sell orders, albeit scattered, giving the impression of retail market behavior. Are they attempting to incite retail investors to join in the selling? Lili immediately grasped the situation. Such tactics must have been meticulously prepared for a considerable duration. No wonder Lu Yiming confidently asserted that Wangwa Securities still had a contingency plan. It appears my background research was, in fact, inadequate. A desperate gamble. And even if they evade this catastrophe, Manager Guan's future is bleak. Young Master Lu, what do you mean by this? Have you conducted background research? Does Wangwa still possess such substantial funds? No. Lili was acutely aware that Wangwa had become a mere shell. with its available capital utterly incapable of sustaining such a large-scale short-selling endeavor. Unless, have you come to a realization? He has lost his mind. The repercussions of such actions are beyond Wanghua's capacity to bear. With their backs against the wall, this battle will likely yield no victors. Young Master Lu, perhaps we should report the situation to General Lu and allow him to make a decision. The unfolding events have surpassed initial expectations. Entering the fray now. The outcome is uncertain. Manager Guan has become utterly reckless. Everything that transpires today is destined to be etched in history. Shall we merely stand by and witness the ruin of retail investors? The struggle between Wanghua and Zhongjing has also ensnared the retail investors. For them, this may represent a lifetime of savings. Is this their own avarice? Do they deserve to suffer? Lili could scarcely believe that Lu Yiming would utter such words. When did he ever care about these matters? Yet, she understood that she had been swayed by Lu Yiming's perspective. Indeed, countless families have chosen financial management. Is there any fault in that? Why must the conflict between Wanghua and Zhang Jingkai entangle these innocent individuals? Young Master Lu, please give your orders. What shall we do? Acquire as much as possible. Very well. Assistant Li, did you not hear young Master Lu's instructions? Collect. However, our directive was to collaborate with Wanghua to short the market. This was decided by President Lu from the outset, and now to buy more. Does this not imply using the group's cash to support the market? What advantage does this bring to the group? We shall heed young Master Lu's wishes. If it were merely Lu Yiming, perhaps he could not manipulate the elite of the Lu family group, but with Li Li's endorsement, everything changes. Dozens of individuals sprang into action. A substantial influx of cash caused the suppressed prices to surge instantaneously. 1,499 yuan. 150 yuan. Meanwhile, at Zongjingkai, someone has made a move, not by retail investors. The higher-ups at Zongjingkai have gathered as well. This small-scale trust company has always had a robust governmental background. Beginning with the management of the Ministry of Finance's agricultural turnaround funds, later accepting all fiscal turnover and agricultural comprehensive office funds for management. It is also a leader among the bulls, renowned in the industry for its aggressive and fierce style. However, unlike Wanghua, which possesses immense financial power, Zongjingkai can only stabilize the market by continually releasing favorable news. Retail investors are the backbone of Zongjingkai. In preparation for today's decisive battle, Zongjingkai specifically requested a substantial amount of funds for emergencies. Yet unexpectedly, before they could act, someone else intervened to protect the market. Investigate, who is it? Even if they are allies, with such a significant influx of funds, Zongjingkai must ascertain the opponent's background. The inquiry revealed the second exchange. The second exchange? Yes. The seats all originate from the second exchange and were established in a short period. Who stands behind this? The Lu family group. It is him. At this moment, the executives of Zongjingkai were equally astonished. How is this possible? Was it not previously reported that Wanghua and the Lu family reached a comprehensive cooperation? The substantial funds they requested were meant to guard against an incursion by the Lu family. Yet now, events are unfolding in an entirely opposite direction. Should we take action? Let us strike while the iron is hot. Early this morning, significant positive news was already released. Government bonds will be redeemed at 14,850 yuan. The announcement has triggered a continuous price surge. Just as Wanghua pushed the price down to around 148 yuan, the emergence of the Lu family group caused prices to soar once more. At this moment, with a mindset to take advantage of a drowning foe, Zongjingkai's substantial funds also entered the fray. Little Lu, the price has reached 1505, 151 yuan. This, a full 2 yuan increase, and it continues to rise. Should it close at this price, the Lu Corporation will undoubtedly reap substantial profits. At this moment, Lili couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Lu Yiming beside her. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, he maintained his composure in the face of tremendous success. Little Lu, oh little Lu, I am beginning to find you increasingly inscrutable. With a crash, Manager Guan shattered his favorite blue and white porcelain teacup. Damn Lu family. How could they betray us? Originally, with the Lu family stepping back and my all-in wager, even with Zongjingkai's backup, the market chaos couldn't have been averted. Once retail investors succumb to panic, they will hastily offload their shares, consequently driving prices down. But now, with the betrayals from Liaogua FA and the Lu Corporation, Manager Guan and Wanghua had been stabbed in the back. The final outcome is inevitable. Defeat, complete and utter defeat. Get out. Manager Guan. Everyone leave. The senior executives exited the office in succession. Manager Guan sat in silence, paralyzed in his chair. The empire is on the brink of collapse. No, I cannot concede defeat. There must be a chance. There must be. Chapter 9. The climactic final 8 minutes. Little Lu, we have made a significant profit. The price has surged by 2 yuan. Government bonds are not like stocks, and a 2 yuan increase translates to a doubling of profits. Even for the Lu Corporation, this is an unfathomable gain. And all of this is orchestrated by little Lu, strategizing from afar. At this moment, Li Li's gaze towards Lu Yiming was laden with unexpressed complexity. How did he manage it? Every step was impeccably timed, manipulating everyone like puppets. How much margin remains? Just a little over 100 million. Not enough. No, little Lu. Huanghua has lost its capacity to retaliate. This battle is ours to win. Indeed, little Lu, Huanghua has exhausted its reserves. Preliminary estimates suggest their losses exceed 4 billion, a sum they cannot possibly acknowledge. The others could not comprehend Lu Yiming's words. Huanghua Securities was now a lamb ready for slaughter. Where could a miracle occur? Little Lu? Even Li Li doubted that, under these circumstances, Huanghua could mount any resistance. This is merely the beginning. Only Lu Yiming understood that the true climax was just commencing. How long until the market closes? 10 minutes. It is approaching swiftly. In my previous life, the final 8 minutes marked Huanghua's swan song, plunging countless retail investors from paradise into hell. Within the hour leading up to the close, how many stood atop rooftops? What Lu Yiming aimed to prevent was the unfolding of such tragedy. In a desperate bid to evade colossal losses stemming from misjudgment of market trends, Huanghua Securities exploited loopholes and regulations to initiate an overwhelming sell-off. This marked their final act of madness, which ultimately led to a collective liquidation of long positions. Huanghua overturned the entire landscape of the government bond futures market. Regardless of the reasons or the magnitude of the short positions, they resolutely continued their strategy. Xiao Lu, we can only accept another 300,000 contracts at most, came the response. The Lu Group indeed held substantial capital, yet these funds had already been transformed into government bonds, rendering them illiquid within such a short time frame. The remaining margin could not support further purchases of short positions. It appeared that someone was about to upend the table. Lu Yiming's gaze remained fixed on the display screen, anticipating a moment that would profoundly alter the course of history. Surprisingly, he felt a flicker of expectation. Manager Guan, this time, you shall not have your way. Even if it is a hollow victory, I shall not permit you to claim it. The trading rules for government bond futures encompass 2 principal mechanisms: margin control and position limits. According to the regulations, margins are marked to market daily, making it impossible to ensure that each transaction's margin is sufficient in real time. To circumvent the constraints imposed by the exchange, the market resorted to borrowing positions indiscriminately. Whether going long or short, these actions had long since sown the seeds of chaos. Manager Guan of Huanghua was effectively gambling on the exchange's reluctance to annul those transactions. Just as the trading deadline approached with a mere 8 minutes remaining, a staggering short position of 900,000 contracts suddenly emerged, shocking everyone present. 900,000 contracts? What does that even mean? Impossible. Huanghua does not possess such capital. How could they have achieved this? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the unfolding scenario. What was intended to be a celebration for the bulls transformed into a dramatic reversal as the market neared its closing bell. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd, both retail investors and institutional players alike, as they gazed in disbelief at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the big screen. The price plummeted by 50 cents in an instant. This was not merely a depreciation of wealth. It signaled a dire warning. We will accept all orders, came the anxious response. But Xiao Lu, our margin is insufficient. The exchange's inability to monitor each transaction's margin in real time meant they had no choice but to proceed. Xiao Lu, this is a violation, they cautioned. Not only was it a breach of protocol, but it could also border on illegality. Although exploiting regulatory loopholes, the repercussions for those daring enough to act could be severe. Huanghua had no margin. Their intent was purely to disrupt the market. If that is indeed the case, we need not concern ourselves, Xiao Lu interjected. Li Li quickly grasped Lu Yiming's meaning and began to uncover the underlying intricacies of the situation. If indeed there exists any illicit conduct, the exchange must ultimately provide a definitive response. Otherwise, the market would inevitably collapse. This principle is clear to both you and me, yet do the retail investors comprehend it? Young Master Lu, How many possess the fortitude to confront sudden ruin? This question, posed by Lu Yiming, left Li at a loss for words. The market is inherently perilous. Caution is imperative when entering it, a lesson instilled in every investor from the very outset. Nevertheless, when faced with the abrupt specter of liquidation, how many investors can truly endure? Perhaps, as young Master Lu suggested, once prices are breached, countless investors will. The ramifications are too daunting for Li to fathom. If all are exploiting loopholes, then we must at least afford the retail investors a measure of fairness. Though the outcomes remain uncertain, at this moment, Lu Yiming resolves to become a bulwark for the retail investors. I have come to understand that today, as trading will be under my sole responsibility. Lu Yiming, the young heir of the Lu Group, must not falter. In this instant, Li has made up her mind. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Yiming shall not bear the burden. This is not the time for such discussions. Regardless of the number of sell orders, we shall absorb them all. Understood. Acknowledged. At this moment, the expressions on everyone's faces turned grave. The Lu Group's position was fully operational, instantly absorbing 900,000 contracts of short positions. Young Master Lu, there are 2 more transactions of 900,000 short contracts. Continue to absorb, stabilize the current price. No matter the quantity, we shall take it all in. A monumental battle, a true clash of the ages. Everyone was taken aback, witnessing a confrontation that transcended their comprehension. Madness, pure madness. The senior executives of Zongzi were drenched in cold sweat. No one anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Within the exchange, reports were promptly escalated. Yet at this juncture, the exchange could only observe the abnormal contest, powerless to intervene. Guard against the noble, yet not the vile. The international consortium, in desperation, was cornered. The Lu Group's position provided unwavering support. Ultimately, both parties had engaged in misconduct. Call me. This madness must be halted at once. Yet, the international calls could not connect. The desperate international consortium had long since cast aside all restraint. This was war, a life-and-death struggle. On the bullish side, the Lu Group had supplanted Zongji's position, becoming the final bastion of support for the bulls. This day would be remembered as one of the darkest in the annals of securities history. Yet, at this moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Chapter 10, The Dust Settles. 1630. As all dust settles, it is unfathomable that, within the final 8 minutes, a staggering 27 million short positions emerged. This represents a gamble valued at over 400 billion, with the worth of the short positions themselves surpassing that of national bonds by several multiples. Such an absurd scenario unfolded, defying expectations. More critically, these 27 million short positions astonishingly failed to drive prices down. During those last 8 minutes, the Lu Group devoured them entirely. Frankly, no one anticipated the frenzy of the global market, except for the Lu Group, which seemed to have foreseen the unfolding drama and prepared thoroughly. This battle, regardless of its outcome, will be etched in the memories of all. With a resounding crash, Manager Guan smashed his computer into pieces. The Lu Group, once an ally summoned to rally support, they had transformed into his ultimate adversary. It was over, absolutely over. The global market was finished, plagued by irregular trading and nearly 5 billion in colossal losses. The situation was beyond redemption. Guan's lips turned pale, trembling incessantly. The securities empire crumbled in a day. He witnessed the rise, the feasting of guests, and the subsequent collapse of his empire. His phone buzzed incessantly, yet he remained oblivious to it. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming stood up, stretching leisurely. Li, you must work hard for me now. Head directly to the exchange. Lu Yiming understood well that even if he refrained from going, the exchange would eventually contact him. The current silence merely indicated a lack of comprehension. The primary culprit was the global market, with the Lu Group being a secondary concern. The inevitable conclusion loomed ahead. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. The price stabilized at 1,506 yuan. The bulls continued to profit, and the vast majority of retail investors preserved their gains. At the very least, the tragedies of the previous life would not recur. Achieving this was sufficient. Rest assured, young Master Lu, I take full responsibility for today's trading. Li declared, lowering her head, willing to shoulder the burden. The irregularities, though a response to coercion, remained violations, with no justification to be offered. From the outset, Li was prepared to bear the consequences. She understood that Lu Yiming was not acting for his own sake, but for the many innocent retail investors. After all, Her substantial salary from the Lu group was intended for such crucial moments. Taking a deep breath, Lily reassured herself that her sacrifice was not in vain. Responsible? Yes. Young Master Lu, please be assured that all decisions made today stemmed from my directives and are unrelated to you. She pondered further. Young Master Lu? Lily, who was prepared for sacrifice, looked up in astonishment. What did that statement from young Master Lu mean? The Lu group should not fall under your responsibility. However, young Master Lu, this is not a moment for impulsive decisions. This matter must not involve young Master Lu in any way. Furthermore, the fewer senior executives entangled in this situation, the better it is for the Lu group. As the largest private enterprise, countless eyes are scrutinizing them. Minor issues could be easily smoothed over by the influential figures behind the scenes, but the ramifications of this situation are far too significant. Even the powerful figures supporting the Lu group cannot step forward or become embroiled in this. The optimal resolution is to take the blame oneself. It is solely the consequence of one's own reckless actions. Only in this manner can. Lily, remember my words. The Lu group has not reached a point where a woman like you must bear the brunt of the fallout. Lu Yiming has always recognized Lily's loyalty to the Lu group, both in this life and the last. This will never change. Yet, this issue is too immense for someone as unanchored as Lily to withstand. You should first proceed to the exchange, regardless of the final punitive outcome. We shall bear it all without negotiation. We are not the victims here. Remember, the Lu group is willing to accept full responsibility. Young Master Lu, what if? There is no what if. Rest assured, in this pragmatic situation, one must choose the lesser of two evils. The exchange will make the right decision. Lu Yiming patted Li on the shoulder. This is the burden of a man. To some extent, the exchange should even be grateful to the Lu group. While everyone else was still processing the situation, it was the Lu group that stepped forward, although such words cannot be spoken openly. I understand, young Master Lu. Lily gazed into Lu Yiming's eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of being lost in that moment. How had the once frivolous youth in her eyes grown to such a stature? Sin value. 110,000. The sin value plummeted rapidly at this moment. How many imminent broken families did Lu Yiming save? Ding. Initial brilliance completed. Autonomous task completed. Scoring. Score 89. Perfect. System rewards being distributed. Lu Yiming. I never expected there would be a system reward. However, I did not accept any tasks, so why are there system tasks and rewards? What exactly is this system I possess? As an open system, there are no rigid task regulations. All tasks await the host's independent exploration. I have heard of open-ended games. But this is my first encounter with the concept of an open system. I truly have broadened my horizons. Wait a moment, it seems I have forgotten something. What could it be? Su Rongrong. What an oversight to have forgotten this individual. Initially, Lu Yiming intended to soothe Su Rongrong before providing further clarification. He was certain that Su Rongrong's predicament was a result of someone attempting to ensnare him. Moreover, he had discovered a potential breakthrough. Yet, the reality remained that they had been candid with each other, and he had nearly. Lu Yiming was not a mind reader, and thus could not fathom Su Rongrong's thoughts. However, as the sole daughter of the Su family, the upbringing Su Rongrong had received was beyond Lu Yiming's comprehension. This matter must be resolved. Young Master Lu, what are you up to? There's an urgent situation. Please address the subsequent matters and report your progress at any time. Understood. Lu Yiming sped back to the hotel in his Ferrari. What? She's already left? Yes, young Master Lu, we couldn't stop her. What was her demeanor upon departure? To be honest, it was not particularly pleasant, young Master Lu. If there is anything our hotel can assist with, please do not hesitate to let us know. She left without a word, devoid of any dramatic displays of emotion. After all, she was Su Rongrong, the jewel of the Su family. Although she had concealed her identity during her university years, who was Su Rongrong truly? The calmer the surface, the more it heralds an impending storm. To clarify matters with Su Rongrong, the crux of the issue was that even he, the party involved, could not believe his own fabrications. How then could he convince Su Rongrong? Was it possible that all of this was ultimately unavoidable? Chapter 11. The Accident, Reward, 1 Wine God Experience Card. Just as Lu Yiming ignited the engine, the sudden system reward left him momentarily stunned. What exactly was this Wine God Experience Card? A drinking challenge? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to inquire about the utility of this Wine God Experience Card. In the magical city, who could compel young Master Lu to drink? Lu Yiming sighed. resigning himself to the fact that he lacked nothing. Keeping it as a memento was also acceptable. At the very least, it served as proof of his once fervent spirit. Lu Yiming's mindset was somewhat troubled. Although he had just navigated a crisis, the thought of potential retaliation from Su Rongrong and the Su family weighed heavily on him. In his previous life, the Su family's vengeance had been fierce. Lu Yiming had no choice but to abandon the Lu group to ensure Lu Yiming's safety. However, for Su Rongrong, such an outcome was not what she desired. After all, she had lost her purity, the most significant aspect for a young woman. In his past life, Su Rongrong remained unmarried and became Lu Yiming's greatest adversary in his resurgence. Contemplating these matters only deepened Lu Yiming's sense of unease. He had no desire to experience Su Rongrong's tactics once more. At that moment, a piercing horn blared. Lu Yiming instinctively slammed on the brakes. A van in the opposite lane swerved urgently, veering towards the sidewalk. Distracted while driving, Lu Yiming failed to notice the van's excessive speed as it turned without yielding to oncoming traffic. Realizing the imminent collision, panic set in. The van's driver, facing the prospect of crashing into an expensive sports car, felt certain they could not afford the damage. In such a predicament, the only option was to swerve wildly. The excessive velocity caused the front of the van to tilt, directing it towards the sidewalk, rendering braking impossible. The van was at risk of overturning at any moment. All of this transpired in an instant. A collision occurred. By the time Lu Yiming regained his composure, the van had already crashed into a roadside tree. At that moment, a person lay sprawled before the van, presumably an innocent pedestrian caught in the chaos. This scene also stirred memories within Lu Yiming. In his previous life, at the same time and place, he had also caused a car accident. However, in that past existence, he had been overly exhilarated after a dalliance with Su Rongrong. The physical exertion had left him weak, leading to the unfortunate incident. Yet, at the time, he had not taken it seriously. After all, he was driving straight and was not at fault. Coupled with his foul mood, he had no inclination to intervene and simply drove away in his Ferrari. It was only later, when the traffic police came to investigate, that he learned the pedestrian struck by the van had missed the critical window for medical attention, resulting in death. In that previous life, Lu Yiming had been too preoccupied with his own troubles, and since he bore no responsibility, he escaped punishment. Now reborn. How should he choose this time? Lu Yiming contemplated for merely a second before pressing the brake, unbuckling his seatbelt, and flinging open the car door. The van's driver had also exited, seemingly not severely injured, though his expression was one of shock and bewilderment, clearly stunned by the sudden calamity. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Yes, the police, the phone booth. The van driver scanned his surroundings desperately for a telephone booth to report the incident. At that moment, Lu Yiming had already crouched beside the fallen pedestrian. The individual appeared to be in his 60s, hair streaked with gray, eyes tightly shut, and lips twitching faintly. Lu Yiming had no formal training in first aid. If he were unsure of the outcome, he might have waited for the police to handle it. But now, knowing that this elderly man would ultimately lose his life due to delayed medical care, Lu Yiming could not afford to remain idle. What are you planning to do? Please help me open the car door. Someone might be dying. Upon hearing the possibility of a life in jeopardy, the van driver immediately panicked. He could only comply with Lu Yiming's instructions and open the door of the Ferrari. When the police arrive, tell them the truth. I. Without waiting for a response, Lu Yiming had already ignited the Ferrari's engine and sped towards the nearest hospital. Was it worth it? Initially, Lu Yiming bore little responsibility for the accident. At worst, he had failed to notice the road conditions in a timely manner. Furthermore, according to traffic regulations, the van should have yielded to him. Even if the elderly gentleman were to perish, it would amount to little more than a pang of conscience for Lu Yiming. However, the current circumstances were different. If the elderly man were to die in his vehicle, he could not bear to watch someone succumb to death due to delayed medical attention in order to absolve himself of responsibility. The Ferrari raced forward. Its engines roar sufficient to draw attention without the need for a horn. At Huashan Hospital in the bustling metropolis, Lu Yiming parked the Ferrari directly in front of the emergency center. Doctors, save him. True to its reputation as one of the finest tertiary hospitals in the city, chaos soon yielded to professional care. The elderly man was swiftly taken into the resuscitation room. Lu Yiming covered all expenses up front. Half an hour later, traffic police arrived. Sir, the driver of the offending vehicle has provided a clear account of the events. The van driver had not distorted the facts. What matters most now is the condition of the injured. At this moment, at the Shanghai Stock Exchange, bang. President Han slammed his hand on his desk. What do you intend to do? How dare you act in such a manner? Do you have no regard for the rules? At that moment, President Han wished to strike General Guan across the face. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. And you all, what is the Lu group doing? Why are you taking orders? President Han, it was Wang Hua that violated the rules. We merely sought to protect what is right. If Wang Hua succeeds, it would spell disaster for individual investors. Li faced President Han's fury with a well-prepared strategy. Indeed, the Lu group has violated regulations, but it was a necessity, and it was for the fundamental interests of the broader investor community. President Han was rendered speechless. General Guan had disregarded orders and overturned the table, effectively severing his own retreat. Any punishment would be justified. However, the Lu group was different. As Li had just stated, they were compelled to engage in battle. So, should I be grateful to you? Not necessary. We at the Lu group will not evade the appropriate consequences. Leave. President Han appeared utterly exhausted. He had already expressed his stance, and this matter had exceeded his authority. This time, it seemed that not only was Wang Hua's securities affected, but he himself would also face repercussions. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the barbaric nature of an immature market that had ultimately led to this outcome. Today, President Han had certainly learned a valuable lesson. As he watched Li depart from the office, he waved his hand and said, "You may leave now. Everything will depend on the results of the investigation." One thing was certain, Wang Hua was finished, utterly finished. Chapter 12. Misunderstanding Young Master Lu. The situation is as follows. Upon exiting, Li promptly called Lu Yiming. "I understand. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, Young Master Lu? Report this matter directly. The final decision is likely to be announced in a few hours. Are you certain you want to proceed this way? Before the final outcome is revealed, I fear President Lu will be furious. It matters not, and it is indeed your responsibility. Remember, you can place any blame on me." Upon hearing this, Li was momentarily taken aback. Was he once again shielding himself? Why would he do that? Logically, they should be rivals. Although Lu Yiming was destined to be the future head of the Lu family group, he was still inexperienced. Given their usual contentious interactions, it seemed that using this opportunity to oust her would be his most prudent choice. In that moment, Li found herself perplexed by Lu Yiming's intentions. "Young Master Lu, my willingness to cooperate today is solely for the benefit of the company. I know. You know, yet you still wish to protect yourself? What was Lu Yiming truly aiming for? I have other matters to attend to. I must end this call." Lu Yiming hung up, while the lights in the emergency room continued to shine brightly. The traffic police had already contacted the family, who were en route. The cause of the accident had been determined. The van driver bore full responsibility. In other words, Lu Yiming was entirely in the right. However, when Lu Yiming saw the family rushing to the hospital, he was utterly stunned. Wasn't it said that enemies should not meet? He was eager to inquire about the situation from the visibly anxious Su Rongrong. Indeed, the family hurrying to the hospital was none other than Su Rongrong. At that moment, she had lost all semblance of her usual composure, her anxious demeanor betraying her inner turmoil. "Why you?" Before Lu Yiming could utter a word, Su Rongrong struck him hard across the face. "How dare you hit me?" The nearby traffic officer was equally bewildered. "Lu Yiming, if you have the guts, come at me." Su Rongrong had completely lost her mind, the nightmare of that afternoon still haunting her. In a state of confusion, Su Rongrong received a call from the traffic police, informing her that her grandfather had been struck by a vehicle. It is well known that her bond with her grandfather is exceptionally strong. In a family of high social standing, familial affection is often scarce, yet her grandfather has always been the one who cherished her the most. This is precisely why Su Rongrong chose to pursue her studies in the bustling metropolis. Now that her grandfather is in trouble, how could she possibly remain composed? However, she never anticipated that it would be Lu Yiming behind this calamity. It was he. This scoundrel dared to lay hands on the person most dear to her. Upon encountering Lu Yiming, Su Rongrong was consumed by misunderstanding. In her view, this debauched young man was resorting to such despicable means to threaten her. It was utterly insane. "Lu Yiming, I swear, if anything were to happen to my grandfather, I will not let you off easily." Her gaze towards him was filled with nothing but hatred. "Do as you wish." In the midst of a crowded space, young Master Lu received a resounding slap across his face. Had it been in the past, he would have erupted in fury. Yet, burdened by his guilty conscience, Lu Yiming had no choice but to endure. Coincidentally, at that moment, The light in the emergency room dimmed. "Doctor, is my grandfather all right?" Su Rongrong abandoned Lu Yiming and rushed to the physician. "Who is the family member?" I am the patient's granddaughter." The patient had sustained a broken rib, but the most concerning issue was a sudden heart ailment. Thankfully, due to prompt medical attention, his life was saved. Upon hearing that her grandfather was out of danger, Su Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to him, she would definitely. "Miss, we need your cooperation to finalize the case." The scene was somewhat chaotic, but the traffic police required clarity on the incident. Meanwhile, at the Lu group, the lights shone brightly. In the chairman's office, Lu Yiming sat in his executive chair with a dark expression. Standing before him was Li. "Chairman, this is the situation as it stands." Upon returning to the company, Li promptly briefed Lu Yiming on the entire affair. "This is utter nonsense, simply outrageous." Lu Yiming's face was filled with fury at the alteration of his original intentions. No wonder his phone had registered dozens of missed calls from the general manager. "Chairman, I too bear some responsibility in this matter. However, young Master Lu did not err this time." Lu Yiming was taken aback by Li's defense of Lu Yiming. "Chairman, should we proceed according to the established plan, we would not only exhaust all liquid assets, but also lead Wangwa to ruin." Lu Yiming had not anticipated the gravity of the outcome. "Chairman, this was my oversight. The investigation was not thorough enough, and I overlooked the most critical information. This is a war of information asymmetry, and we are bound to lose. The government has already set the tone for national debt, and in this battle, the short sellers will undoubtedly be obliterated. It can be said that if it weren't for Lu Yiming, perhaps, this mischievous lad truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck." Lu Yiming is well aware of his son's character. A day without causing trouble is already a favor to himself. This time, it must have been a fortunate accident. Indeed, it may very well be that he sought to oppose Li. Thus, "Mr. Lu, you have genuinely misunderstood young Master Lu this time." His performance today was astonishing. Upon hearing Li extol Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming's expression softened considerably. Ultimately, regardless of his son's shortcomings, he remains his flesh and blood. It is said that a tiger cannot father a dog, and naturally, Lu Yiming desires for his son to achieve greatness. Unfortunately, over the years, Lu Yiming has brought him nothing but disappointment. Once it became a habit, Lu Yiming resignedly accepted reality. A rotten log cannot be propped up. Yet this time, Lu Yiming surprisingly delivered a pleasant surprise. This mischievous boy is always up to mischief. Why did he choose to confront Wangwa? Wangwa had already violated the rules. Even if he refrained from action, Wangwa would not fare any better. Now, in a fit of anger, he has jeopardized everything. "Mr. Lu." Everything was within young Master Lu's expectations. He mentioned that in comparing the two, one should choose the lesser evil. The government would not disregard the plight of retail investors. Although he snorted coldly, Lu Yiming did not question this statement. Furthermore, young Master Lu also asserted that he was acting to protect more people. Who does he think he is? Though the words were filled with discontent, a sense of pride appeared on Lu Yiming's face. It seems Lu Yiming is quite the stubborn one himself. Where is that mischievous boy? As for the truth, it appears he encountered a traffic accident at the hospital. Damn it, Lu Yiming, I take back my words. What do you mean by growing up? This mischievous lad has nothing but trouble every day. Chapter 13. Is this really my son? What? Haven't you had enough? Looking at Su Rongrong standing before him, Lu Yiming instinctively leaned back. That slap just now was quite forceful. This so-called delicate girl, when she struck, showed no hesitation whatsoever. That slap felt as if it had been forged through countless trials. Given another chance, Lu Yiming would likely be unable to evade it. However, he did not anticipate such a coincidence. The person he saved turned out to be Su Rongrong's grandfather. Did that not mean that in a single day, Su Rongrong faced two colossal blows to her psyche, both of which were connected to him? "You won't dodge?" "Huh," Su Rongrong retorted. Lu Yiming found himself at a loss for words. "Forget it, this is my debt to you." The crux of the matter lies in Lu Yiming's guilt. After all, the events of the afternoon were still fresh in his mind, especially Su Rongrong's fiery figure. It was utterly inconceivable. The delicate waist, so effortlessly graceful, complemented by, what am I thinking? At this moment, Su Rongrong's emotions are exceedingly complex. She has just learned the entire sequence of events from the traffic police. It was all a mere coincidence. She had misjudged Lu Yiming. Were it not for his intervention, she might never have seen her grandfather again. However, The events of that afternoon are an immense humiliation for Su Rongrong. How should she face Lu Yiming? Thank you is unnecessary. I was unaware that he is your grandfather. Consider it a debt of gratitude, yet we must keep matters distinct. Su Rongrong, what if I was indeed set up? I cannot say. At this moment, her heart is in turmoil. Indeed, within this brief span of time, the succession of events has left even Su Rongrong uncertain of how to proceed. The man before her had nearly violated her, yet in an instant, he transformed into her grandfather's savior. What should she do? Perhaps we should clarify our thoughts first? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. Lu Yiming is equally eager to understand why Zongzi sought to entrap him. Should we address this first? What? It's nothing. Su Rongrong's gaze flickers with evasion. Very well, my earlier action was devoid of mercy. The imprint of my hand is distinctly visible on Lu Yiming's face, a testament to the severity of my strike. Take care of your grandfather first. We shall discuss other matters later. Fear not, I shall keep my word. When the time comes, whether to spare or punish, it shall be according to your wishes. Lu Yiming stretches lazily. The once charming gesture is regrettably overshadowed by the mark on his face. Little did he expect that his unintentional act of kindness would afford him considerable time. At least for now, Su Rongrong is unlikely to trouble him. For Lu Yiming, time is indeed sufficient. Ding, sin value decreasing, current sin value, 1109193. Ding, rewards being distributed. Reward acquired, unrepentant moves, mastery in chess. Lu Yiming, huh? His system promotes a rather useless skill, unrepentant moves, mastery in chess. He wonders what utility this holds for him. Should he cultivate his character instead? At that moment, Lu Yiming's phone begins to ring. He glances at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback. It is his father's call. In truth, the image of his father has grown increasingly vague in his mind. In his previous life, due to his own reckless actions, the Lu family fell into decline, leaving his father despondent and ultimately leading to his premature demise. It was only then that Lu Yiming matured overnight. Alas, it was too late. You little rascal. Have you gotten into trouble again? Upon answering the call, a roar erupted from his father's voice within the confines of his mobile phone. The dynamic between father and son had always been characterized by such exchanges. In the past, Lu Yiming harbored nothing but resentment towards his father. However, reflecting on it now, which father does not aspire for his son to achieve greatness? Perhaps it was his own actions that had led to his father's profound disappointment. In his previous life, to preserve his own existence, his father had relinquished everything. He had not even had the chance to express his gratitude. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yiming pondered whether his words had caused trouble. It has been resolved. Resolved? Yet you remain in the hospital? Are you unscathed? Should I have the driver come to assist? In earlier times, Lu Yiming would have found his father's concerns to be tiresome. Yet now, he perceived the profound love hidden within those words. No need. Then hurry back and refrain from causing further chaos. All right. What did you say? I said I am returning now. After ending the call, Lu Yiming waved goodbye to Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong couldn't shake the strange sensation that his silhouette evoked, almost as if encountering a ghost. Lu Yiming ignited the engine of his Ferrari. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Yiming stared incredulously at the phone in his hand. Has this boy taken leave of his senses? When had his son become so obedient? Not only did he not retort throughout the conversation, but he also agreed to return without protest. Something felt amiss. There must be an ulterior motive behind this unexpected behavior. It appeared that altering his father's perception of him would be a formidable challenge. Li, this afternoon's events. Please recount them to me in detail without omitting any particulars. Mr. Lu. Half an hour later, having listened to Li's report, Lu Yiming found himself increasingly bewildered. Is this truly my son? Mr. Lu, it seems even you struggle to believe it, but as I retrace the entire sequence of events on my way here, I must concede that every decision made by young Master Lu was impeccably timed. Whether it was the assessment of the situation or the anticipation of subsequent actions from various parties, Lu Yiming made optimal choices, particularly the timing of his interventions, which could be deemed flawless. Aside from a final reckless gamble, every step taken today could be classified as a classic textbook case in my view. Did that wretched boy truly accomplish all of this? Indeed. Do you think he has someone backing him? Are you concerned that someone is manipulating young Master Lu? Perhaps. But what could their intentions be? Forgive my candor, Mr. Lu, but if young Master Lu indeed had someone guiding him, it is unlikely he would have executed it with such meticulous detail. In this tumultuous battle, he did not receive a single phone call. Are you suggesting that all of this was solely his own decision? That appears to be the case. The sudden turn of events was difficult for Lu Yiming to accept. Mr. Lu, it appears that everything is currently progressing in a favorable direction. I understand that it may be difficult to accept all at once. But if that truly is the case, I shall go and pray tomorrow. Lily remarked that Mr. Lu is quite good in all respects, albeit a tad superstitious. Upon reflection, she realized she was not much different, equally astonished by the transformation of young Master Lu. Chapter 14. The old ginger is spicier. Lu Yiming had already driven his Ferrari into the villa located at number 99 Xianzhong Road. This area was once part of the French concession and has now become a hidden gem among the city's upscale residences. The successive owners of this villa were all illustrious figures who left a significant mark on the annals of Chinese history. Lu Yiming indeed paid a handsome price to acquire this estate. Ah, Yiming has returned. As soon as he parked the car, a sweet voice reached his ears. It was Aunt Zhang. Zhang Qian, from a legal standpoint, is Lu Yiming's stepmother. Lu Yiming's biological mother had a tumultuous relationship with Lu Yiming, resulting in their divorce shortly after Lu Yiming's birth. To be honest, Lu Yiming's memories of his biological mother are rather faint. In his previous life, when he was cornered, she did not come forth. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no resentment towards her. As for Zhang Qian, she enjoys a good relationship with Lu Yiming. They have a daughter, Lu Yao, 2 years younger than Lu Yiming, who is studying business administration at a prestigious university abroad. Although her academic performance leaves much to be desired, Lu Yiming's financial means provide her with ample support. He adheres to the principle of raising daughters in abundance while fostering sons with modesty. Lu Yao enjoys a life of ease and privilege within the Lu household. Yiming, what brings you back today? Just in time. I've made some soup for you to try, Zhang Qian said with a beaming smile, making one feel as though they were basking in the warmth of spring. No need, I'll be leaving shortly. In all honesty, Aunt Zhang has treated Lu Yiming kindly since marrying into the Lu family, never neglecting him. However, the term mother is one Lu Yiming can never bring himself to utter. Lu Yiming has never enjoyed living at home. Despite its grandeur, it lacks a sense of freedom. Just then, Lu Yiming's vehicle, a robust Mercedes, drove into the villa. You're back, just in time for some soup, Zhang Qian said as she stepped forward to greet him. This aspect of Lu Yiming's life is indeed enviable. At least there are no troublesome matters at home for him to contend with. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yiming said. And they exchanged the familiar banter of an old married couple. By the way, Yiming has returned. You should have a good chat with him. Haven't you been longing for your son's return? What nonsense. If he doesn't cause trouble for a day, I'll consider it a blessing. In Lu Yiming's presence, Lu Yiming always maintained the role of a stern father. However, it is understandable, without Lu Yiming's firm hand, who knows how many calamities Lu Yiming might unleash. As for longing for his son, Lu Yiming firmly believed that such a sentiment was simply out of the question. Enough. There are no outsiders at home, so why pretend? When our son departs, you will surely regret it. Lu Yiming remarked. Can you not spare yourself some dignity? In truth, Lu Yiming was also aware of this. However, having become accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and finally gaining admission to university, he felt the need to liberate himself. In his previous life, it was this very liberty that brought calamity upon the Lu family. Regrettably, he realized everything too late. Follow me, Lu Yiming said, casting a glance at Lu Yiming before striding toward the study. Go on, despite your father's stern demeanor, he is reluctant to scold you. Zhang Qian, present at home, played the role of a lubricant in this dynamic, a quality that stemmed from her inherently non-confrontational nature. Zhang Qian was a woman easily satisfied, harboring no grand ambitions, merely wishing to lead a modest life. Lu Yiming nodded, trailing behind Lu Yiming. Smoking? What kind of celestial beginning is this? It's the first time I've been offered a cigarette. Not at all. You do not behave this way outside. It's merely pretense, Lu Yiming observed, promptly putting away the cigarette. Now, explain to me why you acted independently today. Did Lily not report to you? I wish to hear your reasoning. Is it that your wings have grown strong? Of course not. The current business landscape has evolved significantly from the past, Lu Yiming replied. It was a rare occasion for the father and son to engage in a calm dialogue. Lu Yiming had noticed the changes in Lu Yiming, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with his son's current demeanor. Previously, Lu Yiming would falter in his presence, failing to achieve greatness, yet today, he conversed confidently. They say a man matures in an instant, and it seems this adage holds true. In an age dominated by information, the old ways are gradually becoming obsolete. You seem to imply something, Lu Yiming remarked. Information? Aren't you suggesting that the methods that once supported your rise are no longer effective? Indeed. Lu Yiming acknowledged that the recent foreign trade allocation posed unprecedented challenges to the Lu Group's interests. The rapid development of the industry was something he had not anticipated. And how do you explain the last 8 minutes? Initially, the Lu Group had indeed made a substantial profit. However, Lu Yiming had recklessly taken on a massive short position from Wangwa in those final moments, resulting in the Lu Group's regulatory violations. The formal penalty decision had been announced half an hour prior. As for Wangwa, there was no need for elaboration. For Wangwa's securities, the punishment held no significance. With nearly 5 billion in debts, Wangwa could not possibly repay it, and bankruptcy restructuring was the only viable option. As for the Lu Group, the exchange had opted for a lenient punishment. However, the final 8 minutes collateral of 1.4 billion was still forfeited. Moreover, all transactions made during those last 8 minutes were deemed invalid. The price of treasury bonds concluded at 15,267 yuan. For the Lu Group, this represents a significant loss. Lili has reported the final gains and losses. Although there was no outright loss, the difference between an initial profit of 300 million and the current modest target is substantial. It is evident that the Lu Group could have preserved its 300 million profit without any effort. In the business realm, one's conscience can be utterly devoured. This sum of money, I can reclaim. Such blind confidence and audacity. Thus, after graduation, I shall directly join the company. This is indeed Lu Yiming's ultimate objective. Agreed? Is this truly a commitment? I had prepared numerous arguments. This insufferable brat, who always relishes opposing me. When I say east, he invariably heads west. When I chase a dog, he is sure to pursue a chicken. His prompt agreement this time is profoundly unsettling for Lu Yiming. The sensation of striking cotton is genuinely discomforting. I shall establish the investment department and take charge. Indeed, there are conditions. The investment department? Such grand aspirations. Furthermore, assign Lili to me. Quite the audacious demand. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am your son. The Lu Group shall henceforth be entrusted to my hands. Lu Yiming, this is indeed irrefutable. Very well. You have agreed? So readily? On the grounds that I am your father, with my eyes closed, it all belongs to you. General, well, experience is indeed invaluable. Chapter 15, True Love. In the bustling metropolis of 1995, the nights are ablaze with lights. The earliest nightclubs were established here, and bars have only recently gained popularity. True Love, located on Hengshan Road, has become a gathering place for fashionable men and women of this era, to the extent that it can be described as a rarity to secure a spot. Have you arrived? The usual routine. Lu Yiming thoroughly enjoys this relaxed atmosphere. The owner is a woman from the same social circle, a genuine returnee. The value of returnees in this era far surpasses that of future generations. Nevertheless, this owner is quite the character, opting not to work at her own company upon returning home, but instead choosing to embark on her entrepreneurial journey, bringing the overseas bar model back to the domestic scene. It must be said, her vision is indeed commendable. From the moment the bar opened, it rapidly gained immense popularity without the need for additional promotion. Young people hailing taxis to Hengshan Road at 10 in the evening are almost invariably drawn to True Love. Little brother, today sister treats you. All right, the owner is indeed a woman, and quite renowned in the circle for her fiery red lips. It is not to say that the boss leads a chaotic personal life. On the contrary, despite the flamboyant attire he dons daily, he is rather conservative. The bar, teeming with a diverse array of patrons, has rendered him somewhat immune to the eccentricities of life. What? Do you wish for me to become a part of your family? If you are willing, I would be more than eager. I simply fear your father might come knocking, and my humble abode would be unable to withstand such an encounter. It is only in front of Lu Yiming that Sister Qian can act with such abandon. They have known each other since childhood. With Lu Yiming once trailing behind her like a devoted shadow, never imagining how much they would both grow in the blink of an eye. The little snot-nosed child of yesteryear has blossomed into a handsome young man. Well, who in our circle would dare to disrespect Sister Qian? Although her family's business may not rival the Lu family, she is fortunate to have a distinguished uncle, a legitimate city leader, albeit not the top one, overseeing a powerful department. Otherwise, it would not be a simple task for a young woman to manage such a large bar in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. rife with all sorts of characters. "Oh, have you sweetened your words today?" Sister Qian giggled softly, personally crafting a Manhattan for Lu Yiming. "Is Sister Qian truly intent on turning me upside down tonight? It seems she has long coveted me." Before me sits a cocktail that has earned its reputation over the years. Since the inception of cocktails, it has remained a beloved staple, an unmissable presence on any bar menu. Whiskey, vermouth, and bitters, all garnished with a red cherry, create a strong and direct flavor. Of course, the essential element lies in its potent aftereffects. The novice may easily find themselves ensnared by its allure. "Enough chatter. Others covet this drink as well," Sister Qian remarked, preparing herself a Bloody Mary, another robust concoction. Comprising vodka, tomato juice, lemon slices, and celery root, it delivers a sensational experience for newcomers to cocktails in this country. Yet Sister Qian has innovated upon this foundation. Salt, black pepper, and hot sauce enhance the vivid crimson hue, rendering it both savory and sweet, a combination that Lu Yiming finds rather unappealing. For the sake of friendship, for tonight, is a reason needed to drink? Indeed. But for Lu Yiming and Sister Qian, any trivial justification suffices. Celebrating the adoption of a cat, celebrating the extra hour of sleep, celebrating the emergence of a pimple today, can all transform into reasons for a toast. Just earlier on the way here, he noticed 2 establishments undergoing renovations. Where there is profit to be made, there will always be those eager to partake. With memories of the future in his mind, Lu Yiming is acutely aware that the bars on Hengshan Road have thrived for over a decade. In a city as fickle as Shanghai, such longevity is indeed remarkable. True love has become a sensation, and naturally, opportunistic entrepreneurs have followed suit. It is quite normal, considering the overwhelming number of customers that cannot be adequately attended to. Sister Qian, however, appears unfazed, exhibiting an admirable mindset. No matter how great one's power may be, achieving exclusive operation is impossible, as it contravenes market principles. Their ability to converse freely stems from a shared temperament. "Brother, have you considered your sister?" Though such teasing remarks have been exchanged in jest, Lu Yiming discerned the seriousness behind Sister Qian's words. "Do not frighten me. If you are not interested, then let it be. If Sister beckons, those who wish to court her could be dispatched from here to the Bund." Well, this is no mere boast. The mature and captivating Sister Qian has countless suitors yearning for her affection. Moreover, at 25, a woman is at her most enchanting stage. "Have you faced pressure to marry?" Lu Yiming quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Upon uttering this, Sister Qian's expression darkened as she downed her Bloody Mary in one go. It seemed she had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. "I am merely 25. I do not understand their urgency," she grumbled, feeling somewhat displeased. However, the social circle is rather limited, and those outside of it do not appeal to her. The ones she finds attractive seem to. Sister Qian covertly glanced at Lu Yiming, sighing inwardly. She is a career-oriented woman. If I had a man to rely on, would I need to expose myself and drink with you insufferable men? The sudden proximity was unmistakable, an unabashed flirtation. Lu Yiming, belatedly realizing he had been playfully teased, felt the palpable closeness, nearly pressing against him. The faint scent of alcohol clung to Sister Qian, refusing to dissipate. In that moment, he found himself unable to control the rapid beating of his heart. Enchantress, she was undoubtedly enchanting. Even someone as seasoned as he found himself nearly unable to resist. Especially at this moment, as Lu Yiming lowered his gaze, he was met with the sight of Sister Qian's pristine décolletage, undeniably alluring. He instinctively swallowed hard. The subtle shifts in his expression did not escape Sister Qian's notice. Little lecher. Sister Qian wore a look of triumph, seemingly confident in her enduring allure. While familiarity breeds comfort, there was no need to disregard his masculinity. Her previous action was perilously provocative, akin to playing with fire. Surely, he lacked the audacity to pursue it further. She even deliberately accentuated her impressive figure. Lu Yiming surrendered completely. As for the men surrounding them, they could only watch with longing, wishing to take his place, yet lamentably lacking such fortune. Who is Sister Qian? This bar is under the protection of the Municipal Bureau. When the establishment first opened its doors, there were indeed some foolish individuals who sought to cause trouble, but ultimately, there were no consequences. In this place, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to create a scene. Chapter 16. The Karmic Retribution of a Past Life. How so? What do you mean? Marrying in? You certainly wouldn't suffer any loss. Lu Yiming, are you unable to move on? You have nothing to lose. My dear, you possess a figure that turns heads. And just look at those long legs. How many men gaze at you with longing? Well, this is the first time Lu Yiming has encountered such self-promotion. What are you staring at? While Qian Jia fervently promotes herself, she notices that Lu Yiming's gaze is not fixed upon her, but rather on the surrounding men, who are all eyeing her hungrily. Hey, am I someone you can covet? Displaying a fierce expression, she immediately intimidates the scoundrels. Consider this. I have my own business, and supporting you should pose no problem. Although Lu Yiming is the sole heir of the Lu group, he can only watch helplessly. Qian Jia, on the other hand, has earned every penny herself and spends it as she pleases. To say he is not moved would be untrue. After all, women who are 3 years older than men are often seen as treasures. Moreover, Qian Jia is exceptional in every regard. She excels in both social gatherings and culinary skills, and her cocktails are highly praised. In bed, well, wait, where is this conversation going? Qian Jia, huh? Just as Lu Yiming sought a way to deflect, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. How could it be her? What is going on? Seeing Lu Yiming lost in thought, Qian Jia speculates that perhaps he has encountered an acquaintance. This is quite normal. Qian Jia's establishment is unique in the city, and friends from the circle frequently come to show their support, making it reasonable to run into familiar faces. However, as Lu Yiming shifts his gaze, Qian Jia's brow furrows slightly. It is not a friend from the circle, but rather a newly hired waitress. At that moment, Lu Yiming is engulfed in memories of his past life. Chung Xiao, among the 2 most beautiful women at Magic City University, their looks are equally stunning. Su Rongrong is aloof and disdainful of men, captivating from a distance but untouchable. The other, Chung Xiao, is equally beautiful, yet she appears more understated. While she is indeed lovely, Chung Xiao is regarded as a common beauty by the male students at the university. Naturally beautiful, she eschews makeup and always presents a fresh-faced appearance. It is said that Chung Xiao comes from a modest background. Although she is a local, her demeanor tends to give off a slightly unrefined air. At Magic City University, the 2 beauties are often compared, with Su Rongrong consistently overshadowing Chung Xiao. In the prestigious University of Magic City, a tale has long circulated regarding 2 remarkable campus beauties. Su Rongrong, who holds disdain for romantic entanglements, and Chung Xiao, who is perpetually too occupied for love. It is said that upon entering university, Chung Xiao dedicated herself not only to her studies, but also to various part-time jobs, constantly immersed in work or on her way to it. During her freshman and sophomore years, she worked temporary jobs, and by her junior year, she had even taken on a part-time role at a company. Surprisingly, she did not spare even her evenings. Do you know her? A classmate. Oh, it turns out she is indeed a prodigy. For Qian Jia, this girl left a profound impression, having interviewed her personally. However, for Lu Yiming, beyond these encounters, in a past life, he shared a deeper connection with Chung Xiao. In that previous existence, he had thoroughly offended Su Rongrong, who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. The Lu family, under the oppressive influence of the Su family, ultimately fell from grace. When Lu Yiming, consumed by darkness, sought to rise again, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Chung Xiao, who was then a worker. For reasons unknown, she transitioned to his company, and Lu Yiming instantly recognized her. The once renowned beauty who stood alongside Su Rongrong. Perhaps driven by his inner turmoil, he fervently pursued Chung Xiao after spending some time together. Unbeknownst to her, despite their passionate romance, in Lu Yiming's heart, she would forever remain a mere substitute for Su Rongrong. The more fervently they loved, the deeper the wounds they inflicted upon one another. Ultimately, the truth emerged. How could Chung Xiao possibly come to terms with it? On the night of their separation, she wept inconsolably. Lu Yiming was her first love, yet she never anticipated that the love she had always yearned for would leave her utterly shattered. Chung Xiao chose to depart from this sorrowful city. Many years later, Lu Yiming would learn that when Chung Xiao left, she was already with child. A scoundrel. In his past life, he had sunk to the depths of depravity. It is no wonder that such a burden of guilt required a lifetime of atonement. Lu Yiming acknowledged that Chung Xiao was truly exceptional, yet regrettably, his heart belonged solely to another. In his previous existence, he had wronged Chung Xiao, but he never expected to encounter her so swiftly in his rebirth. Observing Chung Xiao's busy figure now, he noticed that her smile was strikingly genuine, a rarity he had seldom witnessed after they had become involved. She had often been compelled to adapt to the so-called upper-class lifestyle he imposed upon her, learning to refine her demeanor and even her posture. She had been unhappy all along. The life he had provided was not what Chung Xiao truly desired. It was he who had confined her freedom. Yiming, Lu Yiming. What? Huh. Men truly are fickle, aren't they? What's wrong? She's younger than me, and you've fallen for her, huh? A woman's sixth sense is remarkably acute. Qianjie perceives that Lu Yiming harbors a distinct affection for the newly hired waitress. Qianjie. Well, I never anticipated that you would be a classmate of hers. You didn't leave any information while filling out the forms. A temporary worker? That would be an oversimplification. The young lady is quite commendable and resilient. As you know, girls from the metropolis tend to be rather delicate, yet she possesses beauty and a strong work ethic. I am indeed prepared to nurture her potential. It is evident that Qianjie has a genuine fondness for Chung Xiao. However, I did not foresee such a serendipitous connection. My current concern is whether I can retain her. A top student from a prestigious university. In this era, it is not difficult for university graduates to secure good employment. I fear that my humble bar may not be able to hold on to her. Her family situation appears quite challenging. It is clear that, were it not for financial difficulties, who would choose to endure hardship in my establishment? It is not that the work is excessively arduous. The crux of the matter lies in the working hours, operating until 2 a.m., only to return to school the next day for classes. Even the most resilient would struggle under such demands. At this moment, Lu Yiming gazes at Qianjie, but before he can speak, she interrupts him. Enough. I know what you wish to say. I will assign her to a lighter position, ensuring her salary remains unchanged. Is that acceptable, my dear young Master Lu? I owe you a favor. Given my kindness, perhaps you might consider my proposition. Chapter 17, A Glitch Scenario. In his previous life, Lu Yiming indeed wronged Chung Xiao. In his heart, Chung Xiao had always been a mere substitute for Su Rongrong, which is profoundly unfair to her. In this life, he hopes they will not cross paths again. Perhaps silently protecting her is the best form of atonement. Lu Yiming acknowledges his potential for being a cad. Yet, this is preferable to causing Chung Xiao further heartache. However, often, reality defies expectations. Letting go. Amidst the cacophony of the bar's music, Chung Xiao's voice rises in anger. She merely intended to deliver drinks, but did not foresee that someone would take advantage of the moment while intoxicated. What pretense of innocence? This line of work must be exhausting. Why not join me for a life of luxury? The man's expression is lewd, his gaze towards Chung Xiao rife with depravity. It is a pity for such a beautiful girl to be relegated to serving in this establishment. Those long legs could afford him a year of indulgence. Chung Xiao has never encountered such an ordeal. In her panic, the tray in her hands wobbles, spilling drinks all over a patron, particularly saturating his trousers. Damn it! The man's expression darkens immediately. After all, he is a successful individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spare funds to squander at a bar. Initially, he was merely bored and seeking to tease her, but now he has made a fool of himself, drawing the attention of surrounding patrons. Where can he hide his shame? I am so sorry. Chung Xiao had never encountered such a scene before, and momentarily, she found herself at a loss for what to do. After all, she was merely a patron at the bar. A complaint against her could jeopardize her job. Having finally secured a well-paying temporary position, she was not willing to lose it. The man had carelessly spread his legs, causing the drinks to spill directly onto his lap, a rather compromising area. I can compensate you for a pair of trousers, she stammered. Compensation? The man's smirk grew increasingly audacious, sensing her naivety, and he realized she was easily manipulable. Perhaps with a little coercion, he could indulge himself tonight. When desire clouded a man's judgment, he truly became reckless. I'm not short on money, but you must clean it up for me, he said, seizing Chung Xiao's hand and pulling her towards his lap. Let go. At that moment, Chung Xiao's face drained of color, but the man's grip was too strong for her to escape. How dare you act so brazenly on my territory? Don't worry, Yiming, I won't let your classmates suffer, she thought, as even Sister Qian could no longer stand by idly. She rose to intervene, only to discover that Lu Yiming, who had been sitting right across from her, had vanished without a trace. So eager? She mused. Just moments ago, he claimed to be a classmate, but now, at the first sign of trouble, he rushes to defend her? How amusing. Given that Lu Yiming had taken the initiative, Sister Qian nonchalantly returned to her high stool at the bar, lifted her Bloody Mary, and resumed watching the spectacle unfold. Would she worry about Lu Yiming facing repercussions? Hardly. That young man had always been a troublemaker, and it would be a great joke if he were to suffer at the hands of such a man. Meanwhile, Chung Xiao found herself engulfed in despair. Despite the numerous patrons around her, not a single soul was willing to stand up for justice. They all wore expressions of amusement, eagerly anticipating a more thrilling turn of events. Just then, a shadow fell over her, and a tall figure appeared before her, swiftly dispelling the man's unwelcome advances and shielding Chung Xiao behind him. Who dares to ruin my evening? The man looked up, visibly irritated, only to be met with a bottle of beer poured over his head, instantly refreshing him. Wow, so dashing, gasped the onlookers. The drama was becoming increasingly captivating. Are you out of your mind? The man sprang to his feet, only to realize he was significantly outmatched in stature, standing at about 1.7 meters. He was at a disadvantage compared to Lu Yiming's height. Consider this a wake-up call. Don't hold back, Lu Yiming remarked, grabbing another bottle of beer from the table and continuing to douse the man. It appears that one remains oblivious to the situation, acting inappropriately in public as all eyes are upon him. You, who do you think you are? You are not worthy to converse with me. Very well. If we are to compare arrogance, young Master Lu could surpass you 100-fold. I am a guest here. What a coincidence, so am I. Where is the proprietor of this establishment? Is there no law to follow? The man's bravado was utterly subdued by Lu Yiming. At this moment, he suddenly thought of reasoning. Apologies, when has a scion of privilege ever adhered to reason? In the next instant, Lu Yiming nonchalantly picked up a bottle of beer once more. Now, not a single part of the man remained dry. I shall call the police. Everyone has witnessed his deliberate actions. Call the police? Here, use my phone, Lu Yiming remarked, offering his phone to the man with an air of compliance. How could one maintain such a calm demeanor without some form of backing? The man stood frozen, caught between indecision. You intended to call the police, did you not? Hurry up, my time is quite valuable. It seems you have sobered up. Then be on your way. Lu Yiming waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. It was the first time encountering such an audacious individual. I am a guest. What gives you the right? What young Master Lu says is tantamount to my own. The man attempted to protest, but was abruptly interrupted by Sister Qian, who had been observing the scene. With an enchanting gait, Sister Qian swayed her slender waist and approached Lu Yiming. And who might you be? Unfortunately, I am the proprietor of this bar. From this moment forth, you are no longer welcome here. Sister Qian was evidently there to support Lu Yiming. The owner of the bar was undoubtedly someone not to be trifled with. Even without knowledge of Sister Qian's background, one could hardly doubt that managing such a large establishment in the city center required formidable connections. The middle-aged man was indeed successful in his career, but it depended on whom he was compared to. Before Sister Qian, he was merely a buffoon. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to settle accounts with you? To bully my employees takes a particular audacity. Sister Qian's eyes held a fierce yet composed authority. The man, initially intending to retort, found himself speechless, unable to utter a single word. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he fled the bar in disgrace. TSK. Young Master Lu truly commands respect. How dull. What? Are you not satisfied? It seems akin to bullying. Lu Yiming shrugged, regarding such minor characters as merely using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. 3 bottles of beer, I shall charge you later. Lu Yiming. Chapter 18. The golden scales are not of the ordinary. Thank you, boss. It was my failure to manage the situation. It was merely a farce. And the bar swiftly returned to normalcy. Meanwhile, Chung Xiao approached Sister Qian with an expression of trepidation. Were it not for oneself, such considerable trouble would not have befallen the bar. Oh, how should this be addressed? Sister Qian's inquiry left Chung Xiao utterly perplexed. Indeed, if faced with the situation anew, what course of action would she take? Would she merely endure further mistreatment? Foolishness, one must take action. I cannot abide men resorting to force. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences for you. Alas, what can one do when Chung Xiao possesses a face so captivating it could bring nations to ruin? Even Master Lu feels compelled to defend her. Nevertheless, ought not Chung Xiao to express her gratitude primarily to Lu Yiming? Had it not been for Lu Yiming's gallant intervention, that young lady might have suffered greatly. What? Should you not properly thank your classmate? Classmate? Chung Xiao's gaze momentarily lost its focus. Whose classmate? This demeanor hardly seemed feigned. You do not recognize him? Sister Qian pointed incredulously at Lu Yiming. This is Master Lu, renowned within the circles of the affluent in Magic City. As a classmate, you truly do not recognize him? After all this time, you remain oblivious to the identity of your benefactor? This is simply outrageous. Sister Qian's eyes darted between Lu Yiming and Chung Xiao, evidently reveling in the unfolding drama. What does this signify? A domineering CEO falling for a delicate flower? The untold tale of a scion and the campus belle? It appears this mischievous younger brother is having quite the time. Boss, Chung Xiao genuinely did not know Lu Yiming. Though Lu Yiming's reputation loomed large at Magic City University, Chung Xiao was either working or on her way to work. Merely managing to keep her studies from faltering was a notable achievement. Matters of campus beauty and handsome boys were of no concern to her. Ahem, it is nothing. The prince has intentions, yet the goddess remains indifferent. Quite splendid. Lu Yiming, this forced explanation earns full marks from me. There is no such thing. Do not frighten her. Oh, do you find it difficult to part with her? Lu Yiming, wait a moment. Just now I was considering a proposal of marriage. And now I feel as though I have become a matchmaker? Sister Qian's actions left Lu Yiming utterly bemused. Moreover, throughout his life, he truly wished to avoid entanglements with Chung Xiao. Would he inflict further pain upon her? He preferred not to recall the despair in Chung Xiao's eyes from a past life. Enough. I am merely curious. Chung Xiao, why did you not inform me that you are an outstanding student at Magic City University? It is quite beneath your talents to be serving plates in my bar. Boss, I truly did not intend to conceal this. You need not worry. I can indeed balance work and study without causing you any trouble. Chung Xiao was genuinely anxious. The salary for this job was quite substantial, and she had only recently been accepted. I did not imply that I wished to dismiss you. By the way, what is your field of study? Business administration. Ah, quite discerning of you. In this era, it is rare to find students who choose to major in business administration. This field is not as commonplace as it may become in the future. It can be said that the business administration program today cultivates scarce talents for managerial positions. Boss, All right, let's change your position. Conveniently. We need someone knowledgeable in management to oversee the bar. I am unfit for this. Chung Xiao was utterly taken aback, wondering how she had suddenly become a managerial figure. Moreover, her knowledge was merely theoretical, never applied in practice, and she feared she might falter. I am not worried. Why should you be? Sister Qian waved her hand with authority, dismissing it as just a bar, nothing of great consequence. She had faith in Lu Yiming's judgment. If losses were to occur, she would simply seek compensation from him. Lu Yiming thought to himself, how does this relate to me? However, the managerial role would indeed serve to better protect Chung Xiao. At least those with ulterior motives would think twice before being overtly brazen. Lu Yiming did not voice any objections. Thus, it was settled. Today, you shall have a day off to prepare, and by the way, your salary will be increased from 1,200 to 2,000. A salary increase? This was an immense help to Chung Xiao, considering her family circumstances. How about it? Shall I continue to serve you here, or shall I take you back to school? Boss, I can return by myself. At that moment, Chung Xiao resembled a startled rabbit, flustered yet endearingly charming, daring not to meet Lu Yiming's gaze. This demeanor was rather, I will not go. Lu Yiming promptly declined. For some reason, when he uttered those words, Chung Xiao felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Why did she feel this way? After all, she was not familiar with him at all. Indeed, it must be due to his recent act of saving her. That must be it. Women are forever trying to deceive themselves. Once Chung Xiao departed, Lu Yiming finished his cocktail in one gulp. Is that it? She has tasted the drink and participated in the revelry. Must she truly leave without indulging further? You are leaving no opportunity for me, and I was hoping to salvage something. Sister Qian remarked half-jokingly, her eyes betraying her intrigue in Lu Yiming. No, our current relationship is quite satisfactory. I am not afraid. Why should you be? Afraid that you might lose control, for I am a captivating poison. Bah, can you not exhibit some modesty? Sister Qian spat lightly, noting that his audacity had only grown during their time apart. Nevertheless, truth be told, she found this troublesome younger brother increasingly incomprehensible. The repercussions of national debt had already spread. For those within the circle, this was no secret. To uncover the truth about Lu Yiming is not an insurmountable task. However, it was an outcome no one anticipated. Despite bearing the title of a debauchee, he quietly accomplished a significant feat. How did Lu Yiming manage this? Intriguing, dear brother. My interest in you continues to grow. As Sister Qian watched Lu Yiming's departing silhouette, she found herself murmuring softly. A golden scale is not merely a fish in the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. What surprises might Lu Yiming yet unveil? Reflecting on her uncle's exclamations stirred emotions within Sister Qian. The young man from the Lu family is remarkable. I have seen many who can amass wealth, but to stand up and make a difference is a rarity. Our nation is in dire need of such conscientious merchants. These were her uncle's exact words. Now it seems this mischievous youth indeed possesses remarkable skills. Yet, within the bar, an observant gaze remained fixed upon Lu Yiming, a scrutiny that he himself remained oblivious to. Chapter 19. The heartfelt confession of the student council president at Magic City University, as Lu Yiming strolled once more through the campus. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. After leaving university in his previous life, he had never returned. Perhaps for Lu Yiming, Magic City University represented a chapter he preferred to avoid. With just over a month until graduation, those who had fulfilled their credits and were poised to graduate had begun sending out their resumes far and wide. In this era, securing employment as a university student is relatively straightforward. Public service, foreign enterprises, and state-owned enterprises are all commendable options. Everyone is striving for their future. And yet, another senior was declaring his affections. Could it be? How romantic. Wasn't it said that graduation season is a time for breakups? Why, then, the declarations now. Seizing the last opportunity, perhaps, to avoid leaving regrets in their university lives. A reasonable point, indeed. The discussions of a few female students reached Lu Yiming's ears. Seizing the final chance? Quite intriguing. The object of affection was Su Rongrong. One could only speculate on his success. Surely, Su, the senior, is rather proud. Maintaining a spotless record devoid of rumors, something not easily achieved. Yet, perhaps not. This confession came from Hushige, the dreamboat of many a female student. Su Rongrong? Lu Yiming paused, his footsteps faltering. He was well aware of the Hushige these students spoke of. Hu Wei, indeed, was quite handsome, a worthy rival. However, Hu Wei was undeniably a prominent figure at Magic City University. He entered the student council in his freshman year, ascended to a ministerial position in his sophomore year, and became the president in his junior year. During this time, he organized numerous inter-college events that garnered tremendous success. He is known for his courteous demeanor, which explains his status as a campus heartthrob. Yet, in his previous life, Lu Yiming had never heard of this particular confession. In this time frame of the previous life, I found myself in a tumultuous predicament. The Lu group had exhausted all its liquid assets, and I was compelled to accompany my father as we visited business partners one by one in search of assistance. Subsequently, we had to confront the relentless onslaught from the Su family. There was little time or inclination to ponder such matters. Undoubtedly, in my past life, Su Rongrong also lacked the heart to engage with Hu Wei's fervent confession. After all, at this moment, Lu Yiming found himself instinctively striding toward the girls' dormitory area. The senior dormitories appeared particularly desolate. Aside from those who had chosen to participate in the upcoming trials, the rest were preoccupied with their own futures. However, today was different. Early in the morning, the area beneath the girls' dormitory buzzed with activity. Hu Wei had made ample preparations for this confession, adorning the space with banners and balloons. He had even invited the best band from the recent school singing competition. Su Rongrong was indeed descending. There was hope. A multitude of onlookers gathered. How could one miss such a spectacle of a heartthrob confessing to the campus belle? Typically, Su Rongrong would remain elusive in such situations. Yet today she had made an exception. Could it be that the student council president was truly the destined Prince Charming in Su Rongrong's eyes? Upon seeing Su Rongrong, Hu Wei's gaze sparkled with stars. The music began to play. My love surges like the tide, pushing me toward you, following closely, wrapping us in its embrace. It was a classic love song from this era, and to my surprise, Hu Wei had quite the flair for theatrics. What a pity. I couldn't help but smirk. Such theatrics might indeed move an inexperienced young lady to tears. However, for Su Rongrong, it was hardly novel. As a cultivated daughter of the Su family, it would be a tremendous farce if she were to be swayed by such a trivial spectacle. Su Rongrong, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was irresistibly drawn to you. Countless nights, I found myself thinking of you, yearning to muster the courage to express my love. I wish to place the best of everything before you. For our future, I have been striving diligently. I have secured a position at a local company and can offer you a promise for our future. Su Rongrong, please grant me the opportunity to hold your hand and share our lives together. A chuckle escaped me, as I swore I could not contain myself any longer. After all, such a heartfelt confession had undeniably touched the hearts of the surrounding girls who dreamed of romance. As for Su Rongrong, I distinctly noticed her brow arching slightly. Given my understanding of her character, she must have been growing impatient. Was that it? Was this what constituted an opening line? Hu Wei had envisioned numerous possible outcomes. If Su Rongrong hesitated, Hu Wei would take a step further expressing his unwavering determination under everyone's gaze. Should he face rejection, he would not relent, firmly believing that he could eventually win her heart. However, the abruptness of the situation left Hu Wei utterly perplexed. What did it mean? Was the spectacle insufficient? Had he not prepared adequately? Oh, pardon me. At that moment, Su Rongrong appeared utterly unfazed, as if the confession was not directed at her. Her heart stirred not even slightly. Su Rongrong, I am sincere. For you, I would sacrifice everything. Agree to him, agree to him. It was unclear who orchestrated the atmosphere, but the onlookers seemed genuinely moved by Hu Wei's fervent expression, erupting into cheers. Lu Yiming thought, I am well acquainted with this tactic. He had just noticed Hu Wei's subtle gestures, a well-orchestrated setup. These tricks were remnants of games played by his friends. Lu Yiming had mastered this art in his past life. What now? Do you intend to employ moral coercion, compelling Su Rongrong to acquiesce? Hu Wei had meticulously crafted every detail. Yet he remained oblivious to Su Rongrong's true nature. Step aside. At this juncture, Su Rongrong had entirely lost her patience. She needed to rush to the hospital today. Her grandfather was undergoing a cardiac examination, and she must accompany him. Otherwise, time would slip away, and she would not even descend the stairs. Even if Hu Wei shouted until hoarse, he would likely receive no response from her. Su Rongrong, I am serious, I swear. The overwhelming emotion was palpable. Just as Hu Wei refused to concede, Lu Yiming, clapping his hands, squeezed his way beside Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming? If Hu Wei was the embodiment of positivity at university, then Lu Yiming epitomized the archetype of a privileged scion. Of course, Lu Yiming argued that he had never bullied anyone at school, so how could he be labeled the villain? Yet one thing was certain. Hu Wei harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Lu Yiming. What could the student council president accomplish? He might wield influence at school, but in the real world, he was inconsequential. Ultimately, one's capabilities must speak for themselves. Hu Wei was merely a child from an ordinary family, relying solely on his own efforts, unlike Lu Yiming, who was born with a silver spoon. Who is that? How annoying. Indeed, disrupting the heartfelt confession of a male idol. How inconsiderate. Shoo, speak softly. That's Lu Yiming from the economics department. He is Lu Yiming? I thought he wasn't coming to school. Isn't he the one who hospitalized a senior in his freshman year without a care? Well, the legends about Lu Yiming at school are numerous, yet regrettably, almost all are unfavorable. During the first semester of freshman year, the upperclassmen from the Student Affairs Department aimed to assert dominance over the new arrivals, a tradition meant to instill respect for senior students. They used the pretext of inspecting dormitory conditions to carry out their intentions. However, fate had a different plan, as they unwittingly chose the wrong target. Lu Yiming, a member of a prominent family. Naturally, such a spoiled youth could not tolerate their bullying, leading to an immediate confrontation. Though both parties suffered minor setbacks and preferred not to escalate the matter, the following day, several upperclassmen found themselves on the receiving end of a surprise attack. It was evident to all who was responsible, yet Lu Yiming faced no repercussions. The assaulted upperclassmen chose to remain tight-lipped. Thus, Lu Yiming became a figure who was absolutely untouchable within the university, and legends of his exploits circulated throughout Modu University. However, Hu Wei had not anticipated that his final confession in college would be interrupted by Lu Yiming. The audacity of it all. This was about his lifelong happiness. Lu Yiming, what does this have to do with you? Are you really going to interfere? Hu Wei lamented, feeling that the approach he had taken was overly cliché and rather absurd. Do you truly believe that gathering a few individuals to create a ruckus will coerce Su into compliance? He continued, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, he had intended to stir public opinion to compel Su Rongrong to acquiesce to his feelings. Yet now, Lu Yiming had ruthlessly exposed his intentions, rendering his efforts futile. Bro, that's not how one pursues a girl, Lu Yiming remarked dismissively. It's probably futile to even try to teach you. Let us just disperse. Lu Yiming, what business is it of yours if I confess? Hu Wei felt genuine urgency. Graduation was fast approaching, and if he missed this opportunity, he feared he and Su Rongrong would become strangers. Even if Lu Yiming stood in his way, he would not be deterred in his pursuit of love. She is my girlfriend. Does it concern you or not? Lu Yiming gestured towards Su Rongrong, who was nearby. How could that be? Hu Wei retorted incredulously. How could Su Rongrong possibly be interested in you? The illustrious Su, a campus beauty, would never look at a spoiled brat like you. Absolutely impossible, he added, dismissively. Bored. Su Rongrong glanced at her watch, The agreed-upon time was approaching. This farce was nothing but a nuisance to her mood. Did you hear that? He called you boring, she remarked. Yet Lu Yiming remained unfazed, flashing a grin at Hu Wei before following closely behind Su Rongrong, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Was there any truth to Lu Yiming's claims? Had the campus beauty truly become involved with the spoiled rich kid? If this were the case, it would be a crushing blow for many, likely unbearable for them to accept defeat to such a character. Indeed, reality can be harsh. What use is excellence when one steps into society? It is lineage and connections that matter, rather than diligence and hard work. Lu Yiming has undoubtedly provided everyone with a vivid lesson about society. Why rush? Lu Yiming, are you not weary? The last person Su Rongrong wishes to encounter is undoubtedly Lu Yiming. How can this fellow possess such audacity? Su Rongrong cannot help but admire Lu Yiming's shamelessness. I just assisted you in your predicament. I am not interested. Do not follow me. Lu Yiming, our issues remain unresolved. Is Miss Su preparing for battle over unfounded accusations? Upon hearing these words, Su Rongrong abruptly halted her steps, intending to turn and glare with fury. However, Lu Yiming, unable to stop in time, collided with her. From an outsider's perspective, this was undoubtedly a romantic moment. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, the male and female leads embraced passionately, expressing their reluctance to part ways. This is undoubtedly one of the most iconic scenes of graduation season. Moreover, the protagonists in question are none other than the campus belle Su Rongrong and the notoriously infamous Lu Yiming. Though Lu Yiming's reputation is tarnished, no one can deny his striking handsomeness. The attractiveness of these two is certainly worthy of admiration. Yet, such a romantic scene nearly infuriated Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming, how utterly brazen. Colliding so forcefully felt akin to an unsolicited embrace. It was your abrupt halt, Su Rongrong exclaimed. So this is still my fault? Shameless man. Lu Yiming, everything you have done to me. I will gritting her teeth. All the cultivated decorum she had maintained since childhood dissipated in the presence of Lu Yiming. It truly was a misunderstanding. I promised to provide you with an explanation. Until then, please keep your distance. If it were not for Lu Yiming unexpectedly saving her grandfather, Su Rongrong might have already sought retribution. I will take you to the hospital. No need for that. It is too late to catch a cab. Originally, Su Rongrong had allocated ample time, but Hu Wei's sudden confession disrupted her plans. They had agreed to meet at 10 in the morning for the examination. And glancing at the time, she feared she would indeed be late. I will take you. Rest assured, I would not dare to do anything to you. Lu Yiming wore a sincerely innocent expression. What an innocuous face it was. Su Rongrong felt an overwhelming urge to deliver an unforgettable slap to that innocent visage. Would he not dare to act upon her? He had already taken her to bed. How could Lu Yiming still pretend to be innocent before her? Moreover, the image of Lu Yiming with her lace lingered in Su Rongrong's mind, surfacing unexpectedly. Lewd, shameless, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a pervert. All the adjectives that could be utilized were mercilessly critiqued by Su Rongrong. Miss Su, please take a glance at the time, she remarked. Where's the car? At the school gate. Turning around, the proud Su Rongrong ceased her words, yet tacitly allowed Lu Yiming to accompany her. One must admit, at that moment, the proud Su Rongrong appeared quite endearing. How had she failed to notice this in her previous life? It seemed that even when angered, a goddess could be so captivating. It remained uncertain whether Su Rongrong would completely lose her temper upon discovering Lu Yiming's true thoughts. This Lu Yiming seemed to be her nemesis, effortlessly provoking her ire. Lu Yiming then started his Ferrari parked at the school gate, whisking Su Rongrong away from Magic City University. This scene did not escape the notice of countless classmates. Soon, gossip regarding Su Rongrong and Lu Yiming spread rapidly throughout the campus. Ultimately, the campus belle could not resist the allure of wealth. She preferred to weep within the confines of a Ferrari rather than smile while riding on a bicycle. Hu Wei discarded the meticulously prepared roses, his silhouette forlorn. Chapter 21. Would you mind if I called you Grandpa? What is this? Nutritional supplements. I know it's nutritional supplements. What do you mean? You could have simply taken yourself to the hospital. However, Su Rongrong did not anticipate that Lu Yiming would brazenly exit the vehicle alongside her. That aside, she inquired, what is the meaning of retrieving so many nutritional supplements from your trunk? The Sun God oral solution has beneficial regulatory effects on the human nervous, immune, digestive, and circulatory systems. And the Red Peach oral solution treats iron deficiency anemia with its nutrient component, porphyrin iron. By the way, this ginseng is quite good as well. Su Rongrong thought, Am I inquiring about the efficacy of these health products? Lu Yiming, I am here to accompany my grandfather for a checkup. I know. I am also here to see the patient. After all, I brought you to the hospital. It is only natural for me to express concern. Fine. You nearly forced Su Rongrong to utter a stream of invective. One must concede that Lu Yiming's ability to infuriate was truly exceptional. I will tend to my patient. You attend to your grandfather, and we shall not interfere with one another. That made perfect sense. Yet were they not speaking of the same individual? Lu Yiming, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Gift-giving. Su Rongrong's grandfather, before retirement, had been a leadership official, though only at the bureau level. He was known for his integrity and righteousness. In Su Rongrong's eyes, how could he possibly accept gifts from Lu Yiming, especially given the latter's ulterior motives? Moreover, their relationship had yet to reach any resolution, and the shamelessness of this scoundrel once again challenged Su Rongrong's understanding. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Indeed, I managed to find a cardiovascular specialist through a friend yesterday, and I've already made contact. The expert is available. How about scheduling for the afternoon? Lu Yiming, I will take care of my grandfather's matters. Amusing, isn't it? Can the Su family not afford to invite a specialist? After all, the Su family is a prominent lineage, and they possess some connections. We are in the bustling metropolis, and surely the Su family cannot extend their influence here. Once again, Lu Yiming has struck a chord. The Su family's foundation does not lie within this city, and assistance is indeed required, albeit merely a matter of time. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. Su Rongrong did not anticipate that Lu Yiming would think of her first. Well then, time is of the essence. We must not keep your grandfather waiting. Lu Yiming, carrying a gift, walked ahead of Su Rongrong. In light of such brazen behavior, it appears Su Rongrong truly has no better means to cope. In her frustration, she could only stomp her feet in exasperation. Scoundrel, despicable, shameless, knave. She muttered under her breath, a stark contrast to her usual image as the campus belle. Lu Yiming, I warn you, do not speak carelessly once we enter. At the door of the hospital room, Su Rongrong stood firmly before Lu Yiming, her expression grave. This was the sternest of warnings. Had it been in her previous life, Lu Yiming would likely have been intimidated. After all, he had wronged her first, and at that time, the Lu group was ill-equipped to confront the Su family's furious retaliation. Yet, the current circumstances are entirely different. By a twist of fate, he is now the savior of Su Rongrong's grandfather, and this fact alone prevents her from harboring any ill intent. Rest assured, I understand. You understand what? Su Rongrong herself had not clearly articulated her thoughts. Yet Lu Yiming claimed to comprehend them. Consequently, taking advantage of Su Rongrong's momentary distraction, he boldly pushed open the door. Grandfather, I have come to see you. Su Rongrong. This utterance of grandfather was so natural that it further reshaped Su Rongrong's perception of Lu Yiming's audacity. In a high-ranking hospital ward, with the financial might of the Su family, securing such accommodations is hardly a challenge, especially considering her grandfather's status as a retired official at the bureau level. However, at this moment, her grandfather wore a puzzled expression. Grandfather? How could he be unaware that he had a grandson he hadn't seen in over 20 years? Lu Yiming, If he claims it was a slip of the tongue, would Su Rongrong believe him? Who are you? Su Rongrong's grandfather gazed at Lu Yiming with confusion. The young man appeared clean and well-groomed, yet he was evidently a bit muddled, mistaking family connections. Step aside. Su Rongrong felt on the verge of exploding with anger. Rongrong? Grandfather. And who might this be? A classmate of mine, not very familiar. Such an introduction felt rather insincere. A classmate, not very familiar, yet here he is bearing gifts? Does he truly think grandfather is senile? Moreover, the grandfather possesses a profound understanding of his granddaughter. He is quite proud, and ordinary individuals hardly capture her attention. The young man before them, however, is an exception. Su Rongrong, on the other hand, finds herself in a whirlwind of thoughts. She cannot say she is enamored with Lu Yiming. Rather, she would relish the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. The dilemma lies in the fact that the usual tactics employed against ordinary people are utterly ineffective against Lu Yiming. His recent behavior resembles that of an unyielding adhesive plaster, impossible to dislodge. Such audacity is something she encounters for the first time. Observing Lu Yiming at this moment, he dons an expression of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his usual debauched demeanor. He certainly knows how to put on a facade. Su Rongrong internally scoffs, my apologies. That slipped out. As long as she remains unembarrassed, the awkwardness falls upon others. Lu Yiming has truly embraced this notion. After placing down the gifts, he immediately inquires about her grandfather's health, a display of concern that leaves Su Rongrong utterly speechless. Even as his granddaughter, she has never shown such meticulous attention to him. Hold on, young man. Please take a seat first. Her grandfather, wise with age, perceives Lu Yiming's intentions at a glance. He is clearly attempting to win over his precious granddaughter. Well, I am curious to see what merits this young man possesses. Su Rongrong has mentioned to him that her grandfather has recently discovered heart issues, and conveniently, there are elder acquaintances in the family who are specialists in this field. Are you showcasing your connections in front of me? Isn't that a bit too eager? Her grandfather muses, recognizing the impulsiveness of youth. Although he maintains an exterior of calmness, internally he is already deliberating. Regardless of this young man's qualities, he is the first peer of his beloved granddaughter to be presented before him, and he must scrutinize him closely. One wonders how Su Rongrong would react if she were aware of her grandfather's peculiar thoughts. Would she laugh or cry? You brought him here? The notion seems more like a burden than an achievement. No rush. How old are you, young man? Like Su Rongrong, I am graduating this year. Oh, are you a local? Yes. Have you secured a job? It is worth noting that Su Rongrong's grandfather is a retired prosecutor. Their exchange bears a resemblance to an interrogation of a suspect. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong is completely taken aback. What is the purpose of these questions? Shouldn't you be helping me send him away? Chapter 22. I am the unwanted one. Just as Su Rongrong's grandfather interrogates Lu Yiming, the attending physician fortuitously enters the room for rounds. Coincidentally, this doctor is an old acquaintance. He was the one who provided emergency care when Lu Yiming was admitted. Oh, it's you, Director Liang. Do you two know each other? The doctor appears puzzled, wondering how a good deed has turned into a casual conversation. What? Her grandfather wears a similarly bewildered expression. My dear sir, it is this young man who escorted you to the hospital. Fortunately, had it been a moment later, the outcome could have been dire. Is it truly him? Old Master Liang could hardly fathom that the life-saving benefactor he had been inquiring about all along was, in fact, the youth standing before him. Why did you not inform me? Grandfather, it is simply my nature to assist those in need. Well, to clarify, it is merely my duty. Rongrong, why did you not mention this? Su Rongrong retorted, did I have the opportunity to speak? You two were engaged in a dialogue, and I could not find a moment to interject. Young man, I must apologize for the earlier awkwardness. By the way, I am surprised to learn that you are also Rongrong's classmate. What an incredible coincidence. Indeed, I had not anticipated that. Lu Yiming was reluctant to take credit. Let us postpone our conversation for now. Examinations are to be conducted shortly. The doctor approached to carry out a physical examination on the old master, and his condition was temporarily stabilized. However, the old man's heart remained a significant concern. Should he suffer another episode, luck may not be on his side. We must conduct an angiography to assess the recently blocked area. Myocardial infarction is perpetually perilous, as indicators of such have manifested in the blood work, warranting serious attention. Su Rongrong had previously inquired about her grandfather's health, receiving rather bleak answers. Wait a moment. I have invited a specialist to partake in the treatment. A specialist? The doctor's expression suddenly soured. Did this imply a lack of faith in the hospital's capabilities? Yet, given the old master's status as a retired official, he could not voice his concerns outright. In truth, the treatment for myocardial infarction is somewhat standardized. Professor AI is an esteemed expert in cardiology and should be of assistance. Which Professor AI? The one from Xinhua Hospital. Ah, you mean Academician AI? This revelation startled the doctor considerably. Academician AI is a figure of monumental importance. He is a national authority in cardiology, with the majority of chief cardiologists in top-tier hospitals across Shanghai being his prot.gs. The stature of Academician AI in the realm of cardiology is akin to that of a guiding star. However, I had heard that he had retired to a life of seclusion. It is astonishing that you have managed to summon him back into practice. If it is indeed Academician AI, then there should be no issue. When will he arrive? He is expected shortly. The appointment was made for the morning, and time is drawing near. Splendid. Please hold on. I shall summon our chief, who happens to be a student of Academician AI. The doctor, visibly elated, hurriedly exited the ward. This, young Lu, I feel rather embarrassed to trouble you. The young lad who had been interrogated for so long was, unexpectedly, his savior and had even managed to enlist the aid of a luminary in the field of cardiology. This favor carries considerable weight. It was merely a matter of course. as I have acquaintances in the field. Young Lu, come, do sit down. Old Master Liang beamed, increasingly pleased with Lu Yiming. The transformation in demeanor was indeed remarkable. Su Rongrong appeared utterly bewildered, wondering why she felt superfluous. Grandfather, let us not chat anymore. We have an examination soon. Moreover, Lu Yiming has other matters to attend to. How about, young Lu, do you truly have other commitments? What a pity. Perhaps we can converse another time. Ah, youth today, unlike myself, who has ample time in retirement. Actually, it's not of great significance. Then shall we continue our discussion for a while? Certainly. I am keen to hear about grandfather's illustrious past. Haha, illustrious? It's merely a collection of old tales and trivial anecdotes. Are we conversing again? Su Rongrong was utterly astonished. Grandfather, where is your aloof demeanor? You're normally so reserved. Why the change? One could only say that Lu Yiming had a remarkable talent for charming the elderly. Every word he spoke resonated deeply with elder Liang. As he reminisced about glorious days of yore, it was evident that the elderly often cling to their past triumphs. At this moment, elder Liang, in a state of excitement, exhibited a fervor that Su Rongrong found difficult to interrupt. Ah, let it be. I might as well accompany the old gentleman to alleviate his boredom. Deciding to remain silent, Su Rongrong said about peeling an apple for her grandfather. Thank you. However, in the blink of an eye, the freshly peeled apple was snatched away by Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming, that is excessive. What? Seeing Lu Yiming feign innocence only fueled Su Rongrong's irritation. Was this apple meant for you? If you wish to eat, do it yourself. Rongrong, is that how you speak? It's just an apple. Is this merely about an apple? To her astonishment, her grandfather was defending Lu Yiming. What a scoundrel! He had nearly bullied her not long ago. Yet, she could not voice her grievances. What if it upset her grandfather? Young Lu, where were we just now? We were discussing an economic case that is under the central government's oversight. Indeed, that case. Reflecting upon it now, it seems quite troublesome. The other party was evidently well prepared. Indeed, impeccably executed, yet still with some vulnerabilities. Oh, did you discern that? Details often determine success or failure. Haha, well said. You possess quite the talent in this regard. The two became increasingly engrossed in their conversation. Su Rongrong thought to herself, should I just leave? The crux of the matter was that she could hardly interject. She had little interest in public security and judicial affairs. What surprised her was how much Lu Yiming, the seemingly reckless youth, actually knew. Lu Yiming chuckled, how coincidental. In my previous life, I exerted tremendous effort to evade the law. Little did I expect this knowledge would prove useful now. Half an hour later, academician AI arrived at the hospital, marking the commencement of the old gentleman's examination. Do not worry. Given grandfather's spirited demeanor, there should be no significant issues. It's my grandfather. Lu Yiming, can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? You have yet to introduce me, so I can only follow your lead. Indeed, Lu Yiming has become the one to feel aggrieved. This fellow is nothing short of his own nemesis. In a previous life, Su Rongrong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Yiming, leading her to act ruthlessly. However, the present circumstances are markedly different, as their entanglements grow ever deeper. In such a scenario, Su Rongrong finds it increasingly difficult to harden her heart against Lu Yiming. This has resulted in their confrontations, where the audacious Lu Yiming surprisingly gains the upper hand. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, as the larger envelopes the smaller. Had Su Rongrong been susceptible to this strategy in her past life, she would not have. Chapter 23, Step Aside. I am about to perform. Lu Yiming's words seemed to have a miraculous effect. Old Master Liang's heart turned out to be in considerably better condition than anticipated. Although he did indeed suffer a heart attack, it had not yet reached a critical stage requiring surgery. The incident was entirely unexpected and, in essence, a product of sheer fright. Moreover, if a stent can be avoided, it is wiser to endure for the time being. It is not merely the exorbitant price of imported stents that poses a concern, but rather the fact that the opportunity is singular. Additionally, medical technology is continually advancing. Who knows what improvements in materials and longevity may emerge in the future? The blockage in the blood vessels amounts to only 55% among typical patients. This is hardly a significant issue. When academician AI emerged, he wore a countenance of ease. Initially, he had anticipated a formidable challenge, only to discover upon arrival that he was merely dealing with an exceedingly commonplace case. There was truly no necessity for his direct involvement. He was relieved to avoid wasting a favor. However, upon witnessing Lu Yiming's gaze directed at Su Rongrong, academician AI seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. I sincerely apologize for the trouble of your long journey, academician AI, he remarked. It is also somewhat my niece's fault for not clarifying. Academician AI waved his hand. When his niece sought his assistance, he was naturally inclined to give his utmost effort. Regrettably, it appeared that the young man before him was destined to have no connection with his niece. His niece, of course, was the bar owner, Chung Xiao. Lu Yiming's previous visit was not merely for drinking. It was an instance of seeking favor at an inopportune time. What a pity. Fear can indeed be deadly, especially when one has just undergone an examination. I do not refer to the patient. A misunderstanding nearly arose, but fortunately, academician AI provided clarification. Ultimately, it was concluded that as long as old Master Liang adhered to his medication regimen, there would be no significant issues. Upon returning to the ward, old Master Liang adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. Throughout his career, he had encountered the most ruthless of criminals. What was this minor ailment in comparison? Upon realizing that he was in good health, old Master Liang regained his vigor. He began to recount his glorious tales once more. Grandfather, you were not quite like this just before the examination. If memory serves me right, you appeared pale and your lips twitched slightly as they wheeled you into the examination room. This hardly resembles your current heroic visage. Such nonsense, Xiao Lu. Prove to me that I was ever that bear-like. Lu Yiming expressed that this was an easy question and it would be wise to feign ignorance. However, one thing was certain. Old Master Liang held a rather favorable impression of Lu Yiming. All right, take your time to rest. My mother will return tomorrow. Upon learning of the old gentleman's illness, Su Mama, who was abroad on an inspection, was understandably anxious. She promptly booked the earliest flight back to Shanghai. Su Rongrong also wasted no time in informing her mother of the examination results to alleviate her worry. Are you all leaving? It's not even dark yet. The older one gets, the more one fears solitude. Although this high-ranking hospital ward is quiet, prolonged lying down only amplifies the feeling of loneliness. Grandfather, I have other matters to attend to. Su Rongrong genuinely hesitated to leave Lu Yiming behind. Heaven knows what embarrassing tales her grandfather might recount if he felt inclined. Previously, had she not intervened, her grandfather would have likely begun narrating stories from his childhood. It was evident that he did not regard Lu Yiming as an outsider. In Su Rongrong's eyes, it seemed as though this was a deliberate attempt to steer the conversation's content and pace. How could a retired official be so easily led? Su Rongrong harbored doubts about whether her grandfather's illustrious history was merely embellishment. Of course, she couldn't entirely blame her grandfather for his lack of caution. Lu Yiming was indeed quite cunning. All right, grandfather, I shall visit you again next time. No need. Before Lu Yiming could finish his sentence, he was halted by Su Rongrong. Coming again? What exactly do you want, Lu Yiming? Out of the old man's sight, Su Rongrong glared at Lu Yiming. This is excessive. Lu Yiming defended himself, claiming he was merely keeping the old man company. He is my grandfather, and you have no connection whatsoever. The exchange of glances between them conveyed much unspoken dialogue. What is this? Are you two flirting? Could it be that my precious granddaughter truly has feelings for Xiao Lu? Not that it would be a bad thing. Xiao Lu is indeed quite admirable. No worries, grandfather, just rest well. Ah, let us go. By the way, did you bring the chess manual? Another of old Master Liang's passions was chess. Whether it be Chinese chess or Go, both held a special place in his heart. Of course, his skills in Chinese chess left much to be desired. To put it bluntly, he was rather inept while also being pretentious. However, his Go skills were commendable, and he often boasted of being unmatched. As one ages, such hobbies become cherished. Does grandfather still enjoy playing chess? Of course. I am not boasting. In my circle, I can hardly find an opponent. The moment chess was mentioned, the old man sprang back to life. On this occasion, the reason for venturing out was the sheer lack of worthy opponents within the community. Thus, I sought my fortune at the chess club. Little did I anticipate that misfortune would befall me, as I encountered an accident en route. Fortunately, Lu Yiming happened to pass by, thereby saving my life. Remarkable, indeed. Young man, there is much to be said about the art of chess, particularly Go. Alas, I fear that elaborating on it may be lost on you youngsters, remarked old Master Liang, lamenting the dwindling patience of today's youth. I find it rather enjoyable. Oh, you also have an affinity for chess? Inquired the old gentleman, now invigorated by the prospect. Stuck in the hospital, he felt quite stifled, his hands itching to engage in a game. Shall we play a match? Su Rongrong, bewildered, interjected. What is happening? Where in tea we supposed to leave? How did we end up discussing chess? Fear not, little Lu, I shall not be unfair. I will guide you through the game, said the old man. No, grandfather, it's still early, fetch me my go board. Once old Master Liang set his mind on something, Su Rongrong knew there was no dissuading him. Casting a fierce glare at Lu Yiming, she thought to herself, does this guy not know when to stop? However, reflecting on the matter, she mused that someone like Lu Yiming, a frivolous young man, would hardly comprehend the subtleties of the game. She was well aware of her grandfather's skill level, which could be likened to a boxer throwing punches at a nursing home or a foot kicking a kindergarten. In Su Rongrong's perspective, Lu Yiming was merely indulging her grandfather's whims. This could work to her advantage, as it would allow her grandfather to witness Lu Yiming's true character. Upon realizing that Lu Yiming was nothing more than a decorative pillow stuffed with straw, her grandfather's fondness for him would likely diminish. This would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for her. Very well, let us engage in a match. One game will suffice to reveal Lu Yiming's true nature. She thought with a cold smile, realizing she was courting disaster. Years ago, the two set up the board. How many stones should I give you? Perhaps you should play black first, grandfather? Huh. A bold proclamation for a mere toad yawning. To her surprise, the young man was audacious enough to assert himself before her. He suggested she give him stones while insisting on playing black himself. A lesson is in order, she concluded. With that, old Master Liang wasted no time. Playing black with confidence. Chapter 24. Is the world of the privileged truly this competitive? The system guarantees excellence. Lu Yiming, who previously knew nothing of Go, felt confident enough to challenge professional players after mastering the game. Meanwhile, old Master Liang fell victim to a common flaw of the strong, underestimating his opponent. One must never underestimate their adversary, a lesson Lu Yiming had learned in his past life. As old Master Liang, playing black, initiated with moves 1 and 3 in the small corner, followed by a defensive move at 5, he truly believed himself to be a professional player. Starting off with an assertive opening meant to intimidate Lu Yiming. If Lu Yiming were merely an amateur, he would surely be intimidated by old Master Liang. With black 9 and black 11 dismantling the board, grandfather, do you truly believe this is merely a game of guidance? Spare me the trivialities. Breaking the stalemate is the true skill. The old master, engaged in the game, appeared transformed. His decisions were decisive and his prowess undeniable. As for Su Rongrong, she observed the match with calmness, despite her lack of expertise in Go. However, given her grandfather's capabilities, it was evident he could effortlessly overpower Lu Yiming. Once an unfavorable impression was formed, it would be challenging to alter it. Serves you right for being boastful. Throughout the day, Su Rongrong felt thoroughly suppressed by Lu Yiming, nearly driven to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. Now, she could only hope her grandfather would decisively turn the tide and put Lu Yiming in his place. At the outset, old Master Liang maintained an air of ease, believing the young man was not particularly formidable and could easily be led by the nose. He even feigned a weakness, yet Lu Yiming failed to notice it. It was almost certain that Lu Yiming's skill was akin to that of the old men in the park, likely having attended a few Go classes and mistakenly believing himself a master. Such an opponent was easily manageable. Without hesitation, old Master Liang launched his offensive. However, 20 minutes later, his expression grew grave. Why did it feel as though every move he made was anticipated by his opponent? Could it be that this young man was truly that skilled? What appeared to be erratic moves with the white stones surprisingly influenced the game's dynamics. Although he employed a standard tactic, the small point, it proved unexpectedly challenging. Were you doing this on purpose? What? No matter, continue. Old Master Liang could hardly believe he was being outmatched by a youth. Was his 30-plus years of experience merely wasted? Another 10 minutes passed, and with black stones in hand, he found himself utterly perplexed. Where could he place his stones? Everywhere he looked, there were traps. He became lost in contemplation, unable to make a move. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong was utterly astonished. She had accompanied her grandfather to many matches before, where he had triumphed effortlessly. Even against professional players, he would often emerge with balanced results. Yet today, in such a short span, he was forced into deep thought by Lu Yiming. Was this not an exaggeration? Was this truly the same spoiled youth from her subconscious? Since when had such science become so competitive? What was he thinking? In stark contrast to old Master Liang's deliberation, Lu Yiming appeared to relish the opportunity to observe Su Rongrong's astonished expression. Indeed, it possessed a unique charm. Do you truly know how to play Go? Isn't this quite apparent? Indeed, Lu Yiming was not mistaken. He had driven his grandfather to such an extent that he could no longer be considered a novice, but rather a prodigy. How foolish of me to have posed such a silly question. Ahem, that does not count as a step. What happened to the principle of no regrets in moves? Observing her grandfather's antics, Su Rongrong was left utterly speechless. Regret the move? What regret? I simply wasn't attentive. Very well. Lu Yiming, with great composure, had come to a fair assessment of Elder Liang's prowess, which was indeed commendable. However, compared to the system, the disparity was not trivial. Half an hour later. This game does not count. You, young man, are playing the fool. I was too careless at the outset. The elder, having lost the game, was quite indignant. He continuously reassured himself that he had underestimated his opponent initially, and had he approached the game with seriousness from the beginning, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Let us play again. The elder vowed to exact revenge. Today he must triumph over this young fellow. Otherwise, where would he place his own dignity? With renewed determination, Elder Liang approached the game with utmost caution from the very first move. He was treating Lu Yiming as a genuine adversary. However, half an hour later, it was disastrous, utterly disastrous. Even Su Rongrong, who had little knowledge of Go, could discern the severe plight of the black stones. Despite his earnestness, he was losing even more rapidly than before. It was unlike the previous game. Each time her grandfather placed a stone, he required considerable contemplation. In contrast, Lu Yiming placed his stones without hesitation. What did this signify? It indicated that every move on the board was anticipated by Lu Yiming. The gap was simply staggering. You young man. Elder Liang was completely convinced. His opponent's skill far surpassed his own. Could you not show a bit of leniency? If my grandfather were to become overly agitated, I would certainly hold you accountable. If I do not give my all, my grandfather might just blame me. In the face of Su Rongrong's concerns, Lu Yiming steadfastly adhered to his principles. Quite right. We are here to play Go, not to show mercy. I can certainly afford to lose. Young Lu, you are impressive with your level of skill. You would have no trouble in a professional league. Such praise was indeed the highest compliment. As for Su Rongrong, she merely rolled her eyes, deciding it best to remain silent. The issue was that her grandfather's admiration for Lu Yiming was unmistakable. The outcome was a far cry from her expectations. Perhaps it was time to call it a night. The day had grown dark. Grandfather, please rest well. I shall visit you again tomorrow. No, it cannot continue like this. If it does, I fear. Su Rongrong felt a wave of anxiety. Lu Yiming possessed an inexplicable charm that had so swiftly captivated her grandfather. It is not too early. All right, let us conclude our meeting here today, Xiao Lu. Would you kindly leave me your number? We should engage in more exchanges in the future. For someone who cherishes the game of chess, encountering such a formidable opponent is indeed a stroke of luck. No need. She replied. What is the matter with you today, girl? You seem rather peculiar. She repeatedly admonished herself. Could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for Xiao Lu? Su Rongrong exclaimed, feelings, my foot. This Lu Yiming is doing it deliberately. Each of his moves today appears to have been meticulously calculated. Grandfather, I didn't mean it that way. He is my classmate. If you wish to meet him in the future, I can arrange it. As for whether she could actually reach him, that was entirely up to her. No, I absolutely cannot give Lu Yiming any opportunity. This fellow's ability to take advantage of the situation was truly astonishing. Su Rongrong resolved to maintain a vigilant defense. As for Lu Yiming, well, he had already made a favorable impression today, so she was not concerned about her grandfather falling for his charm. At that moment, Lu Yiming respectfully rose to take his leave. Shall I take my leave now? Go well, no need for formalities. She felt no lingering attachment, wishing only for Lu Yiming to disappear quickly. Fortunately, his demeanor was no longer as combative as it had been at the outset. For Lu Yiming, today had indeed been quite fruitful. Regrettably, any hopes of staying for a late-night snack were utterly dashed. Lu Yiming pouted, thinking that he had spent considerable time with her grandfather, yet he was not even offered a morsel to eat. Playing chess was indeed the most time-consuming endeavor. He patted his stomach, a look of helplessness upon his face. Why not have Rongrong accompany you for a bite? Even her grandfather could not help but feel a bit of sympathy for the boy, who looked rather pitiful. Su Rongrong responded, I never expected Lu Yiming to possess such prowess. How long has it been? And he has already managed to charm grandfather like this? If this continues, it will be quite troublesome. He is not hungry. I am hungry. You are not hungry. The threat was evident in Su Rongrong's gaze. In truth, she was indeed not famished. Feeling that Su Rongrong was about to explode, Lu Yiming deemed it prudent to avoid any further provocation. Shall I see him off? He has legs of his own, she retorted, feigning impatience. Noticing that Su Rongrong had no intention of seeing him off, Lu Yiming resigned himself to leaving the hospital room alone. After all, he is your classmate. One must maintain unity. He is thick-skinned. Hey, Su Rongrong's explanation elicited a chuckle from her grandfather. How could he, with his experience, not comprehend Lu Yiming's intentions? Yet, truth be told, the young man was indeed impressive, both in his eloquence and insights. He certainly did not hail from humble origins. A fine young man. He should visit often to keep me company for a game of chess. Frequent chess games? Perhaps I should spare myself that. If grandfather were to discover the unsavory deeds that Lu Yiming has committed, he would undoubtedly be driven to extreme measures, even while on and for drip. However, Su Rongrong never anticipated that this debauched young man could exhibit such refinement. No, it must be a fade learned to amuse the ladies. Shaking her head, Su Rongrong endeavored to temporarily banish all thoughts of Lu Yiming from her mind. Grandfather, you must rest well. The doctor has just advised that balance between work and rest is vital for heart recovery. Very well, I shall heed your words. As one ages, stubbornness often prevails. And only Su Rongrong's counsel seems to penetrate. Are you not leaving? Stay a while longer with grandfather. What if Lu Yiming has not strayed far? Su Rongrong was not keen on another chance encounter. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had already descended to the first floor via the elevator. The high-ranking patient ward possessed its own exclusive elevator. Even in a bustling tertiary hospital, this elevator remained unobstructed. At times, it seemed a waste of resources. Yet such is the nature of society. Regardless of the setting, the shadows of class distinctions linger. The mantra of equality has been proclaimed for so long, merely shifting overt issues into obscurity. Other elevators were packed with patients and their families, yet the dedicated elevator for high-ranking patients bore only Lu Yiming. The world is rife with inequities. Acknowledging them openly could render one a target. Wasn't his previous life just as unjust? Sir, we have arrived at the first floor. Thank you. Lu Yiming inhaled deeply and stepped out of the elevator. All in all, today had been a promising start. After all, in his previous life, his reunion with Su Rongrong had occurred over a decade later. Even after the Lu family's subsequent retribution, the resentment in Su Rongrong's gaze towards him had remained palpable. Indeed, he had marred her life irreparably, tarnishing her purity and turning her into a topic of gossip. Once a princess of the esteemed Su family, she had been reduced to this because of him. That loathing look was likely to endure for a lifetime. Compared to his last life, this one was already a significant improvement. Doctor, I implore you, I will find a way. Please do not cease treatment, I beg you. I promise to gather the funds swiftly. Just as Lu Yiming passed through the hospital's outpatient hall, he heard an all too familiar voice. Her again? Chung Xiao. This voice was incredibly familiar to Lu Yiming. Why was Chung Xiao in the hospital? Raising funds? For what purpose? At this time in his previous life, he had not yet become acquainted with Chung Xiao. Although he was aware that there was a commoner beauty at Magic City University who was renowned alongside Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming had shown no interest in Chung Xiao at this moment in his past life. Not to mention, his affections were solely focused on Su Rongrong. Even if Chung Xiao were extraordinarily beautiful, there could never exist a possibility between her and Lu Yiming. The Lu group, despite being labeled as nouveau riche by aristocratic families, undeniably possesses substantial wealth. The ethos of such a society is predicated on matching social standings. Thus, a commonplace girl like Chung Xiao could never gain entry into the Lu household. She might serve as a fleeting diversion, but when it comes to matters of the heart, it's best to refrain. Even with the unfolding events, for Lu Yiming, it would merely translate to an obligation towards Chung Xiao. In this lifetime, upon encountering Chung Xiao, Lu Yiming would prefer to avoid entanglements to prevent repeating the past. Yet, who could have anticipated that fate would play a cruel jest? The more he endeavored to maintain distance, the more Chung Xiao seemed to intrude upon his existence. At this very moment, she bore a countenance of desperation, grasping the sleeve of the doctor in a white coat, whose expression was already tinged with impatience. It seemed the time for explanations had extended far too long. Director Zhang, could you grant me a few more days? I will receive my salary imminently. Chung Xiao had contemplated numerous solutions, yet every establishment adhered to its own regulations. The bar had already been exceedingly accommodating in her development. Furthermore, she had erred in the past, offending customers, rendering her unable to voice her plea. As for the temporary work during the day, it was compensated by the hour. However, Those earnings were woefully insufficient to cover the exorbitant medical expenses. Even if she were to exhaust her entire savings, it would likely fall short. You are well aware that hospitals have their own protocols. We have already granted you a grace period of half a month, and directives from above have mandated that the medical fees must be settled. Please, do not put me in an awkward position. Director Zhang remained unmoved by Chung Xiao's entreaties. Physicians encounter numerous patients in distress each year. While initial compassion may be bestowed, prolonged exposure often hardens the heart. In the hospital, witnessing life and death becomes a monotonous routine, numbing emotional responses. If all else fails, you might plead with the management. You should know the right channels. Director Zhang sighed with resignation, extricating himself from Chung Xiao's grasp and departing without a backward glance. Chung Xiao, left in sorrow, realized that without treatment, her mother might not endure even a week. All her efforts thus far know, she could not allow such a calamity to transpire. Director Zhang had mentioned the finance office. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. Yet, doubt gripped her heart as her expression shifted repeatedly. But ultimately, she mustered the courage to head towards the finance office. Chapter 26. Being too beautiful is not necessarily a blessing. As she departed, Lu Yiming could not help but acknowledge that Chung Xiao was indeed the most resolute woman he had ever encountered. It was unfortunate that she had been so deeply wounded in their previous life. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, yet it seemed he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? Lu Yiming momentarily struggled to recall. As Lu Yiming started the Ferrari and was about to shift gears, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. There was no time to turn off the engine. He flung open the car door and dashed towards the hospital building. Meanwhile, in the hospital's finance office, Chung Xiao knocked on the door, which was opened by the department head. Over the past few years, she had frequently encountered Section Chief Jean. Given that her mother had been hospitalized for extended periods due to her illness. "Ah, it's Chung Xiao," exclaimed Section Chief Jean, his stern expression instantly transforming into a broad smile, albeit one that carried an unsettling undertone. "Chief Jean, I truly apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour," Chung Xiao said. "Don't mention it. Come in." He beckoned her inside. However, Chung Xiao sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon entering the office, she stood hesitantly at the threshold, rather than advancing further. In contrast, Section Chief Jean rose from his seat and approached her. "I am somewhat aware of your situation. Director Zhang has informed me that your mother has outstanding treatment fees for half a month. While I wish to assist you, the hospital has recently implemented new regulations," he remarked as he moved closer. "Chief Jean, I understand that I've caused trouble for the hospital, but I kindly ask for your leniency for a few more days. My salary is due soon, and I assure you I will repay the debts." Chung Xiao spoke urgently, desperation lacing her words. The thought of her mother being forced to cease treatment pierced her heart. In her distress, she failed to notice how Section Chief Jean was encroaching upon her personal space. "Chung Xiao, I am aware of your family's circumstances. To be frank, I have sought to negotiate on your behalf. Special situations warrant special considerations," he uttered with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Thank you so much, Chief Jean. Rest assured, as soon as my salary is deposited, I will promptly settle the outstanding fees." Chung Xiao believed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Unaware that Section Chief Jean was seizing this opportunity to shut the office door firmly behind her. "Chief Jean, what are you doing?" Chung Xiao immediately sensed something was amiss and attempted to distance herself from him. But regrettably, it was slightly too late. "Chung Xiao, the hospital's decisions are not solely mine to make. Furthermore, having assisted you with such a significant favor, don't you think you should reciprocate in some way?" The lewd intent in his gaze could no longer be concealed. The first time he had seen Chung Xiao was 4 years prior, and even then, he had harbored unsavory thoughts about her. However, at that time, he lacked the opportunity to approach her closely. As the deputy in the finance department, he was still under the supervision of his superior, and thus, his sordid desires had remained buried within him. He had occasionally contemplated taking advantage of the situation, but Chung Xiao's cleverness had always thwarted his advances. Last month, the department head, after much anticipation, finally reached retirement age and fulfilled his long-held ambition of ascending to the top position in the finance department. Satisfied with his achievements, Director Jean soon set his sights on Chung Xiao. In reality, the hospital had no pressing demands for the collection of treatment fees. This was entirely a fabrication of Director Jean's own making. The motives behind this were all too clear. At that moment, Chung Xiao, having approached him, presented an opportunity that Director Jean could not afford to overlook. "Rest assured, Director Jean, I will certainly repay the fees, if necessary. I can prepare a token of appreciation for you. Chung Xiao, I am well aware of your family's circumstances. How could I possibly accept a gift from you? At this juncture, Chung Xiao found herself with no retreat, cornered against the wall as Director Jean continued to close the distance. Panic engulfed her. Throughout her life, she had understood that her beauty, while an asset, was not necessarily a boon for someone from an ordinary family. In her youth, she was often the center of attention among boys, but as she matured, the glances from the opposite sex became laden with possessiveness. Chung Xiao had faced numerous temptations. Her family struggled financially, and her mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill. The weight of these unforeseen circumstances left her gasping for breath. Yet, there always seemed to be individuals appearing around her, offering help, albeit with ulterior motives, driven by a desire for her beauty. Indeed, if she were to succumb completely, she might secure a life free of financial worries and sufficient funds for her mother's medical treatment. Nevertheless, Chung Xiao chose a different path, earning every penny through her own hard work, maintaining her integrity. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape the clutches of those with insidious intentions. After persevering for so long, was she truly on the brink of losing everything? Chung Xiao, how much longer can you endure? A woman in her prime should not be overburdened. If you were to accompany me, you needn't worry about your mother's illness. I will ensure the best doctors attend to her, and should a kidney donor become available, you would be the first to know. Director Jean continued to tempt her. Having cornered her to this extent, he doubted that Chung Xiao could still resist. Soon, he would have his desires fulfilled, and the thought sent a wave of exhilaration through him. Ah, this fair skin, this youthful figure, all will be mine. No, please. Just a step away from embracing Chung Xiao. He reached out with his wicked hand, yet never anticipated that, in the final moment, she would evade him. Please, Director Jean. I assure you I can repay the treatment fees on time. Repay? Why should the hospital allow you to accumulate debt? The hospital is not a charitable institution, Chung Xiao. I present you with two choices. Either submit to me or leave the hospital with your mother at this very moment. Director Jin's malevolent nature has finally been laid bare. Aren't you afraid I will report you? Report? By all means, give it a try and see if they believe me or you. My dear, do not hesitate. I shall treat you well. Director Jean could no longer contain himself and intended to resort to force. At that moment, Chung Xiao found herself pressed against the office desk, with no escape route. Instinctively, she grasped a pair of scissors resting on the table. With her eyes closed, Chung Xiao was prepared to fight for her innocence at any cost. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the office door, which Director Jean had deliberately locked, was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. The loud noise startled him, making him shudder. Chapter 27. Heart-wrenching. Who are you? What the hell? Before Director Jean could comprehend the situation, a massive fist was almost upon him. Even a fool could discern the scene before them. Fueled by rage, Lu Yiming completely lost control. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training, his youth provided him an advantage. Director Jean, a middle-aged man accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle, stood no chance against him. After a few punches, all that remained was for him to flee in panic. What do you want? Security. Though his shameful deeds had been exposed, the priority was survival. At this moment, Chung Xiao stood frozen in place, unable to regain her composure. Everything unfolded too suddenly. She had steeled herself for a fight to the death. She never anticipated that, during the darkest hour of her life, a ray of light would actually appear. It was him, the same person from the bar who had stepped forward to help. A classmate, yet also a friend of her boss. Chung Xiao felt gratitude towards Lu Yiming for that night at the bar, but she had never sought to approach him. She knew well the significance of being friends with Qianjia. It was a privilege beyond her reach. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have eagerly pursued him. Yet, Chung Xiao understood the importance of boundaries. Perhaps he simply could not stand to see a woman being bullied. Among these wealthy gentlemen, there were those who possessed a strong sense of justice. She must not overthink it. Yet, at this moment of despair, he was there, descending from the heavens to rescue her from peril. Was it merely coincidence? Chung Xiao dared not ponder further, nor did she wish to. Her life was a chaotic mess. There was no time to contemplate such matters. As for Lu Yiming, at the moment he started the car, he suddenly recalled that during this time in his previous life, Chung Xiao seemed to have disappeared from school for a while. Although he had not paid much attention then, he was aware that she was one of the beauties of Magic City University, and there were numerous rumors about her. A week later, Chung Xiao reappeared on campus, transformed into a more taciturn version of herself. After the two became a couple, Lu Yiming once inquired about the matter, yet whenever it was mentioned, Chung Xiao's expression would invariably turn awkward. No matter how persistently Lu Yiming pressed, she remained resolutely silent. Ultimately, it was through discreet investigation that Lu Yiming uncovered the truth of that year. Chung Xiao had narrowly escaped being assaulted by the scoundrel before him. In a moment of desperation, she had inflicted an injury upon him. The incident caused quite a stir. When the police arrived, this seemingly respectable rogue had the audacity to counter-accuse Chung Xiao, claiming that she had seduced him to settle her outstanding medical bills. Absurdly, such a glaring logical fallacy was overlooked, and the authorities ultimately believed Chief Jin. Chung Xiao was detained for 7 days. It was only with the intervention of the school, coupled with Chief Jin's guilty conscience, that she was eventually granted bail. Although no crime had been committed, the school still placed her on probation. As for Chung Xiao's mother, she was expelled from the hospital shortly thereafter. Upon learning the truth, Lu Yiming was filled with indignation. Though in his heart Chung Xiao was merely a substitute for Su Rongrong, she was nonetheless his beloved. At the time, Chief Jin had ascended to the position of deputy director, yet to Lu Yiming, he was but a slightly larger ant to crush. Deputy Director Jin deserved his fate. Having committed numerous misdeeds, including the persecution of several women in a similar fashion. Regrettably, aside from Chung Xiao, none had the courage to stand up and testify. This, perhaps, epitomizes the sorrow of women. Having endured misfortune, they must swallow their bitterness for the sake of their future. Remembering this, Lu Yiming abruptly pushed through the door and sprinted forth. In the moment he kicked open the door, he witnessed Chief Jin lunging at Chung Xiao, who was holding a pair of scissors. Lu Yiming's fists fell upon Chief Jin's face like raindrops, compelling the man to wail in agony. As for the security, apologies. But Chief Jin had chosen this moment to act precisely because it was late and the crowd was sparse, allowing him to indulge in his villainy. Thus, before the security could arrive, Lu Yiming had ample time to administer a proper beating to the scoundrel before him. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Chief Jin, overwhelmed by the relentless blows, could hardly defend himself. How had he ever provoked such a force of nature? He had observed Chung Xiao for quite some time. She was always alone, never visited by relatives or friends, clearly lacking any support. 10 minutes later, Lu Yiming, panting heavily, stood over a gasping Chief Jin. The commotion had finally drawn the attention of the security, who arrived rather late. In the process of being forcibly separated from Lu Yiming, the latter, still seething with anger, delivered a few vicious kicks to the lower half of Chief Jin's body. The anguished cries echoed throughout the entire complex, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Let go. Lu Yiming forcefully shrugged off the security guard who was grasping him. At that moment, he finally noticed Chung Xiao, who was leaning against the wall in the same position as before, the scissors still tightly clutched in her hand. Blood had begun to seep from her palm, a testament to the intensity of her grip. It was evident how helpless Chung Xiao felt at that moment. One could only imagine how she had endured such torment in her past life. Not only had she nearly been violated by a scoundrel, but she had also been betrayed. A profound injustice indeed. Few could withstand such burdens, it seemed. With this thought, Lu Yiming cast a fierce glare at the pitiful figure of Section Chief Jin, sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog. Let go, it's all right, trust me. He crouched before Chung Xiao, his tone imbued with unprecedented gentleness. At this juncture, she could not endure any more fright. Listen to me, release the scissors, you are safe now. Lu Yiming attempted to coax her into loosening her grip, but she held on with such ferocity, as if the metal handle had embedded itself in her flesh. This was perhaps her final bastion of hope. It's me. We've met before, we are classmates. It's truly all right. Lu Yiming dared not forcibly pry her fingers open, fearing that her unstable emotions might lead her to inadvertently harm herself. With gentle persuasion, Chung Xiao's gaze finally found focus. It's you. Yes, it's me. Rest assured. You are safe now. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Seeing Chung Xiao finally respond, Lu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Listen. Loosen your grip, give me the scissors. Under Lu Yiming's soft encouragement, Chung Xiao finally released her tight hold, allowing him to take the scissors. Fortunately, in this life, he had arrived just in time, otherwise. Wow. After holding back for so long, Chung Xiao burst into tears, as if she needed to release all the pressure and grievances she had endured. Her cries were heart-wrenching, a clear indication of the weight of her suffering. Chapter 28. The world is indeed tattered. Someone must stitch it back together. Call the police. The security guards, confronted with such a scene, were at a loss. Section Chief Jean was left battered and unrecognizable, and naturally, they dared not take matters into their own hands, promptly dialing the authorities. Upon hearing the intention to report the incident, Chung Xiao instinctively clutched the hem of Lu Yiming's shirt, her eyes filled with anxiety. This display only deepened Lu Yiming's discomfort. In her past life, how helpless must Chung Xiao have felt? He realized he had been less than a beast. She had suffered such indignities and injustices, having once thought she found true love in him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had merely been a substitute in her heart. Surely, in her previous life, Chung Xiao had been utterly despondent regarding him. It's all right, I am here. Lu Yiming also took out his phone. For this matter could not simply pass by unnoticed. He directly dialed the dean's number and calmly recounted all the circumstances. On the other end of the line, the dean couldn't help but gasp in shock. Had Chief Jean lost his mind? Why provoke this individual? Lu Yiming's notorious reputation in the bustling metropolis was well known. Who was unaware of the infamous temper of the young master of the Lu family? The dean, who had already settled into bed, rushed to the hospital at breakneck speed to handle the subsequent affairs. The second call was made to Li. Indeed, it was Li. Young Master Lu. Do you realize that disturbing a lady's beauty sleep is rather impolite? Li frowned, honestly reluctant to take this call, considering Lu Yiming's unsavory reputation. Although her perception of his capabilities had shifted due to the national debt incident, her opinion of his character remained dubious. I need a lawyer. What? A lawyer? Now, what do you think? Li was taken aback. Did he expect her to summon a lawyer, as if she were Doraemon? Young Master Lu, if you need a lawyer, you should contact the legal department. Should I provide you with the number? Arrange for him to arrive at Huashan Hospital within half an hour. Li retorted. I am your assistant, not your personal maid. Why must you always come to me? Besides, what trouble have you gotten into this time? If I recall correctly, we are about to collaborate. Young Master Lu, the matter is not yet settled. You merely inquired about my opinion, and the final decision rests with me. Just half an hour. So domineering, far too domineering. You don't even allow me a chance to refuse. Lu Yiming had already hung up. Your life or death is none of my concern. Li grumbled a few complaints into the phone, yet ultimately dialed the head of the legal department. After briefing everything, sleep eluded her. What have I gotten myself into? This is absurd. With no hope of rest, Li reluctantly donned her clothes and drove out. The situation was clearly one of hypocrisy, hard of mouth yet soft of heart, unbeknownst to herself. Half an hour later, a multitude of individuals gathered together. As for Chief Jean, he had already been rushed into the emergency room, clearly indicating the severity of Lu Yiming's actions. The unfolding events were evident, and the lawyers present provided their respective counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence was never justified. Yet, any morally sound individual would support Lu Yiming's use of force against such a scoundrel. However, the severity of his actions was indeed excessive. What? Shattered? Are you certain? Li's lips twitched involuntarily. The final blows had been excessively brutal. As for what had been shattered, even a fool could comprehend. Assistantly, this situation may prove to be somewhat troublesome. The injury has escalated to a level warranting legal action. Enough with the trivialities. What do you think your purpose here is? This is a clear case of self-defense. Do you not comprehend? At the very least, it can be characterized as an act of heroism. Lawyer, assistantly, are you perhaps misunderstanding the concepts of legitimate defense and heroism? Regardless, as a lawyer receiving a substantial salary from the Lu Group, it is incumbent upon you to manage these unforeseen incidents. Naturally, their expertise lies in commercial disputes rather than civil matters. Nevertheless, as a lawyer, one should still possess the ability to intimidate opponents. Regardless of the cost, we must secure a victory. Initially, Li believed that the young Master Lu was merely exerting his influence, but upon arriving at the scene, she realized that this time, he stood for justice. This Director Jean is nothing short of a scoundrel. To employ such tactics to coerce a woman is despicable. Had the roles been reversed, his own manhood would be compromised. Shall we consider a settlement? After all, the opposing party is not without their own shame. A settlement? If that were the case, what purpose would you serve? Young Master Lu's intentions are crystal clear. No matter the expense, the opponent must receive their just deserts. If you cannot accomplish this, you may explain yourselves to young Master Lu. Understood, we shall exert every effort. This is a direct command. No matter how challenging, it must be fulfilled. Given the severity of the injuries, the public security authorities should have detained Lu Yiming immediately. However, considering the circumstances and recognizing that the investigating officers are human, they too find Director Jean's actions contemptible. Thus, there was no need for the Lu family to intervene. The officers proceeded with the bail arrangement directly. Lu Yiming was able to leave the hospital without hindrance. As for Director Jean, although this incident constituted an attempted sexual assault, it remains uncertain whether this individual has a history of such behavior. An investigation is imperative. The hospital director assured Lu Yiming that he would pursue the matter to the very end, showing no leniency. It was evident to all that young Master Lu was still incensed, and no one dared provoke his ire. Apologies. Chung Xiao did not anticipate that she would cause Lu Yiming such significant trouble, had he not arrived in time. She shuddered to think of what her fate might have been. Perhaps it is nothing. I owe you. What? It's nothing. Your shirt. In her moment of fear, Chung Xiao had clutched at Lu Yiming's hem, and now his shirt bore numerous stains of blood. It was only then that she realized. This shirt must be quite expensive. It does not matter. Lu Yiming, shall I help you wash it? This Chung Xiao vowed that she harbored no ulterior motives. Her intentions were purely no need. Take care of yourself. Chung Xiao found herself at a loss for words. This monumental favor would likely remain a debt she could never repay. Sister Lili, I kindly ask you to escort her back to school later. Me? Lili pointed at herself, her expression one of helplessness. Was she indebted to you? It seemed that being commanded was becoming increasingly effortless. However, with all that you, young Master Lu, have done, could it not be for the other party? TSK. The young girl was indeed quite lovely. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a pang of affection, especially in her current pitiable state. Would you, young Master Lu, truly be willing to forfeit such a splendid opportunity? Why are you so kind to me? This question had been difficult for Chung Xiao to suppress before her departure. Chung Xiao was indeed grateful to Lu Yiming, yet to pledge herself for this matter was entirely beyond her. Even if it were someone else, she would still extend her hand, for the world was inherently tattered, and someone had to mend it. Chapter 29, A Pain Called Broken Eggs. The world was indeed fragmented. It was essential that someone stitch it back together. This might have been the most heartfelt reason Chung Xiao had ever heard. Nevertheless, it provided her with a measure of solace. This saying resonated deeply with her heart. Why? Why did her life have to be like this? So fragmented. Before her stood Lu Yiming, as if he possessed a certain enchantment. One that could bring her peace of mind. Why haven't you left yet? Just as Li was about to send Chung Xiao away, a voice rang out from behind. It was a cool, melodious voice, unmistakably belonging to a beauty. The moment she heard it, she felt an urge to glimpse the owner. Su Rongrong had been accompanying her grandfather to sleep before preparing to return to school. She hadn't anticipated encountering Lu Yiming again at the hospital entrance. Was this fellow perhaps a persistent leech, deliberately waiting for her? However, upon seeing the surprised turn of another, she was taken aback. Chung Xiao? Why was she here at the hospital? Being jointly recognized as the flower of Magic City University with Su Rongrong was a rather novel experience for her. Having been accustomed to being the center of attention, the sudden emergence of a girl who could stand alongside her was quite extraordinary. For this reason, Su Rongrong had paid special attention to Chung Xiao. Upon seeing her in person, Su Rongrong had to admit that Chung Xiao exuded a captivating charm that evoked sympathy. Unfortunately, Chung Xiao rarely appeared at school. It was said that due to her family circumstances, the weight on her shoulders was substantial. Yet at this moment, the redness in Chung Xiao's eyes seemed to signify something. Su Rongrong mused. Truly a shameless scoundrel, just moments ago lavishing attention on her, only to turn and bully another girl. Faced with Su Rongrong's scrutinizing gaze, Chung Xiao instinctively lowered her head, as if evading Su Rongrong's stare. Why did it give the impression of being caught in an act of infidelity? Su Rongrong, of course, recognized this illustrious young lady, a true gem among women. During the 4 years of university, I have constantly found myself subjected to comparisons, a notion that is impossible to dismiss entirely. Although the two of us have never exchanged a word nor encountered each other at such a close proximity, Su Rongrong possesses an astonishing beauty that radiates brilliance. Wherever she appears, she undeniably becomes the focal point of attention. Just as I was about to return to school, Lu Yiming nonchalantly invited Su Rongrong to join me. Lu Yiming, your audacity knows no bounds. Su Rongrong was nearly amused by her indignation, though she was unaware of the preceding events. Yet, she was convinced that the young scion had just been tormenting Chung Xiao. This aligns perfectly with Lu Yiming's character as a reckless heir, does it not? I seem to detect a hint of jealousy. Lu Yiming chuckled, openly teasing Su Rongrong. I retract my previous statement. You, Lu Yiming, are utterly shameless. Su Rongrong maintained a frosty demeanor. A ruffian is simply a ruffian. How does that saying go? A dog cannot change its. Wait, that analogy seems inappropriate. Su Rongrong, Chung Xiao was about to clarify. To her, these two were the epitome of a golden couple, and she hoped not to create any misunderstandings due to her presence. Chung, heed my advice and keep your distance. Be cautious in protecting yourself. No, I'm merely. Are you also returning to school? Yes. Perfect, let us go together. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere left Lily feeling somewhat lost. Initially, she anticipated a dramatic spectacle, expecting a battlefield, yet unexpectedly, the two beauties departed together. Young Master Lu, aren't you going to chase after them to explain? Explain what? Aren't you concerned about misunderstandings? If jealousy were to arise, that would suffice. Lu Yiming shrugged. Could Su Rongrong possibly be jealous of him? He was self-aware enough to understand that she was leaving with Chung Xiao to prevent her from falling into the jaws of danger. If young Master Lu has no further business, I shall take my leave. With no entertainment left to witness, Lily felt her presence was superfluous. I shall go to the office tomorrow. In such haste? Lily was taken aback. She was not yet prepared. Although Lu had previously discussed matters with her, she preferred to remain as Lu Yijuan's assistant rather than collaborate with Lu Yiming. How can one know without trying? What if it does not suit you? Then return. 1 month. If you find no prospects in following me, you may leave at any time. A gentleman's word. I am not a gentleman. Lily thought. Great. He doesn't play by the rules at all. The Lu Yiming before her was utterly inscrutable. As for Su Rongrong and Chung Xiao, beneath the streetlight, their shadows stretched long. Su Rongrong, I assure you, there is nothing between Lu and me. What happened to your hand? Su Rongrong, could it be that this scoundrel Lu Yiming has used force again? No. It was merely an accident on my part. One offer you a piece of advice. Beware of Lu Yiming, for you may find yourself wounded. Thus, I shall say no more. If Chung Xiao insists on throwing herself into the flames, Su Rongrong will not intervene. It truly has nothing to do with me. Su Rongrong stated coldly. After all, Chung Xiao remains oblivious to the sordid deeds of Lu Yiming. The despair of awakening to such a reality is profound. Fortunately, this scoundrel possesses a modicum of humanity, otherwise. At this thought, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Rongrong's eyes. Yet, to Chung Xiao, this was merely a quarrel between lovers, as depicted in dramas. Is she still testing my resolve? Rest assured, Su classmate, there is truly no connection between Lu and me. I have never contemplated disrupting anyone's relationship, Chung Xiao solemnly vowed at the school gates. Su Rongrong pondered. What constitutes the destruction of a relationship? Is Chung Xiao referring to herself and Lu Yiming? How could that be? Just as Su Rongrong attempted to clarify, Chung Xiao had already vanished into the night. For Chung Xiao, perhaps Lu Yiming is indeed a fine individual. Yes, although he is notorious for his wayward behavior at school, if it weren't for Lu Yiming today, she might have. In her moment of despair, Lu Yiming descended like a beacon of light in the darkness. Which young girl does not harbor romantic feelings? Alas, Chung Xiao understands that she does not wish to burden anyone. At this juncture in her life, emotions are a luxury she cannot afford. Maintain your distance. She repeatedly admonished herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had returned to the Lu family's villa. That rascal has caused yet another uproar. This time, even the legal department of the company has been stirred. Lu Yijuan received the news promptly. He could not believe that this boy acted as if nothing had occurred in his presence. I consider this an act of bravery. Shaw. It would be a miracle if he didn't cause trouble, and yet, he dares to claim heroism? Clearly, Lu Yijuan was not fully informed of the circumstances. Once Lu Yiming elucidated the matter, the usually righteous Lu Yijuan was evidently enraged. Is there truly such a thing? It is utterly lawless. Why didn't you beat him to a pulp? That scoundrel deserves to be punished. Lu Yiming replied, well, it seems that in my previous life, I made a grave error, and my father was willing to forsake everything to protect me. Such hypocrisy. Having suffered, it is likely that my future will be devoid of humanity. Cough, cough. That was indeed a brutal strike. The pain is something only a man who has experienced it can truly comprehend. Nonetheless, this time, Lu Yijuan firmly stood by his son, prepared to support him regardless of how tumultuous the situation became for the Lu group. Chapter 30. The Unstable Hearts in 1995. The infrastructure development in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai surged dramatically, capturing widespread attention with its rapid pace. The Lu Group set its sights on the booming real estate sector, officially embarking on its venture into property development with remarkable flair. To this end, Lu Yiming established the Lu Real Estate Group. The headquarters of the Lu Group was strategically situated in the recently developed Lu Jiazui, adjacent to the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower. At this stage, the Lu Jiazui financial district had yet to be formally initiated, with preparations still underway. The Lu Group had already become a significant landmark in Lu Jiazui, a place destined to be worth its weight in gold in the future. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable foresight of the elder Lu. Early one morning, a Ferrari pulled into the Lu Group headquarters. "Sir, I apologize, but this parking space is reserved for the chairman." A security officer promptly informed Lu Yiming just as he parked his car. It was no joke. This spot was exclusively designated for the chairman. And even if it was unoccupied, no one was permitted to use it. The security officer could not comprehend how this young man could be so inconsiderate. As for the Ferrari, the officer regrettably did not recognize it. Moreover, the chairman was expected to arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Losing the parking space could jeopardize his own job. One should not underestimate the positions at the Lu Group. Even a security officer earned approximately 50% above the average salary in the city. In Lu Yiming's words, the employees of Lu Group must embody a sense of superiority. Only in this manner could they be motivated to work diligently for the company. Consequently, the salaries at Lu Group were competitive with those of leading foreign enterprises. Even a security position attracted considerable attention. "Let him park elsewhere," the officer insisted. "Excuse me, sir." The audacity was astonishing. It was the first time he encountered someone so brazen as to attempt to occupy a reserved space at the Lu Group. "Rest assured, the chairman will not make things difficult for you." "I apologize, but this is our policy." The security officer dared not gamble with the rules. Furthermore, the young man before him appeared rather inexperienced and reckless. The officer blocked Lu Yiming's path, just as a BMW 320 approached. In this era, it was undoubtedly considered the pinnacle of luxury cars in the eyes of the average person. The owner of this BMW was none other than Li. "What is going on?" Li's assistant inquired. "This gentleman insists on parking in the chairman's spot. We are trying to persuade him to move. Rest assured, we will." "Let him park," Li interjected. The security officer was taken aback. "Let him park? Who did this man think he was? The chairman's son?" Well, that unveiled the truth. At this juncture, Lu Yiming did not rush to leave. Instead, he patiently waited for Li to finish parking before approaching her. "Come, guide me around." "Young Master Lu, you jest. Do you really need me to show you around your own territory?" This time, the identities have changed. As the jovial Lu Yiming and assistantly departed, the security guard wore a perplexed expression. 10 minutes later, the imposing Tiger head vehicle arrived, and the guard felt a wave of trepidation. Surprisingly, the Tiger head came to a silent halt in a nearby parking space, without a hint of disturbance. The guard, utterly baffled, sought clarification from his superior, only to learn that the owner of the Ferrari was, indeed, the boss's son. "Young man, keep your eyes peeled. This young Master Lu is not to be trifled with," came the sage advice from a senior. After all, young Master Lu was notorious for his reckless ways. Meanwhile, within the corporation, an air of anxiety permeated. What did this mean? Quite simply, the sudden establishment of an investment department left the upper echelons of the group bewildered. The company had just ventured into the real estate market, and even for a colossal private enterprise like the Lu Group, financial resources were somewhat strained. And now, the creation of an investment department? What could this possibly signify? With funds already tight, where was the luxury of additional investments? Numerous executives voiced their dissenting opinions. Yet President Lu remained resolute, for ultimately, the Lu Group was still governed by his singular vision. Soon, internal news spread like wildfire. This investment department was tailor-made for the young heir, young Master Lu. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the organization, who was unaware of young Master Lu's reputation as a reckless scion. Entrusting this ne'er-do-well with the newly formed investment department seemed like a gamble with the future of the group itself. No one had faith in President Lu's decision. It appeared that, despite his wisdom, he was not immune to the familial traditions of a family business. This was merely an attempt to bolster the resume and leverage of the Lu Group's successor. However, the pressing concern was that the Lu Group was on the brink of rapid expansion, in a market that was advancing at breakneck speed. Any misstep in decision-making could lead to incalculable losses for the Lu Group. Many high-ranking officials sought out President Lu, but Lu Yiming seemed unyielding. He even dispatched his assistant, Li, to the investment department, intending to draw 2 elite members from each department to bolster this new division. Faced with the impossibility of swaying him, the others could only watch the situation unfold. Yet, for the employees of the group, this news was far from reassuring. The future of the investment department was shrouded in uncertainty. It could very well become a mere plaything for young Master Lu, and should things go awry, he would remain unscathed, while the others would bear the brunt of the fallout. A sense of foreboding settled over the workforce, with each department awaiting the final decree. In such circumstances, none were eager to volunteer for the inevitable challenges ahead, even with Assistant Li's presence in the investment department. The notorious reputation of the young Master Lu as a debauchee remains deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. No one is willing to gamble with their future. Have the personnel been finalized? A total of 20 individuals were selected, yet enthusiasm is notably lacking. This indeed poses a dilemma. Even Li found it difficult to accept at first, let alone others. Do they doubt my capabilities? Perhaps there are other reservations at play. Li's response was rather veiled, but Lu Yiming understood that it stemmed from concerns about their future. After all, every time the young Master Lu visits the group, calamity ensues. No one would believe that this heir truly intends to get down to business. Typically, the investment department is the most crucial division for any enterprise. Gaining entry into the investment department equates to stepping into the heart of the company. Yet, at this moment, the Lu Group is a place that everyone seeks to avoid. This is quite troubling. Notify all personnel in the department that a meeting will be held in the conference room in half an hour. Understood. Li nodded, though she couldn't comprehend why Lu Yiming would call for an all-hands meeting on his very first day. Logically, with the investment department in disarray and lacking any projects, the young Master Lu should focus on stabilizing morale rather than hastily proving himself. Such actions often yield counterproductive outcomes. Li initially considered advising against it. In her view, individual conversations would be more effective in calming the team. Yet, Lu Yiming chose to take a different approach. Proceed as planned. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yiming did not afford her the opportunity to voice her opinion. Acknowledged. Seeing that Lu Yiming had made his decision, Li ceased her attempts to persuade him. Thus, the first meeting of the Lu Group's investment department convened under such unanticipated circumstances. Little did the attendees realize that, in the days to come, today's meeting would be heralded as the legendary beginning, and they would all stand as witnesses to history. Chapter 31 New official assumes office. The investment department is located on the 12th floor of the group, the very core of the company's building. It is evident that Lu Yiming spares no effort in supporting his son. Since his son aspires to carve out a career, Lu Yiming naturally lends his support, certainly preferable to the burden of a notorious reputation. However, Lu Yiming is not entirely hands-off. Otherwise, he would not have appointed Li to the investment department. Lu Yiming is well aware that, even as father and son, Lu Yiming cannot fully trust him. After all, the trope of a wayward son returning to the fold is better suited for the pages of a novel. This is precisely why Lu Yiming sought out Li as a form of conditional exchange to reassure his father. At 10 a.m., the conference room was already filled to capacity. Everyone was in anticipation. However, the expressions on their faces varied significantly, with a predominant sense of apprehension. No one could foresee the future of the investment department, nor could they ascertain whether they would have a place in the Lu Group come tomorrow. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Lu Yiming strode in confidently, followed closely by Li. Upon their entrance, everyone promptly rose to greet them. Enough of this formality. The investment department will no longer concern itself with such trivialities, Lu Yiming declared. Who could have anticipated that the young president would defy convention? With a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to take their seats, while he himself settled into the main chair with poise. I presume you are all familiar with me. Even if you have not encountered me in person, you have undoubtedly heard the rumors surrounding my reputation. As Li stood beside him, her lips twitched in response to the insinuation that these rumors were far from flattering. Was he truly beginning with self-deprecation? One had to admire the audacity of the young president. I understand that you all harbor concerns. However, from this moment forth, I require your complete commitment. I have no interest in idle chatter. You will witness the future of the investment department. Without further ado, Lu Yiming delved straight into the matter at hand. His decisive manner left many in the room momentarily taken aback. Was this perhaps the fervor of a newly appointed official? Li, how much capital do we currently possess? The president has authorized 20 million. 20 million? Upon hearing this figure, Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. How could it be that the esteemed investment department of the Lu Group had but 20 million at its disposal? Was this some kind of jest? After all, they were a leading enterprise in the commercial hub of Shanghai. It was worth noting that during the recent national bond incident, the Lu Group had managed to secure two modest goals, albeit with diminished profits due to Lu Yiming's benevolence. Yet, compared to this paltry sum of 20 million, it seemed utterly inadequate. Young President, please understand that he is also under considerable pressure, especially with the investment department being newly established and many senior executives harboring doubts. Such short-sightedness is regrettable. Li, she interjected, is it wise to criticize the company's upper management so openly? Moreover, many present in the conference room are loyalists and informants from various departments. I suspect that within an hour, your words will echo throughout the entire group. Enough of that. Li, I have a task for you. I do not care how you accomplish it. In the shortest time possible, establish contact with the senior executives of the telecommunications group. Telecommunications? Li exclaimed in astonishment. The Lu Group had originated from foreign trade and was currently involved in the stock market and real estate. The telecommunications sector, which Lu Yiming referred to, was entirely outside their purview. Was this sudden leap not a bit too ambitious? Young President, the telecommunications industry is firmly under state control. Private entities cannot participate. Furthermore, despite her uncertainty regarding Lu Yiming's intentions, she recognized the incongruity of venturing into an unrelated field. In Li's perspective, this is nothing short of sheer nonsense. Initially, she believed that Xiao Lu held a trump card, yet it has become evident that the situation is utterly unattainable. Contact can be made, but, if I may speak frankly, then proceed to make the contact and arrange for 3 individuals to prepare for an overseas inspection in a week. What? An inspection of what? This, an overseas inspection? Inspection of what? Li was completely bewildered. What scheme is Xiao Lu concocting? The Lu Group's capital is entirely domestic, with no involvement abroad. Even in foreign trade, it is conducted through the Foreign Trade Bureau, and there is no experience in this regard. International trade? No. How does this relate to telecommunications? The group in the conference room was utterly perplexed. Everyone else. Gather relevant data regarding the current mobile phone industry. The more detailed, the better, and present your report within 3 days. Without allowing anyone a moment to react. The investment department had become a realm of Lu Yiming's unilateral authority. Even Li found herself unsettled. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yiming, having conveyed his directives, announced the adjournment of the meeting, leaving the attendees in a state of mutual bewilderment. Deputy Li this. All eyes turned to Li. To commence with such nonsense? Not even knowing the project, is this not absurd? Do not inquire. Xiao Lu has already spoken, assigning the tasks. And I shall only concern myself with the results. Lu Yiming left with an air of lightness, while Li was left to clean up the mess. It was exhausting. 10 minutes later, in Lu Yiming's office. Xiao Lu, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Li barged into Lu Yiming's office, her tone laced with inquiry. In her view, today was entirely chaotic. What disarray, convening a meeting and suddenly delegating a host of ambiguous tasks. It was 5 minutes earlier than I anticipated. In stark contrast to Li, Lu Yiming appeared remarkably composed, even taking the time to brew tea. What? I knew you would come. But I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Xiao Lu, are you having a fit today? Questioning one's direct superior in such a manner seems rather inappropriate. The exchange felt akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Sigh, very well, I apologize for my demeanor. However, may I kindly inquire? What exactly do you wish to achieve? Telecommunications, mobile phones, and now an overseas inspection. Li was eager to ask. Does Xiao Lu even comprehend the total funds available to our investment department? Is it possible that Xiao Lu intends to venture into the mobile phone industry? This is nothing short of a fanciful dream, not to mention that the Lu Group lacks the capability in this area. Furthermore, this particular arena is one where the giants of the foreign market have long since established their dominance. There exists no rival within the nation. The government indeed aspires to provide substantial support. However, without critical technology, it is utterly impossible to materialize. In Li's perspective, the cost of developing a mobile phone is nothing short of astronomical. Not to mention the Lu Group, even state-owned enterprises would find themselves powerless despite their intentions. Li, Do you understand why I need you to connect with the telecommunications sector? In my view, both China Mobile and China Unicom far surpass the telecommunications company you mentioned in this regard. Indeed, responded Xiao Lu. Could you not speak candidly? This guessing game serves no purpose. Since Lu Yiming is already well aware of the situation, Li perceives the current telecommunications entity as merely a hollow shell. Having recently been spun off, it lacks any competitive edge. Even if collaboration were to be considered, it should not involve telecommunications. How confident are you in pursuing partnerships with China Mobile and China Unicom? That, I cannot say. A single piece of the pie is something that both China Mobile and China Unicom can easily consume alone. Why would they feel the need to share it with others? In Li's eyes, only a fool would entertain such an idea. Chapter 32. Handheld wireless telephone system. Do take a sip of this Dahong Pao. It is a rare treasure from the mother tree. Lu Yiming pushed a freshly brewed cup of red tea towards Li. Xiao Lu, as assistant to President Lu. How could I not recognize Dahong Pao? This is indeed President Lu's prized possession. Yet, it was unexpected that on his very first day, Xiao Lu would indulge in President Lu's cherished collection. It is worth noting that even the most esteemed guests are seldom afforded such luxuries. Yet, Lu Yiming appeared entirely at ease in his extravagant wastefulness. If she were to partake, would that not equate to collusion? This clearly sets the stage for her to be drawn into a scheme. Do not regard me with such eyes. Even the finest tea must be savored. If you do not believe me, take a whiff. If left for too long, this tea will indeed go to waste. One cannot help but admire Lu Yiming's earnest nonsense. I shall not partake. Let us engage in a discussion akin to the cow biting the peony. We are indeed kindred spirits. Li, can it be more absurd? Very well. I understand your concerns. By the way, how much is your monthly phone bill? Is the mobile phone expense reimbursed by the Lu Group? 300. The company does not currently reimburse it, but it has been placed on President Lu's agenda. It is noteworthy that in 1995, the average national salary was barely above 500. Li's mobile expenses approached 300. Although mobile phones were gradually becoming more widespread, for the vast majority of the populace, they remained a luxury. Not to mention the devices that cost nearly 10,000. You see, the costs of mobile phone services are not insignificant. Xiao Lu, what exactly are you trying to convey? Indeed, mobile communication fees are quite high and are charged both ways, at 50 cents per minute. Even for an executive like Li, brevity is key when it comes to mobile communication. But what does this have to do with young Master Lu? Can a privileged heir truly be concerned about mobile phone expenses? The prospect of reducing communication costs to the level of landlines seems utterly implausible to Li. For her, it is nothing short of a fantastical notion. The mobile telecommunications industry is a state monopoly, making any price reductions in this realm virtually impossible. Even if such a trend were to emerge in the future, it remains a mere figment of imagination at present. One must remain vigilant in times of comfort. Young Master Lu, I genuinely do not understand your intentions. What do you mean? Translated, it refers to a personal mobile communication system. In simpler terms, it is a portable wireless telephone system. A mobile phone? This professional terminology, at its core, simply denotes a mobile phone. Li was truly perplexed by the schemes of Lu Yiming. No, a portable wireless telephone system, as the name suggests, is essentially a wireless landline. A wireless landline. This. Li was utterly taken aback. Is such a possibility even conceivable? Young Master Lu, it appears that this handheld wireless telephone system does not exist domestically. Of course, Li yearned to question Lu Yiming, wondering if he was merely jesting. What is the point of showcasing something that does not exist in our country? Are you trying to boast about your worldly knowledge, young Master Lu? You see, one must not rush. Savoring tea is an art that requires a tranquil mindset. Young Master Lu, are you truly intent on pursuing this handheld wireless telephone system? As Li regained her composure, she immediately discerned the business opportunity within. Indeed, your capacity for understanding is commendable. However, it remains impossible, young Master Lu. As I mentioned earlier, the mobile sector is under state control, and private entities cannot take on such endeavors. This is a matter of national policy. Not even the Lu Group could negotiate, let alone attempt to engage higher authorities. Since the introduction of mobile phones into the domestic market, many have contemplated ventures in this domain. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a substantial cake? Many powerful figures have attempted, yet who has ever succeeded? Even agents remain beholden to the mobile giants. The notion of carving out a share from this pie is but a delusion. Li had initially thought young Master Lu possessed considerable capabilities, but now it appears to be mere fantasy. Patience is essential, your temperament lacks steadiness. Young Master Lu, I simply believe it is unnecessary to squander time on such improbable pursuits. Have you forgotten the task I assigned you? Telecommunications? Yes, precisely telecommunications. Lu Yiming smiled slightly. While opportunities were scarce in the past, the present holds genuine potential. The mobile sector has recently been separated from telecommunications, and mobile services have been further delineated. At this juncture, the telecommunications sector is fervently eager to expand its mobile business. However, the challenge lies in the absence of its own license. Meanwhile, there are pressing performance metrics imposed from above regarding business growth. For the executives at the telecommunications company, this period is fraught with urgency. Conversely, for Lu Yiming, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Should he seize this moment, he cannot suppress the smile that spreads across his face. Young Master Lu, the telecommunications company is, after all, a state-owned enterprise, and examples of collaboration with private enterprises are scarce. State-owned enterprises often consider themselves superior. Even a leading private entity like the Lu Group is not held in high regard by them. Most significantly, state-owned enterprises are not lacking in financial resources. With robust backing, they naturally possess ample capital, a distinct advantage that no private enterprise can rival. You may argue that they are aloof, yet is that not the truth? This is simply because they lack compelling incentives to engage. Young Master Lu, on what basis do you presume they would be interested in a portable wireless telephone system? It is because they have no better alternatives. This Lu Yiming's confidence rendered Li speechless. Certainly, if Lu Yiming's assessment proves accurate, it would indeed provide an excellent entry point for the Lu Group. However, why should young Master Lu believe that he could acquire this technology? Young Master Lu, from whom does this technology originate? The communications giant from Japan. That seems implausible, if it were as young Master Lu claims. How could the other party possibly consider transferring the technology to us? The domestic market harbors immense potential, a fact that cannot be overlooked. If this portable wireless telephone system is as advantageous as you suggest, why have they not penetrated the domestic market themselves and left the Lu Group to reap the rewards? The answer is simple: they lack the funds. That reasoning is indeed hard to dispute. They may possess the technology, yet their initial research direction was flawed. In my view, the portable wireless telephone system could merely serve as a transitional solution during a market gap. However, the overarching research direction has veered off course. I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend. There is no need for you to grasp all these intricacies. Just remember one thing: the portable wireless telephone system is currently the most suitable option for the domestic market. As for how to persuade them, that is my concern. You merely need to secure the support of the telecommunications executives. I can attempt that, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Li was not entirely confident. That is your responsibility. I only focus on results. You are the special assistant. Is this the extent of your capability? Fine, although it is a blatant provocation. It proves effective for Li. To be belittled in her professional prowess by a debauched youth is unacceptable to her. Look, the tea has gone cold. Lu Yiming remarked pointedly. I shall proceed. Do as you wish. Li swiftly finished the Dahong Pao tea before her, signifying a pleasant collaboration. This was not merely a cup of tea. Securing Li's support held profound significance. In that moment, they were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. What was that saying? Having weathered the storm together. Perhaps not quite right. Chapter 33. The contract of surrender. Chung Xiao sat forlornly on the steps of the outpatient department. Although Director Jean had received his due punishment and was under investigation, Chung Xiao's troubles remained unresolved. Upon arriving at the hospital early in the morning, her first visit was to see her mother. The attending physician, having heard of her arrival, sought her out. The persistent issue of unpaid medical bills loomed over her. The hospital had graciously extended a day's grace. Yet where could she possibly procure such a substantial sum in such a short time? The payday was still some distance away, and all her relatives had begun to avoid her. Understandably so, as her mother's illness resembled an insatiable abyss. Initially, there was little they could offer in terms of aid, as they too were merely ordinary families, unable to assist. Chung Xiao saw no glimmer of hope. However, ceasing treatment would lead to but one outcome. Her mother was her only remaining kin in this world. She could not bear to witness her mother's demise. At that moment, the ground before her suddenly darkened, prompting Chung Xiao to look up in surprise. Backlit by the sun, a familiar figure emerged before her. Was it him? Lu, classmate. Indeed, it was Lu Yiming. He stood there, expressionless, holding several sheets of paper. What was this? Your contract of surrender. Lu classmate. Please do not jest, Chung Xiao replied, her heart pricked with an ache as if pierced by a sharp object. Could it be that he was like the others? Would the last flicker of light in her heart be extinguished as well? I have inquired about your mother's need for treatment, and if all goes as planned, the entire course will require 200,000 yuan. How could Lu Yiming know such specifics? She wondered, her vigilance immediately heightened. What was this man plotting? I can resolve this, he stated. Resolve? With your ceaseless toil? Those odd jobs barely cover daily expenses. I presume you have sold your only home. What do you mean by that? Chung Xiao's frustration mounted. Though Lu Yiming's words were factual, they cut through her heart like a knife, leaving her breathless. Why did this man insist on tearing down her last bastion of strength? I offer you a chance for a permanent solution. Lu Yiming extended the agreement toward Chung Xiao. Lu Yiming, I misjudged you. Chung Xiao stood up, her eyes ablaze with fury, as she beheld the agreement in Lu Yiming's hands, the contents of which were all too evident. Chung Xiao was acutely aware of her beauty, yet it also rendered her perpetually vulnerable to danger. Throughout her life, countless men had gazed at her with an unmistakable desire that chilled her to the bone. This kind of gaze instilled a deep fear within her. To her dismay, Lu Yiming was no different from those men. A despicable agreement, seeking to keep her as a mistress, no doubt. The terms within might be even more abhorrent. Perhaps the day he saved her was merely to prevent her from falling into the clutches of others. To these men, her chastity was of utmost importance. It was no wonder that her classmate Su Rongrong had urged her to steer clear of Lu Yiming. It seems Su Rongrong's warnings were indeed valid. I may be in need of money, but I shall never sell myself. So, you expect me to watch my mother die? A blatant threat, wielding her only weakness. To Chung Xiao, this was an utterly heartless response. Watch her mother succumb to illness? She could never bear that. Yet, the thought of selling her body made her tremble, not out of fear, but from indignation. Her defiant demeanor left Lu Yiming momentarily entranced. In her eyes, he saw despair, an echo of a past life. Originally, he wished to avoid further entanglements with Chung Xiao, believing that distance from her might yield the best outcome. However, her mother's condition had reached a critical juncture. With medication and machinery, there was a possibility of delaying until a kidney source could be found. Yet, should treatment cease, hope for a miracle would vanish. In his previous life, this was the reason Chung Xiao lost her only family. For a time, she had lived like a mere shell of a person. These were revelations Lu Yiming had come to learn only later. Now, with an opportunity laid before him, he could not stand idly by, even for the sake of atonement. Yet, offering money without expectation was not something Chung Xiao would accept. Lu Yiming was acutely aware of this. Chung Xiao did not require anyone's pity. She had likely discerned the harsh realities of the world long ago. Perhaps this was the best approach. You are shameless. You have but this one opportunity. Take your time to consider the agreement. Lu Yiming placed the document in Chung Xiao's hands and turned away, leaving her in a daze, clutching the crumpled agreement. For a full 10 minutes, Chung Xiao remained motionless, lacking the courage to open the document. Fear gripped her, a fear of losing control. Silently, she returned to the corridor outside the hospital room. What are you doing? Chung Xiao gasped in shock as she discovered the hospital staff had moved her mother's room into the corridor. I sincerely apologize. But we are powerless in this situation. This is the essence of what is being conveyed, dear girl. We recognize your filial piety, yet perhaps you should contemplate alternative solutions. The hospital can currently only offer basic life support. It is well known that the young lady before us is also a victim of circumstance. However, we are reliant on the hospital's meager wages for sustenance. Such predicaments are not without precedent. The accumulated medical expenses are simply overwhelming. Mom. Chung Xiao stood resolutely before her. Let us go home. We won't seek treatment anymore. You'll be all right. Chung Xiao's mother spoke with great difficulty, her complexion a sickly pallor. Each word seemed to extract immense effort from her. I can't continue. I truly do not wish to pursue treatment any longer. I have burdened my daughter for far too long. How much hardship has she endured on my account? At an age where she should be cherished like a princess, she has prematurely tasted the harshness of life. Chung's mother did not wish to further encumber her daughter. No, Mom, don't say such things. We can surely heal you. It's unnecessary. I am already quite content. Once a harmonious family, it seemed as if fate had conspired against them. Her husband had suffered an accident at work, shattering their once blissful home. After painstakingly raising her daughter, She herself was diagnosed with a terminal illness. The treatments had drained their entire savings, and even their sole home had been sold. Her daughter was exceptionally understanding, yet it was this very understanding that broke her heart. She felt like a burden to her daughter. Perhaps closing her eyes sooner would, in fact, be a release for her child. "No, Mom, trust me. We can definitely heal you, I promise." Chung Xiao clutched the agreement tightly in her hand, ultimately resolute in her decision. Sooner or later, she would be someone else's plaything. What difference did it make if she submitted to Lu Yiming? At the very least, he had once aided her. Chung Xiao had no choice but to gamble, hoping that Lu Yiming still possessed a shred of humanity and would honor his promises after acquiring her. Gritting her teeth, Chung Xiao steeled herself. "Mom, it will be resolved shortly. Trust me. Just wait a moment. I am going to find a solution right now." She handed her last 50 yuan to the nurse, requesting that they take care of her mother while she dashed out of the hospital. "Fine, Lu Yiming. I will accept any terms he proposes. As long as I can save my mother, I would willingly descend into hell." Chapter 34. Descending into Hell. "Young Master Lu, someone is looking for you." Zongzi wore a lecherous grin as he leered at Lu Yiming. Zongzi, Wang Kuan, Li Rui, and Fan Shang. These four were Lu Yiming's closest aides and the instigators behind his enchantment of Su Rongrong. They were also his university roommates. However, since the last incident, it seemed Lu Yiming had intentionally distanced himself from them, inciting a sense of panic among the four. They understood that only by aligning themselves with Lu Yiming could they wield any semblance of power. If abandoned by him, their fortunate days would swiftly come to an end. Today, it is a rare occasion for Master Lu to return to the dormitory, and the four companions exhibit an unmistakable obsequiousness, eagerly vying for Lu Yiming's attention. How long has it been since Lu Yiming's return, and already someone has come knocking? Indeed, during their university years, numerous young women have sought to win Lu Yiming's affections. Regrettably, many of these women, relying on their modest beauty, have sought to ensnare Master Lu beneath their skirts. To the group, these young women appear rather simple-minded. What sort of women has Master Lu not encountered? Just because they possess a touch of allure and bask in the admiration of male peers, they seem oblivious to their own worth. However, this particular instance is utterly unexpected. Upon his arrival, it is clear that those frivolous admirers do not capture Master Lu's interest, and they will soon be dismissed. Indeed, Zongzi quickly interjects, "I will head out shortly to procure some grilled skewers. Let us indulge in a fine meal." Given the rare opportunity to curry favor with Lu Yiming, the group is reluctant to let it slip away. This time is different. "Master Lu, you should meet her. There may be a delightful surprise in store." Zongzi, teasingly withholding information, leaves the other three in eager anticipation. He is known for his cleverness and ability to win Master Lu's favor. This time, however, he is unaware that he has already been placed on Lu Yiming's blacklist. The last incident he caused has not been forgotten. With numerous matters to attend to, Lu Yiming intends to ascertain Zongzi's motives once he is free. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming remains composed, avoiding any actions that might alert the others. After he departs the dormitory, the remaining companions cast furious glances at Zongzi. "What are you up to, you rascal? Have you not noticed that Master Lu has been ignoring us lately?" One exclaims. "Indeed, after such a long absence. You choose to stir up trouble." "Listen, guys, this time is different," Zongzi insists. "What makes it different?" "Master Lu despises those self-important girls. You know that as well as I do." "Hey, this time it's the campus belle, Chung Xiao." "Chung Xiao." The other three are momentarily taken aback. How could it be Chung Xiao? Her reputation at Magic City University is significant, though not quite on par with Su Rongrong. She remains a cherished figure among many male students. Yet, there have been no whispers of any connection between Chung Xiao and Master Lu. Could it be that Master Lu has shifted his affections? This is not an impossibility. In terms of looks, Su Rongrong and Chung Xiao are equally captivating. Perhaps Master Lu finds Su Rongrong too challenging and has turned his attention to the campus belle instead. Moreover, this time, it is Chung Xiao who is making the advance. Perhaps if Master Lu is in fine spirits, our endeavors may also bear fruit? Who could argue? I heard from my father that although the investment department has just been established, it offers substantial support. If we could gain entry, we would be in for a treat. That makes sense. Let's seize the moment when Master Lu is in a good mood and test the waters. It appears that these four have set their sights on this intriguing prospect. Gaining entry into the investment department? Isn't it chaotic and suffocating? At this moment, Lu Yiming found himself at the dormitory entrance, where he encountered Chung Xiao. Her eyes were swollen and red, and her trembling right hand clutched the agreement. Have you come to a realization? Could we perhaps find a different location? Numerous boys passed by, their gazes fixed upon Chung Xiao. The arrival of the campus bell was enough to stir a commotion. Yet, all Chung Xiao desired was to change the setting. She had cast aside all her dignity, pleading with Lu Yiming not to act so brazenly and recklessly. Very well. They moved in tandem, Chung Xiao closely trailing behind Lu Yiming. The teaching building at this hour was devoid of students. They randomly selected a classroom, where Lu Yiming finally halted. Unbeknownst to him, Chung Xiao was so lost in thought that she collided with his back, jolting her back to reality as she quickly stepped back. If she had come to a decision, then they ought to proceed swiftly. Is it to be here? Chung Xiao's voice quivered uncontrollably. She had initially believed that Lu Yiming would take great pleasure in this and escort her to a hotel. Who could have anticipated that it would be a classroom instead? Was Lu Yiming truly so peculiar as to find delight in such a setting? Chung Xiao had heard that some boys harbored psychological issues, drawn to thrilling environments. Is this place unsuitable? Lu Yiming seemed taken aback. It was merely a signing of an agreement. Where could it possibly be inappropriate? Lu Yiming, could you grant me a modicum of dignity? What do you mean? If you can't comprehend, then let it be. Observing the despair in Chung Xiao's eyes, Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Was he being too insistent? Perhaps he should allow her a moment to contemplate. There might be a more prudent approach. Yet, to Chung Xiao, Lu Yiming's demeanor suggested that he was unwilling to allow her even the slightest semblance of dignity. He was not only tearing apart her self-respect, but also pushing her into the depths of despair. As Lu Yiming prepared to leave, thoughts of her mother, who lay helpless in the corridor, unable to receive treatment, flooded Chung Xiao's mind. She bit her lower lip, the metallic taste of blood igniting her senses. No, she could not hesitate any longer. For her mother's sake, fine, it shall be here. You should have said so sooner. Lu Yiming turned around. But what unfolded next utterly shocked him. The once pristine white shirt had been torn open, buttons scattered across the floor. Chung Xiao's trembling hands were poised to continue her delicate, fair skin was now exposed to the air. Chung Xiao trembled, resolute, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, having bitten her own lip. For a man, how profoundly stimulating was this scene. Stop, he shouted, causing Chung Xiao to flinch. In the next moment, a man's coat was draped over her shoulders. The collar tightened as Lu Yiming's astonished expression loomed before her, achingly close. What are you doing? Is this not what you desired? I have already consented to you, Lu Yiming. What more do you wish? I implore you, save my mother. I am utterly shattered, completely broken. In this moment, Chung Xiao can no longer endure. Having reached this juncture, what further actions could Lu Yiming possibly take? Must he trample upon the last remnants of dignity? Must I confess, with my own lips, that I was the one who seduced him? Lu Yiming, yes. I am indeed this way. For my mother's sake, I am willing to sacrifice anything. You have triumphed. Is this sufficient for you? Are you satisfied? Chung Xiao closed her despairing eyes, bracing herself for the impending tempest. Chapter 35. A distinct elegance. Chung Xiao had repeatedly urged herself to endure, to grit her teeth, to treat it as though she had been bitten by a rabid dog. Yet, as events unfolded, she realized that all her previous mental fortitude had been in vain. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even with Lu Yiming's coat draped over her shoulders, she still felt a stark, naked shame laid bare before him. Why had he not yet acted? Was he intent on toying with her even at this critical juncture? I beg you, take me. The words emerged in a near-pleading tone. But when Chung Xiao mustered the courage to open her eyes once more, the classroom was empty. He had left? Was he dissatisfied with her recent display? Had her hysteria dimmed his enthusiasm? But what of her mother? Would she merely watch as her mother lay waiting in a hospital corridor, on the brink of death? Chung Xiao sank into utter despair, having failed to seize the final opportunity. She could no longer muster the strength to support her own body. Slowly, she crouched down, allowing tears to flow freely. Have you finished crying? Time slipped away, and eventually, a familiar voice emerged from behind her. It was he, Lu Yiming. He had returned. Was this merely to mock her? What is it that you truly desire? Each word felt like it drained her of all remaining strength. Water. Lu Yiming presented her with a bottle of water, observing as Chung Xiao gradually regained her composure, finally allowing for meaningful dialogue. Chung Xiao made no move to accept it. Lu Yiming twisted off the cap. Drink, or there will be nothing to discuss. A threat. Under Lu Yiming's coercive gaze, Chung Xiao had no choice but to take the bottle. The chilling sensation seemed to restore her rationality. Have you not reviewed the agreement I provided? Is there any need? Once or twice. Or perhaps a month. A year. Chung Xiao a year? The Lu Yiming before her truly resembled a devil. For an entire year. She would belong to him. It was indeed true. Aside from her beauty, what could she possibly offer him? Fine, just 1 year. Wait, had he misunderstood again? This despairing visage was simply too. Lu Yiming, have I not acquiesced to everything? Slap. Chung Xiao. A sharp blow struck her forehead. Did it hurt? Yes. Knowing it hurts is good. Now, I shall grant you 10 minutes to thoroughly examine this agreement. Lu Yiming pondered. Does my visage truly resemble that of a villain? 10 minutes later, Chung Xiao stared blankly at the crumpled contract she had grasped. An assistant? For a year? Or merely an employee of the Lu Corporation? Could it be that she was ensnared in a dream? Is she truly just an assistant? Certainly, but one who must be at your beck and call. Available 24 hours a day to address any unforeseen circumstances. Is that all? Chung Xiao, who instilled in you the confidence to believe I would accept your unsolicited offer? I misunderstood? Was it truly a misapprehension? In that moment, Chung Xiao was awash with conflicting emotions. 200,000. A staggering sum. Not only to cover the hospital expenses, but also for her mother's future treatments. Chung Xiao could never have anticipated that her worth for a year could amount to such a figure. Why? What do you mean why? Graduates from Magic City University earn an average of less than 800. Why should she be valued at 200,000? Lu Yiming, damn pride. Chung Xiao, I do not desire your physical form. However, throughout this year, your soul shall belong to me. Do you understand? Lu Yiming feigned a menacing demeanor. In a previous life, he had held such an expression. He wished never again to witness it in Chung Xiao, whether as atonement or otherwise. All he desired was for Chung Xiao to find happiness in this life. Lu Yiming also wished to keep his distance from Chung Xiao. Yet, he found himself powerless, watching her descend into despair. For him, perhaps altering Chung Xiao's fate could be achieved with relative ease. Matters solvable with money are trivial. Review it and sign. His tone was cold, entirely businesslike. Clearly concerned for the other, yet afraid of losing control. Why? What? The repetition of the question made Lu Yiming furrow his brow. The world is inherently tattered. Someone must mend it. Lu Yiming, are you here to stitch together my life? Noticing Lu Yiming's silence, Chung Xiao began to concoct her own narratives. Nevertheless, she inscribed her name upon the agreement. I will give you half an hour to change your clothes. We are heading to the hospital. Very well. At that moment, Chung Xiao was exceedingly compliant. Yet, her current appearance was somewhat. Only by donning Lu Yiming's jacket could she modestly conceal her form. They exited the teaching building, one after the other. Looking back, the once dreaded teaching building no longer appeared as a terrifying nightmare in Chung Xiao's eyes. Observing Lu Yiming's silhouette ahead, she was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. However, this scene was witnessed by others. On this late evening, a man and a woman emerged from the teaching building. What could they possibly be doing? Moreover, she was clad in the boy's coat. Such a sight undoubtedly invites speculation. Notably, both Chung Xiao and Lu Yiming were exceedingly well known at Magic City University. It did not take long for them to be recognized. The tale of the campus belle and the notorious Lu Yiming? After Su Xiaohua, has Chung Xiao also fallen prey to misfortune? This is indeed explosive news. Lu Yiming allotted Chung Xiao half an hour to prepare. Ultimately, she required merely 5 minutes. After washing her face and donning a different coat, Lu Yiming had to concede that Chung Xiao's natural beauty was truly striking, exuding the aura of a goddess without makeup. Are you ready? Yes. Let us go. Lu Yiming started his Ferrari and sped towards the hospital. He cleared the debt of 18,000 in one payment and even deposited an additional 30,000. Chung Xiao's mother was swiftly moved back to her hospital room. The search for a kidney donor was underway, and I would also leverage my connections. Standing beside Chung Xiao, Lu Yiming noticed the glimmer of hope rekindling in her eyes. It turned out that the feeling of having someone to rely on was indeed profound. You should resign from your job at the bar. I will have a word with Qianjia. In her previous life, Chung Xiao had always struggled with her health. Reflecting on it now, it was likely due to overexertion. I will speak to Qianjia myself. You have 1 week to sort things out. Chung Xiao's academic pursuits need not be a concern. She was genuinely a top student. In her last life, had she not been confined to domestic duties, Chung Xiao possessed the capability to stand on her own. Unfortunately, Lu Yiming failed to appreciate her worth. Chung Xiao devoted everything to him, only to be met with the fate of being a mere substitute for someone else. Thank you. You've expressed your gratitude many times. Lu Yiming waved his hand and departed from the hospital, leaving without taking a single cloud with him. Perhaps he lacked the courage. Lu Yiming constantly reminded himself to maintain a safe distance to avoid repeating past mistakes. Yet, he was oblivious to the pair of eyes behind him, which radiated a newfound brilliance. Chapter 36. Gossip news. A major story was unfolding, unbeknownst to Lu Yiming. The girls' dormitory was already abuzz with excitement. Some had witnessed Lu Yiming and Chung Xiao leaving the teaching building together late at night. Moreover, Chung Xiao was wearing Lu Yiming's coat. What had transpired between them? Being adults, everyone had likely drawn their own conclusions. Yet, no one expected that, on the brink of graduation, the esteemed campus belle Chung Xiao would rumors spread rapidly, giving rise to various versions of the tale. There is a saying that goes, envy, jealousy, and hatred only arise when there is a significant disparity. For instance, Su Rongrong, blessed with beauty and hailing from a prosperous family, has never sought to flaunt her advantages. Yet, the discerning eyes of her peers cannot be deceived. Her lavish lifestyle is far beyond that of an average student. Merely her skincare products are perceived as exorbitantly priced by her classmates. Rumors of Su Rongrong being a pampered heiress have long circulated within the school, although she has chosen to remain silent on the matter. Consequently, among the female cohort, she is revered as an unattainable goddess, leaving others feeling diminished in her presence. However, this phenomenon does not extend to Chung Xiao. Chung Xiao, also a campus beauty, pales in comparison to Su Rongrong, embodying more of a Cinderella narrative. Though she possesses beauty, she lacks the corresponding social standing. Furthermore, Chung Xiao's tendency to be a loner, preoccupied with her part-time job, has led to the proliferation of various rumors about her throughout the school. Perhaps these rumors hold little significance for Chung Xiao. Yet, her recent association with Lu Yiming has swiftly transformed perceptions, casting her in the light of vanity. It seems unexpected that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lies a certain cunning. Nevertheless, Lu Yiming is not an ideal choice, given his questionable reputation. Yet, the allure of wealth is undeniable. Marrying into the Lu family would elevate her status significantly. Many believe that for a woman, marriage is akin to a second birth. Such sentiments circulate among the dormitories, laden with sarcasm. Su Rongrong, what do you think Chung Xiao seeks? Can't she maintain some dignity? Playing so recklessly, even within the confines of the school, they murmur. Su Rongrong, do you think Chung Xiao is being deliberate? You left with Lu Yiming, and she immediately pursued him. Is she trying to compete? With these words, the possibility becomes more tangible. It appears that Chung Xiao is intentionally drawing a comparison to Su Rongrong. If you channeled this energy into your studies, you wouldn't struggle with your exams. Yet, Su Rongrong remains unimpressed by such provocations. Still, she cannot deny the discomfort swelling within her, not because of Lu Yiming's associations, but rather due to the realization that this scoundrel continues to entangle himself with unsuspecting girls, with Chung Xiao being his latest target. Su Rongrong is well aware of Chung Xiao's efforts and determination. In her sophomore year, by a stroke of fate, Su Rongrong discovered that Chung Xiao was working at a 24-hour convenience store. The curriculum at Magic City University was already demanding. Could it be related to the hospital incident? Had she overlooked something? Was Lu Yiming threatening Chung Xiao for this reason? Su Rongrong had witnessed Chung Xiao's diligent efforts. How could someone like Lu Yiming dare to act against such a girl? Rongrong, it's almost time to lock the door. Where are you going? Su Rongrong's actions puzzled her roommate, who received no response. Is she going to confront Lu Yiming for clarity? It seemed unlikely. After all, Su Rongrong was known for her pride. When had she ever shown interest in boys? Yet the circumstances were different now. Consider this. Just after Su Rongrong became involved with Lu Yiming, he began an affair with Chung Xiao. What could be going through her mind? Well, that explanation does seem plausible. It was true. Su Rongrong might not hold Lu Yiming in high regard. However, she couldn't simply allow Lu Yiming to entangle himself with Chung Xiao without understanding the situation. Otherwise, wouldn't it appear as though Su Rongrong was inferior to Chung Xiao? Two prominent campus beauties vying for the same man? Surely, that would create quite a stir. In an instant, everyone transformed into mere spectators. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming, driving a Ferrari, cruised along Nanjing Road when his phone rang. At this hour, he could scarcely think of anyone who would call him aside from his rowdy friends. He answered casually, only to hear Su Rongrong's voice on the other end. How peculiar. He wondered. How had she obtained his number? Perhaps he had underestimated the Su family's resources. Not only could they acquire a phone number, but they could likely unearth details about his childhood, such as his bedwetting incidents, to present before Su Rongrong. You're looking for me. To talk? Sure. The fact that Su Rongrong sought him out filled Lu Yiming with a sense of excitement. They agreed to meet at the school gate. As the Ferrari came to a halt, Su Rongrong appeared hesitant, but ultimately opened the door. Where to? Somewhere crowded. Lu Yiming thought, is she worried I might try something again? The last time was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Yiming, I don't trust your character. With a wry smile, Lu Yiming started the car. Half an hour later, the river breeze caressed their faces. Su Rongrong remarked, I did say I wanted to go somewhere crowded, but you, Lu Yiming, have brought me to the bond. What is your intention? There are indeed plenty of people here, he replied, observing the throngs of tourists bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. You and Chung Xiao. Su Rongrong cut straight to the point. Are you jealous? Lu Yiming, can you be serious for once? Your existence is of no concern to me, yet you must not tarnish Chung Xiao's reputation. Su Rongrong and Chung Xiao may be best described as mutual admirers, despite their limited interactions. However, should Lu Yiming resort to despicable tactics, Su Rongrong would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Could you not regard me more favorably? A bitter smile escaped Lu Yiming. I am quite serious. I merely wish to assist her. Nothing more. Last time was truly a misunderstanding. Huh. My heart is solely occupied with silence. The fierce demeanor concealed an underlying anxiety. Su Rongrong herself was perplexed as to why she felt compelled to interfere. As the gentle breeze wafted by, a sense of calm gradually enveloped her, leaving her to ponder the absurdity of her actions. Chapter 37. The Su family's direct lineage. Mr. Lu, we have established contact with the upper echelons of the telecommunications company, yet progress is not proceeding smoothly. They seem to exhibit little interest. Lily reported to Lu Yiming promptly upon her arrival at work. The telecommunications executive's stance appeared ambiguous, lacking any inclination towards collaboration with the Lu Group. Who is the person in charge? General Manager Gao, responsible for domestic market expansion. Be more specific. Mr. Lu, here is General Manager Gao's resume. Lily had prepared meticulously, which reflected her capabilities. Lu Yiming accepted the document from her. Upon reviewing General Manager Gao's credentials, Lu Yiming discerned an anomaly. Firstly, the resume was impressive. At under 40 years of age, attaining the position of Vice President of the Telecommunications Market Department was a testament to his abilities. However, such an impeccable record raised suspicions. The Vice President of a telecommunications group holds significant rank. In the realm of politics, each of Gao's promotions seemed perfectly timed, a rarity among those who ascend like a helicopter in a spiral. Achieving such heights solely through personal merit is improbable. Have you conducted a background check? Yes. And it's reliable. Thank you for the compliment. One could not deny the seamless synergy between them. Lily's competence was evident, as she anticipated Lu Yiming's desires with precision. No wonder Lu Yijun valued her so highly. Of course, in his previous life, Lu Yiming and Lily had also collaborated flawlessly. His resurgence was undeniably aided by her support. The Su family? Lu Yiming was taken aback to discover that General Manager Gao was, in fact, a son-in-law of the Su family. With the backing of the Su family and his own abilities, it was little wonder he could ascend so effortlessly. The Su family? Indeed, I had not anticipated that. In the bustling metropolis, the Su family may not stand out, but in Su province, their stature is beyond imagination. Lu Yiming had a profound understanding of the immense power wielded by the Su family from his previous life. The true behemoth extends its tendrils into every aspect of life, intricately intertwined. The presence of the Su family permeates the realms of commerce and politics, with numerous official agents at their disposal. As for this General Gao, it is evident he is a direct descendant of the Su clan, nurtured with considerable resources. No wonder he exhibits such arrogance, dismissing the overtures from the Lu family with utter indifference. Young Master Lu, should he be affiliated with the Su family, may well find himself in a precarious situation. At this juncture, Lily has recovered from her shock. The prowess of the Su family is well known, and according to Li's insights, their ambitions are formidable. They have long sought to extend their influence over the magical city. It indeed poses some complications. During the probing, was there any mention of specific collaborative strategies? The trump card is of paramount importance for Lu Yiming. After all, everyone wishes to partake in this substantial pie. As of now, there are no updates. One can only fear that the adversary may already have their sights set on a target. This necessitates an adjustment to our schedule. Very well. Originally, Lu Yiming had ample time, but with the Su family's involvement, unforeseen events could transpire at any moment. We must act swiftly. Young Master Lu, The business visa can be secured in 2 days. Inform everyone to prepare accordingly. First, we must obtain the agency rights. This will ensure the Lu Group remains invincible. At this moment, a guest arrives at the Lu Group. Good day, whom may I assist you in finding? The receptionist, encountering such a stunning woman for the first time, felt a sense of awe. However, in terms of poise, she appeared somewhat lacking, exhibiting signs of nervousness. Upon entering the Lu Group, she glanced around, as if everything was refreshingly new. Hello, I am here to see Lu Yiming. Young Master Lu, do you have an appointment? It is not so easy to meet young Master Lu. Lu Yiming, now part of the upper echelons of the Lu Group, holds a significant position. While it is unclear how the chairman feels about this arrangement, placing a recent graduate in such a pivotal role raises eyebrows within the company. Opinions among the staff are divided. After all, apart from being the heir to the Lu Group, Lu Yiming has not yet demonstrated any notable achievements. As for the woman before them, could she perhaps be young Master Lu's confidant? The notorious reputation of young Master Lu as a dandy resonates not only at Magic City University, but also within the Lu Group. Previously, the beautiful women of the Lu Group have often found themselves the target of his flirtations. Naturally, Lu Yiming knows better than to overstep, given the looming presence of his father. At most, he would exchange a few flirtatious remarks. As for those with ulterior motives seeking to ascend quickly through their association with young Master Lu, such instances have occurred. Unfortunately for them, Li, as the chairman's assistant, has nipped such ambitions in the bud. Li embodies the authority of Chairman Lu, making it abundantly clear that nepotism has no place within the Lu Group. Understanding this point, the young ladies maintain a respectful distance from the esteemed Mr. Lu. At this moment, when a beautiful woman appears, the receptionist must uphold her duty. Although there was no prior appointment, I have made arrangements with Mr. Lu Yiming. The receptionist, however, appeared quite troubled. An arrangement? What does that imply? It is neither feasible to grant her entry nor to deny her. Ultimately, the receptionist decided to contact Li's office. Upon receiving the information, Li's expression remained impassive. This young Master Lu, after behaving properly for only 2 days, has reverted to his old ways? Has someone come seeking him? The mere thought of it is exhausting. How did she end up as a personal caretaker? Soon, Chung Xiao was escorted to Li's office. It's you? Naturally, Li recognized Chung Xiao, as she had been handling matters related to the hospital subsequently. Li was well aware of Chung Xiao's background, especially since Mr. Lu had placed her beside Lu Yiming for a reason. However, she never anticipated that the other party would come seeking her. Miss Li, hello, I am here. Young Master Lu has been quite busy lately. If Miss Chung has any needs, you may communicate them to me. Miss Li, you have misunderstood. I am here to work. Work? Yes. Please hold on a moment. Seeing that Chung Xiao did not seem to be lying, Li opened the door to Lu Yiming's office. Has she arrived already? Lu Yiming was also taken aback. He had clearly given Li a week's time. Why the sudden urgency? Beep. The first phase of the Chung Xiao series task is complete. Current sin value, 1, 110, 300. Task rewards are being distributed. Proficiency in Japanese. Lu Yiming thought, can the system be a bit more reliable? Proficiency in Japanese? Does the Lu Corporation not have the means to hire a translator? This task reward is utterly untrustworthy. Young Master Lu? Noticing Lu Yiming's dazed expression, Li wondered if he had once again engaged in some questionable activity, resulting in others seeking him out. Had he carelessly acquiesced to their demands? Now he realizes the trouble he is in. Well, this does align with the image of a young master who indulges in extravagance. It is unfortunate. She had hoped that he could amend his ways, but now it seems otherwise. Chapter 38. Acknowledgement. This is your workstation. You will be young Master Lu's assistant from now on. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Half an hour later, Li assigned Chung Xiao to her designated workstation. She truly did not comprehend what young Master Lu's intentions were. Hiring a fresh graduate from a prestigious university into the Lu Corporation is not inherently problematic, especially since Chung Xiao is indeed a graduate from a renowned institution. However, the position of an assistant is of great significance. Capability must be exceptional. Mere appearance will not suffice. Could it be that young Master Lu wishes to cultivate a closer relationship? Such an approach is unnecessary for a girl who is still naive in handling affairs. It is perplexing. Deciding to cease overthinking, she found solace in the fact that it alleviated much of her workload. Li, now the vice president of the investment department, was essentially performing the duties of Lu Yiming's secretary. After a considerable effort, she had finally secured an assistant, which brought her a measure of relief. Thank you. Sister Li. Hold your gratitude for now. The standards at Lu's group for employees are quite stringent. Even if you were personally recruited by young Master Lu, you must meet the criteria. I will certainly strive to do so. Free from her previous concerns, Chung Xiao could now dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her work. For her, this was an extraordinary opportunity. However, establishing oneself within a large corporation is no trivial pursuit. A review of the group's historical investment projects was in order, alongside an organization of materials regarding personal handheld telephone systems. The time constraints and heavy workload assigned to Chung Xiao were not intended to intentionally complicate matters. Li was keen to observe whether Chung Xiao was genuinely committed to her role. Lu's group could not afford to maintain idle personnel, yet the attitude towards them varied significantly. Understood, Sister Li. Chung Xiao promptly immersed herself in her tasks, exhibiting an almost obsessive dedication. When Lu Yiming exited his office at noon, Chung Xiao was still engrossed in her work, merely clutching a steamed bun. To Li, such behavior appeared somewhat theatrical. Was she attempting to capture young Master Lu's attention? The lengths to which young women today would go were certainly astonishing. Initially, Li anticipated that young Master Lu would be concerned for her well-being. However, Lu Yiming merely cast a brief glance before turning away. This scene left Li somewhat bewildered. Chung Xiao had not left her workstation since her last trip to the restroom. Even Li was uncertain how long she could sustain such an intense work ethic. As a quintessential workaholic at Lu's group, Li was preparing to leave for the day, while Chung Xiao remained at her desk. With young Master Lu already departed, for whom was she putting on this display? Aren't you leaving? Sister Li, I have almost finished organizing everything here. Li offered no praise, merely responding with a curt acknowledgement. It remained to be seen how much longer she could uphold this effort. However, Chung Xiao's performance was entirely unexpected. The following morning, she presented the meticulously organized materials to Li. You've completed the organization? Li finally displayed an expression of surprise. A workload that typically would require a week to complete had been delivered to her in just 24 hours. As she perused the neatly arranged documents, she noted the exceptional formatting. The striking data is immediately noticeable. For the leadership, such a standardized format is nothing short of perfect. Have you encountered this before? Convenience stores also require organization and integration. If there are issues with the format, I can amend it. No need. This is quite satisfactory. When did convenience stores become so competitive? I must say, the execution is flawless. Has your perception of the investment department undergone a transformation? Li's request for Chung Xiao to organize the documents was not merely a test. It was an effort to help Chung Xiao swiftly acclimate to the investment department. Although unspoken, it also provided Chung Xiao with an opportunity. Previously, the group lacked a systematic and rational approach to investment, with some figures clearly not derived from market research, seeming rather vague and akin to answers conceived within an office. This not only consolidates the documents, but also allows for personal suggestions. Most crucially, they are incisive. I am curious as to how she accomplished this. At that moment, Li seemed to comprehend why General Lu wished to retain Chung Xiao by his side. Talent is indeed scarce. Sister Li. Did I say something wrong? Li had remained silent, leading Chung Xiao to believe she may have inadvertently offended someone. After all, navigating interpersonal relationships was not Chung Xiao's forte. Perhaps she had unwittingly upset someone. It's fine. I was just contemplating. You did well. Sister Li. I have also gathered some information regarding the personal handheld telephone system. Li exclaimed, what a prodigy. Completing the integration of the group's historical data within 24 hours has already exceeded my expectations. Now you've even gathered information on the personal handheld telephone system? Please, share. We can regard the personal handheld telephone system as a supplement and extension to the fixed telephone network, employing technology that transitions the final segment of the fixed line from a cable connection to a wireless communication method. You have delved into this as well? Not really. My grasp of physics is not particularly strong. Modesty, indeed. You are standing before a true academic achiever. Sister Li, if needed. I can consult professors at my university for a more informed opinion. Not necessary for now. Did you stay up all night? You haven't changed your clothes. Although Chung Xiao's natural beauty was astonishing, she ought to tidy herself up a bit. I apologize. I managed to catch a few hours of sleep. Rest assured. Sister Li, it will not impede today's work. Go back for now. Li waved her hand, dismissing any further attempts. Chung Xiao's professionalism and work ethic starkly outshone the entire investment department. Li Li organized the documents and knocked on the door of Lu Yiming's office. Is it truly possible to have results so swiftly? Have you always been aware? It is so apparent that even a fool could discern it. Is this the case? Let us speak of serious matters. A talented individual, under my guidance, could stand independently within a year. Sister Lily, she is my assistant. Such talent is rare. Lu Yiming. Chung Xiao has gained Li Li's recognition, which was already anticipated by Lu Yiming. However, he never imagined that Li Li would attempt to poach his personnel, especially on just her second day in office. Is this not excessive? There is no room for negotiation. By the way, for this business trip, bring her along as well. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Li agreed. As for whether there might be rumors within the investment department, that is not Li Li's concern. As long as she can demonstrate her capabilities, Li Li would have no qualms about utilizing her talents. Chapter 39. Returning home to inherit family wealth is out of the question. I do not wish to return. In the dormitory, Su Rongrong wore a serious expression. 1-1. You have already graduated. Did we not agree that I would support you in attending university in Shanghai? But after graduation, you must accept the family's arrangements? Su Rongrong's mother pleaded earnestly, yet Su Rongrong remained unmoved. Grandfather's health is failing. Do not use your grandfather as an excuse. If you do not return soon, be wary of your father coming to Shanghai himself. Even if he comes, I will not leave. You. All right. It seems my daughter has been thoroughly spoiled. While Su Rongrong appeared to be a paragon of grace in the eyes of others, before her parents, she remained the little princess who only knew how to act spoiled. With a sense of helplessness, she ended the call, experiencing a moment of feeling grown yet still beholden to her mother. She refuses to come back, claiming she wants to prove herself. Humph. This girl is becoming increasingly unreasonable as she ages. Su Yinzhong shook his head. It was better when she was younger. Always clinging to him, his little warmth. You spoiled her. Did you not spoil her? All right, let's first consider how to explain this to the old man. What is there to fear? The old man dotes on Rongrong the most. But the old man wishes to keep Rongrong by his side. You know that well. Both grandfather and granddaughter share the same temperament, quite obstinate. What does Rongrong truly mean? She claims she wants to find a job in Shanghai. What about the family business? With so many companies under our name, isn't it easy for her to join any of them? The Su family is prosperous, with numerous companies, and given the favorable policies, the family's development has accelerated. If Su Rongrong possesses the capability, she could choose any company she desires. Moreover, the Su family's main lineage does not favor sons over daughters. As long as Su Rongrong is happy, everything is negotiable. The only stipulation is that she should not remain in Shanghai. Do you think my words hold any weight? You think Rongrong would dare to date without our knowledge? She wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, Su Yinzhong grew anxious. Engaging in a romantic relationship with my little cotton-padded jacket? I am quite eager to see which man possesses the audacity to attempt such a thing. The last time I visited the hospital to see my father, he mentioned a boy, supposedly a classmate of Rongrong. What is wrong with my father? His chronic ailment, a weak heart, which he often neglects. Who is that boy? It is unclear. However, Rongrong insists he is merely a friend. But consider this. If he were merely a friend, why would he accompany her to the hospital? What status does Su Rongrong hold? She is the daughter of the prominent Su family, a lineage that, in earlier times, would have classified her as a legitimate daughter of a noble family. Such a status is exceedingly precious. If she were to be deceived by an unknown man, would the Su family simply allow it to pass? What do you intend to do? Suddenly, Su Yinzhong could no longer remain seated. He rose and strode toward the door. What are you doing? I am going to the magic city to ascertain the truth. Prepare the car. Su mother exclaimed. How can you be so anxious without any concrete evidence? Truly, you are a quintessential daughter-s slave. 5 hours later, a Rolls-Royce glided into the campus of Magic City University. Such a top-tier luxury vehicle, not only had they never seen it, but they had not even heard of it. Everywhere it passed, students gawked in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who could have anticipated that among their peers, such a significant figure was concealed? The Rolls-Royce halted at the entrance of the female dormitory. Before long, Su Xiaohua appeared at the dormitory door, her expression one of reluctance. It was indeed her. Numerous rumors had circulated throughout the campus regarding Su Rongrong. Regardless of the various versions, one thing was certain. Su Rongrong was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. However, no one had expected her family to possess such immense wealth. Surrounding boys lamented, wishing they had pursued Su Rongrong, even at the cost of their pride. If one were to win her affection, wouldn't life become effortlessly serene? Not to mention, one could retire upon graduation, effectively avoiding a decade of struggle. Father, why have you come? To take our daughter home. Before Su Rongrong, Su Yunzhong exhibited no trace of anger. I will not return. Be obedient. I have already consulted your advisor. You have completed your credits and may leave school at any time. I made myself quite clear. I intend to work in the Magic City. Rongrong, could it be that you are staying for someone special? Su Rongrong retorted. I merely wish to inquire why my father would harbor such a misconception. Staying for a man? What a joke. However, in Su Yunzhong's eyes, his daughter's silence indicated a certain truth. He immediately erupted in fury. Which insolent boy? I will break his third leg. My beloved little cotton-padded jacket. If she were to be taken advantage of by a man, it would surely drive Su Yunzhong to despair. One must remember, in his previous life, Su Yunzhong had been willing to confront the Lu family head-on, even at the risk of mutual destruction, all for the sake of avenging Su Rongrong. I shall not return. Furthermore, do not overthink. I assure you that my intentions are pure and devoid of any chaos. I simply wish to remain in the vibrant metropolis to prove my worth. My dear, you are already the finest in your father's eyes. Su Rongrong remarked, here we go again. It's always the same. You only seek to comfort yourself. Su Rongrong's aspirations are modest. She yearns for independence. Others would be eager for the support of their families. Yet for Su Rongrong, her family feels akin to a shackle. From the moment she became aware, she has longed to break free from such constraints. Though some may deem this sentiment overly dramatic, Su Rongrong has persistently strived towards that goal. Shall we embark? Ultimately, she could not resist her father's will. Deep down, she understood that with her father's presence today, it was likely she would no longer remain at the school. Even if she were to depart, her legacy would linger within its halls. In time, every classmate's gaze upon her would shift dramatically. Despite a prior agreement that during her university years, her father would refrain from interfering in her academic life, she implored, Father, trust me, I am truly not in a romantic relationship. Su Rongrong felt her explanations were falling on deaf ears. How could she ever convince her father? My dear, it is not that I do not trust you, but you have brought someone to your grandfather's place. Grandfather? Su Rongrong exclaimed. Wait, you mean Lu Yiming? Splendid. She had unearthed the source. It was Lu Yiming once again. This fellow was like an unshakable specter. Achio, Lu Yiming mused. The weather has not changed today. Why have I suddenly started sneezing? Father, there is nothing of the sort. Besides, if I were to enter a relationship, I would inform you at the very first opportunity, all right? My dear, I am simply concerned that you might be deceived. Su Rongrong retorted, what do you mean by deceived? That scoundrel Lu Yiming is far more outrageous. He nearly forced himself upon me. However, she would never voice that thought. Should her father learn of it, it would not only spark a commercial feud, but she would likely find it impossible to escape her parents' watchful eyes for the rest of her life. For the future she yearned for, Su Rongrong resolved to endure with fortitude. Chapter 40. Every sip and bite. There is divine will as Su Rongrong endeavored to negotiate with her father. The Lu Group had already established contact with a telecommunications giant regarding a handheld wireless telephone system project. Upon learning of the Lu Group's interest in negotiations, they expressed enthusiastic eagerness. The two parties quickly reached an accord and formally commenced the process. Bring the materials you have gathered to my office. Chung Xiao received a call from Lu Yiming and promptly rose, carrying the documents into his office. This scene evoked envy among her colleagues. The office of the young master Lu was not easily accessible. The last time, a vice president of the company had waited outside for an extended period. It is difficult to ascertain the hierarchy between the position of vice president and that of the investment department manager within the company. However, it is evident that young master Lu has the support of his father, General Lu, at least within the confines of the corporation. No one dares to provoke this heir lightly. It has become apparent to everyone that young master Lu is not merely seeking superficial accolades. He is genuinely intent on making a significant impact. General Lu has also noticed this transformation. Feeling a sense of joy at his son's reformation, a prodigal son returning home is indeed priceless. As for the sudden arrival of a beautiful assistant, General Lu has chosen to overlook it. General Lu, there is no need for such formality. We are in the company, and it is essential to maintain a clear boundary between personal and professional matters. Are you implying that things would be different after working hours? Chung Xiao, feeling somewhat teased, flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Observing Chung Xiao's reaction, Lu Yiming wished he could slap himself twice. He had grown accustomed to speaking without a filter. Yet in his heart, he knew that Chung Xiao was the last person he should be teasing, especially considering the events of his previous life. Ahem. That is not what I meant. I understand. Chung Xiao was fully aware of the undercurrents, while others might be oblivious. She recognized that the man before her could easily take advantage of the situation. However, Lu Yiming refrained from doing so, instead providing her with an expansive platform, relieving her of any concerns. When she visited her mother in the hospital yesterday, Chung Xiao discovered that Lu Yiming had even arranged for a dedicated caregiver, one available around the clock. What a considerable expense that must entail. Chung Xiao scarcely dared to contemplate it. In her eyes, Lu Yiming was a good man, far removed from the persona he outwardly projected. A playboy? That was a gross misinterpretation by the public regarding Lu Yiming. Well then, I wonder if I should feel amusement or despair at having earned a good guy card from Chung Xiao. How much do you truly understand? General Lu, I specifically consulted Professor Li at the university, and he holds a very optimistic view regarding the development of personal mobile communication systems in our country. What are your thoughts on this matter? Me? Does my opinion truly hold any significance? Chung Xiao had indeed gathered extensive information, aligning it with Professor Li's predictions. The implementation of personal mobile communication systems domestically would undoubtedly yield unforeseen rewards. Yes, please share your perspective, without involving any external factors. The personal mobile communication system has the potential to revolutionize the future of domestic mobile systems. Is that your viewpoint? Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Perhaps his expectations were overly ambitious. Nevertheless, recognizing the value of personal mobile communication systems was already a remarkable achievement for someone who had just entered the industry. General Lu, there is one more thing, but speak freely and boldly. Do you have additional thoughts? I simply wish to remind Mr. Lu that while personal mobile communication systems can indeed yield profits in the short term, this project is ill-suited for long-term operation. The path of personal mobile communication systems appears misguided and may not align with future trends. Chung Xiao understands that Mr. Lu Yiming is an ardent proponent of this system, and the investment department holds great expectations. By expressing my concerns now, I undoubtedly dampen enthusiasm for the project, potentially incurring Mr. Lu's displeasure. However, I perceive genuine flaws within this approach. Are you suggesting that the developmental direction is erroneous? Yes, that is precisely my sentiment, Mr. Lu. The personal mobile communication system comprises components such as central equipment, air traffic controllers, base station controllers, and mobile phones. Yet, in the future, this direction lacks significant innovation and is likely to be superseded. During my research, I conducted an analysis of the personal mobile communication system and, in conjunction with Professor Li's insights, arrived at this conclusion. Mr. Lu, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely... Noticing Mr. Lu's silence, Chung Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. Mr. Lu has assisted me immensely, and here I am dousing his aspirations with cold water, which seems rather ungrateful. However, Chung Xiao had not fully grasped Mr. Lu's true intentions. Mr. Lu pondered, how did I fail to recognize this in my past life? Chung Xiao's commercial acumen is undoubtedly astonishing. Previously, Lili had praised Chung Xiao in front of Mr. Lu, and it now seems her commendations were insufficient. In the previous life, Chung Xiao's talents were indeed overlooked, deprived of a stage to showcase her abilities. Very well, prepare yourself. This time you shall accompany me. Where to? The abrupt shift in topic left Chung Xiao momentarily bewildered. Are we going abroad? Chung Xiao was entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. Just a week ago, I was working in a convenience store and a bar, and now I am suddenly thrust into a corporate role. With the prospect of traveling abroad, this is rather overwhelming. You need not worry about matters here. I understand, and I have yet to express my gratitude. I merely wish to alleviate your concerns so that you may fully exert your remaining potential. Mr. Lu, Chung Xiao is not naive. The efforts Mr. Lu has made are undeniably touching. Although graduates from prestigious universities are in high demand in this era, securing a position in a leading private enterprise like Lu's group is no easy feat. Many of my peers are tirelessly submitting resumes, while I have already. All these changes have transpired since I met Mr. Lu. How fortunate I am. Fate intervened in my darkest hour, guiding me down, akin to a beacon of light in the shadows. However, Chung Xiao may never realize that in her previous life, it was Lu Yiming who extinguished the last flicker of hope in her existence. Every action and decision is guided by fate. By the way, I have one more suggestion. Refrain from wearing the same outfit every day. I. All right, I understand. The moment Lu Yiming uttered those words, he regretted them. In her past life, Chung Xiao married him and could have enjoyed a life of affluence. Yet she remained frugal and diligent. She was deemed unworthy by Lu Yiming. But upon reflection, is this truly Chung Xiao's fault? With her mother gravely ill, the burden almost crushed her spirit. How could she afford to concern herself with her attire? Chapter 41. Refusal. Come with me. Young Master Lu? Lu Yiming offered Chung Xiao no grounds for refusal. Located on Nanjing Road, the Hang Lung Plaza stands as the sole billion-yuan building in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. What constitutes a billion-yuan building? A monthly revenue exceeding 100 million. Such a figure could astound countless individuals in today's era. Before the construction of Hang Lung, the majority of people in the country were entirely unaware of its significance. The Hermes store at the entrance is a paragon of luxury, soaring above all other brands. For the average citizen, the prices here are unfathomable, the epitome of opulence. Some even go to great lengths, changing several buses, just to experience this world. It serves as a topic for boasting, catering to their vanity. At this moment, Lu Yiming's Ferrari parked in a designated spot within the underground garage. Chung Xiao's eyes widened in awe. As if all the luxury cars in Shanghai had converged in this subterranean haven. The lineup included a Tiger head Benz, a fully equipped BMW 760, with the least being a Toyota Crown. Naturally, Lu Yiming's Ferrari was the most conspicuous among them. Young Master Lu? Chung Xiao had certainly heard of the illustrious Hang Lung. Since its opening, it has remained exceptionally popular. She had listened to her roommates speak of it in the dormitory, their tones filled with longing. Yet for Chung Xiao, this was an unattainable dream. Never had she imagined that one day she would set foot in such a place. I do not enjoy a mundane life. A bewildering statement. Disliking a mundane life? What could that possibly mean? Simply because of this disdain. She insisted that no one should embarrass her this time. Young Master Lu, actually Chung Xiao intended to say more. But Lu Yiming did not grant her the opportunity. He opened the car door and stepped out, where a professional sales associate with a charming smile awaited them. At Hang Lung, it is not only luxury goods that warrant a sales team. For every customer entering the mall, professional services are readily available. Hello, young Master Lu. It is an honor to serve you. Lu Yiming is a regular here. To describe his spending as extravagant would not be an exaggeration. Today, he was here for a business outing. Lu Yiming spoke sparingly, gesturing towards Chung Xiao. The sales assistant's gaze shifted to Chung Xiao, filled with admiration. Chung Xiao's natural beauty evoked envy in the assistant. Of course, the greatest envy stemmed from the fact that Lu Yiming, the affluent young master, stood beside her. Please, madam. Follow me, the assistant said, adeptly recommending brands tailored to the customer's preferences. For a business casual style, naturally, the top-tier brands were appropriate. A tailored blazer for women, complemented by a white blouse adorned with lace. You may try this on, the assistant suggested, guiding Chung Xiao to the fitting room. At that moment, Chung Xiao felt as though she were a marionette, disconnected from her own agency. As she accepted the garments from the assistant and stepped into the fitting room, she was momentarily lost in thought. Chung Xiao pondered, what is happening to me? Why do I find myself enjoying this? No, that couldn't be right. She didn't belong here. At least she caught a glimpse of the blouse's price. Instinctively, she loosened her grip, allowing the blouse to fall to the floor. A seemingly unremarkable blouse, yet it bore a staggering price tag of $3,999. Such an exorbitant cost set her heart racing, not to mention the price of the blazer, which was likely to exceed 10,000. This was far beyond Chung Xiao's means. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, Chung Xiao, is this truly what you desire? The fitting room, with its plush carpeting, exuded luxury. Yet, young Master Lu, you are truly kind to your girlfriend. The assistant seized the opportunity to approach Lu Yiming, her words laced with flattery. She is not, he replied. Not. The assistant's eyes brightened. Perhaps this was even better. Did it mean she had a chance, given her own allure? The sales personnel at Hang Lung Plaza were undoubtedly stunning, dedicated to providing the best service to clients. Regrettably, in comparison to Chung Xiao, the assistant seemed overly embellished. Lu Yiming was acutely aware of her thoughts, whether in his previous life or the present. The throngs of admirers surrounding him had never ceased. He understood what these women desired. In his past existence, he had reveled in such attention, surrounded by beauty. Yet, what did that truly matter? In his final moments, he lay alone on a cold, sterile hospital bed. Having been granted a second chance, Lu Yiming recognized the absurdity of his former pursuits, which were nothing more than illusions. He subtly distanced himself, effectively declining the assistant's advances. The sales assistant, perceptive and astute, immediately understood her course of action. She refrained from being overly persistent. After all, a complaint from a customer could jeopardize her glamorous job. It was essential to remember that her salary far exceeded that of many white-collar workers in this day and age. The investment in training and grooming at the mall has been substantial. Just then, the fitting room door swung open unexpectedly. Why not try it on? Don't you like it? Lu Yiming inquired, perplexed as he glanced at Chung Xiao. She had not even changed. The garment bore no creases whatsoever. I'm sorry, Chung Xiao replied as she returned the attire to the sales assistant, turning her back and departing the store without a second glance. Chung Xiao, Lu Yiming called out, pursuing her. Yet, regardless of his shouts, Chung Xiao did not look back. Instead, she quickened her pace. Stop. Lu Yiming sprinted a couple of strides before managing to grasp her arm. Chung Xiao, I have already stated my aversion to a mundane life. Therefore, all expenses for this occasion will be borne by the company. As my assistant, you are required to cooperate with me in such situations. It is part of your role. Deep down, Lu Yiming understood that Chung Xiao would never accept his goodwill, hence the fabrication of such a rationale. However, for Chung Xiao, deciphering such reasoning was not a challenge. Young Master Lu, I apologize, but this place does not suit me. Chung Xiao's resolve was unwavering. Indeed, this venue was not meant for her. To Chung Xiao, this plaza resembled a princess's castle, extravagantly opulent. Regrettably, she was no princess, and this was not her rightful domain. She was even less inclined to embrace such feelings. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is easy, yet once accustomed, returning to her previous life becomes profoundly challenging. Chung Xiao would neither attempt nor desire such a venture. She was akin to Cinderella. This place was foreign to her. I'm sorry, young Master Lu, but if this is unfeasible, please find someone else. Chung Xiao stood firm in her convictions, her expression resolute. Lu Yiming found himself in a daze. In her previous life, Chung Xiao complied with all his wishes, aligning everything to his preferences. However, reflecting on it now, the former Chung Xiao was consumed by her own desires. Thus, every decision he made was met with her unconditional support. Yet the current Chung Xiao was independent, possessing her own thoughts, while he, under the guise of considering her feelings, had neglected to regard her sentiments genuinely. Chapter 42. The Invitation. Young Master Lu, I apologize. You must be quite upset. Although I have departed from Hunglong, your expression bears evidence of your discontent. Chung Xiao recognized that Lu Yiming acted with her best interests at heart. Nonetheless, he had already invested too much, and she felt unable to repay him. If she were to accept his kindness now, she would be unable to reconcile it within herself. Tomorrow, you shall wear another outfit. As my assistant, this is also your responsibility. Very well. This directive, paradoxically, alleviated some of Chung Xiao's tension. Young Master Lu, could you please drop me off at the bus station ahead? Although she found herself seated in the only top-tier supercar in the metropolis, for Chung Xiao, the confined space paled in comparison to the liberating freedom of a bus ride. Perhaps it is simply not destined for me. Lu Yiming heeded the words and stopped the car. After watching Chung Xiao exit the vehicle, he finally drove away. The onlookers at the bus stop wore expressions of astonishment. A beautiful girl in a supercar would willingly take the bus? How utterly inconceivable. Yet, Lu Yiming discerned a sense of relief on Chung Xiao's face, as if she was silently conveying that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Lu Yiming's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaozai? The familiar voice belonged to Su Rongrong's grandfather. Grandfather? Hey, do you have some time? Su Rongrong's grandfather showed no signs of formality. Yes. I would like to treat my lifesaver to dinner tonight. Dinner? Is there an appointment? Not exactly. I will send you the address shortly. Oh, and please arrive early. I've been cooped up in the hospital for quite some time. Understood. Su Rongrong's grandfather had evidently been waiting for this moment, having spent his time in the hospital studying chess alone, with no opponent to challenge. Although Su Rongrong visited daily, her chess skills were lacking, rendering their games rather unexciting. After enduring the hospital stay, with his daughter and son-in-law coming to pick him up, it was only natural for him to express gratitude toward his rescuer. Moreover, Su Rongrong's grandfather had noticed that his granddaughter was wary of little Lu. Whenever he mentioned Lu Yiming, she would swiftly change the subject. This time, he had surreptitiously called Lu Yiming. After hanging up, Lu Yiming composed himself. His phone chimed with a text message. Surprisingly, Su Rongrong's grandfather was quite adept with modern technology. Today marked a small gathering, primarily to celebrate the safe discharge of his father-in-law from the hospital. Su Yunzhong had not invited any guests, except for Gao Tang, who was Su's son-in-law and now a high-level executive at a telecommunications group. He happened to be in the city for a project inspection and was naturally invited. Brother-in-law, you should persuade your niece well. What is wrong with returning home? Why must she insist on venturing out on her own? Is it really necessary for a girl to rush to prove herself? Second brother, I cannot persuade her, Gao Tang replied, looking troubled. My little niece has a mind of her own. There's no changing her opinion. If she doesn't listen to her father, how could she heed my words? Using reason and emotion to persuade, isn't that your forte in the system? Brother, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Using reason and emotion? This is not the true system. Regardless, you must at least attempt to persuade her. I will do my best. This task seemed thankless and arduous. No wonder he had been invited to dinner. Had he known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. After all, Su Yunzhong was the head of the Su family, and meddling too much might not be wise. At the West Suburb Hotel's reception hall. This is a place in the bustling metropolis specifically designated for hosting foreign dignitaries. In the past, whenever leaders from various nations visited, they would invariably lodge here if they passed through the city. It is virtually impossible for the average person to secure a reservation, rendering it semi-exclusive. However, for the Su family, such matters are trivial. Lu Yiming's Ferrari entered the West Suburb Hotel, yet it still had to undergo scrutiny. Only after passing the inspection was it permitted to proceed. In his previous life, even if Lu Yiming were to indulge in extravagance, he would still have to conduct himself with decorum in this establishment. One can only imagine the repercussions of inadvertently offending a high-ranking official. At this moment, Su Rongrong was by her grandfather's side, entirely unresponsive to her uncle's entreaties. She understood that as a leader in telecommunications, her uncle wielded considerable influence. With a mere twist of his tongue, he could turn white into black. Since debate was futile, she chose to remain silent, embodying the quintessential refined young lady. Regardless of the winds that may blow from any direction, she remained steadfast as a rock. Consequently, Gao Chang could only smile wryly. Though he had worn down his own tongue in persuasion, his niece remained resolutely mute. Even his immense capabilities were of little use in this situation. Casting a glance at Su Yunchang, he felt utterly helpless. Nan, your uncle has expressed many concerns. You should give them due consideration. Your parents are aging. Su Yunchang continued his final plea. Nan. Finally, Su Rongrong spoke. Dad, are you now willing to voice your concerns? Dad, this is moral coercion. I have done no wrong. It is only natural for children to bring joy to their parents. You, Grandpa, won't you intervene with your son-in-law? Thus, Su Rongrong resorted to her greatest strength, pouting. Her grandfather was particularly susceptible to this charm. The once jovial elder, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama from his seat, was now compelled to take action. Ahem, little Su. Dad, I am merely worried about Nan. In the past, whenever her father-in-law spoke, Su Yunchang would comply without question. However, this instance was different, for his daughter was his dearest treasure. Even if the elder spoke, he could not yield. Rongrong, your father makes a valid point. The trees desire tranquility, yet the winds do not cease. Children wish to support their parents, yet time waits for no one. Grandpa. Su Rongrong was taken aback, not expecting her grandfather to align with her father's sentiments. Unfortunately for Su Yunchang, his moment of triumph was short-lived as his father-in-law shifted the conversation. Although the statement was indeed accurate, the elder continued, however, considering my age, I find myself wishing for the joy of grandchildren in my remaining years. This left Su Yunchang utterly dumbfounded, akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon his own foot. The elder was evidently waiting for him to concede. In terms of age, who among them could rival the elder? Rest assured, Grandpa, Rongrong will certainly honor you well. Su Rongrong beamed with delight. Once again, grandfather demonstrates his prowess, silencing my father with a mere utterance. With the elder's decree, Su Yunchang's plans are utterly thwarted. Grandfather, shall we dine? The doctor advised you to have smaller, more frequent meals, Su Rongrong said with a triumphant expression, confident in her grandfather's support. Not yet. I have a guest. A guest? Both Su Yunchang and Su Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances. It was supposed to be a family gathering, so why had the elder invited someone else? This seemed inconsistent with his usual character. Grandfather, you have invited a guest? Su Rongrong asked, her curiosity piqued. Since grandmother's passing, grandfather had rarely engaged socially, save for occasional gatherings with old colleagues. However, it was clear that today's dinner would not include them. Who could it be? Even Su Rongrong couldn't fathom it. Wait, could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Grandfather, you wouldn't. Before she could finish her thought, a knock echoed through the door. Mr. Su, your guest has arrived. Su Rongrong looked up, utterly flabbergasted. It was indeed him. Lu Yiming, you dare to come. Look, my guest has arrived, grandfather beamed. While Su Rongrong was struck dumb. Why invite him? Grandfather, this is our family dinner, she protested, showing no regard for Lu Yiming. Yet, considering Lu Yiming's past actions, it was remarkable that Su Rongrong was able to maintain her composure. Mind your words. Young Lu is, after all, my savior, her father interjected, expressing gratitude towards Lu Yiming. He had inquired with the hospital afterward, realizing that had it not been for this young man's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. What a coincidence that he is also Rongrong's classmate, he added. Su Rongrong retorted, what coincidence? How absurd. The esteemed goddess of Su University was nearly speechless. What kind of spell had Lu Yiming cast upon her grandfather? Thank you for your invitation, elder. By the way, I brought a chessboard I acquired recently. Knowing your fondness for the game, I consider it a tribute, Lu Yiming remarked, clearly well prepared. After receiving the elder's call, he had not rushed to the restaurant, but had instead made a detour to his home. Lu Yiming remembered that his father had a collection of chess sets, authentic antiques. Oh, I must take a closer look, he mused. For a chess enthusiast, a fine set was a cherished possession. The elder also owned a collection, quite commendable. Yet it could not compare to what Lu Yiming had brought today. Is that red agate? The elder, with discerning eyes, immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the pieces. It is said that the finest chess pieces come from Yunnan, with Yongchang being the finest. Indeed, it is Yongchang. The term chess pieces refers to the game of Go, and Yongchang is now known as Baoshan. The Go pieces produced there are called Zongzi, boasting a history of over 5 centuries. They have been recognized as the finest among chess pieces. Their texture is as delicate as jade yet remarkably resilient, akin to those crafted from natural gemstones. The pieces possess an antiquated charm, exuding a sense of solemnity and weight. They feel smooth to the touch, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, making them universally acknowledged as the sacred treasure of the chess world throughout history. Furthermore, the chess set presented by Lu Yiming is a paragon among Zongzi, with a heritage spanning centuries. The value of this exquisite set is beyond estimation. Alas, it is indeed splendid, but what is the elder's intention? Such a grand gift is beyond my modest means. Young Lu, have you forgotten my previous profession? The elder was once a cadre in the procuratorate. He cannot be corrupted in his old age. They say a treasured sword should be gifted to a hero. Leaving this chess set with me would mean allowing jewels to gather dust. Do not deceive me. With your superior chess skills, you must keep this treasured set safe. The elder clearly refuses to accept it. How about we leave it with you? I can come here to play chess, and we can use this set without the hassle of transporting it. It must be said that Lu Yiming understands the elder's sentiments well. Since it cannot be given away, let it remain temporarily. After all, apart from the elder, he himself does not play Go. Father, since the young man insists, you should accept it. If not, I shall purchase it for you. Seeing that the elder indeed appreciates it, Su Yunchang felt compelled to intervene. However, the young man before him is quite extraordinary. In an ordinary household, who could afford to present such precious chess pieces? Young man, I commend your sense of justice. Following Lu Yiming, Su Yunchang's gaze lingered on him. He exuded an exceptional demeanor, unconfined by the opulence surrounding them. It appears he hails from a distinguished lineage. Yet, it remains a mystery which family he belongs to. Gaining the elder's approval and extending an invitation to dine together is a rarity among today's youth. Hello, Mr. Su. Do you know me? I am Lu Yijuan's son. Oh, so you are the young master of the Lu family. What a coincidence. Su Yunchang appraised Lu Yiming, aware of the Lu Group's prominence as a leading private enterprise in the metropolis. However, he perceived the Lu Group as lacking substantial heritage. Unexpectedly, Lu Yijuan has indeed raised a commendable son. Of course, Su Yunchang remains unaware of Lu Yiming's past interactions with his daughter. Had he known, dining together would likely be the least of his concerns. He would probably roll up his sleeves for a confrontation. Do you also enjoy playing Go, young Master Lu? Please, just call me Little Lu. Haha, very well. During Su Yunchang's scrutiny of Lu Yiming, the latter was also assessing him. A leader from a century-old family, indeed. He is of a different caliber. Especially during that tumultuous era, many illustrious families saw their legacies severed. Those that managed to endure were certainly not ordinary. Although Lu Yiming harbored a rather unfavorable impression of these noble clans, reminiscent of the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families of yore that obstructed the ambitions of countless individuals. The current aristocracy, despite its diminished stature, remains formidable. In his previous life, Lu Yiming found himself embroiled in endless conflicts with these families, exhausting all means, yet ultimately achieving only a stalemate. This underscores the profound heritage and strength these families possess, with the Su family being a distinguished exemplar among them. As for the current head of the Su family, their stratagems, cunning, vision, and capabilities are indeed exceptional, having once imparted a painful lesson to Lu Yiming. Of course, in his previous life, he had only himself to blame for courting disaster. It remains uncertain what sparks might ignite upon their reunion in this life. However, for Su Yunzhong, such considerations were secondary. His foremost concern was whether Lu Yiming's appearance here was mere coincidence or a deliberate act. Additionally, he pondered the nature of the relationship between Lu Yiming and his daughter. Su Yunzhong was well aware of his daughter's character. The moment Lu Yiming entered, Su Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically. It is worth noting that Su Rongrong was no ordinary child of a humble household. Her cultivation was substantial enough that it should not be easily disrupted. What transpired between these two? Su Rongrong was Su Yunzhong's Achilles heel. Any slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Little Lu, listening to my father-in-law, I find myself rather eager for a match. It is still early. Shall we engage in a game? Su Yunzhong, an aficionado of strategy games, approached this not merely as a pastime, unlike the elder, but as a means of self-cultivation and opponent assessment. Naturally, among the younger generation, few have had the privilege of competing against Su Yunzhong. Chapter 44. Testing the waters. The two positioned themselves for the game, and the agate pieces indeed felt exquisite in hand. This would be a fair contest. And Su Yunzhong did not underestimate Lu Yiming due to his youth. Perhaps this reflects the true mindset of a magnate, respecting every opponent. Su Yunzhong's unconventional style diverged from the rigid strategies of the elder, placing Lu Yiming under a subtle pressure. Meanwhile, the elder observed with a smile. Having previously faced his son-in-law in numerous matches, each time finding himself in a perplexing predicament, now it was Lu Yiming's turn to experience the challenge. The game unfolded with diagonal moves, established patterns, and a plethora of strategies emerging. Within half an hour, they exchanged moves, neither yielding ground. It must be said that Su Yunzhong's play was arcane and often unexpected, rendering Lu Yiming's meticulously crafted plans futile time and again. Typically, at this juncture, players become restless, even when facing professional opponents. Unexpectedly for Su Yunzhong, at this moment, Lu Yiming appeared increasingly composed. This young man held a certain intrigue. As Lu Yiming maintained his calm demeanor, he was simultaneously orchestrating a grander scheme. An hour passed. The two engaged in swift maneuvers, never once falling into prolonged contemplation. Unlike the elder, who pondered deeply, perhaps this was inherently tied to the nature of a businessman. In the realm of commerce, one must often forge ahead without hesitation, rather than dwell on past missteps. At this juncture, Su Yunzhong, with black pieces in hand, found himself unable to make a decisive move, succumbing to his first extended contemplation since the game's inception. The outcome on the board remained uncertain, yet Su Yunzhong understood that if he persisted, a dismal defeat awaited him. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Realizing he was powerless to turn the tide, Su Yunzhong opted to surrender by forfeiting his pieces. Such an opponent is often the most formidable. Not everyone can afford to lose gracefully. I concede. Well played, young man. Please take your seat. To grasp and then relinquish. Once he acknowledged defeat, Su Yunzhong no longer lingered on the game. This nonchalant disposition was something Lu Yiming could learn from. Dad, the game isn't over yet. Your desire to win is too strong. It isn't ideal. Su Yunzhong chuckled, gently patting the back of his daughter's hand. It was evident she was concerned about his dignity. Yet, for Su Yunzhong, what scene had he not witnessed? Young Lu also hailed from the prestigious University of Magic City. Yet unexpectedly, Gao Chong engaged Lu Yiming in conversation. Indeed, but I suppose I should consider myself graduated. Oh, have you joined your family business? I initially contemplated entrepreneurship, but it's wise to be grounded first. Haha, The young one understands the balance of ambition. Not long ago, someone from the Lu group reached out to me. Coincidentally, that was me. How honest. May I call you Little President Lu? That would not be inappropriate. By altering his address, he indicated a desire to treat Lu Yiming as an equal. Of course, Gao, you are too kind. I've heard the Lu group intends to venture into the telecommunications sector. The market is vast, and there are always those eager to partake. A commendable notion. Yet telecommunications in our country is subject to stringent regulations. Hence, we seek your collaboration, Gao. I was previously uninterested, but now my curiosity is piqued. Gao Chong seemed to have shifted his perspective. If it were anyone else, one might interpret this as a positive development. However, Lu Yiming was no novice. The business world was rife with intricacies. It was evident that Gao Chang's overtures of goodwill carried an undercurrent of something amiss. If you are genuinely interested, I would be pleased to visit you personally on another occasion. Little President Lu, you aim to catch me off guard. Gao Chong smiled faintly, recognizing the young man as quite a challenge. Initially, he intended to gauge the depths of the Lu group. To be candid, Gao Chong was indeed having a rather challenging time. Despite his youth, he has ascended to the esteemed position of Vice President of Telecommunications. However, the accompanying pressures weigh heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. His superiors continually assess the performance metrics of the telecommunications sector, an area for which he is directly responsible. As Lu Yiming has astutely analyzed, the company has implemented numerous strategies in response, yet the results have been rather meager. In the realm of communication, they find themselves unable to contend with the likes of Mobile and Unicom. This predicament leaves him in a passive position, eager to discover a solution. Thus, the unexpected approach from the Lu group may indeed represent a fortuitous opportunity for him. Nevertheless, he is resolute in his unwillingness to concede easily. Relying on the Lu group to navigate through challenges would cast doubt on his own capabilities. Consequently, he rebuffs their overtures while seeking to ascertain their true intentions, leading to the current scene where he engages in conversation with Lu Yiming. In his view, Lu Yiming is young and prone to indiscretion, yet he is taken aback by the latter's guarded demeanor, which is far from that of a novice. Very well, I shall await young President Lu's arrival. Since no inquiries yielded results, he no longer dwells on the matter. Today marks the celebration of the elder's discharge from the hospital, and work shall not be discussed. Observing this, Su Yunchang chuckles lightly to intervene. Lu Yiming, truly the old fox, this performance is seamless. It is evident to Lu Yiming that Gao has only just acted on a whim. Yet, Su Yunchang, as expected, adeptly capitalizes on the situation. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong silently furrows her brow. Despite her dislike for Lu Yiming, he is nonetheless a guest invited by her grandfather, and such treatment seems inappropriate. Lu Yiming, I raise a glass to you in gratitude for saving my grandfather. We are even now. In this moment, Su Rongrong finally lowers her guard, signifying her decision to no longer dwell on Lu Yiming's previous rudeness. This represents the extent of her concession. I have mentioned that I owe you an explanation, and I shall certainly provide it. No need, she implies, suggesting that they shall part ways amicably henceforth. This may well be the greatest concession Su Rongrong can offer. What kind of riddle are you two playing at? Father, it pertains to the matters of youth. Indeed, uncle, this is between Su Rongrong and myself. Su Yunchang remarks, this is precisely what I was concerned about. My daughter has grown, harboring her own little secrets, unlike before when she would share everything with me. It is somewhat disheartening. The meal proceeds with a pleasant atmosphere. Lu Yiming conducts himself with decorum. After an hour, he expresses his intention to take his leave. Having accepted the invitation and behaved appropriately, it is now time to depart, as he remains an outsider to the Su family. Allow me to see you off. Unexpectedly, Su Rongrong volunteered herself. Observing this, Su Yunchang felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that his daughter stayed in the Magic City because of Lu Yiming? Su Rongrong merely intended to remind Lu Yiming not to appear before her again. Chapter 45. A great effort, brother-in-law. What is your perspective? After Lu Yiming's departure, Su Yunchang's expression immediately turned grave. The Lu family had successors. Gao Tang raised his glass. His earlier attempts at probing had been deftly sidestepped by the other party. One could not deny that Lu Yiming was indeed extraordinary. Although still young, he exhibited a level of maturity far beyond his years, even giving Gao Tang a sense of illusion. Was it true that the Lu family aspired to enter the communications sector? It seemed plausible. Yet I learned that the Lu group had recently made a bold foray into real estate. This was precisely why Gao Tang held reservations about the Lu group. While he acknowledged that the Lu Group's revenue and net profit remained robust, the foundation of their foreign trade business was also solid. However, pursuing multiple avenues simultaneously appeared unrealistic. Both real estate and communications were capital-intensive ventures, and given the Lu Group's current financial standing, sustaining such ambitions might prove challenging. So, do you think it's a smokescreen? Initially, I believed so, but after meeting the young General Lu today, I find myself wavering. It's truly inscrutable. An opponent who plays off the beaten path is indeed a headache. Gao Tang realized he could not grasp Lu Yiming's hidden cards, and that was the most daunting aspect. The big boss had encountered numerous individuals. Not to mention the Su family was a prominent lineage. Gao Tang's insights were remarkable, yet this young man. Indeed, I, too, find him perplexing. Second brother? This remark from Su Yunchang left Gao Tang even more astonished. It was understandable that he could not discern the depths of the other party. But his second brother was the head of the Su family, presiding over a vast commercial empire. What kind of person had he not encountered? Even leaders had sought his second brother's counsel. To evaluate a young man in such a manner at this moment, if word got out, Lu Yiming would surely gain fame. Sigh, I don't want to think about that too much. What concerns me now is my daughter. She seems to have a different sentiment toward young Lu. Second brother. He's just a young man. Nonsense. If he were not your daughter, you would be indifferent. Gao Tang thought to himself. Better to pretend he said nothing. As for Su Rongrong, she had already escorted Lu Yiming to the door. Lu Yiming, are you deliberately pretending not to understand? Su Rongrong's tone was rather unkind. He, of all people, should have been the one to avoid suspicion. Wasn't it awkward for the two of them to meet? After all, they had seen and not seen everything they should have. What does that mean? Lu Yiming resolved to continue feigning ignorance. You should not have come. This is my grandfather's invitation, my grandfather. Yes, he is your grandfather now, but the future remains uncertain for anyone. You, unless I were blind, otherwise. Cursing oneself is ill-advised. Su Rongrong was exasperated to the brink of frustration. Never mind, Lu Yiming is shameless. This is not the first time she has encountered his audacity. How could her uncle possibly be in the Magic City? This is a matter concerning my family. I shall take you back. In truth, Su Yunchang's appearance in the Magic City had already been surmised by Lu Yiming. In his previous life, he had caused Su Rongrong distress, provoking Su Yunchang's wrath, which led to Su Rongrong's return to the Su family. This incident became widely known. Su Rongrong lived out her days, yet in the business realm, she exhibited remarkable talent. Of course, those are matters for another time. One thing Lu Yiming was acutely aware of was that Su Rongrong had always yearned to prove herself. This ambition would not waver. Thus, he speculated that upon graduation, Su Rongrong would not wish to return to the Su family, but instead sought to carve out her own path in the Magic City. Naturally, Su Yunchang did not desire his daughter to endure hardships, hence his intent to bring her back. Little did he expect that Lu Yiming's conjectures were astoundingly accurate. This does not concern you. Such words should not be uttered lightly. The opportunities in the Magic City are limited, and if the Su family insists on intruding, we may find ourselves as rivals. Lu Yiming, are you afraid? Yes, indeed. He fears that he may be unable to act decisively, that he may harbor resentment. You. Shameless. For reasons unknown, Lu Yiming's gaze sent a wave of anxiety through Su Rongrong. A scoundrel, indeed, a man who speaks sweet nothing so casually. Save such words for Chung Xiao. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? You. Enough. With that brazen expression, Su Rongrong felt an urge to teach him a lesson. She suppressed her anger. There was no point in prolonging the conversation. Farewell, no need for further pleasantries. I have promised to provide you with an explanation. Leave. How dare he bring up such matters? And here he is, threatening her. It was he who had been disrespectful, yet somehow. Very well, Lu Yiming. Await your reckoning. There will come a time for your tears. Su Rongrong resolved silently, further solidifying her determination to remain in the Magic City. As she departed without looking back, Lu Yiming revealed a smile. Indeed, he had successfully provoked her. This was for the best, as it only strengthened Su Rongrong's resolve to stay. At the very least, she would not return to Su province. Though not far, it would prevent frequent encounters. Su Rongrong could never have anticipated the lengths to which Lu Yiming would go to keep her there. Starting his Ferrari, Lu Yiming drove out of the West Suburb Hotel. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, a furious Lu Yijuan slammed the table with such force that it echoed throughout the room. Beside him, Zhang Qian dared not utter a word. Calm down. Calm down. What nonsense. That was a chess set I purchased at great expense. and before I even had a chance to use it, that brat ruined it. Recently, the game of Go had become all the rage among the elite circles of the Magic City. Although Lu Yiming had no knowledge of the game, he felt compelled to keep pace with others to avoid solidifying the Lu family's reputation as nouveau riche. To practice, he had not only hired a teacher, but also spent a fortune on a premium antique chess set. Such exquisite pieces were rare. However, due to his busy schedule, he had kept the set in his study after purchasing it. Tonight, feeling inspired, he intended to set up a game only to discover that the chess set had mysteriously vanished. Upon inquiring, he learned it had been taken by his own son. What a wasteful child. How could this not infuriate Lu Yiming? They say that the heart's treasures are priceless. He had once believed that his son had turned over a new leaf, especially with his recent commendable performance at the company, but now his mood soured in an instant. This troublesome boy seemed to have been born solely to vex him. This time, he vowed to break the boy's legs. At that moment, the roar of a Ferrari echoed. "Does that brat dare to return?" Lu Yiming shouted. "Where's the feather duster? Bring it to me." Chapter 46. Chaos and confusion. Don't run, you little rascal. Yiming, make a quick escape. Just as Lu Yiming parked the car, he saw his father and Aunt Zhang rushing out one after the other. One was urging him to flee while the other demanded he stop. Faced with his father's feather duster, running away seemed the only sensible choice. In the courtyard of the Lu villa, a dramatic chase unfolded. "Stop, you little brat. Put down that item. I once hit you." Only a fool would believe that. Lu Yiming thought to himself, recalling how he had been caught in similar predicaments countless times in his youth. A chaotic scene ensued until Lu Yiming, out of breath, finally halted in his pursuit. "Where's my chess set?" he gasped. "I gave it away." Lu Yiming responded defiantly, which made Lu Yiming wish he could wield the feather duster once more. Alas, age had diminished his stamina. "Dad, don't be hasty. Aren't you even curious to whom I gifted it? What is there to ask? Besides squandering money, what else could you possibly do?" "Let me guess. It was that little girl again." "Indeed, no one knows a son better than his father." Lu Yiming retorted. But wait, this time I had a legitimate reason. It was for the father-in-law of the head of the Su family." Which Su family? Which other family could it be but the Su family? Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming instantly regained his composure. When did his son ever become associated with the Su family? The might of the Su clan was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the Lu group to confront. This was a truth that even Lu Yiming had to concede. Compared to a century-old family, the Lu family was merely at the threshold of its journey. In contrast, the Su family had long since transcended the curse of wealth not lasting beyond 3 generations. "Pray tell, what is the matter? Allow me a moment to catch my breath." "Enough with the idle chatter, speak quickly." "But I just returned, and you chase me around the yard, demanding answers without allowing me a moment's respite. You deserve it, considering the troubles you have caused in the past." "Very well, your arguments are compelling." Lu Yiming found himself unable to retort. "Father, is it truly necessary to create such a commotion over merely a chess set?" "A chess set? Do you have any idea how many connections your father leveraged for this? This set was originally destined for this year's autumn auction. By then, its value would likely have doubled." Lu Yiming had indeed relied on numerous acquaintances to secure it in advance, incurring a debt of gratitude. Yet here we are. Before I even had the chance to lay hands on it, this unfilial son has given it away. Anyone in my position would be exasperated. "Father, with your disdain for chess, this reaction seems excessive." "Hey." Upon hearing this, old grievances flared anew, and Lu Yiming swiftly grasped a feather duster. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang was quick-witted and snatched it away. "Enough of the ruckus. We cannot afford to become a laughingstock." "All right then, since Aunt Zhang has spoken, I shall acquiesce to her request, lest I find myself sleeping in the guest room again these next few days. Come here." Lu Yiming pointed at Lu Yiming and stormed into the villa. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Hurry and apologize. You know your father's temperament. He responds to kindness, not force." "A few well-chosen words will smooth over this incident," Aunt Zhang advised before following him inside. "In a moment, we shall have a proper discussion. I will prepare some soup for you." Indeed, Aunt Zhang played a significant role in this household. It is a pity that in his previous life, Lu Yiming did not treat her kindly. Perhaps he would never quite overcome that hurdle. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lu Yiming now understood that the divorce of his parents could not solely be blamed on his father. Some matters were beyond a father's control. Fortunately, he still had the opportunity to make amends. The father and son made their way into the study, one after the other. "Now speak, what exactly is going on?" Lu Yiming maintained a stern expression. My classmate, Su Rongrong, is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Ah, so you are entangled with a woman. We have circled back to the beginning. But, while there is some truth to that, it is merely coincidental. Lu Yiming recounted the accident he encountered and the circumstances surrounding Su Rongrong's arrival in the city, providing a general outline of events. Certainly, the narrative discreetly omits the events that transpired between myself and Su Rongrong. If my father were to discover such thrilling details, it is likely that I would find myself in dire straits tonight. So, in that sense, you are indeed a benefactor to the Su family? Truly, as a businessman, you swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. I suppose so. The handheld wireless telephone system you reported last time is also related to the Su family? The deputy general manager of telecommunications is, in fact, the son-in-law of the Su family. Is there a possibility? Perhaps not. What do you mean? At this juncture, Lu Yiming was left perplexed. Given that his son had saved the father-in-law of the Su family's head, shouldn't collaboration be a natural progression? Could it be that the Su family harbors ulterior motives? Father, such a century-old aristocracy, is rife with intricate labyrinths. Internal conflicts? Perhaps. Today, during the banquet, the Su family's son-in-law did mention the potential for collaboration, but I managed to smooth it over. Why? It shouldn't be so straightforward. I fear there may be treachery afoot. The business world operates on the principle of perpetual interests. Just because I saved Su Rongrong's grandfather, it does not mean the Su family ought to feel indebted and relinquish their own gains. Lu Yiming is not so naive. If it were truly that simple, the Su family, as a century-old aristocracy, would not have endured through the ages. Being cautious is indeed prudent. Lu Yiming was quite pleased with his son's vigilance. By the way, I heard you are about to embark on an inspection. It has been settled. We shall depart in the next couple of days. Do you feel confident? Father, I understand your concerns. Hey, you rascal, go ahead and elaborate. The transformation of my son greatly exceeded Lu Yiming's expectations. The air of assuredness he exuded was something Lu Yiming himself could not attain. It was surprising to witness how, once his son took things seriously, he truly earned his father's admiration. Father, your apprehension pertains to the real estate business. The Lu Group has just boldly announced its foray into this realm. Precisely when we require financial liquidity, and you fear potential issues with our cash flow. You are correct. At this juncture, the real estate project indeed presents the optimal opportunity. Yet our financial resources are limited. Although the bank has provided favorable policies, should they tighten their grip, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Hence my support for you will be somewhat restrained. Lu Yiming was never blindly arrogant. He always approached matters with caution. This prudence is crucial for the development of the Lu Group. What I offer you is a surprise. Have no worries. Lu Yiming was brimming with confidence. He had calculated in his mind that the initial investment was not substantial. Otherwise, he would not be so fixated on this project. I shall not interfere. Let us discuss the chess pieces. I invested 3 million. What do you say? Lu Yiming, if there's no money, then take my life. A typical case of the stubborn refusing to fear boiling water. Observing his son's shameless demeanor, Lu Yiming completely lost his temper. Chapter 47. Whispers and Speculation. Young General Lu. Good morning. Good morning. After parking his car, Lu Yiming stifled a yawn, his spirit severely lacking. His handsome features were marred by faint dark circles beneath his eyes. Young Master Lu must surely take care to rest, and not overexert himself. The same security guard as before now exhibited a marked increase in deference. Ever since discovering Lu Yiming's identity, he was practically fawning. Such is life. Providing for one's family is no easy feat. One might wonder if young Master Lu is shouldering too heavy a burden, especially considering he has only recently graduated. However, one could argue that this weight is trivial. Unlike those who possess wealth, the joys of the affluent are beyond your comprehension. The team leader scoffed. Recognizing that young Master Lu adeptly maximizes his limited time. Do you understand what it means to toil? What good is wealth when, at 11 o'clock at night, the television station's grand screen displays nothing but emptiness? Television? Can't you aspire to greater things? Do you even know what a nightclub is? What on earth is that? A man's paradise. Such a conversation would have gone unheard by Lu Yiming, oblivious to the mention of nightclubs and the like. Last night, he had boasted foolishly, believing that given his father's temperament, he would easily escape reprimand. Determined to teach himself a lesson, he retrieved the spare chess set from home, intent on administering a thorough correction. To quote Lu Yiming himself, with his chess skills, Dealing with an unlearned brat would be as easy as pie. However, in a mere 20 minutes, Lu Yiming managed to teach his father a lesson about the perils of arrogance. Yet, Lu Yijuan remained unconvinced, dragging Lu Yiming into the late hours of the night. After losing over 10 games, his face turned a shade of green. Had it not been for Aunt Zhang, who could no longer bear the spectacle, forcibly ushering Lu Yijuan to bed, he might have endured the entire night. Alas, this was a misfortune for Lu Yiming. Initially, he had indeed intended to temper his father's sharpness, but even a man of iron cannot withstand such trials indefinitely. In the end, Lu Yiming had even gone easy on him, yet his father remained obstinate. Shaking his head at the thought, Lu Yiming mused that with such skill, any chess set would be wasted. As he stepped out of the elevator, Lu Yiming contemplated brewing himself a cup of coffee in the break room. The Lu Group offered its employees first-rate benefits, with each floor featuring its own dedicated lounge. Tea and coffee were readily available. In this era, such a humane management style is rare among companies. Though it was not yet time to start work, many colleagues gathered to exchange a few idle words, a form of relaxation before the high-intensity labor ahead. However, the topics of conversation were somewhat. Did you see what happened today? What did you see? The allure of professional attire. Who? Please, spare the flattery. It's not that enticing. You simply haven't witnessed it. I, too, observed it. Goodness. I did not expect such a figure coupled with such beauty to be so. Are you referring to Vice President Li? You certainly possess a great deal of audacity. No offense. Vice President Li is indeed attractive, but in comparison to her, there remains a slight deficiency. Who on earth are you discussing? Who else could it be but the newly appointed assistant of young Master Lu? Chung Xiao. Yes, that's her. Surely not. I know Chung Xiao. She usually dresses quite similarly. True, she is indeed beautiful, yet she is merely on par with Vice President Li. You simply do not understand. Today she donned professional attire, complemented by those eye-catching black stockings. It was truly, just the thought of the breathtaking scene upon seeing Chung Xiao today sends this male colleague into a reverie, instantly falling head over heels. Surely, it cannot be that absurd. When you see her, do try not to drool. Lu Yiming remarked. Indeed, when men gather, the conversation inevitably revolves around women. It was the same back in school. And now, even as white-collar professionals, the elites of society, they remain unable to extricate themselves from such a tendency. You think, with Chung Xiao dressed this way, could it be? Hush, keep your voice down. Regardless, I am prepared to attempt to pursue her. You must be out of your mind. She is young Master Lu's assistant, personally recruited by him. From my observations over the past few days, she appears to be quite a simple girl. Why not give it a try? Whoever succeeds shall be treated to a month's worth of lunches. That could work. Yet, wagering on pursuing a woman is utterly foolish. Ahem. Just as the discussion grew increasingly absurd, a cough interrupted them. Young Master Lu. Ah, young Master Lu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Yiming, the group instantly straightened themselves. Please, continue. No, young Master Lu, we were mistaken. Who could have anticipated that we would encounter you while indulging in a rare gathering of camaraderie? Moreover, why have you come to personally serve coffee? With the end-of-month assessments approaching, those who fail, well. Understood, young Master Lu. We shall attend to our duties forthwith. The group exchanged glances and promptly exited the break room. Have you heard enough? Although the break room was eerily empty, Lu Yiming spoke as if conversing with the air. I do not possess a habit of eavesdropping. Vice President Li seems to have been here longer than I. Young Master Lu, you jest. Lily pursed her lips, eager to inquire how Lu Yiming had discerned her presence. Does the younger generation feel the pressure of the older? In the earlier comparison, Chung Xiao evidently held the advantage. Is young Master Lu attempting to sow discord among colleagues? Huh. Lu Yiming chuckled softly. Indeed, Lily's status and position would not allow her to direct ire toward Chung Xiao. He merely sought to test the waters. Observing Lu Yiming's retreating figure, Lily displayed a look of resignation. Unanticipatedly, there lies a hint of pettiness. How intriguing. One guards closely while claiming to harbor no thoughts. Lily poured herself a cup of steaming milk. Nevertheless, today, Chung Xiao truly dazzled her. The professional attire was simply impeccable. With a slender waist that could be grasped delicately, paired with the allure of black stockings, her appeal was undeniably overwhelming. It is no wonder that the younger crowd finds it hard to resist. Just moments ago, Lily observed that wherever Chung Xiao went, numerous eyes were secretly glancing her way. Should she interject? Yet, that seemed unnecessary. Professional attire poses no issue. Initially, Lily intended to advise Lu Yiming. considering that Chung Xiao is indeed assistant to the young Master Lu. However, it appeared that the principal party was unperturbed. Chung Xiao, please come to my office. Lu Yiming returned to the office with a cup of coffee. The first order of business was to summon Chung Xiao. After Chung Xiao left the previous evening, Lu Yiming reflected and realized he had overlooked Chung Xiao's feelings. For Chung Xiao, such expenditures were not something she could easily comprehend. Yet, the moment Chung Xiao stepped into the office, Lu Yiming's gaze remained fixated upon her. Chapter 48. The allure of professional attire indeed. The allure of professional attire is no mere exaggeration. To don such attire with such breathtaking elegance, Chung Xiao's charm is boundless. Young Master Lu, Chung Xiao felt a tad awkward. After leaving last night, she ventured to Chipu Road. The shirt cost 40, the suit, 120. At Hunglong, a full set of professional attire would typically amount to nearly 20,000, yet Chung Xiao acquired hers for a mere 160. Admittedly, the fabric lacked a bit in quality. However, when worn by Chung Xiao, it presented an entirely different concept. This 160 yuan investment was one she contemplated for quite some time before finally deciding to purchase. As for the black stockings, it was a first in her life. Chung Xiao had engaged in extensive mental preparation. However, she now found herself regretting it somewhat. Upon arriving at the company, several colleagues' eyes followed her intently. It was rather, I just conferred with Vice President Li, we depart tomorrow. So soon? Chung Xiao did not expect young Master Lu to be so eager. To be in someone's thoughts can be quite burdensome. Although Lu Yiming had advanced the timeline significantly, once the butterfly flaps its wings, who knows what unforeseen events might transpire. Understood, I will prepare accordingly. As Lu Yiming's assistant, Chung Xiao naturally had to devise a plan. In a brief period, she had mastered the basics of simple dialogue. A top scholar indeed, one cannot rely on common logic to make deductions. No need. Stay in the office today, I can remind you at any time. Chung Xiao, stay in the office? That seemed very well, Lu Yiming conceded, acknowledging that he simply wished to prevent those with ulterior motives from casting undue glances at Chung Xiao. Having firmly admonished herself to steer clear of Chung Xiao, it seems she has underestimated the allure of his charm. Ahem, she must be more vigilant at work, as those fellows have taken to wagering on their pursuit of her. While Lu Yiming is not one to indulge in gossip, this time he has exceptionally warned Chung Xiao. The latter immediately grasped the situation. Young Master Lu, I apologize. I won't dress like this again. It is the allure of those black stockings that has stirred the wrong thoughts. It is not her fault. Lu Yiming refrained from raising his head, fearing he might lose control over his gaze. As a man, he naturally harbors an appreciation for beauty. His demeanor undeniably provides Chung Xiao with a considerable sense of security. Indeed, he is unlike anyone else. That night in the classroom, she had already prepared herself for devotion. Chung Xiao is acutely aware of her own charm. Yet, Lu Yiming, against all odds, resisted. Although it was a misunderstanding, Lu Yiming's reaction certainly took Chung Xiao by surprise. A playboy, a scion of privilege, people hardly comprehend Lu Yiming. Throughout the day, Chung Xiao remained in Lu Yiming's office. His actions send an unequivocal message to the outside world. His assistant is not someone to be trifled with. Remarkably, he even accompanied Chung Xiao to the staff cafeteria at lunchtime. Consequently, no male colleague dared to linger his gaze on Chung Xiao. He perfectly embodies the persona of a domineering CEO. As for Chung Xiao, she seems to relish this tender care. Nevertheless, she constantly reminds herself that Lu Yiming is not someone she can covet. The disparity between them is too vast. Being able to interact in this manner is already a source of great satisfaction for her. I'll pick you up tomorrow. No need, I can take the bus. We need to leave 2 hours early. Bus schedules are unpredictable, and this matter is too significant to allow for any mishaps. Fine. Eventually, Chung Xiao relented. Indeed, Lu Yiming was not mistaken. For this particular trip, the entire investment department had been busy for quite some time. They could not afford a single oversight that might lead to unforeseen consequences. During this period, Chung Xiao had already moved out of the dormitory. She and her mother now reside in a traditional lane house in Hongkou, an old-style 2-story loft, merely 7 square meters in size. They say that in the magical city, every inch is precious, that there is gold to be found everywhere. But what is the reality? Many local families in this magical city have lived for generations in such old-style lanes. This is the truest depiction. The old houses in Hongkou are not conveniently located. Their only advantage lies in the affordable rent. For Chung Xiao, it is the best option available. for the vast majority of the year. Her mother has spent her time in the hospital. 7 square meters is more than sufficient for the two of them. Early in the morning, as Lu Yiming's Ferrari glided onto the quaint, vintage street, it instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Such a rare sight. Even the mere presence of 4 wheels was an infrequent occurrence, let alone a supercar of this caliber. The children's eyes sparkled with palpable curiosity, and residents coming and going couldn't help but steal a few glances. The worth of a single Ferrari could easily purchase half of the alleyway. Chung Xiao hurriedly exited her home, stepping into the vehicle amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. It wouldn't be long before she became renowned in the alley. However, for some envious elderly women, malicious rumors would undoubtedly abound. Although Chung Xiao typically paid no heed to others' opinions of her, she pondered, perhaps I have been inconsiderate. Young Master Lu, please, just call me by my name. We're still old classmates. Lu Yiming held a genuine admiration for Chung Xiao's resilience. Thus, he reflected on how deeply he had hurt her in his past life, leading this spirited girl to depart in despair. Despite possessing an indomitable spirit akin to resilient weeds, she ultimately vanished into another land, leaving no trace behind. Young Master Lu? Apologies, Lu Yiming? Chung Xiao queried, noticing Lu Yiming had yet to start the car. Her curiosity piqued. Remembering something, she fastened her seatbelt. Lu Yiming withdrew from his reverie. Have you had breakfast? I boiled an extra egg. Chung Xiao hesitated for a long while before finally retrieving the egg she had prepared. I won't have a hand free in a moment. Lu Yiming had initially meant it as a jest, yet Chung Xiao surprisingly brought the freshly peeled egg to his lips. This scene was rather reminiscent of their early married days in his past life, when she had thought Lu Yiming was her everything, only to discover otherwise. Be careful. It's hot. Lu Yiming swallowed the egg in one swift motion. What does it mean to experience a myriad of emotions? Why has my mindset shifted? Cough. Cough, what's wrong? It seems you're choking. Lu Yiming remarked. Chung Xiao continued. At Hangzhou Airport, everyone has arrived. A Boeing 737 is already stationed on the runway. What's this? We will need it shortly. After passing through security, Lu Yiming handed Chung Xiao the boarding pass he had meticulously prepared. To an outsider, this interaction might seem overly intimate, akin to a narrative of a domineering CEO and his assistant. Indeed, reality often serves as the inspiration for such tales. Young Master Lu truly excels in every regard. Chapter 49, A Romantic at Heart. Young Master Lu, what is this? High altitudes can easily cause ear pressure. Aren't you aware? Of course I am. Lily scoffed. The issue is that your actions are far too conspicuous, making the others appear merely as tools. I simply understood. Let's proceed without further ado. Facing Lily's teasing, Lu Yiming found himself at a loss for words. Despite his intention to distance himself from Chung Xiao, he found himself caring for her unwittingly. Once aboard, Lu Yiming and Lily were, of course, seated in business class, while the others occupied the rear in economy. Let's discuss this, Lily remarked. Lu Yiming, this is excessive. You can't possibly be suggesting that I switch seats with your assistant, she said, her expression wary. That would mean sacrificing myself. Chung Xiao has a fear of heights. How do you know that? Lily questioned, skepticism evident on her face. Even if Chung Xiao does have a fear, I don't believe anyone has mentioned it. I simply wondered how you, Lu Yiming, were so well informed. It seems rather peculiar. I noticed she was taking deep breaths. When a person is anxious, they often exhibit involuntary behaviors. So, ultimately, you want me to switch seats? Of course not. Come now. Even a scoundrel like Lu Yiming wouldn't stoop so low. Sacrificing Lily was not something Lu Yiming would ever do. I wanted to discuss this with you. Later. I will move to the back, and you can assist Chung Xiao. Just don't give away the ruse. Say I need to discuss details. Really? Lily's heart stirred at his willingness to endure discomfort for Chung Xiao. Lu Yiming's character was well known to her. He indulged in all the pleasures befitting a wealthy heir. Yet, this time, he was unusually willing to suffer for another. Was this not too extravagant? Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Thank you. With Lily's affirmation, Lu Yiming rose and made his way towards the economy section. Who would have thought? He is quite the romantic, she mused, as if seeing Lu Yiming in a new light. Indeed, his recent behavior had completely upended Lily's previous perceptions of him. Meanwhile, in economy class, Chung Xiao appeared noticeably anxious, gripping the armrest tightly, her fingers turning pale at the joints. Assistant Chung, is something the matter? And no, it's nothing, she stammered, her voice laced with a tremor. This business trip consisted solely of men, aside from Li and Chung Xiao, which often resulted in a lack of attentiveness to such matters. At that moment, Lu Yiming approached the group. "Young Master Lu, what brings you here?" they asked, instinctively rising to their feet upon his arrival. However, Lu Yiming gestured for them to remain seated. "I need to switch seats." "What?" This statement was directed at Li. "I have some data to verify. You will take my seat next to Vice President Li." "But that's against protocol." Chung Xiao began to protest. But Lu Yiming would not afford her the opportunity. "Hurry, the flight is about to take off." "All right, I understand." Chung Xiao rose to make way, while Lu Yiming unceremoniously took a seat. "What? Do you need me to ask the flight attendant to show you the way?" No need." Chung Xiao quickly departed. Though she harbored some resentment towards Lu Yiming, she was already quite anxious, and now she had to change her seat. This fellow was truly... Observing Chung Xiao leave, a smirk involuntarily crept onto Lu Yiming's lips. "Young Master Lu, what data do you require?" Seizing the opportunity to impress the leaders, she promptly took out her laptop, eager to showcase her professionalism before Lu Yiming. The outcome, however, was, "I'm tired. We were supposed to discuss the data. May I inquire what you are doing, young Master Lu?" Lu Yiming muttered, "Damn the economy class. There's no room for my long legs." Fortunately, the flight would only last 3 hours. He could endure it. With his eyes closed to rest, Lu Yiming paid no heed to the astonished gazes around him. At this point, even the dullest observer could discern the reason. Indeed, there seemed to be an untold story between young Master Lu and Assistant Chung. Initially eager to engage, several male colleagues quickly retreated. After all, even if Assistant Chung were the epitome of beauty, they ought to abandon such thoughts. Competing with young Master Lu for a woman? That would be courting disaster. Meanwhile, Chung Xiao entered the business class with a tinge of trepidation. The changes were minimal. The seats were merely a bit more spacious. She truly couldn't fathom why the ticket prices were more than double. Was it to showcase the distinctiveness of the affluent? This aspect perplexed her greatly. "Mr. Li, young Master Lu, I know, there are still some data to verify. Please take a seat." Li gestured towards Lu Yiming's spot. Observing Chung Xiao's cautious demeanor evoked a sense of pity. It appeared that Lu Yiming had a preference for this type. Nonetheless, she held a certain admiration for Chung Xiao. Despite her shortcomings in various areas, Chung Xiao was undeniably talented and demonstrated ample diligence. With proper guidance, she might truly become capable of standing on her own. Nervous? Yes. Just a little. At this moment, the airplane began to taxi down the runway. Chung Xiao was tense all over. "It's all right. Air travel is the safest mode of transportation." I know, I merely... Do you understand why business class tickets are so expensive? A better experience? That's one reason. But the most crucial aspect is that these seats are located in the most stable part of the aircraft, where turbulence is significantly reduced. This is also why Lu Yiming insisted on switching seats with Chung Xiao. Due to the rush, the available economy class seats were concentrated at the rear of the plane. If turbulence were to strike, would Chung Xiao not be frightened to tears? It's fine, after takeoff, having a drink can effectively alleviate emotions. I used to do the same. Is Mr. Li also afraid of heights? It's not surprising. Everyone has their own fears. Li grasped Chung Xiao's right hand. "TSK. Your palm is all sweaty." Who would have thought that young Master Lu would be so observant? Chung Xiao wanted to say something, but the sudden and intense sensation of being pushed back startled her into closing her eyes. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the plane finally stabilized. "2 beers. Thank you," Li requested from the flight attendant. "Give it a try. The effect is truly remarkable." To ease her tension, Chung Xiao unhesitatingly downed her beer. However, Lu Yiming thought to himself, how could I have forgotten to remind her? With Chung Xiao's alcohol tolerance, no matter how meticulously he planned, he could not foresee this turn of events. Chapter 50. Nothing a cold shower can't solve. After the 737 touchdown on the runway, Lu Yiming finally opened his eyes. The 2 passengers in their seats had suffered throughout the journey. Young Master Lu sat by the aisle, closing his eyes to rest, afraid even to go to the restroom. He had held it in so long that his face turned pale. The most agonizing experience was witnessing the restroom being unavailable right after landing. What is going on here? Their pained expressions resembled that of someone who had been tortured. "It's fine. All is well," they smiled on the surface, while inwardly they were distressed. Originally, the company of a beautiful woman should have brought joy throughout the journey. Now, with a mere excuse from young Master Lu, Assistant Chung was replaced. He had endured the entire trip without daring to breathe too heavily, fearing that he might disturb young Master Lu's rest. The distance from paradise to hell was merely the transition from business class to economy class. Shall we wait for Vice President Li and Assistant Chung? Business class passengers disembark first. I almost forgot about that. Look at young Master Lu. For the sake of Assistant Chung, he willingly endures this grievance. It seems like true love. However, after disembarking, they spent quite some time searching for Vice President Li and Assistant Chung in the relatively small airport. Could they really be lost? Eventually, Lu Yiming's phone rang. What? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Yiming's expression was rather, how should one put it? It was a mix of amusement and exasperation. You all wait here, Lu Yiming said, as he walked towards another direction. After turning a couple of corners, he finally spotted the disheveled Li Li. Her face was filled with indignation, which was quite amusing. Li Li spoke irritably. Who would have thought Chung Xiao's tolerance for alcohol was so low? Just one beer, and she's already drunk. The key is, it would have been fine if she had quietly slept. In the aftermath of her inebriation, Chung Xiao's demeanor was a far cry from that of the icy goddess she usually embodied. Throughout their journey, Li Li devoted all her energy to soothing Chung Xiao, who oscillated between tears and laughter. The bewildered expressions of the elite and business class left Li Li utterly speechless, a veritable chapter of black history. How could one have allowed her to drink? Lu Yiming bore a look of helplessness, having previously encountered the formidable nature of a drunken Chung Xiao in a past life. Following their union, Chung Xiao naturally needed to accompany Lu Yiming to various occasions. However, a single cocktail shattered her composure entirely, a memory that Lu Yiming could hardly bear to revisit. The recollection alone was enough to induce a headache. Since that fateful event, Lu Yiming had resolutely refrained from allowing Chung Xiao to consume any alcohol. Little did he know that, in his absence, Chung Xiao had developed a penchant for excessive drinking, a fact he would likely remain oblivious to. At this moment, Chung Xiao, slumped on the ground, continued to mutter to herself, indicating she had yet to regain her full senses. You never mentioned she couldn't hold her liquor, Li Li retorted, her intentions having been well-meaning. A slight inebriation can indeed ease tension. However, engaging in drunken antics was an entirely different matter. With the assistance of the flight attendants, she had finally managed to bring Chung Xiao down. Who had she offended to be burdened with the care of both the illustrious Lu Yiming and his petite assistant? Clearing her throat, she conceded that perhaps she had not communicated the situation adequately. What else could Lu Yiming do? He swiftly lifted Chung Xiao from the ground. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Remarkably, Lu Yiming exhibited considerable strength, far surpassing that of the feeble men who could barely manage a chicken. With Chung Xiao in his arms and Li, the vice president, trailing behind, they made their grand entrance before the assembled crowd. Young Master Lu, shall we lend a hand? We wouldn't want you to tire yourself. Get lost. What was intended as flattery had, regrettably, struck the wrong chord. How absurd to suggest assistance when this was Chung Xiao, essentially Lu Yiming's prized possession at this moment. A word of caution, think before you speak next time. In the car? Young Master Lu, the vehicle was arranged by Assistant Chung. Lu Yiming replied, can't you figure it out on your own? Of course we can. Young Master Lu, please hold on, we'll find it immediately. In a flurry of chaos, they finally managed to board the vehicle. Young Master Lu, according to the itinerary, our first stop is the factory for inspection. Take me to the hotel. But young Master Lu, it has already been scheduled. Change the itinerary. It was now evident that young Master Lu favored his beloved over all else, prioritizing her above all matters of business. I shall go first. It would not be courteous to keep the other party waiting. In our daily lives, we place great importance on such matters, ensuring they do not feel neglected. Once you have settled Chung Xiao, will you come? In this situation, it was Li Li who stepped forward. Thank you for your efforts. In truth, visiting the factory is merely a procedural formality. All necessary parameters reside in Lu Yiming's mind. He is already well prepared, merely putting on a facade. Otherwise, it would seem too peculiar and might arouse suspicion. Li Li's willingness to assist is appreciated. Young Master Lu, we have boarded the vehicle. I am aware. Why not let Assistant Chung down first? There is no need to hold her in this manner while in the car. Lu Yiming had arranged for the finest hotel in the area. As for Lu Yiming, he escorted Chung Xiao into the executive suite that was originally intended for himself. Do you think young Master Lu might? A glance exchanged between men conveyed understanding. Watching young Master Lu depart, one pondered if they would squander this opportunity. Would they still be considered men? Before the thought could fully form, a cold chuckle interrupted. I I almost forgot that Vice President Li was still in the vehicle. The few who had been smirking quickly changed their expressions. What are you thinking? Young Master Lu is not that sort of person. Indeed. How could you have such a base mind? Silence and get to work. Li scoffed, as they all indulged in their gossip. It was sweltering. Meanwhile, in the hotel suite, Chung Xiao was incessantly tugging at her outer garment. It was hot, truly unbearable. Lu Yiming could only use a blanket to shield against her exposure. After a prolonged struggle, Chung Xiao finally quieted down, allowing Lu Yiming to breathe a sigh of relief. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. After all, he is a normal man. Moreover, in his previous life, every inch of Chung Xiao's skin was intimately familiar to him. His patience was indeed being put to the test. Loosening his tie, he swallowed hard. You are tempting me. Gazing at the defenseless Chung Xiao asleep on the bed, Lu Yiming removed his jacket and strode into the bathroom. What could cool him down more than a cold shower? There was no other choice. This was a debt from his past life that he had to repay. Chapter 51. Bound like a Zongzi, the passionate scenes from his previous life flashed continually in Lu Yiming's mind. Although Chung Xiao was merely seen as a substitute for Su Rongrong, those moments of passion had undeniably occurred. Lu Yiming was all too aware of every inch of skin on Chung Xiao, of every hidden nuance. Who on earth said cold showers work? The cold water incessantly stimulated Lu Yiming, yet it felt utterly ineffective. At that moment, the bathroom door was abruptly pushed open. Lu Yiming exclaimed, "What a thrill! I never imagined that Chung Xiao had such a wild side when intoxicated. It seems I did not know her well enough in my previous life." Regrettably, fantasies are often lush while reality is stark. Ugh, Chung Xiao didn't even glance toward the bathroom. Ugh, was one glass of beer really enough for this? Lu Yiming desperately wanted to inquire how he might exit this predicament. A five-star hotel and a suite. Yet his current situation was far from ideal, as Chung Xiao sprawled beside him, effectively blocking all exits. To leave, he had no choice but to step over her. The most critical issue was that his bathrobe lay on the other side. How unreasonable. Chung Xiao? He called softly, and upon noticing her lack of response, he cautiously took a step forward. At that moment, Lu Yiming's sole thought was to leave quickly, lest Chung Xiao awaken and leave him at a loss for words. However, as he stepped over her, he inadvertently caught her eye, causing her to quickly shut them again. Chung Xiao felt as if her mind had exploded with a resounding thud. A severe headache accompanied her confusion. What should she do? In this situation, should she continue to feign unconsciousness, or make a hasty escape? Would Lu Yiming succumb to his primal instincts? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Lu Yiming finally donned the bathrobe, turning to face her. Chung Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and her breathing quickened. Surely, he wouldn't take advantage of her, would he? How could she have allowed herself to drink? What a predicament! As she spiraled into her worries, she heard Lu Yiming's sarcastic remarks. In the next moment, he scooped her up and headed toward the bed. Chung Xiao thought, what does he intend to do? Surely not. No, this cannot be happening. I must not allow myself to be caught in such a muddle. Just as she considered resisting, she felt herself lifted into the air, and before she could cry out, she landed on the soft bed. Ugh, her stomach churned violently. Lu Yiming, do you have no humanity? Can't you see that I'm distressed? Indeed, the gentle yet domineering CEO only exists in novels. In real life, huh? Just as she attempted to turn over, Lu Yiming had already seized the blanket beside him, binding her up like a dumpling. Finally, she was still. Chung Xiao gazed at his handiwork, and Lu Yiming expressed his satisfaction. At the very least, this way, there would be no accidental exposure. Poor Chung Xiao, at that moment, lacked even the strength to struggle, merely lamenting Lu Yiming's forceful actions in her heart. Little did she know, in her inebriated state, just how great the temptation of the opposite sex could be. Should one choose a different man, even lacking the audacity of a thief? There must be some form of engagement before one can claim ownership. After resolving matters with Chung Xiao, Lu Yiming closed the bedroom door and made his way to the living room. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and subsequently dialed Li Li's number. Mr. Lu, how is the tour proceeding? Under their arrangement, a visit to the factory ensued. The factory was situated on the outskirts of the city. However, its size was rather modest. And although labeled as suburban, it was not far at all. The differences between this factory and those in the homeland were stark. In Li Li's words, she felt as though her eyes had been opened. Compared to her own experiences, she had to concede that domestic factories lagged significantly in technology, management, and every conceivable aspect. Here, every process was governed by meticulous management plans. The division of labor and assembly were exceedingly rational, optimizing both personnel and costs. Bear in mind, what you are witnessing is merely what they wish to present to you. Indeed, they strive for excellence, yet there have been numerous failures in subsequent times. What intrigued Lu Yiming most was the production capacity of the factory. Mr. Lu, there is one more matter. Lily hesitated, uncertain whether to report this to Lu Yiming. Speak freely. It seems they are not particularly attentive to our visit. The individuals who received us were merely a deputy manager and a department head. Even the deputy is just a mid-level officer within the company's hierarchy. This greatly displeased Li. Feeling that the Lu group was being underestimated, a mere display of their inherent arrogance. Lu Yiming chuckled coldly upon hearing this. They truly believed themselves to be of significance. Come back, he instructed. Return. Lily froze momentarily. What does this mean? Mr. Lu, there is a welcome party this evening. The itinerary has been sent to everyone, and as the team leader, you cannot be unaware of it. We are not the ones in a hurry. Simply find an excuse to decline tonight's welcome party. Understood. Though uncertain of Lu Yiming's intentions, Lily remained resolute in carrying out his orders. After touring the factory, she engaged in a conversation with the deputy manager, expressing her regret over the inability to attend the welcome party, yet her stance was unwavering. The project deputy did not anticipate such a response, momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. After escorting everyone onto the vehicle, he hastily made a phone call. His words a flurry of unintelligible sound. Half an hour later, Li and her party returned to the hotel. After settling everyone in, she knocked on Lu Yiming's door. I thought you might not be available at this hour. Upon seeing Lu Yiming open the door, Li appeared somewhat surprised. What is the matter? Have I become synonymous with a lecher in your mind? Close enough. Li shrugged, fully aware that Lu Yiming would not let slip this rare opportunity. To be candid, entrusting the inebriated Chung Xiao to Lu Yiming had induced a significant internal struggle within her. After all, Chung Xiao placed her trust in Li, which made the prospect of any mishap all the more daunting, as it would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. Yet, in the end, Li chose to place her faith in Lu Yiming once more. In retrospect, it seems she made the right bet. Where is he? Sleeping in the room. A drunken fool, Lu Yiming remarked, curling his lip as he poured a glass of whiskey for Li. Care for a drink? Trying to get me intoxicated? Not a chance. Your tolerance surpasses mine, and I have no intention of feeling uncomfortable. It was quite self-aware of him. Li accepted the glass with a smile. And for reasons she could not quite grasp, she found herself increasingly willing to trust Lu Yiming during this period. This shift was somewhat sudden, leaving her bewildered as to its origin. Chapter 52. Steadily fishing from the pier. Young Master Lu, theoretically speaking, our time is limited. Recent reports from the domestic front indicate that some individuals have already recognized the potential of the handheld wireless telephone system. The wings of a butterfly. What? Cough. Merely a metaphor. Lu Yiming understood that his own radical approach had led to the leakage of sensitive information, although most were still oblivious to the opportunities at hand. Wealth has always been concentrated in the hands of a select few, has it not? Should anyone intervene, it could indeed yield unforeseen possibilities. We're anxious. Perhaps even more so than they are. Li raised an eyebrow in skepticism, reasoning that given the current circumstances, they could easily hold out for a better offer. Especially since they possessed the patent for the handheld wireless telephone system. This was their trump card. Is that so? It was indeed difficult for her to accept. Li was unreserved in her inquiries. When it was time to question, she did not hold back. Take a look at this. Lu Yiming seemed to have anticipated her response, retrieving a document from his briefcase. What is this? You'll know once you look. Li accepted the report with a hint of skepticism, but upon opening it, her expression turned to one of astonishment as she gazed at Lu Yiming. There's no need to doubt the report's authenticity. Where did this come from? This, one might say, is a commercial secret. The data presented here is of the utmost importance. As a privately held company, there is no obligation to disclose such figures. Don't look at me like that. And don't overthink it. Corporate espionage is better suited for novels. But this report? There exists a profession known as a commercial broker. It cost me $1 million. And it stings quite a bit. Goodness. One could only say that young Master Lu truly had a lavish touch. Li no longer harbored doubts, but instead patiently continued to read on. Has the financial situation deteriorated to this extent? There is a saying that goes, it is merely a superficial splendor. Indeed, the factory can indeed project an image of formidable strength. Alas, the current financial situation has reached a dire impasse. Little Lu, I fail to comprehend. If that is truly the case, then our proactive approach should present an unprecedented opportunity for them. Yet, they have only dispatched a deputy director. Is it possible that dissenting voices exist within their ranks? If there were no internal issues, and with no public listing, power would solely reside with the upper echelons. But why do they choose this path? To seek greater profit. Put simply, they desire to demand exorbitant terms. This, it seems, is merely a self-staged performance. Lu Yiming let out a cold sneer and downed his whiskey in one gulp. It is remarkable how strong liquor can sharpen one's mind. Are you suggesting we leave them hanging? But what if that backfires? After all, the domestic situation is far from optimistic. Should other competitors meddle, it would spell considerable trouble for the Lu Group. Most crucially, the investment department is severely underfunded. Their foray into the real estate sector has siphoned off too many resources from the group. Even if Lu Yiming wishes to support his son, he likely finds himself constrained. Moreover, those rival companies are well-funded. Not to mention, the efficiency of domestic operations is notoriously sluggish. In this regard, Lu Yiming harbors considerable confidence. There are only a handful of companies in the country that possess both the insight and capability to target handheld wireless telephone systems. Yes, they do hold significant capital. Unfortunately, the internal strife within these groups is exceedingly severe. Even if a direction is proposed, it will take at least 2 months to reach a decision and implement action. Given the current dire financial circumstances, if they manage to last a month, it would be sheer luck. Though the bosses are greedy, they lack the audacity to take risks. Such a risk-averse nature presents the perfect opportunity for Lu Yiming. In his previous life, the group was cornered and, facing imminent collapse, was compelled to use the patent for the handheld wireless telephone system as collateral, which only sustained them for 6 months. Ultimately, they were left picking up the pieces at a bargain. If that is indeed the case, we can certainly afford to leave them waiting. Not only that, but starting tomorrow, you should reach out to several mobile phone manufacturers, beginning with Sharp. Understood. Lily immediately grasped Lu Yiming's intent. This is about making them anxious and disorganized. Seeing that Lily had understood his purpose, Lu Yiming let out a cold smile. The present situation is far removed from the future, where they become a pivotal telecommunications conglomerate on a global scale. Now is the opportune moment for him to exert control. If he does not act now, he may well regret it deeply in the future. As for the company at this moment, snap. A resounding slap echoed through the room as the chairman struck the deputy director's face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint of 5 fingers. This blow was devoid of mercy. I apologize. Despite receiving such a stinging rebuke, the deputy director offered no defense, instead adopting an even more obsequious demeanor. In this peculiar culture of enduring humiliation, one stands stoically to absorb the blows while presenting their face for further punishment. As a mid-level employee within the company, being struck by the chairman might, in some twisted sense, impart a perverse sense of honor. Is this what you told me? You assured me that the other party would be eager to collaborate. Yet their attitude is utterly contrary now. I apologize, Chairman, it was my oversight. An oversight? Your blunder could spell disaster for the entire company. I am truly sorry. However, I still hope the chairman can grant me a little time. I believe. Nonsense. Another resounding slap interrupted him. What do you believe? The company won't survive until the end of the month. While the handheld wireless telephone system represents a significant transformation in the current mobile communications landscape, the population base in this niche market is limited. Even if it gains national recognition, widespread promotion remains a formidable challenge. The company has exerted considerable effort, yet satisfaction remains elusive. Currently, it continues to operate at a loss, and if this persists, the company will face inevitable ruin. The chairman seethed with anger, lamenting how he had so naively trusted these fools, resulting in a complete debacle. What about the representatives from the Lu Group? They're still at the hotel. Keep a close watch. Alert me at the first sign of any developments. Understood. Indeed, just as Lu Yiming had analyzed, the chairman was both inexperienced and overly playful. An amateur leading professionals inevitably leads to such disastrous outcomes. The pressure from the chairman has cascaded down to every senior executive. Before voicing dissent, one must first consider whether they can maintain their own position. Chapter 53. The embarrassed Chung Xiao. I will now proceed to devise tomorrow's agenda. Wait, is there something else? Young Master Lu? Li questioned, puzzled, as this seemed the time to intensify their strategy. After all, they could not afford to reveal any anomalies. Otherwise, their performance would be in vain. Unexpectedly, Lu Yiming gestured towards his room. What does that mean? Lily retorted. Hey, I regard you as a partner. Yet you seem to think about nothing but taking advantage of me. Young Master Lu, I warn you. What are you thinking? Let's check on Chung Xiao. Just wait. His presence flickered and vanished, as if lingering even a second longer would allow one to witness mockery on Lu Yiming's face. I am utterly embarrassed. Be careful. If you break anything, you'll have to pay for it. In a moment of carelessness, he collided with the coffee table. Why can't this ridiculous piece of furniture be at a proper height? Lily gritted her teeth, her mind incessantly cursing Lu Yiming. He was clearly relishing the opportunity to tease her, relishing the prospect of her embarrassment. Upon opening the door, however, Lily couldn't help but chuckle. Though she had initially felt somewhat irked, the sight of Chung Xiao, bound like a Zongzi and struggling to extricate herself from the blankets, was simply too amusing. Lily Jia. Chung Xiao turned around, alert, only to find herself at a loss for words. How am I to face others after this? Don't move. Be careful not to injure yourself. Lily quickly concealed her laughter and stepped forward to assist. In a matter of moments, she freed Chung Xiao from her bindings. Did you suffer any losses? Don't mention it. Do you know what the most terrifying thing for someone with a hangover is? It's not the blackout, but the vivid recollection of everything that transpired while intoxicated, etched clearly in the mind. Unfortunately, Chung Xiao belonged to that unfortunate category of individuals. Thus, she recalled being carried back to the room by Lu Yiming, struggling to remove her outer garment, her springtime beauty revealed, and her ill-fated attempt to enter the bathroom while he was bathing. Well, not exactly entering. She merely had the urge to vomit. The problem was, she remembered everything distinctly, with utmost clarity. How am I to face Lu Yiming? Chung Xiao had not anticipated that her drunken antics would be so exaggerated. It seemed she had not suffered any losses, despite her disheveled appearance. Thankfully, no vital areas were exposed, nor were there any hickeys on her neck. Nevertheless, her fair skin did tempt Li to steal a few more glances. Here she was, a woman, marveling at Chung Xiao's beauty, a testament to the creator's favoritism. Who would have thought that Lu Yiming could maintain his composure in such a situation? Was this truly the same spoiled heir she knew? Lily Jia, I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble. I'm not troubled, but Lu is. The mere thought of Lu Yiming brought a flush of embarrassment to Chung Xiao's cheeks. The events that had transpired felt like a film playing on a loop in her mind, impossible to forget. Do you have any spare clothes? Yes. I have an extra shirt. A shirt? While suitable for business negotiations, this trip also entails various social engagements. Surely, we want to maintain a strictly business attire throughout? After all, Chung Xiao was Lu Yiming's assistant and, in a sense, represented his image. Sighing, she realized that her current jacket was no longer an option. Observing the wrinkled blazer on Chung Xiao, resembling a tangle of seaweed, she lamented that the fabric was of such poor quality. Regardless of her beauty, one must still package themselves appropriately. I'm sorry, Lily Jia. Enough, I brought plenty. I will send some over shortly. That is too much trouble. Remember, you now represent the Lu group. While it may be your personal choice to dress as you please, that luxury does not extend to this situation. Chung Xiao fell silent, tacitly acquiescing. Rise now. How much longer do you intend to linger in the young Master Lu's bed? No, that's not it. I merely. Chung Xiao hastily got out of bed, anxious that her delayed movements might lead to a misunderstanding by Li, regardless of her own remarkable qualities, was merely a fledgling in the professional realm, and her jest had clearly startled Chung Xiao. Go freshen up, she instructed. All right, Chung Xiao replied, immediately retreating to the washroom, her flustered expression causing Li to suppress a smile. Inside the washroom, Chung Xiao caught sight of her flushed face in the mirror. The rosy hue lingered, and her heart raced. What was happening to her? Nothing had occurred, yet she felt an inexplicable sensation. This was precisely where Lu Yiming had showered before. Although certain parts were obscured, the contours of his physique, his abdominal muscles, and defined lines were unmistakable. Clothes concealed his build, yet when undraped, he was muscular. Slapping her cheek lightly, Chung Xiao scolded herself. What am I thinking? Chung Xiao, are you all right? Lily's voice came from outside the washroom. I'm fine, just washing my face. She hastily turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face in a frantic attempt to regain composure. The icy water finally calmed her nerves. If it were possible, Chung Xiao wished to remain in the washroom indefinitely. The thought of facing Lu Yiming filled her with despair. Are you ready? We have a meeting soon. Yes. I'm coming. Li Li's insistence forced Chung Xiao to confront reality. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the washroom door. "Why do you look like a drowned rat?" Li shook her head. The sight was undeniably pitiful. If Chung Xiao were to exit Lu Yiming's room in such a state, she would find herself at a loss for words, regardless of who laid eyes upon her. Li stepped in and handed her a towel, drying the droplets from Chung Xiao's hair. Once presentable, Chung Xiao, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to follow Li out. "This is it. I'm about to see young Master Lu. What should I say?" For Chung Xiao, this was undoubtedly a moment of social embarrassment. Peering down while trailing behind Li, she suddenly noticed. Where was he? The room was devoid of Lu Yiming's presence. Had he left? On the coffee table, she spotted a note. "Meeting in the hotel conference room in 1 hour, Lu Yiming." This guy? Li curled her lips. She was no novice. And even a fool could discern that this was merely an attempt to spare Chung Xiao from embarrassment. One must admit, Xiao Luzong was indeed remarkably considerate towards Chung Xiao. Could it be that he intended to take matters seriously? With Lu Yiming absent, Chung Xiao visibly exhaled in relief. "Stop dawdling. Go prepare. We have a meeting in the conference room on the 3rd floor in an hour. And ensure everyone is informed." Chapter 54. A Battle of Wits. What did you say? The Lu Corporation has engaged with other companies? President, could it be a case of feigned retreat? The Huaxiao people do enjoy such tactics. Silence. President Yamamoto's countenance darkened. Regardless of whether it was a ploy or not, for him, the opportunity was singular. It became evident that the handheld wireless telephone system, which had been imbued with all their hopes, failed to yield the expected returns. This time, everything was at stake. It was either financial ruin or soaring success. Now, the Lu Corporation was his last lifeline. Failing to seize this chance could spell disaster. Prepare yourselves. We are visiting the hotel. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Of course not. 20 minutes later, a convoy of 3 Toyota Century vehicles departed from headquarters. This time, nearly all senior executives were mobilized, led by President Yamamoto, as they made their way to the hotel. At that very moment, within the hotel where the Lu Corporation was residing, an employee rushed in with excitement. "Xiao Luzong, as expected, has just contacted us. President Yamamoto is personally leading the team, a 20-minute drive." Xiao Luzong was indeed remarkable. Initially, everyone felt stifled, believing the Lu Corporation had not received the respect it deserved. However, Xiao Luzong's strategic maneuver had instantly altered the situation. Reflecting on yesterday's meeting, when doubts lingered regarding Xiao Luzong's decisions, it now seemed that the gap between them was as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Understood. Inform Vice President Li that he may return soon. Got it, Xiao Luzong. Shall we wait at the hotel entrance? We are not the ones in a hurry. By the way, notify the hotel that we require the largest conference room on the 3rd floor. I will attend to it immediately. With unwavering confidence, Lu Yiming embodied the very essence of the Lu Corporation's strength. The 3 Toyota Century vehicles came to a halt at the hotel entrance. After all, they were one of the renowned financial dynasties of Japan. President Yamamoto's personal appearance naturally drew considerable attention. Yet, at that moment, he had no inclination for pleasantries. "President, we have already reached out to the Lu Corporation, but they are exceedingly arrogant." The department head wore a furious expression. The president himself had come, yet they had not even arranged for reception. This was a blatant affront. "Silence, you fool. This is a stark retaliation for our arrogance yesterday." President Yamamoto's face remained stern as he disregarded others and strode toward the hotel elevator. A group of individuals ascended to the 3rd floor in batches, where Lu Yiming awaited them at the elevator's entrance. The measure of restraint was commendably maintained. "Mr. Lu, it is finally a pleasure to meet you," greeted Yamamoto, the president, with a warm smile, reciprocated by Lu Yiming. Neither could conceal the remnants of their prior discontent. The customary exchanges of pleasantries and mutual flattery came effortlessly to Lu Yiming, while Yamamoto was taken aback by the younger man's adeptness. Initially intending to impart wisdom to this junior, he found himself the one being enlightened, affirming the age-old adage that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the previous waves. At that moment, Li and her colleagues had also returned to the hotel. Once seated in the conference room, Yamamoto proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I understand that the Lu Group is quite interested in our handheld wireless telephone system technology." Just as the translator began to speak, Lu Yiming interjected, "Of course, otherwise we would not be here." Surprisingly, Lu Yiming possessed a commendable proficiency in Japanese, his accent reminiscent of Tokyo, which delighted Yamamoto. Meanwhile, The translator stood bewildered, contemplating his own potential redundancy. He had been hired at considerable expense and had missed the earlier cordial exchanges while accompanying Li. Initially, he had been the sole translator. But now it appeared that young Master Lu was fluent in Japanese as well. Li, perplexed, chose not to delve into the matter further and discreetly inquired of Chung Xiao beside her. I am uncertain. Although our school offers Japanese as an elective, it is not extensively taught. Moreover, the university in Shanghai does not impart the authentic Tokyo dialect. Chung Xiao, too, was astonished. Was this truly the so-called spoiled heir? Had the elite circles become so refined? As a celebrated academic beauty from the university, she found herself diminished in comparison to Lu Yiming. Mr. Yamamoto, this approach seems more straightforward. I, too, hold a profound admiration for Chinese culture. Let us dispense with the formalities. I wish to discuss the introduction of a production line and the acquisition of patent usage rights. Acquiring the rights to use the patent is certainly feasible. However, with regard to introducing a production line, I must candidly express my doubts about China's current capabilities. Is President Yamamoto suggesting a lack of confidence in our domestic manufacturing industry? Lu Yiming probed. You must understand, we approach every product with a relentless pursuit of excellence. Should your esteemed company require products, regardless of quantity, we are fully prepared to supply. I trust Mr. Lu has seen our production line and acknowledges our capability to deliver. Control over production is paramount, he affirmed, revealing the underlying principle. The sale of patented technology is determined by its duration, a point that is indisputable. Everything lies within one's control, enabling a better grasp of one's partners. Sacrificing a bit of face now is inconsequential. President Yamamoto is quite confident that he can recover both principal and interest later. However, it appears that President Yamamoto has misjudged Lu Yiming's resolve. Entrusting the lifeblood of the Lu group to another? Such losses are not unfamiliar from a past life. In Lu Yiming's eyes, the credibility of Zairihua is akin to mere trifles. The product line must be introduced, and the suppliers of components can be arranged properly by the Lu group. This is simply not feasible. President Yamamoto, please understand that this is also the cooperation baseline for the Lu group. Good fortune cannot be monopolized. Lu has his own plans as well. Unfortunately, other manufacturers have already agreed to our requests. This is impossible. President Yamamoto, one should not be so absolute. Your manufacturing industry is currently undergoing a painful transformation. Every enterprise faces difficulties at some point, does it not? Since the Plaza Accord, the economic bubble in Zairihua has completely burst. Even large firms are struggling, let alone the others. In terms of leverage, Lu Yiming holds a superior position, a fact that President Yamamoto is all too aware of. However, for a formidable figure like Yamamoto, being manipulated is indeed an unpleasant experience. Chapter 55. Full of confidence, President Yamamoto. We are both well aware that the handheld wireless telephone system is merely a mixed business venture. For Lu Yiming, what truly matters is that the handheld wireless telephone system functions as a mobile device, yet utilizes a landline network. It is essentially a portable landline. The emphasis on the handheld wireless telephone system stems from its unimaginable market potential in Huaxia. However, this is something that Chairman Yamamoto does not understand. The handheld wireless telephone system has already faced a Waterloo in Zairihua, with the vast majority of users drawn in by the low communication costs. Consequently, corporate clients account for a significant portion. In contrast, the promotion of the handheld wireless telephone system among individual customers has proven to be exceedingly arduous. The company has transitioned from initial confidence to current confusion. Now that the Lu Group has extended an olive branch, it serves as a last lifeline for them. An annual patent fee of $2 million, without the need for you to develop overseas markets. Certainly, production lines can be operated on a rental basis, provided they remain domestic. Lu, we need to contemplate this further. Of course, I will stay in your country for a week, during which we will also engage with other companies. And I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Lu Yiming showed no hesitation and rose to see his guests off. Transformed into one's own domain, he bid farewell to President Yamamoto with a handshake. As for the other senior executives, they remained silent throughout, revealing that the decision-making was entirely in President Yamamoto's hands. For Lu Yiming, this was undoubtedly a monumental piece of good news. He discerned that President Yamamoto's mind was already in turmoil. Young Master Lu, should we prepare alternative plans? He instructed, let everyone know to enjoy good food and leisure these days. Rest assured, the daily allowances will be covered by the company. Long live young Master Lu. Following such a leader is indeed a stroke of luck, able to work diligently while also savoring life. As for contacting other major enterprises, that seemed futile. The mobile technology sector was not within the financial reach of the Lu Group at present. While pursuing mobile development was feasible, the Lu Group was committed to a diversified growth strategy, making it impossible to allocate such substantial funding. The realm of technological research and development is an endless abyss. Although Lu Yiming had a keen insight into the future, he was not omnipotent. Sister Lily, Chung Xiao, please come here. The rest of you are free to go. He retained Li Lily and Chung Xiao for a private discussion. Li Lily maintained her composure, whereas Chung Xiao felt somewhat uneasy in Lu Yiming's presence, especially recalling the previous drunken encounter. Beneath young Master Lu's suit lay a chiseled physique with 8-pack abs and a defined V-line. Chung Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Lu Yiming called, bemused. Sorry, I was lost in thought, Chung Xiao replied, startled. Focus. Chung Xiao, draft the contract. Now. Chung Xiao was taken aback, questioning young Master Lu's confidence. There had not been even a hint of negotiation, and now he was to draft a contract? What made him believe that the Lu Group's proposals would be accepted? Can you manage it? No problem. One had to admit, Lu Yiming's unwavering confidence was infectious. Li Lily, you must return to the country immediately to select a site, and the production line must be established in Shanghai to showcase your strengths. We require the government's sincerity. Why must it be in Shanghai? Li Lily, unlike Chung Xiao, was astute in this regard. To be candid, while she could secure the best government policies, better prices could be obtained outside Shanghai. Let's not delve into the specifics now. This task is entrusted to you. Understood. Although Li Lily was unsure of Lu Yiming's intentions, she recognized that the young master's decisions were sound. She simply needed to execute them without question. Perhaps she was unaware that in such a short time of following Lu Yiming, she had already been thoroughly convinced by him. In earlier times, such an occurrence would have been utterly inconceivable. Lu Yijuan's intention was for Li Li to assist Lu Yiming. However, the outcome was rather the opposite, as Li Li became entirely subservient to Lu Yiming, failing to fulfill her intended role. One can only imagine the expression that Lu Yijuan would wear upon discovering this. Especially considering Li Li, as his personal assistant, possesses considerable capability. At this moment, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Nuan, you may wish to remain here, but you must agree to a few stipulations. Su Rongrong has been residing in Magic City these past few days, and the reason for his presence is quite apparent. He yearns for his beloved daughter to reconsider her stance. Yet, Su Rongrong seems resolute, unwilling to return to Su province. Compared to her previous life, Su Rongrong's circumstances have undergone a remarkable transformation. At the very least, she has not suffered any harm at the hands of Lu Yiming. Well, to be fair, there has been no substantial injury. As for other grievances, Su Rongrong asserts that she will settle those accounts with Lu Yiming in due course. Regarding her daughter's reluctance to return to Su province, aspiring to carve out her own path in Magic City, Su Rongrong, though reluctant, can only respect her wishes. A pivotal factor is that her father-in-law stands firmly on her side. Isn't it about filial piety? The old man is still around. It seems there is little room for a father in this equation. Reluctantly, Su Rongrong took a step back. Very well, staying in Magic City poses no issue. If she wishes to showcase her talents, so be it. He also desires for his daughter to achieve great success. However, there is often a stark contrast between dreams and reality. Graduates of Magic City University, being the CRME de la CRME, are indeed sought after by numerous large corporations. Yet, to assume that one can become a cornerstone employee right upon entering a company and exert significant influence is, quite evidently, unrealistic. Moreover, Su Rongrong is drawn to the field of investment banking. Investment banking in 1995. If Lu Yiming were to learn of this, one could only say that Su Rongrong possesses discerning taste. Mastering the investment banking sector for the next 3 decades is undeniably a commendable choice and can indeed lead to the creation of a plethora of investment legends. In the rapidly developing land of Huaxia, countless opportunities abound, contingent upon one's ability to seize them. It is rather surprising that Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong share such strikingly similar visions. I will choose the company, she declared. Dad, there is no choice in this matter. The world of investment banking is no simple arena. Since his daughter wishes to remain in Magic City, it appears that his long-standing plans have found an excellent executor. As Su Rongrong momentarily drifted into her thoughts, a smile crept upon Su Rongrong's lips. Not wishing to return to headquarters? That is of no consequence. The Su family's investment bank welcomes you. Indeed, experience prevails. Chapter 56, Gaoyuan Capital. Gaoyuan Capital? Su Rongrong looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Gaoyuan Capital? Su Rongrong, well-versed in the investment realm, appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the esteemed Gaoyuan Capital as referenced by her father. This distinguished investment bank, alongside notable names like Sequoia, Deep Innovation Capital, and others, commands significant recognition. Nevertheless, in this era, it remains a domain dominated by foreign capital. Names like Fidelity, Blackstone, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs epitomize untold wealth and represent the optimal choice for the affluent. As for Gaoyuan Capital, Su Rongrong expressed her doubts, pondering whether her father might have been misled. Do you aspire to lead a team independently? Certainly. Leading a team independently is indeed Su Rongrong's dream. However, in the realm of large investment banks, unless one is a seasoned veteran, it seems prudent to temper one's ambitions. Who would entrust vast sums of money to a novice? What does potential matter if any miscalculation could result in incalculable losses? The so-called angel rounds remain vaguely defined in this age. Rather than toiling away in a large investment bank, it would be wise to contemplate growth and strength. If one is to pursue a venture, it must be executed with excellence. Ambition is the most crucial component. This could be considered the first lesson imparted by Su Yunzhang to his daughter. Though Gaoyuan Capital may lack renown, its financial resources are substantial. Father, the decision rests in your hands. After a moment of contemplation, Su Rongrong lifted her gaze, her resolve unwavering. Indeed, she vowed never to disappoint Su Yunzhang. Have you made your decision? Yes. Here is the business card. You start work tomorrow. Is it really that simple? This seems rather exaggerated. It's an investment bank. There's no interview process. I won't conceal it from you. Gaoyuan has intricate ties with the Su family. Even without being told by Su Yunzhang, Su Rongrong could discover this herself. Rather than obfuscating, it would be better to be candid from the outset. Father, there is a stipulation that the Su family is not permitted to engage in the Magic City. What era are we in? Some agreements should be rendered void. Besides, others certainly won't be so compliant. Su Yunzhang scoffed, aware of the subtle maneuvers of other families. On the following day, Su Rongrong ascended to the position of independent analyst at Gaoyuan Investment, akin to achieving instant success. Furthermore, should she desire, the title of partner could easily be within her grasp. Su Yunzhang departed the Magic City with a sense of assurance. Whether his daughter would thrive remained contingent upon her own efforts, as the stage had been set for her. Perhaps it was fate that led Su Rongrong to her first project, the handheld wireless telephone system. The previous dinner gathering merely provided her with a snippet of conversation between Lu Yiming and her uncle, igniting her keen interest. From mere fragments of dialogue, Su Rongrong astutely identified an opportunity. At times, vision determines everything. Su Rongrong's perspective is undoubtedly elevated, viewing issues through a distinct lens. Given that her uncle by marriage holds a senior position in the telecommunications sector, it is natural for him to be concerned with the same matters. There are undoubtedly substantial interests at stake. As for Lu Yiming, despite her disdain for his character, Su Rongrong admires his vision. She quickly honed in on the handheld wireless telephone system, recognizing it as an opportune breakthrough during a lull in the domestic market. This could potentially elevate Gaoyuan Investment's reputation. Su Rongrong was poised to unveil her grand strategy. She understood that her sudden rise within Gaoyuan Investment was met with skepticism. As a recent graduate, her background remained a mystery, making it difficult to establish her foothold in the firm. Initially, she anticipated her proposal would face criticism, but to her surprise, the leading figure at Gaoyuan Investment was highly supportive of the project. He dismissed any dissent, entrusting the initiative to her. The efficiency of Gaoyuan Capital was astounding. With the project assigned within hours of her morning submission, she had not yet fully acquainted herself with her team, yet the first project had already landed in her lap. Su Rongrong demonstrated to everyone what it truly means to be a person of action. She booked her tickets for a flight to Japan the following day, aiming to catch everyone off guard, filled with confidence. However, at that moment, the leading figure of Gaoyuan Capital was in his office, dialing Su Yunzhang's number. Mr. Su, as you predicted, Rongrong has set her sights on the handheld wireless telephone system. On the line, the leader of Gaoyuan Capital expressed profound admiration for Su Yunzhang's insight. My daughter certainly shares my discerning eye. Su Yunzhang beamed with pride, aware of his daughter's capabilities. During a recent dinner, he had sensed this potential. The ability to capture valuable information is an essential trait for any successful individual, and Su Rongrong evidently possesses this quality. However, Mr. Su, to my knowledge, there are already others eyeing the handheld wireless telephone system, the Lu Group. Are you aware? Naturally. Are you suggesting we wrestle this opportunity from the Lu Group? No. It's too late. During the last dinner, I discerned all of Lu Yiming's hidden intentions. The heir of the Lu Group is quite a formidable character. Should I halt the project? Losing out would not bode well for Su Rongrong, especially as this was her inaugural project at Gaoyuan Investment. A failure could significantly undermine her morale, particularly in an environment already rife with undercurrents. You may as well assume ignorance. I comprehend the situation. One must say that Mr. Su is quite ruthless when it comes to his daughter. Although the outcome is already known, he deliberately chooses to. It can only be said that failure is indeed the best teacher. This is intended to let Miss Su experience a painful awakening. Is this the catalyst for growth? Understanding Su Yunchang's intentions, the leading figure of Gaoyuan Investment fell silent. As for the reason behind his deference to Su Yunchang, it is simply that the financial backers of Gaoyuan Investment are, in fact, the Su family. They are but a pawn strategically placed in the bustling metropolis, stirring the winds of change and preparing for the future. The Su family has long been covertly orchestrating their plans. Certain agreements should have been shattered long ago. The metropolis is destined to become a battleground for the powerful. Not only the Su family, but many esteemed clans have begun their own preparations. Ultimately, who can seize the heavens and the earth will depend on their respective capabilities. As for Su Rongrong, she remains blissfully unaware of all this. With utmost urgency, she has prepared all the materials for the handheld wireless telephone system. The outcome remains uncertain until the very last moment. In Su Rongrong's words, one must expand their horizons. Chapter 57. Teacher Ida, Mr. Yamamoto, I did not expect to receive your invitation at such a late hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yiming unexpectedly received a call from the beautiful secretary of President Yamamoto. It appears the old fox can no longer remain still. The internal troubles seemed to be more severe than he had anticipated, arriving a day earlier than expected. Welcome, Mr. Lu. President Yamamoto greeted with a beaming smile in a private club. One must admit, this place is indeed exceptionally discreet, with a pleasant atmosphere. Of course, Mr. Yamamoto smiled slightly. This is one of the favorite establishments among the elite of our society. A rare membership system, where even wealth cannot guarantee entry. Despite being on the brink of turmoil, President Yamamoto still relishes in enjoyment. His mindset is rather commendable. Mr. Lu, let me introduce you to some ladies. With a clap of his hands, the sliding door opened, revealing familiar faces kneeling outside. It was Okubo Mitsuho, who would later gain fame as Teacher Ida. Unfortunately, a decade later, she is destined to fade away. However, this is not the main point. The crux of the matter is that at this moment, President Yamamoto displayed an expression that only men would understand. Mr. Lu, her skills are top-notch. She is indeed one of my favorites. Lu Yiming was taken aback. Although he understood that both the Japanese and Korean conglomerates had such peculiar tastes, he did not expect President Yamamoto to be so audacious. Was this an invitation to partake in something unsavory? Mr. Yamamoto, I appreciate the gesture. Ah, Mr. Lu, you are truly dull. Upon seeing Lu Yiming's firm stance, President Yamamoto waved his hand in resignation. It seemed he was not swayed by this approach. Indeed, the situation is rather challenging. Inviting Lu Yiming at such a late hour, of course, does not imply sharing women. Ultimately, it boils down to contractual matters. Yamamoto is indeed eager to sign a contract, as his financial predicament has reached a critical juncture. Relying on a handheld wireless telephone system for a turnaround seems nothing short of a pipe dream. If the Chinese market could be unlocked, it would signify a transformative alliance for him. However, the proposal presented by the Lu Group is excessively stringent. Although it could potentially offer a chance for revival, the benefits to be gained are rather meager. Had this been 2 months prior, Mr. Yamamoto would have merely chuckled coldly and declined without hesitation. Yet now, Lu-san, do sample our sake. This is the Junmai Daijinjo from the 14th generation Longquan. Yamamoto gestured towards the sake before them. The 14th generation is a brewery belonging to Takagi Sake, named after its 14th heir. Its unique and unreplicable flavor has garnered the admiration of many elite connoisseurs, Mr. Yamamoto being one of them. It is indeed a rare treasure. In this era, one can only savor the 14th generation Longquan Junmai Daijinjo. In future times, such a bottle of wine, even for the most influential figures, would likely be too precious to uncork. Much like the famed 1982 law fight, the disparity in value across different eras is immense. Nevertheless, this jug of 14th-generation Longquan Junmai Daijinjo remains the pinnacle of exquisite Japanese sake. Lu-san, I must speak candidly. Your previous demands are exceedingly difficult to fulfill, given the discordant voices within the company. Mr. Yamamoto, they have no alternative. And I believe that if the decision rests with you, they would not dare to oppose it. That said, as a person in power, I must also consider my responsibilities. Mr. Yamamoto, in truth, there is no significant difference. I have already taken a step back by proposing to lease your production line. This, in fact, is the true aim of Lu Yiming. Although the production line is undeniably a crucial element at present, Lu Yiming is acutely aware that in 10 years, no, in 5 years, this technology will be outdated. The evolution of the communications sector can only be described as rapid and relentless. To treat the production line as an invaluable asset now would be to overlook its impending obsolescence in just 5 years. As for Lu Yiming's initial boast of acquiring the production line outright, that was merely a tactic for negotiation. To spend a fortune acquiring such a production line would require an extraordinary lack of judgment. What truly captures Lu Yiming's interest are the component suppliers. They are the real linchpins. Thus, for him, leasing the production line emerges as the most prudent choice. The challenge lies in how to retain the component suppliers, which is where the real effort should be directed. Fortunately, this is not the current focus, and it can be discussed gradually later. Lu sang, this is precisely the reason for my invitation to you. Leasing is indeed within my considerations. However, this contract can only be signed for a duration of 2 years. For President Yamamoto, 2 years represents the most suitable time frame. It is impossible. I must candidly state that the Lu Group is not NAVE, nor are enterprises in Huaxia. Lu sang, please remain composed. The startled expression on Lu Yiming's face took Yamamoto by surprise, as it suggested he was being treated as a fool. Lu Yiming scoffed coldly. The calculations made are quite astute. Under the guise of mutual benefit, do you truly believe yourself to be an inexperienced player in the business arena? Lu sang, you have misunderstood my intentions. As a partner, I am merely seeking to mitigate potential risks for your esteemed company. Mr. Yamamoto, have you ever calculated the implications? Once the Lu Group promotes the handheld wireless telephone system, it will require at least a year of preparation. Should the system become a commercial success, you may seize the opportunity to raise prices, leaving the Lu Group in a precarious position. This, Mr. Yamamoto was rendered utterly speechless. The intentions of the other party had become glaringly evident. A 10-year agreement is out of the question. 5 years is the bottom line for the Lu Group. Frankly, I prioritize the mobile phone business over the handheld wireless telephone system. That is the most significant vulnerability. It has become evident that the future of the handheld wireless telephone system is rather bleak. Often, a single erroneous decision can lead a company towards ruin. Yamamoto did not respond, but instead downed the sake in his cup. Lu sang, you have convinced me. Lu Yiming remarked, virtue. Even a fool understands the implications of appearing at night. There is no need for pretense. However, since collaboration is possible, I do not recommend indulging in theatrics. Mr. Yamamoto, this is your most prudent decision. Now, may we enjoy the company of beautiful women? I apologize. I must revise the contract overnight and report accordingly. Surely, Mr. Yamamoto can empathize. That is a pity. Ijima's technology is second to none. Chapter 58. Signing the contract. I returned quite late yesterday. There was no avoiding the hospitality extended. The fragrance is delightful, but alas, it is somewhat commonplace. Chanel No. 5, a successful marketing gimmick, has become the top choice for many women. Yet, from Li Li's perspective, it is too ubiquitous and lacks individuality. Lu Yiming thought to himself that, in Li Li's eyes, he should now be out enjoying the night. Prepare the contract. I will head directly there shortly. Have you truly secured it? This time, it was Li Li's turn to be astonished. If the contract is indeed finalized, wouldn't that be a misunderstanding for young President Lu? I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Lu Yiming stretched lazily. He must admit that despite Mr. Yamamoto's age, his stamina is quite impressive. Lu Yiming persevered until the clock struck 2 in the morning, astonishingly managing to embrace 2 individuals simultaneously. Had he not departed in a timely manner, it is likely that an indecent spectacle would have unfolded before his very eyes. TSK. This older gentleman possesses a rather lascivious heart. In a previous life, Lu Yiming might have indeed succumbed to such debauchery. Alas, the persistent reminder of his sin value has kept him vigilant and prudent in his actions. As for the conversation between the two, every word was captured by Chung Xiao's attentive ear. Of course, the crux of the matter was not Chanel No. 5, but whether Lu Yiming had engaged in certain activities the previous night. Having never experienced such things, one might wonder if one has truly seen it all. During 4 years of university, the camaraderie among the sisters in the dormitory often revolved around such topics. When women grow coy, they can certainly render men irrelevant. Furthermore, the sisters in the dorm had no reservations, treating certain cultural aspects of daily life as subjects ripe for exploration. They concluded that in the wake of a collapsed bubble economy, life can indeed be a paradise for the wealthy, filled with revelry that pushes certain industries to their zenith. While the speaker may not have intended to share these thoughts, the listener inevitably absorbed a great deal of information. Could it be that Lu Yiming's true nature has been revealed? Unlikely. It must be a misunderstanding of the esteemed Mr. Lu by the world at large. In Chung Xiao's eyes, Mr. Lu was certainly not. Otherwise, with so many opportunities at hand, how could he have missed them? Had Lu Yiming harbored even a hint of ill intent, she would have long since become his plaything. Throughout her life, numerous men have gazed upon her with blatant possessiveness. The mere fact that Lu Yiming maintains his integrity in her presence sets him apart from other men. Chung Xiao herself was puzzled as to why such thoughts arose within her, particularly after indulging in alcohol. These sentiments only deepened. Chung Xiao? Chung Xiao? Huh? What? Have you revised the contract as I instructed? Yes, I made some alterations based on your suggestions. I will show it to you shortly. There's time on the way. What is the matter? Why is your face flushed? Oddly enough, Chung Xiao's behavior has been quite unusual lately. Logically, the incident involving alcohol should have been put behind them by now. Yet her demeanor remained somewhat. It's fine, Mr. Lu, take your time. I will go prepare the contract first. No rush. Alas, before she could finish her sentence, Chung Xiao had already vanished from sight. Her swiftness left him in awe. Haha, what are you laughing at? Faced with Li Li's knowing smile, Lu Yiming was utterly bewildered. Both she and Chung Xiao had grown rather peculiar. Mr. Lu, take your time. I have finished eating. Indeed, I must replenish. Lu Yiming affirmed. I have already stated that nothing occurred last night. Is that so? Li Li inquired. I would like to inquire about the lipstick mark on the crotch of these pants. Lu Yiming. If I were to claim this is merely a coincidence, would anyone believe it? Nevertheless, setting aside such matters, Lu Yiming's capabilities have undoubtedly garnered high praise from Li Li. Since the national debt incident, Lu Yiming has demonstrated a level of competence that even Mr. Lu himself finds difficult to rival. What could possibly transform a wayward scion in such a short span of time? At 10 in the morning, the group gathered at the hotel entrance. 2 business vehicles set off towards the headquarters. Along the way, Lu Yiming meticulously reviewed the specifics of the contract. Conducting business abroad is not akin to domestic dealings. Every conceivable pitfall could arise. To this end, he had specially brought along the company's legal counsel. It was imperative to not only be well-versed in domestic commercial law, but also to comprehend the legalities of the foreign market thoroughly. With the content verified, it was crucial to scrutinize the legal clauses, lest they fall prey to any tricks from the foreign entity. Lu Yiming appeared particularly cautious, as disputes over contracts are not uncommon domestically. Especially in international business, numerous domestic companies have fallen victim to such entrapments. One must navigate carefully to ensure longevity in business. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, last night our group's legal team worked overtime to conduct thorough inspections, clearly demonstrating the importance placed on this collaboration. Lu Yiming closed his eyes to conserve his energy. Meanwhile, a flight departing from the metropolis was en route to the foreign destination. Su Rongrong gazed out of the airplane window, her heart stirred by the scenery. If she could successfully persuade them, it would revolutionize the landscape of domestic telecommunications. This investment could very well become the most discussed topic in the industry, a chance for fame. Lu Yiming, I truly appreciate your efforts. Without you, I might not have focused on the handheld wireless telephone system. To this end, Su Rongrong had specifically consulted her uncle. The telecommunications sector is currently lacking in this regard. Once introduced domestically, it could swiftly capture the market, especially considering the Chinese penchant for maximizing value at minimal cost. The conclusion drawn is undoubtedly promising. Unfortunately, the plane had yet to land, and the moment of Lu Yiming's handshake with President Yamamoto had already been immortalized by the camera. In this age of limited internet connectivity, had it been more developed, Su Rongrong would have already known that her trip to the foreign destination was in vain. The Lu Group had signed a contract, and for the next 5 years, they would hold exclusive operational rights for the handheld wireless telephone system in China, alongside the establishment of 3 production lines. At this moment, the Lu Group was destined to be thrust into the limelight. After the inspection ceremony, Mr. Yamamoto wished to invite Lu Yiming to a banquet. However, Lu Yiming was now eager to return home. In the year 2000, an incredible ability to spin was showcased, as the allocated funds were exhausted within a fortnight. With all preparations in place, the next step was to engage in negotiations concerning the handheld wireless telephone system. Holding a significant advantage, Lu Yiming exuded confidence. The moment the plane touched down, Su Rongrong and Lu Yiming were destined to encounter one another in a foreign land. Chapter 59. The encounter is at him. Mr. Su, what brings you here? As Su Rongrong disembarked, her once resolute expression shifted dramatically. Why was Lu Yiming here? A foreboding sense of unease surged within her. Let us take a moment to rest. If Lu Yiming was also pursuing the handheld wireless telephone system, his presence here likely indicated that he had already secured it. Such a scenario was troubling, given that the inspiration for the handheld wireless telephone system had originated from Su Rongrong's observations of Lu Yiming. Despite her swift actions, it appeared Lu Yiming had outpaced her. And Chung Xiao? To Su Rongrong's surprise, Chung Xiao was also among Lu Yiming's entourage. Was there truth to the rumors circulating at school? What a remarkable figure Lu Yiming was. Su Rongrong scoffed quietly. Mr. Su, shall we reach out? Time was of the essence. Su Rongrong sighed inwardly. Even if they were to meet, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. In light of this, a direct approach seemed preferable. Lu Yiming. Oh, with an hour remaining until the scheduled flight, encountering Su Rongrong here was unexpected. Out for some fresh air. Shall we find a place to converse? Coffee, perhaps? This surprise appearance of Su Rongrong caught not just Lu Yiming off guard, but also Li Li and Chung Xiao. Who is she? Su Rongrong, a classmate. Watching Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong drift away, Li Li turned to Chung Xiao with curiosity. Are all the girls from your school so stunningly beautiful? When did Magic City University establish a performing arts department? Chung Xiao alone had already left Li Li in awe, and now, with the arrival of Su Rongrong, the situation was even more remarkable. What was even more astonishing was that Su Rongrong not only possessed exceptional beauty, but also an extraordinary aura that was rare in the world. Her mere presence proclaimed to all that the epitome of a refined lady should embody such grace. If this were ancient times, how many noblemen and scholars would have been captivated by her? However, what was the reason behind Su Rongrong's appearance at the airport? And it was clear she was here for Lu Yiming? What was the nature of their relationship? Uncertain. Chung Xiao's university life revolved around work and studies, leaving little room for social interactions. If not for a fortuitous circumstance, encountering Lu Yiming would have been improbable. As for Su Rongrong, their paths had seldom crossed. However, when it comes to the relationship between the two, it seems that their bond was rather strained during that encounter at the hospital. Su Rongrong's demeanor towards Lu Yiming was frosty, particularly evident in the flicker of resentment in her gaze, a sentiment that Chung Xiao perceived quite clearly at the time. Su Rongrong exuded an air of indifference, as if she wished to sever all ties. Logically, even if they were to meet here, they should treat each other as strangers. Moreover, with graduation looming, one would think it preferable to avoid unnecessary encounters. Yet today, Su Rongrong's behavior was indeed peculiar. American or latte? American, she replied, her taste unchanged. Do not presume to know me well, Su Rongrong added. Understand that women are ever fickle. Lu Yiming, do you require something from me? Can't we chat upon this chance meeting? He acknowledged, I am self-aware. Until that matter is resolved, you won't seek me out. Even after it is clarified, I doubt you would. Thus, Su Rongrong's pride was evident. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? Portable wireless telephone system. Excuse me? Lu Yiming was taken aback. What do you mean by portable wireless telephone system? Is that why you came? Su Rongrong was forthright, eschewing any pretense. After all, there was no need for such games with Lu Yiming. It would be a waste of time. At that moment, Lu Yiming's expression subtly shifted. The portable wireless telephone system, if he was not mistaken, was something he had casually mentioned during their last meal together, though it had been Gao Tang who initially inquired about it. He was surprised that Su Rongrong had taken heed. It appeared that not only was she an attentive listener, but she also acted swiftly. Simultaneously, Lu Yiming felt a stroke of luck, fortunate that Su Rongrong had arrived a day late. Otherwise, with the Su family's financial clout, the outcome of this matter would have been far more uncertain. The crux of the issue lay in Lu Yiming's insufficient leverage. How did you deduce that? Are you unaware? Impressive, indeed, as expected of someone from the Su family. Your commercial acumen is remarkable. To infer the existence of the portable wireless telephone system from mere fragments of conversation is quite extraordinary. After all, even Gao Tang, a senior executive in telecommunications, failed to grasp the intricacies initially. Su Rongrong's astuteness was nothing short of remarkable, deserving the title of a commercial prodigy. More astonishing was her ability to mobilize so promptly. This was unforeseen by Lu Yiming. Seems you've beaten me to it. How did you know? Your smug demeanor is rather irksome, Lu Yiming remarked. Well, I suppose I can also critique myself. He glanced at his watch, indicating to Su Rongrong that time was of the essence. In an hour, no, in 50 minutes, I must return to my country. Su Rongrong took a deep breath. To be honest, she truly wished to avoid any entanglement with Lu Yiming. However, she firmly believed in the promising prospects of the handheld wireless telephone system in the domestic market. Allowing personal grudges to overshadow this opportunity was something her rational mind advised against. Have you secured the handheld wireless telephone system? Yes, Lu Yiming replied gravely. Why not inquire and find out? All right, it seems you have indeed secured it. So, can we collaborate? Collaborate? Lu Yiming paused his stirring of the coffee with a spoon. Who do you represent? The Su family? If my memory serves me correctly, the Su family ought not to be involved in this matter. Not to mention that the primary market for the handheld wireless telephone system is in the bustling metropolis. Even due to the high stakes, the Su family must maintain a semblance of neutrality in business. Lu Yiming found it hard to believe that Su Rongrong was speaking on behalf of the Su family. If that were the case, it would not only tarnish the Su family's reputation, but also jeopardize their future endeavors. Here is my business card. Instead of responding to Lu Yiming's question, Su Rongrong retrieved a business card from her bag. Impressive. In just a few days, Rongrong has become an elite in investment banking. Lu Yiming took the card, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. The art of deception was one he was quite familiar with. In his previous life, they had clashed more than once, with victories on both sides. Yet, he had not anticipated that in this life, Su Rongrong would venture into investment banking. Indeed, the flutter of a butterfly's wings can create significant ripples. As for Gao Yuan Capital, it was merely a facet of the Su family. He could deceive others, but not Lu Yiming. Chapter 60. Disharmonious voices. The rationale for collaboration was inadequate. Lu Yiming, you must recognize that the Lu group alone cannot claim such a substantial share of the pie. The initiative lies in my hands, does it not? You. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, only those willing will take the bait. Lu Yiming held a trump card in his hands. Consider this, collaboration is a win-win situation. What can you contribute? What do you mean? Su Rongrong's pupils dilated suddenly, realizing the implications of his words. This scoundrel, could he be contemplating his insatiable greed? Enough, I see I've been misunderstood again. Rongrong, since you approached me, it indicates you are aware of the value at stake. Well, whenever you come to your senses, feel free to seek me out. Lu Yiming sensed that continuing this conversation would likely lead to a sharp rebuke. Observing Su Rongrong fuming in place, he swiftly made his exit. Back already? The young lady is commendable, but that is not something one can simply covet. What do you mean? The Su family, especially the legitimate daughter, what do you think? The weight of the words legitimate daughter of the Su family made Li Li gasp in astonishment. As for Chung Xiao, she appeared utterly perplexed. The terrifying nature of the Su family is indeed beyond the comprehension of most. No agreement reached? What could possibly be negotiated in half an hour? Even if negotiations were to occur, sufficient benefits must be at stake. Despite the fact that the other party is Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming would not act like a mindless sycophant. Having experienced a rebirth, Lu Yiming would not foolishly relinquish his interests in matters of business. It is likely that Su Rongrong shares a similar philosophy. As for her earlier insinuation, Su Rongrong should be able to discern the underlying meaning. Impressive. Li Li finally came to her senses, initially uncertain about the prospects of the handheld wireless telephone system in the domestic market. However, now that the Su family has shown interest, her worries have dissipated. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Return. Return? Just as we've settled in? Let us find another way. Given that Lu Yiming had beaten her to the punch, Su Rongrong saw no reason to remain. Time is of the essence, and she requires a more effective strategy. Lu Yiming, this is not over between us. Fortunately, The distance is not great. The cost of wasted airfare is negligible for Su Rongrong. The only regret is that the project was snatched away. Yet it is understandable as it was originally conceived by Lu Yiming. Ultimately, the fault lies with her for not acting judiciously. Meanwhile, in a high-level meeting at the Lu Group, some were already eager to confront Lu Yiming. Mr. Lu, the group's focus has shifted towards real estate, which is the policy of the group, correct? The procurement manager's expression was far from pleasant. A policy that had been firmly established was now facing unexpected turmoil, much to their discontent. Indeed, Mr. Lu, we had previously expressed our opinions on establishing an investment department. Yet look now, how long has the investment department even been formed? 20 million. This is 20 million, equivalent to nearly half a year as profit, squandered just like that? Having just received information, the manager pointed out that young Mr. Lu had signed a cooperation agreement, and per company regulations, contracts exceeding 500,000 must undergo committee review. Young Mr. Lu is blatantly disregarding the company's rules. The sudden onslaught caught even Mr. Lu off guard. He had only just learned of these developments and was curious how these executives had obtained such information. Lu Yiming's expression darkened, not due to Lu Yiming, but because the company's situation had changed, even exceeding his expectations. It appears that the vigorous support for the investment department had incited widespread dissatisfaction. I am aware of this collaboration. Lili has reported it specifically. The details will be disclosed to everyone once Lu Yiming returns. Mr. Lu, after all, we have never ventured into this field. If research and development are required, the company lacks the financial resources. You are aware that we have just acquired Lot 45, which is the largest investment since the establishment of our group. All departments should fully cooperate. Previously calculated, if the development of Site 45 proceeds smoothly, the profit could exceed 300 million. Although the initial investment is substantial, for the Lu Group, this transaction would prove to be exceedingly lucrative. Yet, young Lu, fully aware that the development of Site 45 could potentially deplete the company's liquid assets, still proceeded with such extravagance. The senior executives present were naturally displeased. Moreover, President Lu's ambiguous attitude only deepened their discontent. Was my counsel in vain? Was this an attempt to usurp power? Lu Yiming had witnessed numerous situations. With a single remark, he silenced the others, who dared not contradict him. It was not their intention to imply such a thing, the senior executives hastily clarified, fearful of misinterpretation by President Lu. However, the reality was clear to Lu Yiming. Most of the company's upper management were veterans who had fought alongside him to build the empire. Their contributions to the group's success were undeniable. Nevertheless, his overt promotion of his son had sparked discontent among some of the higher-ups, raising concerns that dissatisfaction might escalate further. It now seemed that this handheld wireless telephone system would either captivate the audience or lead to unforeseen consequences. Surprisingly, it was not only Lu Yiming who supported the initiative. Even Lili had shown unexpected backing. One could say that the Lu Group had begun to experience undercurrents due to this contract. Perhaps this was something Lu Yiming had not anticipated. Yet, what would it matter if he did know the outcome? As Lu Yiming often stated, a new emperor brings new ministers, and his father was merely benevolent. Had it been him, he would have been ready to take decisive action long ago. Between the old and new forces, there could be only one path forward. Either the East Palace would overwhelm the West Palace, or he would depart from the Lu Group in disgrace. Unfortunately, these individuals had chosen the wrong adversary. Lili, please arrange a meeting with General Gao from the telecommunications company. All right, I will try to schedule for next Monday. That's too far off. Let us aim for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lili rolled her eyes delicately. Did they treat the telecommunications company as a family enterprise? These bureaucrats were notoriously difficult to please. A meeting could not be arranged at a whim. Even President Lu likely did not wield such influence. Rest assured, he will meet with me, Lu Yiming responded confidently. Presumably, Gao had already learned from Su Rongrong about the contract for the handheld wireless telephone system. Even if he did not initiate the meeting, the other party would come seeking him. The only uncertainty remained regarding the Su family's appetite for such a significant opportunity. He found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. It was time to stir the waters and reveal his prowess. As Lu Yiming gazed out at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, forming a pleasing arc. Chapter 61. Su Rongrong's call. Little Lu, we are currently welcoming our 5th wave of guests here. As for this particular guest, one must certainly place it in quotation marks. Ever since returning from her brief respite, Li's office has been inundated with visitors, one after another. Can they truly be considered guests? Even the unwelcome ones qualify as such. It is indeed reasonable. The investment department has so little capital, yet it remains the target of scrutiny. It seems they are treating the investment department as if it were the finance department. There is no choice. President Lu has decreed that the funds of the investment department must remain intact, not a single cent less. As for the other departments, they must endure some hardship and await the return of funds. The departments, accustomed to a life of luxury, are naturally reluctant to revert to a more austere existence. During this period, the financial director has been compelled to retreat and seek solace elsewhere. In the absence of the financial director, attention has inevitably turned to the investment department, the sole entity capable of extracting funds from the financial director. Here, in little Lu's domain, no one dares to approach. This predicament has left Li in a challenging position. The door to her office has remained perpetually ajar, with individuals meandering in and out, wasting her time and severely disrupting her work schedule. Ignore them. No matter who comes, just usher them out. I do not possess your esteemed status. We are merely colleagues, encountering each other frequently. When Li served as an assistant, her interactions with the heads of these departments were relatively amicable. It is evident that a complete rupture is out of the question. If absolutely necessary, I shall emulate our financial director. If I cannot confront them, I shall withdraw. Alas, this seems to be yet another scenario where someone is being driven away. Perfect, you shall lead the team to the telecommunications department. Initially, Lu Yiming had pondered allowing Gao Tang to approach him, but after some consideration, he realized that even Gao Tang would not last long under the current circumstances. Time is of the essence, and the tasks at hand are burdensome. Moreover, there are numerous supervisors from above keeping a watchful eye. Should he inadvertently leak information regarding the handheld wireless telephone system, it would place Gao Tang in a precarious position. Very well, I await your confirmation. Li readily acquiesced, for she wished to remain in the office for not a moment longer. Still not leaving? After discussing the matter at hand, Lu Yiming regarded Li, who remained stationary, with a quizzical expression. Do you believe that as soon as I step out, they will swarm in behind me? Li sighed. These individuals are like an unyielding adhesive plaster. At that moment, Lu Yiming's phone rang. Here it comes. He had been anticipating this call. Go inform them that if all goes smoothly, funds will be arriving shortly. Where is this money coming from? The company's liquidity is so limited. Li was acutely aware of this fact. Next month's salaries are dependent on the return of funds to alleviate the situation. One can only state that the real estate project has been exceedingly costly, with unexpected expenses arising continuously. During this time, the banks have inexplicably tightened their lending standards. Had I known this would be the outcome, I should never have repaid the loan on the government bonds. Despite the 7% interest rate, having liquid cash in hand offers a sense of security. Lu Yiming gestured towards Li. Upon realizing there was a matter of importance, Li promptly stood up and shut the office door behind her. Ahem. Lu Yiming cleared his throat before answering the phone. Hello, it's me. The voice of Su Rongrong resonated through the line. This number belonged to Su Rongrong, a detail Lu Yiming could recite from memory in his previous life. Regrettably, in that past existence, he never had the chance to dial this number, ultimately becoming a lingering source of heartache. Unexpectedly, this time, it was Su Rongrong who took the initiative. Let us meet. Certainly, the nuances of a phone call could not convey everything. Su Rongrong extended an invitation, and Lu Yiming readily accepted. He had anticipated a more aloof response from Lu Yiming, yet was surprised by his immediate agreement. After all, it was Su Rongrong who sought his assistance, which naturally tempered her demeanor. I'll visit you. No need. I'm actually curious to see your office environment. Su Rongrong expressed her desire to visit the Lu group, only to discover Lu Yiming's greater interest in her workplace. Very well, I'll send you the address shortly. After hanging up, Su Rongrong's expression was tinged with, how should one put it? Despite having suffered at Lu Yiming's hands, this matter was not one she could disclose to anyone. Enduring such silent suffering was not in Su Rongrong's nature, and the burden weighed heavily on her heart. Presently, she found herself compelled to collaborate with Lu Yiming. To carve out a successful career, she needed a strong start. Su Rongrong had made a pact with Su Yunjiang. Should she fail to achieve results, she would have to return to Su province. She would not rely on her family's influence, which was her firm principle. Since her return, Su Rongrong had been leading her team in investigations. To negotiate with Lu Yiming, she needed to understand his limits. However, she unexpectedly learned that the Lu Group was facing a cash flow shortage. With its expansion into multiple sectors, even the Lu Group found it challenging to cope. Su Rongrong astutely recognized this opportunity, which prompted her to contact Lu Yiming. After ending the call, Su Rongrong pondered deeply. Would this loquacious individual make further unreasonable demands? At the airport, she had nearly succumbed to the urge to retaliate. The issue was that Lu Yiming's words were often provocative, bringing up matters best left unspoken. As for Chung Xiao, Su Rongrong preferred not to dwell on that. Perhaps that scoundrel Lu Yiming had already taken advantage of the situation? Could he not exercise a bit more restraint? What merits does a dandy like Lu Yiming possess? Su, I called out to you several times. Apologies. I was lost in thought. Su, we have already made contact with the upper echelons of the telecommunications sector. Why does Su Rongrong wish to reach out to telecommunications? The primary intent is to gauge the atmosphere. Lu Yiming has misjudged one thing. Su Rongrong has not directly contacted her uncle by marriage, Gao. She does not wish to rely on her family's influence. Naturally, the uncle by marriage is also considered part of the family's power. Thus, Gao has yet to receive any concrete information. Otherwise, he would have approached the Lu Group for potential collaboration by now. What did they say? They were quite reticent. But one could discern a certain discontent. Discontent? All right, I understand. By the way, prepare yourself. We may need to entertain a significant client shortly. Understood. I will arrange everything right away. A client deemed important by Su certainly possesses an exceptional status. The fact that Su was able to lead a team independently right after graduation speaks volumes about her profound connections. Have you noticed how the company's executives treat her with utmost respect? Are they lamenting the unfairness of fate? Enough of that. They are not overly idealistic. Investment banking operates on such principles, where connections outweigh all else. Therefore, Su Rongrong's team members will only become more reliant on her once they achieve success. Every individual in the team will undoubtedly share in the accolades. Chapter 62. Negotiations. Can we adopt a more serious tone? Gao Yuan Capital is situated in Puxi, in the future Suwei Riverside area, albeit the current location is somewhat remote. In 1995, Shanghai was rife with the saying, better a bed in Puxi than a room in Pudong. How laughable that statement will seem 20 years hence. Lu Yiming, driving a Ferrari, boldly approaches his destination. The receptionist, captivated by the dashing and affluent Lu Yiming, gazes at him with heart-shaped eyes. Upon learning he is there to see Su Rongrong, her eagerness intensifies. This scene is somewhat disheartening for Su Rongrong, witnessing yet another girl deceived by appearances. With a stoic expression, Su Rongrong strides into the reception room in her high heels. Her authoritative demeanor instantly catches Lu Yiming's attention. It is undeniable that Su Rongrong can effortlessly carry off any outfit. Have you had enough, Rongrong? After all, I am your invited guest. Lu Yiming sits on the sofa, though his smile seems somewhat disingenuous. Coffee or tea? Coffee, of course. Your brew is unparalleled. Heh, brewed by me. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Su Rongrong responds with an eye roll. The handheld wireless phone system indicates that the Lu Group cannot digest such a substantial pie. The same old adage applies, once others comprehend the enormous benefits at stake. The entire market is poised to erupt in frenzy. Indeed, one could assert that handheld wireless telephone systems have the potential to create countless wealth legends in a remarkably short span of time. At this juncture, the Lu Group holds the key to prosperity. However, there are numerous individuals with ulterior motives. It would be exceedingly difficult for the Lu Group to maintain its position alone. Fortunately, this is a matter that need not trouble Rongrong. The exclusive 5-year patent rights for the Huaxia region are enshrined within the contract. To reiterate, should Lu Yiming refuse, the handheld wireless telephone system would languish in obscurity and others would be unable to seize it. Why bother? This is all for the sake of profit, and you are not lacking in funds. Su Rongrong, Gao Yuan Capital possesses the capability to assist and, moreover, can alleviate many troubles for the Lu Group. I remain skeptical. Lu Yiming, Gao Yuan Capital boasts an extensive network of connections. Regrettably, it is not situated in the Magic City. Very well, Su Rongrong is indeed cognizant of the current state of the Lu Group, but conversely, Lu Yiming has thoroughly discerned the intricacies of Gao Yuan Capital. The myriad connections ultimately point toward the Su family. Do you truly consider yourself a fool? Of course, collaborating with the Su family would be a commendable option, as their reputation is impeccable. Yet, I pose this question once more. Su Rongrong, what makes you believe you can sway me? The Lu Group's financial chain is experiencing difficulties. Is that all? Lu Yiming, your liquidity has been depleted. To develop the handheld wireless telephone system in a short time frame, it is imperative to inject additional capital. Relying solely on reputation will lead to significant delays, which contradicts your original intent. Your analysis is accurate. However, I possess 5 years. Even if I squander half a year, I will still reap abundant rewards. A faint smile graced Lu Yiming's lips. In the realm of negotiation, Su Rongrong remains somewhat inexperienced. Su Rongrong did not anticipate Lu Yiming's obstinacy. Her perceived trump card was effortlessly dismantled by his few words. An unprecedented sense of discouragement blossomed within her. Moreover, if I were to sign a contract with any of the 3 major telecommunications operators, do you truly believe the banks would cease lending? They would welcome my business with open arms. The 3 major operators are not so easily swayed. Shall we engage in a wager? What do you propose? I will release information about the handheld wireless telephone system, and you can speculate which operator will approach me first. Su Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Very well, she could not afford to take this bet. Observing Lu Yiming's unwavering confidence, she felt utterly powerless. So, have you come today merely to mock me? Su Rongrong seethed with indignation. Her preparations appeared, in Lu Yiming's eyes, to be nothing more than a farce. She found herself outdone by a mere scion of privilege. The pride that had once defined Su Rongrong vanished in an instant. Don't cry, he teased. Who is crying? She retorted. You haven't shed tears yet. Yet your eyes are already red. It seemed that the current Su Rongrong was quite easily ruffled. Indeed, the individual has only just graduated from university. And to achieve such a level is already a testament to exceptional talent. It is regrettable, however, that their first battle is against themselves. Failure, in this context, is entirely understandable. Let us discuss practical matters. What are you truly willing to invest? Lu Yiming, how naive you are. Surely, you do not expect Gao Yuan Capital to engage in a venture without any investment? Gao Yuan Capital is not an individual. That is the crux of the matter. Thus, when Lu Yiming speaks of investment, he refers to the sacrifices that Gao Yuan Capital can make, not personal contributions. At this moment, Su Rongrong finally regained her composure. As she looked up in astonishment, she caught sight of a sly smile on Lu Yiming's lips. Cunning indeed. Had he been toying with her from the very beginning? This shameless fellow. Though she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Yiming, a sense of relief washed over her. This irritating individual was, surprisingly, not implying what she had initially thought. She had misinterpreted his intentions. No, it was clear that this rogue had deliberately led her to that misunderstanding. Could it be that Gao Yuan Capital had no contingency plans at all? If that were the case, I would certainly reconsider the collaboration. Lu Yiming shifted into a more comfortable position, taking charge of the negotiation. It was evident that Su Rongrong had fallen into the rhythm dictated by Lu Yiming. The initiative in the negotiation was entirely within his grasp. Certainly not. 30 million for a 51 stake, with Gao Yuan Capital responsible for resolving issues and providing support from neighboring provinces. 51. Lu Yiming nearly burst into laughter. He was astonished by Su Rongrong's audacity. It seemed she was hoping to pluck the fruit without any cost. Under such circumstances, she could articulate her demands with such self-assurance. How had he not perceived the thickness of Su Rongrong's skin? Why are you staring at me? Su Rongrong remarked, only to realize Lu Yiming was fixedly gazing at her. This made her quite uncomfortable. Just look at how audacious you are, Lu Yiming. If you were in my position, would you acquiesce to such demands? I would. Indeed. His audacity was beyond ordinary. Su Rongrong responded, let us be realistic. 51 is out of the question. You are asking for an exorbitant price while expecting a free return. Lu Yiming discerned that Su Rongrong lacked experience in this arena. 30 million could alleviate your immediate concerns, he stated, having gauged her thoroughly. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut for a moment? The mention of being thoroughly understood reminded Su Rongrong of that day. You, Lu Yiming, had been quite hands-on, even with the blanket. Chapter 63. Are you trying to trap me in words? Where is Su Rongrong? President Wang, Su is currently in a meeting. A meeting? How enthusiastic. Mr. Wang, Wang Lan, a seasoned investment expert at Gao Yuan Capital, has independently led a team for 6 years and was awarded the prestigious Golden Prize for Best Investment Case in the previous year. He is considered a luminary in the investment realm. Wang Lan has been with Gao Yuan Capital long enough to cultivate an extensive network. making him one of the most influential figures in the company, second only to the owner. To be candid, Wang Lan has attained everything at Gaoyuan Capital. However, the unexpected arrival of Su Rongrong has instilled a sense of crisis within him. Indeed, it is a crisis. Logically speaking, Su Rongrong is merely a newcomer in the investment industry and should not pose a challenge to Wang Lan. Yet, from the very first glance at her, Wang Lan felt a prick of caution. In the world of investments, perseverance is paramount. Despite Wang Lan's current illustrious status, he endured significant hardships when he first entered the field. He would spend days and nights at client companies to secure a deal, showcasing his relentless dedication. After transitioning to Gaoyuan Capital, Wang Lan gained recognition and access to numerous resources, thriving in his role. He is just one step away, merely a step, from becoming a partner in the firm, as well as securing the coveted director position he often dreams of. Yet, in this pivotal moment, Su Rongrong has emerged. Wang Lan acknowledges that in the capital market, particularly in the investment sector, one's background holds substantial weight. However, the overt nature of Su Rongrong's ascent is perplexing. What merit does she possess that allows her to lead a team without any prior successful investment cases and yet be named a partner? This reality incites Wang Lan's indignation. She has usurped everything that rightfully belonged to him. This has left him with a bitter taste. The employees at Gaoyuan Capital are acutely aware of Mr. Wang's dismal mood during this period. Even the slightest provocation can ignite his fury. As for the source of his ire, it is needless to elaborate. Su Rongrong, indeed, is a fearless novice. On her third day in office, she led a team to a project, initially promising to accomplish something remarkable. Yet, within a day, she returned in disgrace, becoming the subject of mockery within the company. Particularly for Wang Lan, this became an opportunity to voice his criticisms in front of the owner. While she may possess talent, her lack of experience is glaring. His insinuations clearly belittled Su Rongrong. If anyone else were to make such a blunder, the owner would at least express some degree of concern. However, this time, the owner responded with laughter, leaving Wang Lan perplexed. What does this imply? Are the company's standards to be disregarded? Filled with rage, Wang Lan exited the owner's office, his anger intensifying with each passing thought. Since the owner was indifferent, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, yet he found himself unable to locate Su Rongrong. Upon inquiring, Wang Lan discovered that Su Rongrong was indeed in a meeting. A cold smirk appeared on her face. What sort of guests could this entail? Could it be a self-scripted performance? Without heeding the staff's explanations, she proceeded directly to the meeting area, intending to barge in unceremoniously. However, she unexpectedly heard a familiar voice, so familiar, yet from where? Wang Lan's hand, poised to push the door open, froze midair. Through the crack of the door, she caught sight of Lu Yiming seated elegantly on the sofa. Could it be him? As an experienced investor, Wang Lan possessed a comprehensive understanding of the business landscape in the bustling metropolis. Naturally, Lu's group, being a leading private enterprise, was a focal point of her attention. During his university days, Lu Yiming had accompanied Lu Yiming to several banquets, and Wang Lan recognized this future helmsman of Lu's group at a glance. Lu Yiming? Lu's group? To think that Su Rongrong's guest was he. Could it be that the backing behind Su Rongrong was indeed Lu's group? If that were the case, it would be entirely reasonable for the boss to show deference. Perhaps the company and Lu's group had already reached some form of agreement, with Su Rongrong acting as the pivotal liaison dispatched by Lu's group to facilitate coordination. In that moment, Wang Lan's mind raced with various possibilities. How fortunate indeed. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Given Lu Yiming's stature, it was imperative for Wang Lan to exercise caution. Yet, curiosity compelled her to linger at the door. Lu Yiming, this is our bottom line. Based on my estimations, your agreement surely does not exceed this price. Earning an extra 30 million without justification. What more could you possibly desire? Clap, clap, clap. The moment Su Rongrong finished speaking, Lu Yiming began to applaud. This left Su Rongrong speechless. Throughout their encounter, Lu Yiming had never played by the conventional rules. What kind of trick was he up to this time? Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Do you agree? Agree? If I were in your position, perhaps I should refrain from asking. Your audacity knows no bounds, Su Rongrong retorted. Would this be considered a personal attack? I concede that your assertion holds true. A quick investment yielding 30 million, coupled with subsequent operations handed over to Gaoyuan Investments, would indeed allow me to profit effortlessly. Then what is there to hesitate about? Rongrong, have you calculated how much this investment could yield? Of course, then I shall be all ears. The technology will not fall below 10 million. Based on this baseline, profits would exceed 1 billion. Tut, don't play games. With a baseline of 10 million. The fundamental profit is 1 billion, excluding dividends from the operators and product lines. Lu Yiming, some relationships must be maintained. I speak of net profit, Su Rongrong promptly countered, though her words bore an air of uncertainty. All right, she conceded, acknowledging that she had indeed withheld a considerable amount. Originally, Lu Yiming had not contemplated these matters. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the other party was already well informed. Every endeavor carries inherent risks. Gao Yuan Capital not only mitigated these risks, but also compensated for the deficiencies in the Lu family's financial chain, ultimately resulting in profit for both parties. Su Rongrong continued to assert her perspective with unwavering confidence. Given the current market landscape, expectations are entirely attainable. Should I then express my gratitude? Lu Yiming inquired. No need. Mutual benefit suffices, she replied. Rongrong, I initially harbored little confidence, but witnessing your resolute demeanor, it seems I have indeed placed my bet wisely. Are you suggesting that after all this time, you were merely fishing for your own words? Su Rongrong retorted. This is a game of strategic deception, Lu Yiming responded. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the future of the handheld wireless telephone system. The market's fervor had far exceeded all forecasts. Even third and fourth tier agents were reaping substantial profits. Relinquishing such bounteous rewards would render him a laughingstock. Nonetheless, Lu Yiming did not dismiss Su Rongrong's insights. In any scenario, solitary gain was implausible. Thus, it was crucial to select formidable partners from the outset. Chapter 64. A reckoning awaits. Lu Yiming acknowledged that the Su family was indeed his optimal choice. However, the pivotal question remained. What was the extent of the Su family's appetite? 20%. What? Su Rongrong could scarcely believe her ears. 30 million for 20%? Are you out of your mind? Her expression darkened, fully aware of the audacity of such a proposition, yet to assert that 30 million constituted 20% was absurd. You consider me a fool? Your previous user base was 10 million. What if it were 100 million? Lu Yiming, do not indulge in fanciful thinking, she scoffed. 100 million? Are you daydreaming? The target of 10 million was already a bold conjecture on Su Rongrong's part. Yet Lu Yiming had the audacity to mention 100 million user base. What is the total population of China? We must adopt a long-term perspective, avoiding confinement to major cities. Lu Yiming, landline telephones have yet to achieve full penetration, precisely, which emboldens your ambitions. The handheld wireless telephone system will significantly elevate the user cap. This is merely your conjecture. How can we ascertain without attempting? At that moment, Su Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. How can we ascertain without attempting? Indeed, what if? Perhaps there existed a genuine possibility. Wait a moment. Why do I feel as though I have fallen into Lu Yiming's trap? Impossible. Even if you were to elaborate, a 30 million investment for 20% is unrealistic. The opportunity lies before you. Lu Yiming adjusted his posture, feeling quite comfortable with Su Rongrong's presence. The two remained in a stalemate for quite some time, neither willing to break the silence. Finally, the pressure became too much for Su Rongrong, who spoke first. 40% is the bottom line, she declared. You only offered a 1% increase after I lowered my expectations by 10? Lu Yiming, is this how you treat people? Can't you be a little more magnanimous? Are you still a man? Whether I am a man or not, you should know well enough, Lu Yiming replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. As he recalled how close he had come to. How shameless. Do you still have the audacity to bring that up? Su Rongrong's fury erupted, her cultivated demeanor crumbling in the face of Lu Yiming's provocations. Let us discuss this civilly, without resorting to violence. Ridiculous. With her restraint shattered, Su Rongrong lunged at Lu Yiming. Outside the door, Wang Lan watched the scene unfold, utterly captivated. Goodness, this is quite the spectacle, she thought. However, it seemed Su Rongrong had misjudged the situation. After all, she was the woman in this exchange, and, in terms of gender dynamics, she was at a disadvantage. When Su Rongrong leaped at Lu Yiming, she found herself momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Was she really going to act like a shrew, assaulting Lu Yiming? Despite the thought, she found herself unable to carry through with it. Perched on Lu Yiming, she froze, their faces mere inches apart, both wide-eyed in surprise. Instinctively, Lu Yiming's hands moved forward to push her away for self-preservation, and in a most unfortunate alignment, his hands inadvertently made contact with her chest. Time seemed to stand still. Would you believe me if I said this was merely a coincidence? I wouldn't trust you for a second. With a barrage of insults, shameless, lecherous, petty, she directed all her ire at Lu Yiming. Let go. If not for the fear of being misunderstood by those outside, Su Rongrong might have cried out in frustration. With Lu Yiming no longer obstructing her, Su Rongrong found herself tumbling into his embrace. I admit, I am rather impressive. But you need not be so eager to embrace me, she mused, blinking as she contemplated the implications of his words. Embrace you? Over my dead body. Stay calm. We agreed this would be a negotiation, not a brawl. The key point was that Lu Yiming seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Such a loss, Wang Lan thought, exasperated. Though she was not fond of Su Rongrong, as a fellow woman, she could see that Su Rongrong had truly outdone herself this time, suffering a loss without even realizing it. This little Lu was quite the strategist. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong finally began to regain her composure. Let go. Upon awakening, Su Rongrong discovered herself ensnared by Lu Yiming, his grip on her wrists unyielding, no matter how fervently she struggled to break free. The current position was undeniably humiliating. She found herself straddling Lu Yiming's waist. Such a posture was rather. If anyone were to witness this, how could she possibly bear to face them? Attempting to rise, she found his hold unwavering. In this stalemate, any exertion on her part would inadvertently press against Lu Yiming's abdomen. Su Rongrong had never encountered a situation quite like this. Her entire being felt rigid with discomfort. What exactly were you intending, Lu Yiming? His grip was firm and unrelenting. Inadvertently, she had revealed her true feelings. This was absurd. Logically speaking, he had initiated this predicament. I can let go, but you must behave and dismount, Lu Yiming stated, revealing his limited patience. Did Su Rongrong truly believe she could repeatedly test his boundaries without consequence? Release me, she demanded. Su Rongrong understood that prolonging this entanglement would only result in her detriment. Despite her mental invectives directed at Lu Yiming, her foremost concern was to extricate herself. Lu Yiming complied, relinquishing his hold. Just as Su Rongrong attempted to rise, she realized that her movement was unsteady. Lu Yiming, you scoundrel. Lu Yiming, this is far from over. Su Rongrong was no fool. She recognized the implications of their predicament. Lu Yiming, equally flustered, acknowledged the absurdity of the situation. Earlier, she had questioned his masculinity, and now he could assure her that he was indeed a man, and quite vigorous at that. Startled, Su Rongrong stood abruptly, but miscalculated her balance and stumbled once more. Lu Yiming, caught off guard, found himself face to face with her, and in an instant, their lips met. Outside the door, Wang Lan was utterly astonished. Remarkable. The student had surpassed the master. This tactic to dominate a man was something she doubted she could ever achieve. Clearly, she had underestimated Su Rongrong. Yes, their lips had indeed collided. Lu Yiming felt as though he had fulfilled a dream, and this time, it was Su Rongrong who had taken the initiative. Should he seize this moment to deepen the kiss? A French kiss, perhaps? No, perhaps that would be unwise. Su Rongrong's eyes radiated a hint of menace. Lu Yiming instinctively raised his hands in surrender. Before her stood a man with an innocent expression, as if the entire situation was of her own making. Where do you think you're going? Su Rongrong demanded, rising without uttering another word, making her way toward the door. You're in for it now, Lu Yiming mused. It seems today's negotiations are futile. Chapter 65. The prodigal from the capital upon returning to the reception room. Su Rongrong brandished a weapon in her hand. It seems that this was no jest after all. Had Lu Yiming not departed, this wrench would have found its most fitting resting place upon his head. At this moment, Su Rongrong's eyes were aflame with rage. Had her first kiss truly been so unjustly snatched away? Lu Yiming cleared his throat and remarked that, to be fair, upon his rebirth, her first kiss seemed to have already. Well, it would be better not to provoke her. Where is he? Lu Yiming, we are far from finished. Su Rongrong seethed with gritted teeth, turning back to calculate their compatibility, pondering whether her destiny was ill-fated with Lu Yiming. Their time together was always filled with chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had already sped away in his Ferrari. Yet, the lingering fragrance upon his lips left him somewhat nostalgic. Surely, it couldn't be so, after all. She had taken the initiative. As he muttered to himself, he pressed down on the accelerator. At that moment, the maintenance worker from Gaoyuan Capital wore a perplexed expression. He had merely stepped away to the restroom, and yet the wrench had vanished. In such a large company, who would steal a wrench? How was he to proceed with repairs without his tools? Li, it's me. What instructions do you have, young Master Lu? How are things progressing with the telecommunications? Still waiting. Lily had come with the project, brimming with confidence, only to find herself at a dead end. She couldn't locate General Gao at all. The secretary mentioned that he had an impromptu meeting in the afternoon, but if there were any scheduling conflicts, she would remain behind. That was already suspicious. No need to wait. Not waiting? We won't meet today anyway. Young Master Lu, what do you mean? Tactical disappearance. Understood. Lily quickly grasped the situation. So, it seemed the Su family was still unwilling to concede. Lu Yiming laughed softly as he hung up the phone. Quite clever. It appeared they were not outright rejecting him. A temporary disappearance could indeed be arranged. Of course, such a maneuver placed considerable pressure on Gao Chung as well. If Lu Yiming were truly pushed to the brink, relinquishing the partnership with the telecommunications company was not out of the question. Although both China Mobile and China Unicom had their own mobile services, they would undoubtedly be very interested in the resources at Lu Yiming's disposal. The telecommunications company was indeed the best partner, but they needed to possess a sense of self-awareness. I give you 3 days. When that time comes, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lu Yiming scoffed. He had initially contemplated returning to the company. After all, having seen Su Rongrong today, he felt obliged to prioritize the task of uncovering the hidden adversary she had requested assistance with. He prided himself on being a man of his word. Yet, just then his phone rang. Jinjia, my dear little brother still remembers who I am. After such a long absence, I thought you had forgotten your sister. The languid and leisurely tone. Only Sister Qian can weave her enchanting voice into such relaxed rhythms. Indeed, her voice is remarkably distinctive, with a high degree of recognition. However, recently, I have been preoccupied with my career. Yes, you, a person of status, are busy, and have intercepted all those whom I have set my sights on. When Liang Qian refers to someone, it goes without saying who it is, at this moment. Chung Xiao is still in the office gathering new materials. All right, it seems I am at fault. I shall host a lavish banquet for Sister Qian another day. As a gesture of my contrition, rather than postponing until another day, let us make it today. Lu Yiming inquired, what does that mean? Are you unavailable? His tone bore a hint of disappointment. How could that be? When Sister Qian extends an invitation, even if it were a matter of life and death, I would still attend. However, I would appreciate a hint about what kind of gathering this is tonight. In my previous life, during my times of despair, Liang Qian had offered a helping hand. For that reason alone, should she truly be in need, I would undoubtedly brave any peril for her. Nevertheless, I must also be prepared. A few friends from the capital are rather bothersome. It would be ideal if my brother could assist in ushering them away. Understood. The time and place will certainly be arranged to give Sister a grand showing. Clear as day. Sister Qian chuckled as she ended the call. At critical moments, she proves to be quite reliable. It is worth it to care for such a brother. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming, driving his Ferrari, happened to pass by Nanjing East Road. A massive billboard displayed an advertisement for diamonds, which was strikingly conspicuous. Diamonds are forever. A single gem shall endure. Upon seeing this advertisement, Lu Yiming suddenly recalled that today was, in fact, a special occasion. Instinctively, he maneuvered the Ferrari into the adjacent shopping mall. Half an hour later, Lu Yiming returned to his car, carrying 2 shopping bags. Sister Qian had also sent the address to his phone, She Family Garden. Oh, it seems Sister Qian truly does not favor friends from the capital. Lu Yiming understood her well. It is not that the prestige of She Family Garden is lacking. In the bustling metropolis of 1995, the private rooms there are already considered top tier, far surpassing the lively Huanghe Road. The private villa lofts offer excellent privacy. However, for Sister Qian, the more unfamiliar the person, the more upscale the dinner she arranges. If she were to invite Lu Yiming to dine, roadside spicy hot pot would be her first choice. This demonstrates that Sister Qian genuinely regards Lu Yiming as one of her own. Unconstrained by trivialities, she is exceedingly casual. As for others, I regret to inform you that Sister Qian is not so easily approached. Back in the day at the bar, countless young elites of the metropolis yearned to experience Sister Qian's fiery red lips, but what was the outcome? I dare say many were left with psychological scars. At this moment, an Audi 100 official vehicle had already entered the private villa of She Family Garden. This place possesses quite an impressive aura. The vehicles are few, with only 2 individuals aboard, both in their mid-20s. At this age, to be driving an official car, especially one bearing military plates, undoubtedly suggests some connections. Yet, what is this grandeur compared to the Diaoyutai State Guest House? That establishment is of a different caliber altogether, serving as a venue for foreign dignitaries. The conversation, while seemingly mundane, unmistakably exudes an air of superiority. The frequent mention of Daitai suggests a familiarity akin to that of one's own home. It is no wonder that Sister Qian appears somewhat vexed. After parking the Audi, the two young men finally exited the vehicle. One must adopt a more amiable demeanor, particularly since it is Liang Qian, the object of my affections. Let us not create a scene. Surely, the young ladies of our capital are not lacking in any regard. And what of you, young Master Zhang? Once a prominent figure in the heart of Beijing, now you find yourself chasing after someone in Shanghai. Should this be overheard by Lu Yiming, he would likely be amused for an entire afternoon, as if these two gentlemen were merely here to perform a monologue. Chapter 66. The pretty boy disrupts the scene. Liang Qian. It has been far too long. With arms outstretched, he anticipated an embrace. Regrettably, Liang Qian, seated at the head of the table, showed no inclination to rise, offering only a cold smile. Young Master Zhang, caught in an awkward moment, sheepishly lowered his arms. Oh, Liang Qian, has it truly been 2 years? The companion beside him, appearing quite normal, greeted her with a smile. We haven't crossed paths since you joined the military. Oh, we have all been engrossed in our respective pursuits, unlike you, who has now become quite the magnate. Indeed, it seems our Liang Qian possesses discerning taste. When shall you invite us to your bar for a visit? It would certainly be an eye-opener. There will be opportunities. Her response was a blatant dismissal, as she glanced at her watch while speaking. Stinky brother, you promised to come and support me. What time is it now? Just wait. You'll regret leaving your sister here alone. The hour grows late. Shall we commence? The two took their seats, and cold dishes were already served. A bottle of flying Matai was a gesture of sincerity. Let us wait a bit longer. There are more guests. More guests? What do you mean? Am I not allowed to bring friends? That is not the intention. It simply caught me off guard, as I anticipated a more intimate gathering. Young Master Zhang promptly clarified in response to Liang Qian's retort. As for who the guests might be, that was of little concern to him. His primary desire was to enjoy a private moment with Liang Qian, rendering even his companion superfluous. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Lu Yiming entered with a cheerful expression. Apologies for my tardiness. Upon encountering Lu Yiming, Master Zhang instinctively furrowed his brows. A man? What connection does he have with Liang Qian, who among their circle is unaware of Zhang's interest in Liang? Had it not been for her sudden departure abroad years ago, he might have already confessed his feelings. His intent in seeking Liang today was to seize an opportunity. Yet, here arrives an uninvited guest. No, wait. He had inquired and confirmed that Liang Qian was currently single. Ah, you finally arrived. Liang Qian, who had previously remained seated in the main seat, immediately rose to greet him. Not only that, but she also entwined her arm with Lu Yiming's, seemingly unconcerned about her own stature, leaning against him. This scene caused Master Zhang's eyes to blaze with fury. What does this mean? Who is this man? Daring to steal the woman he desires, has he lost his mind? Moreover, Zhang's friends bore grim expressions as well. Witnessing their brother being undermined was a source of embarrassment for them all. Stinky brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Bing, and this is Hai Yang. Friends from the same circle. This is my brother, Lu Yiming. Brother. Master Zhang felt a flicker of hope rekindle. If he were indeed her brother, it might not be so bad. After all, it could simply be a display of sibling affection. But wait, when did Liang Qian have a brother? Heh, not a biological one. Zhang Bing. Hai Yang, is this a case of being teased? Sister Qian, are you really using me as a shield? Lu Yiming smiled, leaning slightly to whisper in Liang Qian's ear. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Besides, you promised me from the start. I didn't expect it to be so exhilarating right off the bat. Did you see that fellow's gaze? He looks as if he wishes to end me. Fear not. There's no significant background. They are merely children of bureau-level officials, incapable of causing much upheaval. Liang Qian had thus laid everything bare for Lu Yiming. Children of bureau-level officials, indeed, were nothing to be overly concerned about. What secrets are you two whispering about? Upon Lu Yiming's arrival, Liang Qian had taken to chatting with this pretty boy, leaving Master Zhang to languish in neglect. Any man would find that intolerable. Lu Yiming, pretty boy? Is that a compliment to myself? Liang Qian, this isn't fair. It's rare for me and Zhang to be here, yet you choose to converse with your brother rather than entertain your guests. Hai Yang was equally displeased. Despite being notable figures in the capital, they felt belittled upon arriving in the metropolis. Who could endure such treatment? Apologies, I haven't seen Sister Qian in ages and got carried away in conversation. Liang Qian was about to speak, but Lu Yiming interjected, withdrawing his hand from her embrace. Stinky brother, what do you mean by that? Are you out of touch? Just as Liang Qian sought to remedy the situation, Lu Yiming escalated matters, wrapping an arm around her delicate waist. Liang Qian, beautiful, dear brother, truly lived up to expectations, rising to the occasion at a critical moment. Liang Qian's peripheral vision caught sight of young Master Zhang, whose face had turned pale with anger. As for Haiyang, he abruptly stood up, glaring at Lu Yiming. This pretty boy must be here to create trouble. Oh, why are you standing? We are all friends. There's no need to be so formal. Sit down and prepare to eat. Liang Qian's act of feigning ignorance was masterful, rendering Haiyang speechless with rage. Lu Yiming discreetly gave him a thumbs up. How did my dear brother arrive so late, keeping our guest waiting for so long? My apologies. I stopped to buy a gift on the way. For me? Of course, only our Qian Jie deserves it. Saying this, Lu Yiming took out a long box from his pocket, its velvet wrapping indicating its high-end nature. Generally, such a box is used for jewelry. Under Liang Qian's expectant gaze, Lu Yiming opened the box, revealing a stunning diamond necklace. Hiss! Even Haiyang couldn't help but gasp. It's not that he had never seen luxury, but the size of the diamond was indeed remarkable. I wanted to buy a larger one, but unfortunately, only the 3-carat was available. Qianjia, please don't find it lacking. How could I? As long as it's from my brother, I adore it. What a delightful surprise. Indeed, my dear brother knows how to impress. The appearance of the diamond necklace instantly overshadowed Zhang Bing. Although both of them were children of officials, the salary of a bureau-level official is quite modest. The value of this necklace would not be less than 100,000. In this era, that is no trivial sum. Of course, for Zhang Bing, 100,000 is within his means, but to directly purchase a necklace as a gift, he lacked such boldness. Zhang Bing had prepared a gift, originally intending to present it at the appropriate moment. However, with Lu Yiming's extravagant gesture, he was left stunned. A necklace worth several thousand could not even compare. At this moment, Zhang Bing's expression was understandably grim, feeling like a clown. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively, or he would have been even more embarrassed. Shall I help my sister put it on? Of course. The two of them were engrossed in their world, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Ahem, remember to reimburse me. How about offering yourself in return? Never mind. Real gold and silver are far more reliable. This interaction, in Zhang Bing's eyes, was nothing more than flirtation, making him feel superfluous. Chapter 67. Acting like a dandy? Just keep it in check. Oh, my apologies, dear friends. I'm just used to teasing Qianjia. Turning back, Lu Yiming noticed Zhang Bing's face, as dark as a thundercloud. He could probably go for an audition without needing any makeup. Lu Yiming, embodying the persona of a dandy, required no performance. Just be mindful not to overdo it. No need for formality. It is a rare occasion for Sister Qian to treat us. She rarely offers such fine food and drink. This time, I am merely basking in the glow of your presence. As I spoke, I unabashedly helped myself to the dishes, asserting my dominance at the table. You speak as if I have been remiss in my hospitality. Indeed, Sister Qian has a flair for the dramatic. The subtle melancholy in her gaze is utterly captivating. My friend, what do you mean by that? How can Haiyang endure such insolence? He slammed his chopsticks down with fervor. Hey, Sister Qian, your friend has quite the temper. Son, you ought to inquire. Your Hai Yi is a person of great repute in the capital. When did it become your place to act grandly before him? Indeed, the rascals of the capital often resort to brawls at the slightest provocation. Haiyang, what is the meaning of this? Are you disregarding my presence? Liang Qian, I consider you and Zhang Bing my friends. Why bring this fellow to vex us? Upon facing Liang Qian, Haiyang's fiery temper diminished noticeably, clearly wary of her. What have I done to you? I have welcomed you with fine food and drink and introduced my friends to you. What have I done wrong? My friend has not spoken ill. So why should you bully him? No, Sister Qian, our bond is one of camaraderie. Must you support this pretty boy? Pretty boy? Liang Qian could not help but laugh in exasperation. Haiyang truly lacked discernment. Well, it seems all is in vain. Hey, that's the second time I've been called a pretty boy. What can I say? It is simply how I refer to myself. Sister Qian, why not take me under your wing and experience the joys of being a pretty boy? At that moment, Liang Qian thought Lu Yiming might lose his composure and was prepared to intervene, hoping to keep the situation from escalating. Yet, she underestimated Lu Yiming's audacity. Is he seeking to be supported? Very well, How about 200,000 a month? That seems rather stingy. Lu Yiming scoffed, considering himself a person who handles multi-million-dollar deals. 200,000 a month seemed a paltry sum, yet he might consider it if he fell on hard times, as it wouldn't be a loss. Though he spoke lightly, he had clearly seen the seriousness in Liang Qian's eyes, leaving him momentarily startled. Let us not blur the lines between play and reality. I am merely assisting for free, without any fee. You're not satisfied? Unexpectedly, Liang Qian was even bolder, placing her right hand on Lu Yiming's thigh, poised to strike should the opportunity arise. Pretty boy, don't get too smug. If you have the skills, go practice outside. At this, Haiyang could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly, ready to confront Lu Yiming. Enough. What age are we in? Civilized people, sit down. Put away the old tricks. Do you truly think yourself a veteran? Lu Yiming's expression shifted, instantly turning serious. The stark contrast left Haiyang utterly perplexed. Enough, Haiyang. I was merely jesting. Do not take it too far, Liang Qian admonished, fully aware of Bingzi's situation. That's enough. Just as Haiyang was about to speak, Zhang Bing, who had remained silent until now, sharply rebuked him, directing his ire at Haiyang. No, I am merely standing up for you. My comments were all in jest. Do not take them to heart, my friend. We have grown accustomed to jesting with Liang Qian. Lu Yiming interjected. Zhang Bing is quite the character, adept at both yielding and asserting. Very well, let us put that behind us and introduce ourselves anew. Lu Yiming. Zhang Bing. Meanwhile, Haiyang sulked, taking a seat in frustration. Let us eat. They had played their roles long enough. Even Zhang Bing, with his thick skin, now found it difficult to continue the banter. Liang Qian's overt demeanor was apparent enough for even a fool to discern. Once they began to eat, the atmosphere became considerably more harmonious. Lu Yiming abstained from alcohol, mindful of the pressing matters ahead. Meanwhile, Haiyang and Zhang Bing, both disheartened, had consumed an entire bottle of Feitian Matai between them. So what prompted you to seek me out this time? Haiyang inquired. If Zhang Bing were to claim he was merely there to profess his feelings, even Liang Qian would find it hard to believe. They had not reached such a level of intimacy. Sacrificing everything for one another was simply out of the question. Well, it seems we can no longer make a living in the capital, so I thought I might come to you for assistance. Noticing Zhang Bing's hesitation to speak, Haiyang directly articulated their purpose. However, to say they were struggling would be somewhat modest. After all, as scions of influential families, finding sustenance was never truly challenging. After graduating, Liang Qian pursued further studies abroad, while Zhang Bing entered the civil service, and Haiyang enlisted in the military. Originally, his family had paved a path for him within the military, and had he continued on that trajectory, he would at least have secured a position as an officer in the future. However, unable to endure the pressure, Haiyang found himself embroiled in a conflict just before his assessment, with an opponent of considerable standing, resulting in mutual disgrace. Seeing that a transfer to a civilian role was no longer feasible, Haiyang, in a fit of anger, chose to resign from the military. Upon returning to the capital, he sought out Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, too, found little satisfaction in his bureaucratic position. The monotony of a 9-to-5 job, filled with either tea drinking or newspaper reading, was far from the life he had envisioned. Together, they resolved that since neither was content, they might as well venture into the business world. With the economy experiencing explosive growth and leveraging their familial connections, they hoped to earn a decent income. Zhang Bing promptly resigned, much to the chagrin of his father. However, once they embarked on their entrepreneurial journey, they soon realized that their initial assumptions had been overly simplistic. Engaging in business proved far more challenging than they had anticipated. Although they had connections, they still paid a hefty tuition in the form of mistakes during their early endeavors. Fortunately, after some time and perseverance, they finally began to see success. Originally believing that prosperous days were just around the corner, I once again suffered a significant loss in the construction business. The specifics of the situation need not be elaborated. If it weren't for family connections, these two would likely be facing a lenient sentence. As I realized that survival in the bustling metropolis was becoming increasingly untenable, I began to contemplate seeking fortune elsewhere. Over the past 2 years in business, I had managed to accumulate a modest sum, nearing 1 million. Upon learning that Liang Qian was thriving in the vibrant city, and given Zhang Bing's latent affections for her, I purchased 2 tickets and made my way to the metropolis. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Oh, had I known earlier. Being old classmates, I would naturally extend a helping hand whenever possible. Liang Qian, as long as it pertains to friends, is still willing to assist. As for Lu Yiming, he can indulge as he pleases. Chapter 68. From arrogance to humility, are you implying that your entire fortune amounts to merely 1 million? Indeed, in this era, 1 million is no trifling sum. However, to suggest that it could stir significant waves in the metropolis is rather unrealistic. The notion that the city is paved with gold is a fairy tale meant for children. We are all adults here, and it is prudent to remain grounded in reality. If there are difficulties, let us pretend we never arrived. Hai Yang was reluctant to put Liang Qian in a difficult position. After all, he still harbored feelings for her. That was not the intention. Liang Qian had indeed opened a bar and earned a considerable profit. However, when it comes to investments, she lacks substantial avenues. The idea of withdrawing 1 million to establish another bar seems impractical. Setting aside the challenge of finding a suitable location for rent, upscale renovations and quality beverages demand financial outlay. Furthermore, one should not expect to recoup costs within the first 3 months of operation. Continuous investment is essential. As someone who has navigated this path, Liang Qian understands the challenges of entrepreneurship. Moreover, she does not possess the innate acumen for business. She merely adapted a foreign model for the domestic market, coupled with her available funds, enabling her to flourish. Dear brother, don't just think about indulging yourself. Let's brainstorm some solutions together. Speaking of business, isn't there a ready-made opportunity at hand? You are discussing serious matters. Why should I interject? Indeed, Lu Yiming was truly getting into character, assuming the role of a charming yet inconsequential figure, refraining from unnecessary commentary. All right, so you've ingratiated yourself with your sister, have you? Liang Qian remarked. If all else fails, then so be it. What could this charming fool possibly suggest? Hai Yang remained seething, visibly displeased with Lu Yiming. You heard it too. Even if I wish to help, he is ungrateful for such gestures. What's the point? Hai Yang, be quiet, Liang Qian admonished, causing Hai Yang to feel a profound sense of frustration. To be honest, had it not been for a lack of alternatives, he would never have swallowed his pride to seek Liang Qian's assistance. Do you know who he is? Who else could it be? With a scoff, one might wonder if the Lu group is aware of the presence of its illustrious young heir. Clearly, one does not regard him lightly. If you are oblivious to the Lu group, perhaps you ought to reconsider your business ventures in the bustling metropolis, as one cannot afford such embarrassment. Sister Qian, your actions lack decorum, directly exposing my vulnerabilities. Here I was, intending to assist, only to find myself betrayed. Such ungraciousness. All right, dear brother, they were indeed in the wrong. Truth be told, had it not been for the circumstances, I would not have stood idly by in the face of danger. Lu Yiming, you've taken on the role of the virtuous one. Well, who could blame you when Sister Qian has shown you kindness? Meanwhile, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing were engulfed in a torrent of disbelief. The seemingly insignificant pretty boy turned out to be a scion of the Lu group. Indeed, the Lu group is well known, the largest private enterprise in the metropolis, and even in the capital, it holds considerable renown. It is said that a powerful figure stands behind the Lu group, yet the identity of this benefactor remains a topic of speculation, far beyond their own standing. Hai Yang and Zhang Bing exchanged glances, fully aware of the embarrassment they had just endured. However, an opportunity lay before them. Should they fail to seize it, regret would be theirs alone. Hai Yang wished to slap himself for his earlier impulsiveness, having boasted about going solo. The might of the Lu group in the metropolis hardly warranted a second glance in his direction. Now, he found himself in quite the predicament. Lu Zongzi. At that moment, Hai Yang gritted his teeth and, casting aside all pretense, stood up abruptly, startling Liang Qian. Please, I cannot accept such a title. Being a pretty boy is perfectly acceptable. This statement rendered Hai Yang speechless. Lu Yiming, it seems, could be quite petty, believing in retribution without delay. Enough is enough. One must know when to show mercy. Sister Qian tugged at Lu Yiming's sleeve, reminding him that they were friends, and words had been exchanged. Very well, Sister Qian. Your word is law, but in our metropolis, we do not adhere to the customs of addressing young masters. Simply calling me by my name would suffice. A respectful Xiao Lu Zong would not be amiss. On account of Sister Qian, Lu Yiming begrudgingly acquiesced. All right, Xiao Lu Zong, we were indeed blind to the mountain before us. Please do not hold it against us. Indeed, we never anticipated that Liang Qian would introduce us to a true gem. It was our oversight, and we take full responsibility. As Hai Yang rose, Zhang Bing followed suit, lifting his glass. Each held 2 ounces of liquor. This toast serves as our apology to you, Xiao Luzong. With that, they drank in unison. One must admit, the gentlemen of the capital are quite generous. Enough, please take a seat. Since you are a friend of Sister Qian, you are also my friend. Lu Yiming, now considerably more serious, shed his previous nonchalance, finally returning to a more composed demeanor. Lu Yiming, indeed. Performing just now was quite exhausting. Liang Qian, come on, don't you feel like you are truly enjoying it? 1 million, right? Neither excessive nor insufficient. Don't think about grand enterprises. Set a modest goal for yourself first. Earn 100 million within 5 years. Uft. Liang Qian nearly spat out her drink after hearing that. How pretentious. Set a modest goal of earning 100 million in 5 years? This is the most boastful thing Liang Qian has ever heard in her life. Can't you refrain from bragging, Lu Yiming? Earn 100 million in 5 years. What kind of business is that? Bring Sister Qian along, will you? Don't believe it? Well, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing exchanged glances as well. They wouldn't dare to dream of 10 million, yet here he is, jumping straight to 100 million. Does he think their business in the capital is worthless? In Lu's eyes, it's merely a way to earn a bit of pocket money. Indeed, the vantage point makes all the difference. No, we believe, we truly do. So please, young Master Lu, lead us in this venture to wealth. All right, since we're friends, let us keep it casual. For now, I'll stay in the Magic City. Let us exchange numbers, and I'll call you. Lu Yiming was full of confidence. After bidding farewell to the 2 men, he returned to his playful demeanor. Sister Qian, were you satisfied with your performance today? Not bad, worthy of praise. How about a kiss as a reward? No way. ISNT that taking advantage of me? Hey, don't be so shameless, Sister Qian. ISNT that easygoing. If she takes a liking to you, consider yourself fortunate. It's hard to tell if it's a jest or not. In any case, Lu Yiming perceived that Liang Qian was quite serious. Forget it. I'm not worthy of such fortune. How about we just settle the necklace expense? Get lost. How could you accept something given to you? Lu Yiming, losing the lady and the soldier. Fine, I'll take the loss. I'm willing. Enough said. I have matters to attend to. He waved his hand, leaving without a trace. What a scoundrel. Little did Lu Yiming know, after he left, Liang Qian caressed the necklace around her neck, her gaze filled with a momentary daze. Chapter 69. Home? At the Huashan Hospital in the Magic City, in the nephrology ward. Your daughter is truly filial, visiting you every day, unlike our boy, who hasn't even shown his face since the hospitalization. Observing Chung Xiao bustling about, even fellow patients couldn't help but feel envious. Such tasks could easily be entrusted to the nurses. The payment has already been made, yet she insists on doing it herself. Sigh, she is just too considerate. Wang Fong lay in her hospital bed, her gaze never leaving the busy Chung Xiao. Her thoughtfulness tugged at Wang Fong's heartstrings. Since falling ill, all the burdens of the household had fallen upon her daughter's frail shoulders. It's hard to fathom how she has endured these years. Wang Fong spends half of each year hospitalized to sustain her life. Each hospitalization incurs a substantial expense for both mother and daughter, leading Wang Fong to contemplate surrender on numerous occasions. Yet, it is her daughter who continually inspires her to persevere. However, every time she notices the subtle signs of fatigue in her daughter, a deep unease settles within her heart. Come sit for a while. There is little to be done now. Just wait, I'll wash the dishes in a bit, she says. Chung Xiao smiles gently at her mother. The caregiver has been exceptionally attentive, yet no level of care can compare to that of a beloved daughter. Once everything is in order, Chung Xiao finally takes a seat beside her mother's bed. Are you tired from work? Wang Fong inquires. Not at all, Mom. Everything is fine, Chung Xiao reassures her. A good job is hard to come by. I've heard that competition is fierce, but you must also take care of your health. Don't worry, Mom, I am well aware. Mentioning her job inevitably brings to mind Lu Yiming. Without him, her life would have been engulfed in darkness. He illuminated her path during her most desperate times. Honestly, this job is a precious opportunity. By the way, Mom, I received my salary yesterday. Although it is just for half a month, I earned over 2,000 yuan. This money feels quite significant. After deducting rent and living expenses, I managed to save 1,500 yuan, all of which I have set aside. I must repay the medical expenses that Lu Yiming covered. Regardless of what others may say about my foolishness or stubbornness, the debt of gratitude I owe him is immense, and I can never hold my head high in his presence. Perhaps I am not even worthy of affection. The mother and daughter engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time, as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. During their chat, Wang Feng subtly inquired about Lu Yiming, her heart filled with apprehension. After all, her daughter is exceedingly beautiful, and Wang Feng fears that her illness might lead her daughter to compromise her dignity. It is not that Wang Feng is overly concerned, but rather, the reality of society often favors the wealthy over the virtuous. She feels the weight of having burdened her daughter in such a manner, which weighs heavily on her conscience. Ultimately, through Chung Xiao's repeated reassurances and comforting words, Wang Feng's worries began to dissipate. One could say that they have truly encountered a kind-hearted individual in Lu Yiming. Have I now received another goodwill card? He mused. You should go home. You have work tomorrow. Mom, I want to spend more time with you. No need for that. I am doing well, so please do not worry about me. For your sake, I will diligently follow my treatment. If there is hope, who would not cling to this world? Seeing her mother's resolute demeanor, Chung Xiao could only rise to bid farewell. However, just as she exited the ward, she was startled by a shadow. Shu, what are you doing here? Young Master Lu, why are you in the hospital? I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why are you not entering? I have no idea how long I've been waiting outside the ward. Chung Xiao was entirely oblivious to the passage of time. I feared your mother might overthink things. Chung Xiao. Indeed, I had just reassured my mother, promising that my relationship with Lu Yiming was entirely innocent. If Lu Yiming were to suddenly appear, I would find myself at a loss for words. Young Master Lu Yu. It's not working hours now. Lu Yiming, do you have something to discuss with me? Follow me. Without addressing the question, Lu Yiming turned and walked towards the hospital exit, shrouded in mystery. Chung Xiao instinctively followed in his footsteps, leaving the hospital together. This scene aptly illustrated Chung Xiao's deep-seated trust in Lu Yiming. After enduring so many unexpected events, she had come to completely trust him. In her heart, Lu Yiming was unlike any other man. His gaze held no desire for conquest or possession over her. He was a man she could rely upon. Although their time together had been brief, this trust was unprecedented. A month ago, Chung Xiao could never have imagined that one day she would walk alone with a man at night. Get in the car. I'm taking you somewhere. Starting the engine, he drove the Ferrari away from the hospital. Lu Yiming, it's quite late. I know. I have work tomorrow. Being late doesn't count as absenteeism. That's different. I don't want special treatment. You must be tired. What? We'll arrive shortly. In about 10 minutes. The Ferrari stopped in front of a residential complex. What is this? Your new home. Young Master Lu, don't joke like that. Call me by my name. I'm sorry, I need to go home. This is home. Domineeringly, he offered her no chance for contemplation. Get out. Reluctantly, she exited the vehicle. This was a brand new complex, likely completed not long ago. To be frank, this kind of place was far beyond Chung Xiao's consideration. Even the attic in her current alley was rented through frugality. She had fantasized about one day, through her own efforts, reclaiming what she had lost and rebuilding a home with her mother, but certainly not at this moment. Go up and take a look. It won't cost you anything. She hesitated. Lu Yiming pulled her along firmly. A small high-rise awaited them. There was an elevator, a tidy lobby, and hallways that starkly contrasted with the chaotic old alleys. With a total of 12 floors, 2 elevators served 4 households each, providing a sense of relative independence. Lu Yiming pressed the button for the 6th floor. This is it. At the entrance to 603, he retrieved a key. Come in. As Chung Xiao hesitated at the door, Lu Yiming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What? Are you afraid of me? Of course not. Then why are you lingering? It's late. Don't disturb the neighbors. Ultimately, Chung Xiao took that step forward. The 2-bedroom apartment, though modest at around 70 square meters, was a stark contrast to her current cramped loft. It was exquisitely renovated, equipped with all necessary appliances. Chung Xiao stood there in a daze. It was exactly like the home she had always dreamed of. The warm-toned decor exuded a cozy ambience. Chapter 70, Birthday. With 2 bedrooms and a living room. It provided ample personal space, and everything was ready for immediate occupancy. Lu Yiming insisted on giving Chung Xiao a tour. Indeed, this environment was incomparable to the cramped loft she currently rented. The spacious and bright bathroom was a luxury. In her old place, taking a shower was a cumbersome affair. Yet, for Chung Xiao, she felt she did not belong here. I need to go back. Are you dissatisfied? I'm very satisfied. But I cannot accept it. Chung Xiao held on to her dignity. She could not repeatedly accept Lu Yiming's kindness. To her, it felt akin to charity. If she grew accustomed to such generosity, she would never be able to hold her head high again. Wait, did you misunderstand something? Young Master Lu, I know you are not that kind of person. It's just, this is my own issue. Lu Yiming was not a bad person. On the contrary, he was one of the few individuals Chung Xiao could trust. Yet, because of that very trust, she found it difficult to accept his goodwill. Perhaps this apartment meant little to Lu Yiming, but for Chung Xiao, it felt overwhelmingly burdensome, as if it would suffocate her. Hey, I've never met someone like you who refuses company benefits. Huh, company benefits? Of course, the company provides housing solutions for single employees. Although I did exercise a bit of influence, as this should have been a single apartment, I applied for this small 2-bedroom for you. Considering you will need to care for your aunt. It must be said, Lu Yiming was remarkably composed while spinning this tale. While Lu Group was indeed a leading private enterprise with excellent benefits, claiming to resolve housing issues for employees was far-fetched. Even if Lu Group were sold, it could hardly accommodate all its staff. Yet, to ensure Chung Xiao felt at ease, Lu Yiming was determined to find a way, requiring a touch of cunning and a reasonable justification. Chung Xiao, I genuinely want to help you, but it must be within a rational framework. You should know that Lu Group employees receive housing subsidies, and most local employees do not require housing. Your situation is unique, hence the subsidy was revoked. Really? Would I deceive you? However, please refrain from spreading this information indiscriminately. After all, I have recently upgraded, and disclosing it would be unfair to the other employees. Xiao Lu, a studio apartment would suffice. My mother and I have grown accustomed to it. No, it took considerable effort to apply for this, and besides, studio apartments are in high demand and easier to tidy up. Half-truths left Chung Xiao momentarily confused. Enough said, tomorrow I must sign a lease agreement with the company. And should I resign, I will have to vacate the apartment. What are you hesitating for? A better living environment would significantly aid in Andy's recovery. Very well, I shall sign. After all the discourse, moving out is ultimately the most beneficial for Andy. As for the agreement, is it truly a challenge for Lu Yiming to procure the official seal of the Lu Group? A document that could scarcely be more fraudulent is something Lu Yiming could arrange in a heartbeat. Thank you, Lu Yiming. Had I not met you, no need for that. It is merely my sense of justice at play. Upon seeing Chung Xiao accept his kindness, Lu Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, should we not celebrate? Huh. The new home, of course. With that, Lu Yiming retrieved a cake he had prepared earlier from the kitchen. What is this? Today is your birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you? Birthday? Chung Xiao. Yes, today is indeed my birthday. I had completely forgotten. How many years has it been since I last celebrated? Ever since my father's accident, I have not marked my birthday. I recall many years ago on my birthday, my father would personally cook a feast and await my return from school with a cake, much like Lu Yiming now, presenting a cake before me. The figure before me seemed almost like a convergence of memories. Oh, why am I crying? I apologize, Please do not cry. My intentions are pure. The employment documents indicated the date, and I had only just remembered. Fortunately, I was able to procure a cake. In fact, Lu Yiming had arranged for it earlier in the day, even delaying dinner to do so, much to Qian Jia's chagrin. Lu Yiming, why are you being so kind to me? What is the matter? No, it's not that. Please don't do this. I fear I might lose control. Tears blurred her vision. Chung Xiao, do not be so kind to yourself. Please, I might not be able to contain myself. The truth is, I have a fondness for you, though not in that sense. It is more akin to the affection a brother holds for a sister. Chung Xiao, a sister, you say? Perhaps that is indeed the most fitting explanation. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chung Xiao felt an instantaneous void within her heart. Shall we blow out the candles first? Honestly, I find this quite tiring. Lu Yiming. Yes, I too wish to distance myself, but observing Chung Xiao's current state, if I do not lend a hand, what kind of man would I be? In the previous life, I inflicted profound wounds upon Chung Xiao. Throughout the years of our marriage, I consistently regarded her as a mere substitute. I had never celebrated her birthday. The singular occasion I acknowledged her birthday was when I confessed everything to her. That night, Chung Xiao collapsed into tears. Let us not dwell on these memories any longer, shall we? Today marks your birthday. Let us embrace joy. Very well. Let us blow out the candles. Indeed, amidst laughter and tears, in that moment, Chung Xiao felt a genuine happiness. After so many years, she finally had someone to celebrate her birthday with. Although the man before her seemed utterly unattainable, he appeared quite amiable. As for the birthday gift, please do not misunderstand. I know you do not accept extravagant gifts. This bracelet is merely a trinket from an ordinary accessory shop of little worth. It is, after all, from the same brand as the necklace I previously gifted to Sister Qian. To enhance its authenticity, Lu Yiming deliberately purchased a plastic box from a small accessories store. One must admit, Lu Yiming endeavored greatly for this night. Thank you. As expected, Chung Xiao accepted it. The shimmering bracelet far surpassed the worth of a 3-carat diamond necklace. Unbeknownst to the recipient, the candles have been extinguished, the cake has been savored, and it is now well past midnight. The atmosphere has, almost imperceptibly, grown somewhat intimate. Chung Xiao cast a glance at Lu Yiming, then lowered her head. That woman was not infatuated, merely taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Previously, her willingness to sacrifice was solely rooted in her desire for her mother to survive. At this moment, however, Chung Xiao was entirely willing. Lu Yiming's charm was indeed hard to resist. Chung Xiao admitted that she had succumbed. Ahem, it is rather late. I shall take my leave. We have already established a brother-sister relationship. I am certainly not a German orthopedic specialist. It seems I must grant Chung Xiao some time. Are you leaving? No, that is not what I meant. It is just, by the way, I will help you with your move tomorrow. No need. I really do not have much to take. Very well, then I shall grant you a day off. Do hurry and prepare, as the upcoming period will be quite busy. All right. Watching Lu Yiming's departing figure, Chung Xiao felt a tumult of emotions and instinctively covered her right hand, where the newly donned bracelet rested. Chapter 71. How did I fall under your spell? You seem quite unburdened. Lily felt as though she were caught in a whirlwind of responsibilities. Late-night conference calls were a constant as they deliberated on subsequent processes. The crux of the matter was the dire need for funds. Yes, a lack of money. It is indeed challenging to cook without rice. All the finances had been meticulously spent by Lu Yiming. The sensation of being relentlessly pursued for debts was truly unbearable. Yet, young Master Lu appeared unfazed, as if nothing troubled him. Upon arriving at the office early in the morning, Lily noticed that General Manager Xiao Lu was intently engrossed in his work at the computer, which provided her with a modicum of comfort. However, as she approached, she was taken aback to discover that he was playing Minesweeper. She couldn't help but wonder how he could possess such audacity. Their essay meeting soon, and I must inform you that I have no intention of attending. Lily was evidently infuriated, her anger simmering as she observed him casually indulging in a computer game. Calm down. But how could she remain calm? It was merely a meeting. Let those who wish to attend do so. In any case, she would resolutely declare, there is no money to be had, and life is at stake. What a scoundrel indeed. Yes, Xiao Lu might not fear the collapse of the world, for he has the benevolent support of Lu, but their situation was entirely different. They were not related, and Lu might not hesitate to use them as scapegoats. Don't be ridiculous. Be confident. Eliminate might from your vocabulary. Based on my understanding of my father, he will undoubtedly sacrifice his subordinates, but you need not worry. Lu Yiming. Lily was on the verge of losing her sanity. You already know the outcome. Are you not concerned about the potential disintegration of morale and the difficulties in leading the team? Stop shouting. My hearing is perfectly fine. How did she fall under his spell and board his ship of mischief? She had been performing splendidly as an assistant, but had foolishly trusted Lu Yiming's deceptive words. It was futile to panic. There were merely a couple of days left. Haha. Lily could hardly believe Lu Yiming's assertion that they only had a couple of days. During this time, General Gao seemed to have vanished. She had exhausted every means to locate him, unaware of which corner he had retreated to. Today, you need not do anything. Let our team visit the headquarters of China Mobile and China Unicom. Just a visit? Of course, enjoying a cup of coffee is permissible, and the company will reimburse it. Lily retorted, can you provide a definitive answer? Rest assured, the Su family cannot sustain themselves for long. Unless they intend to exit the telecommunications sector, they will undoubtedly seek to preserve Gao Tang's position. Lu Yiming is not foolish, and neither is the Su family. The competition is a matter of mentality. Lu Yiming can remain composed, whereas Gao Tang may not be able to. If this matter is exposed, Gao Tang will not withstand it. Fine. I will trust you once more. By the way, where is Chung Xiao? I will bring her along. That might not be feasible. She is moving. Moving? At this time? The urgency is palpable. I have agreed to it. Lu Yiming, you truly are unbelievable. Lily pointed at Lu Yiming, rendered speechless for a moment. Enough with the clenched teeth. He is just a spoiled rich kid, not the first time you've said it. Lu Yiming shrugged, indifferent to the situation. However, it was evident that Lu Yiming had greatly misjudged Chung Xiao. In a previous life, She had resembled a delicate porcelain doll, hidden away by Lu Yiming in his home, merely accompanying him to significant events. Yet, this was not the life Chung Xiao desired. What she truly yearned for was to showcase her inherent worth. In her previous life, Chung Xiao's talents remained unrecognized due to Lu Yiming. However, in this new existence, given the opportunity bestowed upon her by Lu Yiming, how could she allow herself to be ensnared by the cocoon of comfort he had woven? If one treats me like a national hero, I shall repay them 100-fold. With a blend of gentleness and resilience, Chung Xiao vowed to achieve remarkable results. Thus, no sooner had Lili departed from Lu Yiming's office than she encountered Chung Xiao, who rushed in with a plethora of materials in hand. "Didn't President Lu grant you a holiday?" Lili inquired. "President Li, here are the materials I prepared. This one pertains to mobile, and this one to Unicom. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of collaborating with Unicom appears to be greater." Chung Xiao promptly presented her meticulously organized documents to Li. "You still haven't answered my question." "President Li, the colleagues in our department are all busy." "Very well, come to my office." Lili was quite pleased with Chung Xiao's response. Truth be told, during previous internal meetings, while the possibility of collaboration with Unicom and mobile had been mentioned, everyone understood that the optimal choice remained telecom. The other two operators were merely brushed upon. Yet, Lili did not anticipate that Chung Xiao had not only absorbed this information, but had also diligently analyzed the data of the two companies and formulated a proposal. "Have you been burning the midnight oil again?" Lili observed the pronounced dark circles under Chung Xiao's eyes, which obscured her otherwise stunning beauty. "President Li, call me sister." In Chung Xiao, Lili saw a reflection of her own past. Why did Lili command respect within the Lu group? Even the vice presidents treated her with deference. This was not merely the aura of a special assistant. It was a testament to Li's competence and acumen, all of which had been forged through countless sleepless nights. At that moment, she recognized not just a reflection, but a spark of greater brilliance in this young woman. As she perused the materials Chung Xiao had prepared, she acknowledged their necessity. "Sisterly, one crucial reason for selecting Unicom is that its data is not as impressive as that of mobile. Currently, mobile boasts the most attractive statistics among the three major operators, with a steadily growing client base. Therefore, I believe that even if we manage to collaborate with mobile, we may not receive the treatment we deserve. Data does not lie. It reflects the most authentic reality." For the sake of this data, Lili had even sought the counsel of professors at the academy, including Chung Xiao's former elective course instructor, who generously imparted his knowledge to his beloved pupil. "Understood. Prepare yourself. Shortly we shall visit Unicom." As she organized the materials, Lili also intended to prepare a contingency plan for Lu Yiming, although he remained brimming with confidence at that moment. "Sisterly, I have another question that I am uncertain about. Feel free to ask." "Lili, has our company always offered such generous benefits?" "What? Providing single apartments for employees? What are you thinking? The company is currently in a phase of expansion. Single apartments are quite far-fetched." Lili instinctively responded, leaving Chung Xiao momentarily taken aback. So, was Lu Yiming deceiving himself last night? Did he go to great lengths to bypass his meager pride? What's wrong? "Nothing. I was just asking casually." "All right. Make yourself a cup of coffee in a bit. We depart in half an hour. There's no time for sentimentality. The only task at hand is to seize every precious moment." Chapter 72. The Social Butterfly? Shortly after Lili led Chung Xiao away, Lu Yiming received a call from Gao Yuan Capital. However, the caller was not Su Rongrong, but rather Gao Lan. This individual was not someone Lu Yiming had any recollection of from his previous life. He had not encountered her before. Gao Yuan Capital, after all, is among the top 5 investment banks in the city, established long ago, yet there seemed to be no memory of this executive among the higher-ups. However, the insistence on discussing the handheld wireless telephone system left Lu Yiming somewhat perplexed about the caller's intentions. Ultimately, they agreed to meet at the CAF in the Peace Hotel. Meeting at a hotel right off the bat? After hanging up, Lu Yiming wore a contemplative expression. Arranging to meet a client at a hotel, especially a woman, certainly invites speculation. One cannot help but wonder if this was Su Rongrong's idea. It seems unlikely. Based on Lu Yiming's understanding of her, she would never resort to such tactics. How intriguing. It appears to be a unilateral decision. Yet Lu Yiming was curious to see what was truly at play. At 2 p.m., Lu Yiming set off with his car keys in hand. The Peace Hotel has always been the pinnacle of hospitality in the city. Even as time passes, it remains steadfast. "Mr. Lu," as soon as he entered, A woman in a tailored suit, exuding elegance, appeared before him. Clearly, she was well prepared. "Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lan, the client manager from Gao Yuan Capital." She presented a black, gold-embossed business card, which was subtly scented with Chanel No. 5. A refined taste, indeed. It was evident that Wang Lan had meticulously prepared for this meeting. With her collar slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone, she leaned slightly forward as she approached Lu Yiming, allowing a glimpse through the neckline. This fluidity of movement showcased the distinctive allure of a mature woman. Such a skillful display. It was apparent that she frequently leveraged her advantages. Of course, Lu Yiming held no disdain for such attributes. The workplace, after all, is inherently inequitable for women. Those who cannot let go remain mired in mediocrity, while those who dare to embrace freedom may achieve greatness. Though I cannot ascertain the precise nature of the individual before me, it is evident that her enchanting demeanor reveals a profound understanding of the male psyche. Shrouded in mystery and allure, she embodies the tantalizing dance of invitation and refusal. One layer unfolds after another. An ordinary man would undoubtedly find himself utterly spellbound by her charm. "Hello, Mr. Wang," she greeted. "Mr. Lu, you jest. I am merely a humble employee." Wang Lan replied with a smile, though a flicker of surprise danced within her heart. She had not ensnared him. Her strategies, typically foolproof in captivating men, appeared ineffective with this young Mr. Lu, who, by all accounts, should still be a novice in the world of business. At his age, men are often filled with fantasies about women. Armed with her allure and meticulous preparations for the day, she had anticipated that winning over Lu Yiming would be effortless. Yet, he remained composed, an unexpected twist indeed. This was puzzling. Wang Lan had witnessed Lu Yiming's negotiations with Su Rongrong at Gao Yuan Capital, where he had unabashedly flirted with her, nearly provoking her ire. True, she might not possess Su Rongrong's beauty, but she had her own advantages. Her body, having been thoroughly explored, was a source of irresistible temptation for many men. Wang Lan found it hard to believe that Lu Yiming would be indifferent to her. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for pulling you away from your busy schedule. I have long admired you," she said, handing him her business card while subtly brushing her fingertip against the palm of his hand. Such blatant insinuation. Could he truly remain oblivious? "Mr. Wang, you jest. During my last visit, I regrettably missed you," he replied. "I was leading a project team and missed the opportunity to meet you, which I now deeply regret. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of inviting you out today." As she spoke, Wang Lan delicately tossed her hair, allowing her perfume to waft through the air. "Chanel No. 5? Renowned as a male seducer. Since I have arrived, let us be direct, Mr. Wang. You seem rather eager. Please, I have prepared a little something for you, and I hope you will indulge me." Every gesture Wang Lan made exuded femininity, elevating her subtle hints to an art form. The afternoon tea at the Peace Hotel featured exquisite pastries from numerous countries, with the British selection being particularly esteemed. "Mr. Lu, the Earl Grey tea here is quite commendable. I am unsure of your preference, so I have taken the liberty to decide for myself." Wang Lan invariably places Lu Yiming at the forefront of her priorities. This particular aspect adeptly manipulates the man's inherent arrogance, fostering a sense of affection within him for Wang Lan. After pouring another cup of tea for Lu Yiming, Wang Lan gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite him, crossing her legs. Although clad in a professional skirt, which ill-suited such a posture, she persisted in adopting it. The sheer black stockings enveloped her fair, elongated legs, and the pose undeniably piqued the man's curiosity. From their initial meeting till now, Wang Lan's every action has been meticulously calculated. Were Lu Yiming a novice, he might find himself at a loss for words. Unfortunately, Wang Lan's intentions this time were evidently misplaced. In his past life, Lu Yiming stood atop the pyramid, having encountered myriad scenes. Not to mention Wang Lan. Even more captivating socialites had sought his attention. Lu Yiming was acutely aware of her intentions. If he were to become entangled, it would be akin to wet hands grasping flour, impossible to shake off. Moreover, in her attempts to seduce him, Wang Lan lacked the requisite qualifications. "Mr. Wang, I have never been interested in items previously owned by others." Upon uttering these words, the smile that Wang Lan had maintained abruptly stiffened. What does this mean? Is she implying that I am second-hand? Wang Lan thought to herself, how absurd. Were it not for the sense of crisis I feel at the company, would I resort to such tactics with a mere novice like you? "Mr. Lu, I must confess, I find your words somewhat incomprehensible." She held back her frustration. determined to endure for the sake of the contract. Wang Lan was no fool. She recognized the potential of the handheld wireless telephone system. It was this substantial contract that truly captivated her interest. Naturally, if it could also undermine Su Rongrong, Wang Lan would be even more inclined. Chapter 73. The harsh reality indeed. Wang Lan was far from foolish. Otherwise, she would not have discerned the lucrative returns of the handheld wireless telephone system. However, it was evident that she had employed misguided methods or perhaps had chosen the wrong adversary. Attaining the position of project manager at Gao Yuan Capital at such a young age clearly illustrated Wang Lan's capabilities and ambitions. Regrettably, her jealousy rendered her intensely adversarial towards the newly appointed Su Rongrong. The most critical miscalculation was Wang Lan's desire to compete with Su Rongrong. Who is Su Rongrong? The legitimate daughter of the Su family. What does this signify? The financial backers of Gao Yuan Capital are none other than the Su family, a pawn they have placed in the bustling metropolis. Acting rashly without fully understanding Su Rongrong's background would lead to a foregone conclusion. It is futile to expect Wang Lan to secure the contract for the handheld wireless telephone system from Lu Yiming. Even if obtained, it could never serve as leverage for Wang Lan's ascension. Rather, it would expedite her departure. Yet, Wang Lan has her own compelling reasons to contend. Quite simply, the departure of the director of the investment department at Gao Yuan Capital has left a vacancy that Wang Lan is determined to fill. Prior to Su Rongrong's unexpected arrival, Wang Lan faced no rivals at Gao Yuan Capital, whether in terms of resources at her disposal or her own accomplishments. Her succession to the director's position seemed to be the consensus of the majority. Wang Lan understood that as long as the upper management reached a consensus, the position would be hers. However, Su Rongrong's sudden intervention instilled in Wang Lan an unprecedented sense of pressure. The candidate who should have been determined last week was inexplicably postponed, fueling rampant rumors within the company. Whispers suggested that the director's position was tailor-made for Su Rongrong. Initially, Wang Lan was skeptical. What difference did it make if someone backed her? Competence was paramount. Yet, after gauging the sentiments of some senior executives, her confidence began to waver. Those who had once supported her now exhibited ambiguity, no longer expressing unequivocal backing. Even though they would benefit from her ascendance, they hesitated to voice their support. All of this turmoil stemmed from Su Rongrong's arrival. Why should this be? Wang Lan felt a sense of injustice. She was evidently the most suitable candidate. Did effort truly pale in comparison to connections? Consequently, Wang Lan set her sights on the handheld wireless telephone system. She understood that this was the only project available following Su Rongrong's arrival. If she could wrest this project from Su Rongrong, it would not only serve as a formidable warning to her, but also illuminate a truth to all senior executives. Gao Yuan Capital could not do without her. What others failed to accomplish, Wang Lan could. She was prepared to pay any price necessary. What fueled her was her ambition. "Mr. Lu, I come with sincerity," she declared, undeterred by Lu Yiming's derision. "Oh, then I shall grant you an opportunity." Lu Yiming was taken aback that, under such circumstances, Wang Lan could still strive to maintain her smile, albeit a rather strained one. Intriguingly, the woman before him was indeed fascinating. In Wang Lan's gaze, Lu Yiming perceived ambition, fierce ambition. "Mr. Lu, I can increase my investment by 10 million, totaling 40 million for 45 of the shares. This is a true win-win for us." Wang Lan's offer was considerably more pragmatic than Su Rongrong's. Unfortunately, it still fell short of Lu Yiming's standards. Both Su Rongrong and Wang Lan were keenly interested in the handheld wireless telephone system. Regrettably, their courage is insufficient, and their market positioning remains imprecise. The handheld wireless telephone system is a product that has transformed the domestic communication landscape, rather than merely a competitor of this era. Aside from Lu Yiming, it seems no one else could conceive of this. Nonetheless, Mr. Lu, the handheld wireless telephone system is still under your dominion, and you have secured additional funding, yielding such substantial returns in a short span. I believe both your father and the upper echelons of the Lu Group would be quite pleased with this outcome. Would they not? Such an achievement is indeed rare, yet Wang Lan fails to comprehend what Lu Yiming continues to cling to. "I understand your words, but alas, you and I share one similarity." "What is it?" "Ambition, Mr. Wang. I see ambition within you, and similarly, I possess ambition that far surpasses yours." The words of Lu Yiming elicited a sharp intake of breath from Wang Lan. An air of aggression enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, Wang Lan sensed an encroaching assertiveness emanating from Lu Yiming, not of a male towards a female, but a broader conquest over all matters. 30 million, 30%. That is impossible. Mr. Lu, this is unfeasible. It is not just me. Even the board would never agree to such terms. Wang Lan is acutely aware of the board's boundaries. And even Su Rongrong could not alter this reality. She had confidence in her ability to entice Lu Yiming out, as she could provide an additional 10 million in funding, thanks to her connections. However, it now appears she was mistaken. Lu Yiming does not require excessive capital, but rather seeks equity stakes. Yet, this is not within Wang Lan's capacity to dictate. It seems you cannot meet my requirements, Lu Yiming shrugged. Indeed, Wang Lan possesses ambition, yet regrettably, her aspirations do not align with her current capabilities. Mr. Lu, I implore you to reconsider. Wang Lan, 10 million holds no allure for me. And you seem to have forgotten the most crucial point. What is it? Wang Lan believed she had meticulously orchestrated everything, confident in her ability to secure Lu Yiming's presence. Yet, it now appears she was overly optimistic. Nevertheless, she cannot fathom where she has faltered. In truth, even if you acquiesce to my demands, collaboration would still be unattainable. What do you mean? Mr. Lu, are you toying with me? Or have you already set your sights on Su Rongrong? You guessed correctly. I do not understand, Mr. Lu. What merits does Su Rongrong possess? Is it merely her beauty, or is she your dream woman? At this moment, Wang Lan was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. All her composure had been cast aside, and in a state of agitation, she could not grasp where her defeat lay. Business is business. I am quite discerning in this regard. But why then? The resources in Su Rongrong's possession are beyond your reach. You lack the capability to engage with the 3 major telecommunications operators, whereas Su Rongrong can. Although collaboration may be unattainable, I can offer you a piece of advice. Sometimes, one's background dictates everything, a barrier that no amount of effort can surmount. It is a harsh truth, yet it stands. Chapter 74. That despicable fellow has begun to stir again. After Lu Yiming departed, Wang Lan sat alone on the sofa, deeply affected by Lu Yiming's words. Indeed, she had exerted herself, yet still found herself overshadowed by the weight of her background. While this sentiment may be brutal, it is nonetheless a reality. Yet, Wang Lan remained defiant. Reflecting on her past, was it not her aspiration to ascend through hard work? What fault lay in that? She bore no blame. The fault did not lie with her. Since Lu Yiming was unyielding, she resolved to take the contract directly to the Lu Group, convinced that the Lu Group could not be an impenetrable fortress. Wang Lan believed that the terms she proposed were among the most enticing currently available. Wang Lan's transformation from confusion to resolve was remarkable. Yes, she acknowledged her ambition. But her ambition was firmly rooted in her capabilities. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had already set his Ferrari in motion. Rather than returning to the office, he made his way directly to Gaoyuan Capital. Ms. Su, the general manager of the Lu Group, is here to see you. Su Rongrong, initially engrossed in her documents, perked up at the mention of Lu Yiming's name. Where's the wrench? Where's the wrench from last time? Ms. Su, what has happened? You seem fine. But upon hearing the general manager's name, it's as if you've transformed into a different person. Her expression, filled with suppressed rage, hinted at an untold story between the two. Understood, let him in. Although she harbored a desire to rend Lu Yiming to pieces, her remaining rationality guided Su Rongrong to make a judicious decision. That morning, Su Rongrong received a call from her father. Although he did not state it explicitly, she discerned his intent. Her uncle was nearing his breaking point. Despite having sidelined the Lu Group, this was ultimately not a viable strategy. If the higher-ups at the telecommunications company became aware of the situation, even with the Su family's backing, her uncle's position would be precarious. Moreover, Lu Yiming's threats were not without merit. The other 2 telecommunications operators were also poised to pounce. Should this opportunity slip away, rapid growth for the telecommunications company would be an impossibility. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to recalibrate her mindset. Su Rongrong repeatedly reassured herself. It is all right. It is all right. Consider this merely a bite from that despicable creature. Remain calm. Remain composed. Ms. Su, it is good to see you again. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing the ever-smiling Lu Yiming before Su Rongrong. That insufferable grin, calmness, my foot. Su Rongrong clenched her silver teeth in frustration. Had there not been others present, she might have resorted to violence. Please, have a seat, she said, her expression devoid of emotion. Ms. Su, I shall fetch some coffee, her assistant interjected. Previously, when guests had visited, Su Rongrong had insisted on serving only the finest hand-brewed coffee. That's unnecessary. What I meant to say is that Mr. Lu doesn't require coffee. Just a glass of water will suffice. Were it not for her assistant's meddling, Su Rongrong would have preferred to offer Lu Yiming nothing at all. Of course, if it were tap water, she would harbor no objections. Ideally, it would be laced with poison to rid her of this insufferable man, allowing her to avoid the sight of him altogether. Miss Su's hospitality leaves much to be desired. You jest, Mr. Lu. I can differentiate between friends and foes. Su Rongrong managed a strained smile. Despite her ethereal beauty, such a smile appeared somewhat forced. Isn't Miss Su curious as to why I am here? Perhaps Mr. Lu has come to a realization? That would be for the best. We could sign immediately and spare ourselves the trouble. You're amusing, Miss Su. I am certainly in no hurry. The Lu group is hardly a monolith. Indeed, it's understandable to harbor some reservations. However, since the Lu group is not publicly listed, I trust you understand who ultimately calls the shots, Miss Su. What do you mean by that? Here to amuse yourself? Su Rongrong realized that, despite her cultivated demeanor, she could easily lose her composure in Lu Yiming's presence. Certainly not. I am not so trivial. Lu Yiming shrugged, accepting the glass of plain water offered by Su Rongrong's assistant. After a moment's consideration, he set it down on the table, although he was indeed somewhat parched. Who knew if Su Rongrong might suggest that the assistant add something extra? After delivering the tea, the assistant hurriedly departed. The atmosphere in the office was undeniably peculiar. It was uncomfortable to linger even for a moment longer. Speak, what is it? I am quite busy. Miss Su must indeed be busy, as you need to persuade the board to support your resolution. You, Su Rongrong thought, that wretched man has guessed her intentions again. Yes. After a fervent internal debate following a phone call that morning, she had ultimately decided to concede. She indeed had faith in the handheld wireless telephone system. Furthermore, Lu Yiming was correct. The handheld wireless telephone system could indeed work wonders. However, believing so herself was insufficient. She needed to align the perspectives of the entire board with her own. How to persuade the board had become a conundrum. Within the entirety of Gaoyuan capital, only the president was aware of Su Rongrong's true identity. The other executives were merely aware that she had been parachuted in from a formidable background. Therefore, when confronted with Su Rongrong, everyone maintained a safe distance. All were observing and understanding, refraining from making hasty decisions until they had grasped the situation thoroughly. This predicament rendered Su Rongrong passive. As for why such a scenario unfolded, it could be said that Su Yunzhong orchestrated it intentionally, aiming to dissuade his precious daughter from persevering. Unfortunately, Su Yunzhong underestimated Su Rongrong's resolve, as well as her capabilities. Did I guess correctly? Lu Yiming. Do not be too pleased with yourself. This time, you may have been a step ahead, but the road ahead is still long. Enough with the grand proclamations. After all, your time is limited. What do you mean by that? Su Rongrong detected an underlying implication in Lu Yiming's words. Did you not just assert that the Lu family is not united? I can return that statement to you verbatim. With that, Lu Yiming produced his phone. What is this? Wang Lan's voice. Although the dialogue was not particularly clear, Su Rongrong immediately recognized the identity of the speaker. She sought you out? Su Rongrong's expression darkened. Truly. She stops at nothing. Why not inquire whether I consented? Is it amusing? If I had agreed, you wouldn't be here. Besides, you are not a fool. Between an additional 10 million and a smooth sailing, you would naturally choose me. Clever, I would indeed choose you. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yiming's gaze was so fervent that Su Rongrong felt compelled to avert her eyes. What does that mean? Engaging in wordplay again. This scoundrel spares no opportunity. Chapter 75. Has this scoundrel cast a spell on himself? Su, your decision. To be frank, Lu Yiming was indeed as Su Rongrong had analyzed, caught between a rock and a hard place. Why wait patiently time and again? It was all for Su Rongrong, which also led to Li Li's confusion. There were clearly better options available. Love the throne, but not the beauty? You should be aware that the board will find it difficult to acquiesce to your demands. You must also understand that this is a significant test for you. Huff. Su Rongrong took a deep breath. Give me 10 minutes. I would be delighted. Seeing Su Rongrong finally resolve herself, Lu Yiming found a comfortable position, reclining on the sofa. Wait. Is there something else? Su Rongrong picked up the organized data before her, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Lu Yiming's call. Pour me a cup of coffee, would you? Understood. This scoundrel certainly knows how to take advantage of the situation. After instructing her assistant, Su Rongrong made her way to the president's office. Along the way, countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. It appears that Lu Yiming was indeed correct. For me, this is undeniably a significant test. Mr. Zhang has arrived. Upon seeing Su Rongrong enter his office, Mr. Zhang seemed to reveal a hint of a smile, as if he had been anticipating her presence. It seems Mr. Zhang is aware of my intentions. I made a wager with your father, who emerged victorious. From the current perspective, it would seem that I have triumphed. Mr. Zhang is in high spirits, as it is a rare experience to defeat the head of the Su family. Of course, the head of the Su family is merely flustered by his concerns, having contemplated numerous possibilities. Sometimes, the answers are rather simple, devoid of convoluted reasoning. I hope Mr. Zhang will also take a look at this data. No need. Exchanging 30% for 30 million is quite advantageous. Mr. Zhang is informed? It appears he knows everything, just as Lu Yiming suggested. This truly is a formidable test for myself. When did you realize? When you first led the team to the Zirihua project, I had already surmised it. Indeed, the insights of these magnates are remarkable. Mr. Zhang, there is another issue, Ms. Wang. She is merely being overly clever. Wang Lan has had a smooth sailing these past few years. Perhaps a stumble this time would do her good. Upon mentioning Wang Lan, Mr. Zhang's expression darkened. Wang Lan wishes to prove herself, and Mr. Zhang is naturally aware of this. However, she should never undermine the company's foundation. While Wang Lan possesses talent and the ability to persuade Lu Yiming, Mr. Zhang is pleased with that. Yet, what is the matter with the additional 10 million? The distribution of fixed interests implies relinquishing one's vested interests, which Mr. Zhang cannot accept. Understood. Su Rongrong nodded and handed the documents to Mr. Zhang. After reviewing them, he promptly signed his name. Xiao Su, you closely resemble your father, but no, you are even more exceptional than he was at this stage. Thank you. In response to Mr. Zhang's praise, Su Rongrong merely smiled faintly. The starting point may differ, but the future is still long. Her steps back to the office were notably lighter. The anxiety that had weighed on her heart could finally be set aside. After watching Su Rongrong leave the office, Mr. Zhang's face grew somber as he dialed Wang Lan's phone number. At that moment, Wang Lan had just approached the vice president of the Lu Group, who was quite taken by the collaboration. Just as Wang Lan was about to persuade him, she received a phone call from Mr. Zhang, causing her expression to shift. Apologizing to the vice president, she hurried back to the company, her face reflecting her displeasure. She had invested everything, and yet, what was the outcome? How infuriating. Why is this happening? Meanwhile, in Su Rongrong's office, she had initially intended to share this good news with the insufferable one, but it seemed he had fallen asleep. The audacity of this insufferable man, falling asleep on his own sofa. Beside him, Su Rongrong's assistant appeared to be caught between amusement and exasperation. President Su, I was just about to bring in the coffee, but Mr. Lu has already. Leave it be. And by the way, draft a contract based on this and collaborate with the legal department. Understood. Su Rongrong was perplexed. She should have been quite displeased with Lu Yiming. Yet, in that moment, she instinctively softened her demeanor. It was evident that Lu Yiming was genuinely exhausted. Indeed, while Lili had merely seen him engaged in a game of Minesweeper that morning, she overlooked a crucial detail. Lu Yiming had arrived at the office even earlier than her, despite her reputation for being the first to arrive. The truth was that Lu Yiming had endured an entire night without rest. Although he sought collaboration with Su Rongrong, the nature of business is fraught with unforeseen circumstances, and he had to ensure a safety net for himself. Hence, he had prepared throughout the night. No one should treat work lightly, least of all Lu Yiming. His request for coffee was not merely an act of ambition, but a genuine need for its invigorating effects. However, before the coffee could arrive, he succumbed to a deep slumber. If there were to be blame, it would lie with the remarkably comfortable sofa in Su Rongrong's office. How infuriating. Drafting a contract would typically require at least an hour. Perhaps it was her own softening heart. Su Rongrong chose not to wake Lu Yiming, but instead removed her shawl. An elegant woman always has a shawl at the ready, and Su Rongrong was no exception. Wait, what am I doing? It was only after she draped the shawl over Lu Yiming that she snapped back to reality. Surely, she must be unwell. Why was she concerned that this insufferable man might catch a chill? He had persistently teased her. What she ought to do was lower the office's air conditioning to its coldest setting, ensuring he would freeze. Should she remove the shawl? Yet, if she were to wake him, she would have no defense. Never mind. He was, after all, a business partner. Even if she wished to see him suffer, it would have to wait until after the contract was signed. Su Rongrong was engaged in a cycle of self-delusion. Thus, she sat in her executive chair, staring blankly at Lu Yiming's sleeping visage. Strangely enough, he was rather pleasant to behold in slumber. It was rare to find a man more. Wait. She must be ill. Her mind was wandering into absurdity. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel these ludicrous thoughts, and forcibly redirected her attention to the documents before her. Yet, she found herself inadvertently glancing up now and then. Could this be what it felt like to be enchanted? In the depths of slumber, Lu Yiming could hardly have anticipated the magnetic charm of his sleeping visage. Had he known, perhaps he would have considered setting up a bed in Su Rongrong's office. An hour later, President Su, the contract has been drafted. Perhaps in his excitement, the assistant overlooked the presence of a guest in President Su's office. Chapter 76. Su Rongrong's little temperament, be gentle. Apologies, President Su, Lu Yiming awoke, blinking in confusion. It dawned on him that he had fallen asleep in Su Rongrong's office, and he had slept remarkably soundly. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had experienced such restful slumber. Attempting to rise, he discovered something draped over him. What is this? A lady's shawl? Well, since President Lu is awake, you may take your shawl back. Also, be mindful next time not to let strangers sleep in my office. Su Rongrong appeared slightly flustered. She could not allow Lu Yiming to misconstrue anything. The assistant, baffled, inquired, shawl? What shawl? Oh, understood. I will be cautious. Realizing the implications in Su Rongrong's gaze, he hurriedly tucked the shawl into his arms. President Su, here is the contract. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Su Rongrong replied with feigned composure. That rascal, he surely wouldn't decipher the truth. Lu Yiming thought, The scent of this shawl is unmistakably identical to that of Su Rongrong. Had all those years of being a dandy been in vain? He had long mastered the art of discerning beauty by scent. However, he chose to preserve Su Rongrong's dignity, lest she feel embarrassed. He refrained from exposing the truth, instead offering a smile of gratitude to her assistant. Yet, Su Rongrong perceived this scene. That rascal, he is already displaying his fickleness. I shouldn't have felt sorry for him. President Lu is quite audacious, showing no fear of my retaliation. You wouldn't dare. After all, we are soon to be partners. President Lu exuded confidence. This self-assured demeanor, where everything seemed under his control, irked her the most. The contract was already prepared. What was there to feign? Then please, President Lu, peruse it. Su Rongrong gritted her teeth, finding him utterly insufferable the moment he awoke. Lu Yiming accepted the contract and scrutinized it. This standardized contract typically avoids legal pitfalls, and as long as the figures are accurate, it is generally acceptable. President Su, you are quite thoughtful. The critical components remained unchanged, revealing Su Rongrong's genuine sincerity. Lu Yiming directly seated himself across from Su Rongrong's desk. What do you intend to do? Su Rongrong immediately braced herself defensively. Since the last incident, Su Rongrong's vigilance towards Lu Yiming has reached its zenith. Naturally, it pertains to the signing of the contract. Lu Yiming directly seized the pen from Su Rongrong's hand and inscribed his name upon the document. Aren't you going to take another look? After all, Gao Yuan Capital is a reputable company. They would never engage in such unscrupulous practices. Where's the official seal? I carry it with me. The illustrious Lu Corporation has been reduced to the status of a mere shell company in your hands. Su Rongrong mused. This fellow clearly has her completely at his mercy, even bringing along the official seal. However, Su Rongrong could not afford to appear weak. She needed to deliver her barbs, ensuring that this insufferable man did not feel too comfortable. After all, they were partners now, and she ought to show some restraint. The signing and sealing were accomplished seamlessly, and Su Rongrong promptly submitted the contract for review. 10 minutes later, the 3 copies of the contract were signed. Mr. Su, here's to a fruitful collaboration. No need for a handshake. I fear the transmission of germs, Lu Yiming replied, his disdain palpable. However, after Lu Yiming departed, the assistant hurriedly brought in Su Rongrong's shawl. Mr. Su, shall I wash it for you? Just put it down. The air conditioning in the office is a bit chilly. Is the office air conditioning cold? I didn't notice, the assistant replied, bemused. This prideful demeanor was quite something. Meanwhile, Wang Lan returned to the company, storming straight toward the president's office, her heart brimming with resentment. She had successfully persuaded the vice president of the Lu Corporation, and with the collaboration of internal and external forces, she was quite likely to secure the project. Yet, at a crucial moment, it was halted simply because the opposing party was Su Rongrong, and thus she must be shielded? This was utterly absurd. Mr. Wang, There's a conference call with President Zhang. The presidential assistant attempted to intervene, but a fierce glare from Wang Lan sent the assistant retreating. Woo woo woo. Mr. Wang is terrifying. Her commanding presence was unmistakable. She had clearly come to confront. Wang Lan barged into President Zhang's office. Mr. Zhang, I expect an explanation. What explanation do you seek? The contract has already been signed. Mr. Zhang, regarding the contract for the handheld wireless telephone system, I could have secured a higher stake for the company. At this moment, Wang Lan remained confidently assertive. In her eyes, all her actions were for the benefit of the company, and this time, it felt as though the company had betrayed her. Let us discuss this once you've calmed down, Mr. Zhang replied, his expression darkening. It seemed that Su Rongrong's unexpected arrival had placed immense pressure on Wang Lan, causing her to lose her composure. What kind of place was this? This was the president's office. How could she create such a disturbance here, leaving the employees outside eavesdropping? Manager Zhang, I find myself remarkably composed at this moment. I clearly had the opportunity to secure a 40% stake. I fail to comprehend why the choice fell upon Su Rongrong. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? What I seek is fairness. Wang Lan, are you still a child? After years of navigating this tumultuous journey, when have you ever witnessed true equity? Furthermore, this is a company project. Do you believe that merely leveraging your connections to bring in 10 million in investment is something to boast about? 10 million for a 10% stake is an assuredly profitable transaction. In your quest to overshadow Su, have you considered the implications of such behavior on the company's integrity? Are we to disregard the rules altogether? Manager Zhang, these are the principles you have instilled in me. But now, the situation is different. Is it solely because of Su Rongrong? Very well, I resign. Wang Lan forcefully slammed the contract she had prepared onto Manager Zhang's desk. This sense of injustice is something she simply cannot accept. Outside, everyone was taken aback. Is she truly walking away? A lucrative position with a six-figure salary. And she dismisses it so easily. By the time Su Rongrong rushed to the scene, Wang Lan had already departed Zhang's office, leaving him to stew in his own frustration. I shall intervene. The one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. This situation arose from my actions, and only Su Rongrong can elucidate the convoluted details. No need. She merely needs time to reflect. I understand Wang Lan, once she comes to terms with it. All will be well. Manager Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Although Wang Lan indeed vexed him today, she remains a formidable asset at Gao Yuan Capital. He comprehends that the scales of balance must not be upset. Chapter 77. Undermining the foundation. Manager Zhang understands Wang Lan. It suffices to wait for her to achieve clarity. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Lan, in her furious departure, would encounter him in the parking lot. What a tempestuous demeanor. Who is she seeking to confront? Wang Lan, it's him. General Manager Lu truly possesses remarkable tactics. A cold smile crept across her face. Even the most naive would recognize that she had just sought out Lu Yiming, only for him to turn around and sign a contract with Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming sold out without a moment's hesitation. Now he dares to present himself before me with such audacity, utilizing me to intimidate Su Rongrong. This young general manager, Lu, certainly understands the human psyche. He appears a stark contrast to his former self. Is he here to mock me? Wang Lan felt an overwhelming urge to scratch the handsome features of the man before her. How infuriating he is. On the contrary, he merely wishes to invite Wang Lan for a drink. What does this mean? What scheme is this little rascal concocting? I have clearly accepted my fate, becoming a stepping stone for Lu Yiming. Is he here to gloat? General Manager Lu, I believe there is nothing of value for us to discuss. Are you afraid, Mr. Wang? She chuckled. Wang Lan rolled her eyes and swung open the car door. Afraid? The word fear does not exist in my lexicon. Indeed, the art of provocation proves to be the most effective. Lu Yiming revved the engine of the Ferrari and drove out of Gao Yuan Capital. Half an hour later, at the Peace Hotel, Wang Lan, upon seeing this familiar locale, ground her teeth in frustration. So, Lu Yiming has brought himself to a hotel, has he? It seems that all men are inherently base-minded. Just this afternoon, he had rebuffed her advances, and now, in such a short span, his true nature reveals itself. What does Lu Yiming mean by this? If he dares to tease her even once, she would not hesitate to turn him into a swollen mess. Does he truly think of himself as an innocent young girl in a complex world? Dining at the Peace Hotel's Western restaurant is quite commendable, Mr. Wang. Do not judge one by the actions of another. It is best to maintain such a perspective. Wang Lan stepped out of the car, though her expression was somewhat Perplexing. The staff at the entrance were left momentarily stunned. Was this young lady perhaps being coerced? Should they intervene and call for help? The Western restaurant at the Peace Hotel is a favored social hub for the city's elite. Lu Yiming had reserved a quiet private room, which was indeed quite grand. Charlotte steak, cooked medium. One would not expect Mr. Wong to possess such an appreciation for fine dining. Just the Charlotte steak alone exceeds 4 digits in cost. Is young Master Lu feeling the pinch? After signing such a significant contract today, it is only fitting that he indulges a little. Of course, if he is truly reluctant. I shall treat. At this moment, Wang Lan resembled a thorny rose, entirely different from their encounter earlier in the day. Women, indeed, are born actresses. Perhaps now, Wang Lan's true nature is finally unveiled. Mr. Wang, you jest. What shall we drink? I desire a bottle of the 1982 Lafite, but would Mr. Lu be willing? Naturally. He would, though acquiring a bottle of the 1982 Lafite domestically is nearly impossible. It is a jest to suggest that one could simply procure such a vintage as if it were commonplace. In truth, the 1982 Lafite is scarce, consumed daily. In this country, most are merely counterfeit bottles. Lu Yiming is not the sort to indulge in fake wine for the sake of reputation and taste. The Charlotte steak deserves to be paired with a bottle of Latour. Only then can the meal reach its pinnacle. Latour, the understated king, stands alongside Lafite in renown. Understanding Latour reveals true sophistication. Very well, this is indeed a show put on by Lu Yiming. Fine wine and exquisite cuisine temporarily soothed the tempest within Wang Lan. What, after all, does Mr. Lu wish to achieve by masquerading as a gentleman before her? Wang Lan asserted that she was not disheartened. Just this afternoon, Mr. Lu had subtly mocked her as second-hand goods. What is wrong with being second-hand? At 30 years of age, is it abnormal for a woman to have a man? Wang Lan epitomizes a woman who revels in life. Why must women be mere appendages to men? In this day and age, independent women can thrive splendidly, engaging in a passionate romance, and when love fades, simply bidding farewell. How remarkably conservative Lu Yiming's thoughts are. It's as if he cannot even see beyond his own biases. Join the Lu Corporation. Huh. Wang Lan felt a bit flustered at that moment. One remark from Lu Yiming shattered her composure. What nonsense is this about joining the Lu Group? Is he trying to undermine her? Wang Lan had envisioned countless responses, but this was certainly not one of them. While Latu's master brew may not rival the price of Lafite, it remains an exquisite wine not to be wasted. Indeed, Lu Yiming's words were astonishing, yet the expression on Wang Lan's face was quite. If I am not mistaken, it seems Mr. Wang had a falling out with Gao Yuan Capital. You are plotting against me? What a statement, Mr. Wang. This is an earnest display of emotion. How delightful to discover that Lu Yiming possesses a surprisingly pleasant way of speaking. How did you know I would inevitably clash with Mr. Zhang? Because you are ambitious. As I have stated before, you and I share the same fervor, and individuals of our ilk would never willingly submit to others. Thus, you believe I cannot compete with Su Rongrong? Were I in your position, I would not pose such a ludicrous question. Lu Yiming had not anticipated that a woman's jealousy could be so formidable. Is he fixated on this one point? Mr. Lu, should I interpret your invitation as a means to pave the way for Su Rongrong, clearing her obstacles? Should Wang Lan remain at Gao Yuan Capital, she would undoubtedly become a hindrance to Su Rongrong. Furthermore, the relationship between Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong is inherently intricate. Wang Lan is not blind. It was evident during their last encounter at the company that there existed an undeniable story between them. At this moment, Wang Lan naturally assumed that Lu Yiming's actions were orchestrated for the benefit of Su Rongrong. That Su Rongrong is indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many admirers. Why should that be? Merely because she is young and beautiful? Wang Lan felt indignant. Does Mr. Wang lack confidence in himself? Or has he already resigned to the belief that he is inferior to Su Rongrong? Nonsense. Lu Yiming's sharp tongue, capable of provoking such eloquence from Wang Lan, is indeed a source of pride. I am offering you a platform to showcase yourself. I can remain at Gao Yuan Capital as well. If you stay, defeat is assured. Why should I be unable to triumph over Su Rongrong? Just because she is Su Rongrong, the entirety of Gao Yuan investment belongs to her family. This is impossible. As an elite in the investment realm, Wang Lan could hardly be unaware of the Su family. However, when did Gao Yuan Capital become associated with the Su family? Such news had never reached her ears. Wang Lan's reaction was utterly genuine, revealing the extent to which the Su family had concealed their maneuvers. Even someone of Wang Lan's stature was oblivious to their intricate plans. Chapter 78. surrounded by wolves, though the wine was exquisite. It was not meant to be consumed in such a manner. As Wang Lan drained her glass of red wine, Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Had he perhaps provoked her too fiercely? It became clear to Wang Lan, who wore a resigned smile, that she had indeed speculated about Su Rongrong's background, even linking her to the Lu group. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Rongrong was the esteemed daughter of the Su family from Su province. This time, her defeat was truly deserved. Lu Yiming was not mistaken. Remaining at Gao Yuan capital would lead her to a dead end. Regardless of whether she could contend with Su Rongrong, her future was already predetermined. Moreover, her capabilities might not even match those of Su Rongrong. Wang Lan mused. Not just you. Even I cannot be certain. Presently, Su Rongrong did seem somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, in his previous life, Lu Yiming had encountered Su Rongrong's cunning and tactics. Once she matured, not only would Wang Lan, with her tenuous footing, struggle, but even Lu Yiming might find himself challenged. Did you not expect President Lu to hold her in such high regard? Let us be pragmatic. What do you think of my proposal, President Wang? President Lu. The investment department of the Lu Group is under your singular authority. My joining would not benefit you, would it? As Lu Yiming had previously remarked, Wang Lan was brimming with ambition. Thus, her actual joining of the Lu Group's investment department might not bode well for Lu Yiming. If their views diverged, Wang Lan was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Perhaps this was the lament of the working class, even if one ascended to the heights of a labor emperor. What of it? Wang Lan understood well that Lu Yiming would not relinquish power. This was evident from her interactions with the vice president of the Lu Group earlier that day. Within the Lu Group, Lu Yiming granted no favors to anyone, bolstered by his father's support, establishing a veritable autocracy. Who claims this is the investment department? What does that even mean? The logistics department supervisor? President Lu. Are you jesting? Here I am, a distinguished investment elite from the Magic City, relegated to overseeing logistics? Absurd. This position, compared to her role at Gao Yuan Capital, paled in significance. Even transitioning to any other investment bank would afford her a more respectable role that could showcase her talents. She would be insane to seek a retirement at the Lu Group. In Wang Lan's eyes, the logistics department was merely a refuge for the retired. What? Do you find it unsuitable? President Lu, I appreciate your invitation, but I fear it is not a fit for me. Wang Lan possesses a decisive character. And if something is unsuitable, then it is simply not appropriate. Although upon discovering Su Rongrong's true identity, Wang Lan resolutely decided not to remain at Gao Yuan Capital. This does not indicate that she has lost her fighting spirit. At just over 30, her future prospects are indeed vast. It appears you are quite confident in yourself. Naturally, the position of logistics department supervisor presents a considerable challenge. Lu Yiming's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Wang Lan's reaction from the outset. Mr. Lu, why bother? Business transcends mere righteousness. Perhaps there will be future opportunities for collaboration. I am merely presenting you with the finest chance. Wang Lan pondered how she had failed to recognize Lu Yiming's persistent nature. Mr. Lu, the position you propose is ill-suited for me and would stifle my potential. This is not a case of Wang Lan overestimating herself. Achieving her current success at such a young age is a feat few can accomplish in the bustling financial hub of Shanghai. Furthermore, she had received the prestigious Golden Award in the investment sector last year. This accolade not only acknowledges Wang Lan's capabilities, but also serves as a stepping stone for her career. In the realm of investment banking, such an honor holds significant weight. Wang Lan is confident that should she resolutely decide to depart from Gao Yuan Capital, news of her availability would attract interest from numerous investment banks eager to engage with her. With her qualifications and abilities, she would certainly be able to negotiate terms with top-tier firms. Any of them would surely be preferable to the role of logistics department supervisor. One must not waste good wine. Despite Wang Lan's clear demeanor, Lu Yiming leisurely poured her another glass. Mr. Lu, I fear that even if you were to speak sweetly today, it would be in vain. How can one know without trying? Lu Yiming truly was tenacious. The tides of fortune have shifted. Unexpectedly, she now held the initiative. She recalled how he had derisively referred to her as second-hand goods earlier in the afternoon. Little did he know, she was quite the grudge holder. Wang Lan, now calm and collected, raised her glass toward Lu Yiming with a smile. Indeed, you are a challenging individual. However, the more challenging, the better. What I lack is capable people by my side. Currently, there are few individuals Lu Yiming can genuinely trust within the company. Among the truly capable, only Li and Chung Xiao stand out. Yet, Li remains somewhat guarded around him. And while Lu Yiming can trust Chung Xiao to be wholly committed to his cause, she still requires further development. Keeping her close as an assistant is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Therefore, Lu Yiming seeks someone who can maintain composure in challenging situations. In recent times, Lu Yiming has been contemplating this matter, and he had not anticipated that at this juncture, Wang Lan would approach him of her own accord. After their afternoon exchange, Lu Yiming realized that Wang Lan was precisely the person he needed. Not only is his ability exceptional, but the most critical aspect is that Wang Lan possesses ambition. As long as there is ambition, Lu Yiming can propel him forward relentlessly. As for whether Wang Lan will ultimately spiral out of control, Lu Yiming asserts that he does not concern himself with such matters. He is capable of fulfilling all of Wang Lan's desires. Having spent an entire lifetime mastering the art of leadership, the reborn Lu Yiming is well-equipped to manage subordinates. Furthermore, Wang Lan has privately engaged with the upper echelons of the Lu group, likely gaining insight into his current situation. To overlook such a talent would surely lead to regret. It is reasonable to assume that General Manager Wang has a certain understanding of my present circumstances. Lu Yiming raised his glass, embodying the principle that a true gentleman is adaptable. What does General Manager Lu allude to? He is surrounded by wolves. General Manager Lu jested, stating that you are indeed the future master of the Lu group. However, that ascension must await the appropriate moment. General Manager Lu is not concerned about your father hearing such words and feeling disheartened. Quite the contrary, I must demonstrate sufficient strength, otherwise, the true terror of failure would be inescapable. Lu Yiming pondered, seemingly sensing a misstep. His father, in the prime of his life, might find such statements lacking in filial piety. Nevertheless, having experienced his previous life, Lu Yiming possesses a heightened sense of crisis. Despite the current stability of the Lu group, the future remains uncertain, with potential adversaries lurking. Thus, the Lu group must, and can only, have one voice, and that voice is Lu Yiming. Chapter 79. A man must safeguard himself in the world. General Manager Wang cannot genuinely believe that he can remain in investment banking for a lifetime. Can he? Investment banking demands physical health and vitality. In other words, Wang Lan can indeed navigate the industry adeptly, leveraging her beauty and skills. Yet, everyone must eventually face the inevitability of aging. When the day arrives that she is no longer youthful and alluring, where will Wang Lan turn? Will she merely watch as the younger generation flaunts their prowess before her? That is a prospect Wang Lan would find intolerable. General Manager Lu, you truly are. Wang Lan genuinely contemplated dousing Lu Yiming with the wine in her glass. This insufferable brat cannot utter a single kind word. Indeed, Lu Yiming's words are not without merit. They reflect the harsh realities of the investment banking realm. However, Wang Lan does not rely solely on her beauty. Today, she has succumbed to an obsession, hastily seeking to achieve her goals, which led her to frequently hint at her intentions with Lu Yiming in the afternoon. Reflecting on it now, she realizes that she is the one filled with regret. Let us set that aside. What lies before you now is an opportunity. Compared to Gao Yuan Capital, the Lu Group offers greater potential for growth. Once the transformation succeeds, General Manager Wang's stage will expand considerably, will it not? Why should I place my trust in you? Because I require your assistance. General Manager Lu, could you refrain from panting while speaking? Wang Lan cast a seductive glance at Lu Yiming, yet his words seemed to plant a seed in her heart, envisioning a grander stage. It was true that the Lu Group possessed such capital. If what Lu Yiming described were to materialize, the future indeed stirred Wang Lan's heart. However, achieving this goal would not be a simple endeavor. Wang Lan comprehended Lu Yiming's implication clearly. Surrounded by a pack of wolves, Lu Yiming faced the old guard. Those who had once supported his father in building their empire, loyal stalwarts of the Lu Group. This scenario resembled a dynastic transition. To preserve their existing power, none of these seasoned individuals would relinquish their hold easily. What if they were to lose? I had never contemplated that. Mr. Lu is indeed confident. Should they falter, you would accompany me in starting anew. Mr. Lu, should I commend your confidence or deem it arrogance? Perhaps it is your charisma. I believe that once we collaborate, you will uncover more of my merits. Such was Lu Yiming's unwavering self-assurance. Although the prospects within the Lu Group appeared bleak, if one could not endure such minor trials, they were unworthy of inheriting the Lu legacy. Very well, for 1 year, I shall indulge in this madness with you. If, after a year, the anticipated results remain unattained, I shall depart at any moment. It is settled. Lu Yiming raised his glass once more. He had not misjudged Wang Lan. This woman inherently possessed a wild spirit, and he had merely ignited that fervor ahead of time. Ultimately, a bottle of Ch2 Latour found its way largely into Wang Lan's belly. Mr. Lu lacks drinking capacity? I merely require a clear mind at all times. Isn't that just an excuse? To someone like Wang Lan, a seasoned veteran of the drinking arena, a bottle of red wine was merely a trivial matter. Of course, Wang Lan also harbored her share of past regrets. She recalled her early days at Gaoyuan Capital, a time when the firm was but a minor player in the investment realm. To secure a contract, she had stayed up late into the night drinking with clients. At that time, Wang Lan had already begun to reveal her wild side. To clinch the deal, she had gone so far as to drink herself into oblivion. When she awoke, she found herself in a hotel bed next to the client's CEO. In that moment, her mind was a blank slate. Yet, she did not weep or cause a scene. Instead, she quietly donned her crumpled attire. Wang Lan constantly reminded herself that she had committed a fundamental error, naively believing that society was so simple. This was a bloody lesson. After a night away, her then-boyfriend seemed to sense something amiss. Ultimately, they parted ways because of this incident. Upon returning to the company, Wang Lan maintained an appearance of normalcy. This contract had allowed her to emerge within the organization, garnering the attention of General Manager Zhang. An increasing number of projects found their way into her hands. For Wang Lan, excessive drinking was merely a means to enhance her tolerance. She believed that overpowering her counterparts was essential for her own protection. Yet, despite her diligent efforts, she ultimately succumbed to the weight of so-called connections. Had it not been for Lu Yiming shedding light on the reality, she might have continued her naive struggles, ultimately departing amidst the derisive gazes of others. For this, Wang Lan was profoundly grateful to Lu Yiming, for he had enabled her to see the truth. However, overcoming the psychological barrier was not as simple as mere words suggested. Today, Wang Lan had an unexpected desire to indulge in intoxication. Having not experienced the bliss of drunkenness in quite some time, a final indulgence? Perhaps it could serve as a testament to her years of toil. General Lu, this wine lacks vigor. Please, feel free. Then I shall not hold back. The urge to drink excessively required no justification. Naturally, it could not be the fault of the revered Bordeaux. With her capacity for alcohol, she was determined to drink Lu Yiming to bankruptcy. An hour, 2 hours. At that moment, the waitstaff in the Western restaurant were left dumbfounded. How many times had she summoned more wine? Observing the array of empty bottles at her feet, they pondered if she was indeed the legendary wine goddess. It was peculiar how, with each glass, she seemed to grow more lucid. Wang Lan appeared to mock herself, as she consumed glass after glass, yet remained unaffected. Alcohol does not intoxicate, but one's own spirit does, she mused. Indeed, it was a flaw on her part. Had it been anyone else, she would have long succumbed to inebriation. Her playful protest suggested that the fault lay with the individual before her. How infuriating. She had genuinely wished to lose herself in a drunken revelry. No, I shall not drink anymore. Wang Lan unsteadily rose to her feet, but after just a couple of steps, she swayed perilously to the side. Had Lu Yiming not promptly steadied her from behind, she would have surely embarrassed herself. It was evident she was indeed intoxicated. Lu Yiming shook his head in resignation, relieved of his foresight in choosing the hotel for their gathering. Buddy, do you think that woman was being deliberate? Who knows? Perhaps a wealthy woman has taken a liking to a pretty boy. It could all be a ruse, came the reply. The world is vast and full of wonders. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. As Lu Yiming assisted Wang Lan in departing, several waitstaff gathered to gossip quietly. They were all perceptive. The Manhattan urged her to drink it all. It was she who was pouring glass after glass for herself. Was this merely an excuse for reckless behavior post-intoxication? Today's women were indeed formidable. Men must learn to guard themselves diligently, especially like that recent guest, whose attractiveness rivals that of the most popular young idols. It seems she has caught the eye of a wealthy woman. It appears that tonight, she cannot escape the clutches of fate. Chapter 80, New Opportunities and Challenges. In the suite of the Peace Hotel, Wang Lan clutched her throbbing head. She had been awakened entirely by the pain. Who claims that fine wine does not lead to a headache? If only she could confront the person who propagated such a fallacy. Where am I? In a hotel. In a suite. The setting bore an uncanny resemblance to a regrettable scene from her past. Damn it. How could she have so easily trusted a man again? Rotating her stiff neck, if Lu Yiming was indeed lying beside her, Wang Lan was prepared to go all out to teach that little rascal a lesson. No one. The other side of the bed lay empty. Wang Lan thought. Wait, could it be that this little rascal devoured her and then slipped away? Such behavior is utterly despicable. Throwing off the covers, she indeed found her dress from the previous night missing. She was clad in the hotel's nightgown. Scoundrel, she wanted to ask. Are you cursing at me? In the darkness, a voice emerged, startling Wang Lan. President Wang, one can frighten someone to death. What are you doing here? Look at what you're saying. I paid for this room. Lu Yiming wore an expression of resignation. What happened to my clothes? You threw up. Lu Yiming stated the fact devoid of any emotion. Last night, Wang Lan had indeed made quite a scene. Aren't you supposed to be able to handle 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Why did you falter this time? Did you help me change? How novel. The hotel has staff. Rest assured, they were female. You, Lu Yiming, do you find me repulsive? You seem to possess a fair amount of self-awareness. Get lost. With that, Wang Lan seized a pillow and hurled it towards the source of the voice. A gentleman uses words, not fists. If you have the ability, come here and see if I remain silent. Seething with rage, she detected a blatant disdain in Lu Yiming's tone. I have both poise and beauty. I am captivating. And I am known as the queen of the investment realm in the magical metropolis. How could you possibly look down upon me? Lu Yiming remarked. Indeed, women are incomprehensible beings. Just moments ago, she was in a state of sheer panic, and now that she heard there was nothing amiss, she began to act out again. He merely wished to inquire, should he proceed or not? The next moment, Lu Yiming drew back the curtains, and sunlight flooded the room. Wang Lan instinctively shut her eyes. The glaring light, what time is it now? I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you in the living room. By the way, the contract has been drafted and is ready for your signature. What contract? Wang Lan felt utterly bewildered. Of course, it's the employment contract. We had a discussion about it last night. Is there? I don't recall any such thing. It seems that last night, I simply desired to indulge in intoxicating oblivion. Wang Lan, you would do well to remember. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to assist in your recollection. Lu Yiming's sinister smile sent shivers down Wang Lan's spine, causing her to feel as though she had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. 10 minutes later, having freshened up, Wang Lan appeared in the living room clad in the hotel's nightgown. It must be admitted that her well-developed figure was incomparable to that of Chung Xiao and Su Rongrong. Even Lu Yiming, upon casting a glance, could not suppress a gulp. Why are you not wearing proper attire? Are you blind? Is this nightgown some sort of invisible garment? I mean, could you not be so revealing, Wang Lan? Do you truly not regard me as a man? Of course, I wish to change. Where are my clothes? Lu Yiming replied. I forgot. My attire from last night was sent for dry cleaning and has yet to return. That is due to your own negligence. It was evident that following last night, the rapport between the two had notably improved. Let us review the contract. Lu Yiming wasted no time. He had procured this contract early in the morning from the HR department. Logically, the logistics manager would be considered a mid-level executive, typically requiring discussion in a meeting. However, Lu Yiming, in his autocratic manner, provided no opportunity for the HR manager to voice objections, firmly deciding the matter. The HR manager, unwilling to offend the future heir for the sake of a single candidate, complied and prepared the contract. 200,000 annual salary? Wang Lan scrutinized her remuneration with a look of disdain. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed 16 months' salary, totaling 250,000. Lu Yiming, do you truly value me at 250,000? I am among the first in Shanghai to earn 1 million annually. You would offer me merely a quarter of that? You are quite the con artist, Lu Yiming. The remainder, I shall personally supplement for you. Lu Yiming recognized that this was somewhat excessive. However, the salary for the logistics manager at Lu's group was indeed set at such a figure. It was unreasonable to alter the company's salary structure for one individual. Any deviation could invite considerable trouble, as the senior members of the company would eagerly seize upon any misstep. That seems acceptable. But let us formalize this with a written agreement. Do you really not trust me? Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. With a sense of resignation, Lu Yiming penned the agreement, and only then did Wang Lan willingly inscribe her name on the contract. Mr. Lu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Guidance is a stretch. I will give you 2 days to complete your onboarding procedures and report for duty. I have matters for you to attend to. Wang Lan replied. You expect me to transition into my role so swiftly? It appears there is not even a moment to catch my breath. Having just embraced a transformation in identity, is there truly such urgency? Might I not be afforded a moment to acclimatize? Such aspirations are rather fanciful. This expenditure is not without its weight. The visage of capitalism is laid bare. Adaptation is paramount. With the contract duly signed, Lu Yiming harbors no fear of Wang Lan's potential reconsideration. Today, I am to meet with Gao Tang, and you shall visit my office the day after tomorrow. With these words, Lu Yiming prepared to depart. Gao Tang from the telecommunications group? Have you not yet comprehended? It is now clear. No wonder you sought collaboration with Su Rongrong. After all, they are of the same ilk, rendering competition futile. Excellent. Wang Lan has begun to accept the reality. In terms of connections, she is indeed no match for Su Rongrong. This became exceedingly evident once Lu Yiming unveiled the intricacies surrounding Su Rongrong. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your current role has shifted. Lu Yiming's task is to facilitate Wang Lan's swift adaptation to her new position, especially given the escalating pressures within the company. He must also prepare for future contingencies. Furthermore, regarding the last incident involving Zongzi, was there not an earlier entanglement? Lu Yiming still owes Su Rongrong a response. This issue must be resolved as well, lest misunderstandings linger. Lu Baopi. Watching Lu Yiming leave, Wang Lan could not help but voice a remark, though internally, she felt quite reflective. It had been long since she experienced such exhilaration, a challenge, an opportunity. These are what Wang Lan cherishes most. Chapter 81. A grand vision for the future. With Su Rongrong's intervention, Lu Yiming effortlessly found himself at the headquarters of the telecommunications group in the bustling metropolis. Young Master Lu, I must apologize for my recent preoccupations. I had intended to arrange a meeting these past days. Yet I did not anticipate your choice to collaborate with Rongrong. It seems we are indeed fated. Gao Tang greeted him with a warm smile, exuding sincerity. As for what Gao Tang has been busy with, only he knows the truth. You jest, Gao. Good things often require patience, Lu Yiming replied, tactfully navigating the conversation to preserve face for both parties, an unwritten rule of the business realm. As an experienced player in this field, Lu Yiming maintained his composure, his heart steady and expression unflinching. Truth be told, during their initial encounter, Lili harbored concerns that Lu Yiming, in his youthful fervor, might inadvertently escalate tensions, necessitating her intervention. Yet, witnessing the unabashed mutual flattery between these two, she found their lack of decorum even more astonishing than her own. In contrast, Su Rongrong did not possess such audacity. Being privy to the underlying details, she often bore a hint of embarrassment upon her countenance. Were it not for her uncle's assistance, she would not have been forced into hiding these past few days. Fortunately, she had finally secured a 30% stake, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Once seated in the conference room, Lili distributed the compiled summaries to each attendee. Young Master Lu, Rongrong has consistently extolled the future of the handheld wireless telephone system, a subject that has piqued my curiosity regarding the advanced technology that warrants such earnest dedication from you. Gao Tang possesses some knowledge about the handheld wireless telephone system. However, the telecommunications group is not solely under his dominion. It necessitates the endorsement of other senior executives, and persuading them will fall to Lu Yiming. Rather than a negotiation, today resembles a preliminary examination. Perhaps Gao has misconstrued the situation. The handheld wireless telephone system does not embody cutting-edge innovation. Compared to the mainstream research of the 2G era, this system seems to be regressing in history. Upon uttering this, not only did Gao Tang's expression shift, but even Su Rongrong's visage reflected a subtle change. Such candor is rare. This statement is likely to incite skepticism among the telecommunications executives. It is crucial to acknowledge that the current progress of telecommunications lags behind that of the other two operators. A misstep in this strategic deployment could spell doom for the future of the telecommunications entity. Young Master Lu, are you fully aware of what you are articulating? Gao Tang furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure gracing his countenance. He is, after all, still quite young. The executives at telecommunications, including myself, are not inclined to hear such remarks. Patience, Mr. Gao. I merely present the future before you. As for how to choose, you shall have ample time for contemplation and inquiry once I have concluded my exposition. In the face of Gao Tang, Lu Yiming maintained an unwavering composure. Such an aura is not typically wielded by a mere youth in his 20s. Gao Tang found himself intrigued by this demeanor, for within the telecommunications realm, department managers in their 40s and 50s would often tremble in his presence, not daring to raise their voices, let alone speak assertively. In this discussion, to put it bluntly, as the principal party, He held the fate of the Lu group in his hands. Yet, Lu Yiming managed to stand so confidently before him. Very well. I will listen intently to young Master Lu's analysis. The handheld wireless telephone system transitions the final segment of a landline connection from cable to wireless communication, comprising components such as central office equipment, air traffic controllers, base station controllers, and mobile phones, thus enabling it to replicate all functionalities of a fixed telephone network. That description is rather vague, young Master Lu. What specific functionalities does it encompass? Call forwarding, three-way calling, voicemail. Is that all? Naturally, it offers more. The handheld wireless telephone system also possesses features akin to a mobile phone, including roaming, wireless internet access, location-based alerts, and various other services. With all due respect, if these are the sole attributes, I find it challenging to discern its competitive edge. Mr. Gao, the most distinctive feature of the handheld wireless telephone system lies in its ability to offer the low charges associated with fixed-line telephony, coupled with the multi-functionality of mobile devices. This, indeed, serves as the foundation for our collaboration, as the telecommunications group must secure the necessary qualifications for network access, something I trust will not pose a challenge for the telecom entity. Lu Yiming stated with unwavering confidence. The combination of low fixed-line costs and the multifunctional capabilities of mobile telephony is fundamentally why the handheld wireless telephone system has experienced such rapid development and widespread acclaim. This is irrefutable. While the path taken by the handheld wireless telephone system may have diverged at times, it remains the most suitable option for the evolving landscape of mobile communication within the domestic market. Lu Yiming nodded towards Li, who promptly distributed a summary of the core technology of the handheld wireless telephone system to each participant. Participants are encouraged to refer to the materials provided. The handheld wireless telephone system utilizes microcell and dynamic channel allocation technologies, innovations that have not yet been witnessed domestically. These advantages significantly enhance frequency utilization and system capacity. In essence, the base stations of the handheld wireless telephone system employ a time division duplex mode, with wireless channels structured on a time division multiple access framework. Voice encoding is achieved through a 32 mode, while the wireless interface utilizes data 5 interface technology, thereby bolstering the system's resistance to interference, improving voice communication quality, and enhancing confidentiality. Most critically, it is cost-effective, exceedingly so. Once the telecommunications company launches the handheld wireless telephone system, it will revolutionize the existing mobile communication infrastructure, ushering in a transformative era. The pricing will be unattainable for both mobile and Unicom. One must ponder what sacrifices the telecom will have to make, merely adapting the existing base stations. A trivial investment in the grand scheme of things. It is no wonder that Lu Yiming exudes such confidence. To be frank, even Mr. Gao found himself intrigued at this moment and secretly relieved that Lu Yiming opted for patience. It was evident to all that the handheld wireless telephone system held monumental significance for the telecom. If he were to miss this opportunity due to his own hesitations, it could spell his downfall. Well, young Master Lu, the sole remaining question is how to gain network access. Mr. Gao, that is a matter for you to ponder. If everything is left for us to resolve, wouldn't your company merely be reaping the benefits without effort? Haha, young Master Lu, your analogy is quite amusing, Mr. Gao chuckled, revealing his underlying grievances at last. The crux of the matter is that having glimpsed the potential future of the handheld wireless telephone system, Mr. Gao must exercise restraint. At just the right moment, the future of this young Master Lu appears boundless. Chapter 82. The layout. Are you truly so confident in the telecom? After departing from the telecom headquarters, Lily could no longer suppress the questions swirling in her mind. From the very beginning, neither the telecommunications sector nor the high-tech industry left a favorable impression on Li. Had it not been for Lu Yiming's urgent intervention this morning, one might speculate that Li would have already accompanied Chung Xiao to the offices of the other two operators. I am aware of what you wish to express. Lu Yiming shrugged, suggesting that it was merely a case of valuing beauty over power. In Li's mind, she might be infatuated, thus willingly awaiting Su Rongrong to finalize the contract. However, I do not share that sentiment. You do? Fine, I confess I do. Lu Yiming remarked on the candidness of the conversation. Although the three major operators appear similar on the surface, at this stage, the government's support for telecommunications is indeed the most robust. Young Master Lu, I must remind you that such statements require substantiation. It is quite simple. The handheld wireless telephone system necessitates the 1900 to 1920 frequency band for wireless access, which the other two operators will likely struggle to obtain. Why can telecommunications thrive while others falter? Young Master Lu, are you implying that connections within the government ease matters? It is wise to tread carefully. Lu Yiming reluctantly acknowledged the formidable influence of the Su family. As long as this principle is remembered, it suffices. We are merely pursuing quick profits. Lu Yiming stretched, having minimized the costs associated with the handheld wireless telephone system. The substantial profit margins would enable the Lu Group to navigate through a period of rapid growth. This was Lu Yiming's true aspiration. As for the trends he was initiating, I regret to inform you that within these 5 years, no one should expect to follow suit. Once the 5-year mark has passed, Lu Yiming intends to directly open the technology and usage rights of the handheld wireless telephone system to the domestic market, gradually withdrawing from this domain. Everything is meticulously orchestrated within Lu Yiming's plans, having set the stage from the outset. Each element interlocks with another, laying the groundwork for the future. By the way, please make arrangements. A newcomer will be reporting soon. Lu Yiming was, of course, referring to Wang Lan. What position? Supervisor of the group's logistics department. Young Master Lu. Lili was no fool. As the president's assistant, she had witnessed her fair share of such scenarios. This is madness. Young Master Lu has yet to solidify his position within the group and is already contemplating this. Is the president aware? How would he respond if he were? What, are you afraid? You are playing with fire. Rather than stating this, it would be more accurate to say that some individuals have fallen behind the times. They cannot even utilize basic computer languages or office software. Merely occupying positions without merit. This describes them perfectly. The president would not permit you to take action. Compared to Lu Yiming, Lili understood the president far better. Those individuals were the seasoned veterans who once stood alongside the president to establish this empire. Mr. Lu is, indeed, a person profoundly attached to the past. During Li's tenure at the company, Mr. Lu had numerous opportunities to address the long-standing senior members. Yet, in the pivotal moments, he remained tethered to nostalgia, unable to take decisive action. Otherwise, the entrenched old guard would not hold such prominent positions within the company. It is evident that Mr. Lu's indulgence plays a significant role. Even Lu Yiming, when confronted with these seasoned veterans, would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Lili does not concur with Lu Yiming's approach towards these elders, as it would severely tarnish his reputation. Engaging with them, regardless of the outcome, would result in a no-win situation for Lu Yiming. Suppressing esteemed veterans is a delicate matter in any organization. Thus, the most prudent course for the young Mr. Lu would be to persuade Mr. Lu. Only he possesses the stature to quell any dissenting voices. Throughout history, has it not always been thus? Do you believe my father could bear to be ruthless? The outcome is quite apparent. If it were feasible, there would be no need for me to intervene. Lu Yiming is acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages. However, if these old-timers understood their limits, he would have no qualms about retaining them. The crux of the matter lies in their aggression towards him. This is what Lu Yiming finds utterly intolerable. Not only do they create obstacles within the company, but they also dare to incite rebellion against him. The situation with Su Rongrong grows increasingly concerning for Lu Yiming. In his previous life, he acquiesced to their wishes, resulting in the downfall of the Lu Group. Yet, what became of those high-ranking officials? One by one, they betrayed the company's interests, profiting handsomely while the Lu Group floundered. Ultimately, his father succumbed to exhaustion and despair. Lu Yiming could not prevent them from feasting upon the remnants of the group, since they have already turned against him. It is reasonable to assume this will not be a singular occurrence. Rather than remain in a perpetual state of vigilance, it would be wiser to eradicate the problem entirely. Young Mr. Lu must consider carefully. The time for a complete rupture has not yet arrived. It is an inevitable conclusion, since my father cannot bear to act. It falls to me, his son, to take the reins. Pursuing victory is a skill in which Lu Yiming excels. Meanwhile, at Gaoyuan capital, a rejuvenated Wang Lan reappears. In stark contrast to yesterday's disarray, today, Wang Lan exhibits an entirely different demeanor. Remarkable, the self-regulation of our general manager is impressive after such turmoil yesterday. Today, she appears unfazed. It is no wonder Wang Lan has reached such heights. Perhaps she finds herself in a rather helpless position, as it should have been her. Shu, do you dare to utter such words? The senior management at Gaoyuan capital collectively falls silent, sensing the discord in the air. As a grassroots employee of the company, One must never casually express their opinions. To do so would lead to one's own downfall. If one lacks such fundamental wisdom, perhaps they should reconsider their place in the investment sphere. I am confident that you will swiftly adjust your mindset. Rest assured, ample opportunities still await you. Upon meeting Wang Lan, General Zhang's face already bore the smile of triumph. Wang Lan is an astute individual. Naturally, a wise person will make the right choices. The relationship between Gao Yuan Capital and Wang Lan is one of mutual achievement. Wang Lan would certainly not choose to depart during this pivotal period of flourishing for Gao Yuan Capital. This is the source of General Zhang's confidence. However, this time, General Zhang has clearly miscalculated. I regret to inform you, General Zhang, that I am here to submit my resignation. What do you mean? Is it not clear? I am done. Wang Lan felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. You, General Zhang, are merely painting grand visions for yourself. Very well. I hereby officially notify you that I am resigning. Chapter 83. The Fallen Rascals of the Capital City Ghost Houses, a product born of this era. Even in the bustling metropolis, numerous ghost houses abound. Today's Luan district, once the French concession, features serene roads lined with sycamore trees. Elegance is a legacy. Within a guest house in Luan district. We have waited a week. Do you think that fellow is toying with us? That seems unlikely. Surely, Liang Qian's reputation must hold some weight. Nonetheless, Zhang Bing appears to lack confidence. Although he still possesses over 1 million, he and Haiyang dare not spend frivolously. The metropolis seems to have its own currency measure. 1 million may seem substantial, yet when one indulges, it can vanish in an instant. They could never afford to stay in a luxury hotel. Although the guest house is slightly inferior, what attracted them is its modest price of 50 yuan per night. If all else fails, we can head north. I have 2 comrades in the northeast who are thriving. Come now, you know what they are involved in. Frankly speaking, they could be apprehended at any moment. And we would burden our families, ruining our lives in the process. Life in the capital is untenable. Should anything else arise, how would we explain it to our families? Both of our fathers have lived honorably. They cannot end up being undermined by their own descendants. I never suggested we remain in that line of work for long, Bingzi. That trade is lucrative, and we could make a few deals and then retire. To be honest, Haiyang is genuinely tempted. The last time he visited, his comrades flaunted their luxurious fur coats. Their spending was nothing short of extravagant. With gold chains and mobile phones in hand, they almost seemed to be smoking cigars. Reflecting on the past in the military, he once trailed behind them. Who would have thought that after a decade, fortunes would shift so dramatically? Fortunately, these 2 comrades, cherishing old ties, proposed to guide me into the industry. Haiyang was genuinely touched. However, at that time, their business in the capital was still doing well, and they had not yet faced any investment failures. As men often do, they were reluctant to admit their struggles. Thus, Haiyang tactfully declined their offer. Now, faced with a dead end, he decided to abandon all pretense. Haiyang, do you think conducting business with the Russians is so simple? Let's not forget. Those prominent figures from back then all went bankrupt due to currency fluctuations, drowning in debt. It would be wise for us to tread carefully. I am not devoid of options. Haiyang sighed. Indeed, the unexpected downfall of the Russians led to a currency collapse. Those who had profited from the trade during those years found their rubles turned to worthless scraps of paper. These fellows are truly unfortunate. And do you believe the Russians are benevolent? If one were to set foot on their territory, could they escape unscathed? What are we afraid of? Let us act. We have fought before. The Russians may be a fighting nation, but Haiyang is no coward. Enough of this. You still consider yourself a young man? We must accept our age and wait a while longer. Zhang Bing opened a pack of cigarettes, extending one to Haiyang. The 2 of them, seeking solace in smoke, littered the floor with cigarette butts. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. The 2 exchanged glances. Neither had any friends in the bustling metropolis. Who could it be at this hour? Likely another group of troublesome women. A frown crossed Haiyang's face. Even in his lowest moments, he would not seek solace in such frivolities. Knock, knock. Haven't I warned you? We are not open for service. Zhang Bing, already irritable, flung the door open, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, the rest of his words caught in his throat, leaving his face flushed. Cough, cough-eye this Bingzi, who is it? Haiyang instinctively glanced toward the door, immediately rising to his feet. However, his expression turned somewhat awkward. What brings you here? He asked. What? You 2 are truly in dire straits? The visitor was none other than Liang Qian. For Zhang Bing and Haiyang, their most disheveled selves were now laid bare before their former goddess. leaving them feeling quite uncomfortable. How did you find us? Despite their frequent phone conversations, Zhang Bing and Hai Yang had never revealed their whereabouts in the metropolis, too embarrassed to admit it. In this city, is there anyone I cannot find? Liang Qian furrowed her brow slightly. She had been trying to reach them all morning, but their phones remained switched off. Unable to wait any longer, she enlisted a friend from the police station to help her locate them, which proved to be quite effortless. However, Liang Qian was genuinely taken aback to discover that her two childhood friends were now living in such straitened circumstances. There are still over 100,000, so what? When did you become so miserly? Well, when one is out and about, it's wise to save where possible and spend when necessary. Indeed, the environment here is tolerable. After all, we are two grown men who shouldn't be overly particular. Zhang Bing and Hai Yang exchanged excuses, each trying to justify their situation. Liang Qian surveyed the room. Was this truly a pleasant environment? The room was in the basement, laden with humidity, and the ventilation was inadequate, permeated by an indefinable odor. The spider webs in the corner were rather conspicuous. Liang Qian knew her childhood friend well. She had always been concerned about appearances, essentially putting on a facade. Now, willingly residing in this basement, it seemed she truly had no other options. It was also her own fault for initially disregarding Hai Yang's circumstances. Alas, the young scions of the capital had fallen to such depths. What a pity. Liang Qian, how about we take a stroll? There's a charming CAF around the corner. Bing and I enjoyed a cup there yesterday. The flavor was quite authentic. All right, gather your things and come with me. Where to? I'm quite comfortable here. Oh, so you wish to save face in front of me? Then do not seek me out again. Wait, why are you getting angry? Hai Yang quickly intervened, stopping Liang Qian, who was about to leave. Are we not childhood friends anymore? Liang Qian crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips as she regarded the two. Of course. You are my dear Qianjia. Satisfied with the response, Liang Qian nodded. Then listen to me. Hurry and pack your things. I can't stay in this place any longer. Sometimes, such disdain is not hurtful. Rather, it relieved Hai Yang and Zhang Bing. Liang Qian remained the same Liang Qian as before. She had not changed due to her misfortunes. The way they interacted previously was still the same, and that feeling was truly comforting. As for their distaste for the surroundings, naturally, Zhang Bing and Hai Yang felt the same. During their prosperous days, they had never endured such hardships. Not to mention Liang Qian, who had been pampered like a princess since childhood. Hai Yang and Zhang Bing quickly packed their belongings. Upon checking out, however, they found themselves overcharged for the night's accommodation. In front of Liang Qian, the two had no choice but to remain magnanimous. It's just 50 yuan, it's on us. Chapter 84. Look at me, I'm sweating profusely. You have the audacity. Leaving a perfectly fine Audi 100 parked here, without a shred of embarrassment. At the entrance of the inn, their Audi 100 stood out like a sore thumb. In business, it's all about maintaining appearances. They were now thoroughly exposed in front of Liang Qian. At this moment, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing no longer put on a facade. Yes, the young scions of the capital had indeed fallen from grace. This Audi 100 was procured through connections from the military. It was well maintained, but had already clocked over 300,000 kilometers. Originally intended for thorough maintenance at the logistics department, the two brothers spent a bit of money, each fulfilling their own needs. Yet the primary concern remained that military badge. This vehicle had failed its inspection and was still registered under the General Staff's logistics department. All right, follow me. Liang Qian was driving a 1992 Toyota Crown Century. The two cars traveled in tandem and arrived directly at the vicinity of Jing'an Temple, Sheraton Hotel in the Magical City, forming a stark contrast to the previous guest house. This seems rather extravagant. Staying a night here would cost at least several hundred. The principle of you get what you pay for was not lost on Hai Yang and Zhang Bing. In their heyday, they frequented such upscale establishments. However, times had changed. They had fallen on hard times, yet a man of dignity knows when to bend. All right, I won't take your money. Liang Qian, we. Zhang Bing opened his mouth to speak, but the words faltered on his lips. At this moment, the most tumultuous emotions were likely swirling within him. Liang Qian had always been the goddess in his heart. Yet now, standing before her. What? Were his earlier words in vain? Sister Qian, that's not what I meant, but we do need to save some money right now. I have shares in the family business. Can I offer you the internal rate of 100 for a night? How about that? That sounds splendid. 100 a night? A decent guest house would charge more than that. Liang Qian arranged the rooms for the two and handed them the key cards. What's this? Do I need to escort you upstairs personally? No, we can manage ourselves. Hurry up, be formal about it. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby. What's the matter? Something new? Of course, I have matters to discuss with you. My brother has news, and we're scheduled to meet this afternoon. Otherwise, I wouldn't be searching for you everywhere. Ah, my bad. I drank too much last night and forgot to charge my phone. The two brothers had drowned their sorrows in peanuts and ergo too, unknowingly getting tipsy. Hurry up. All right. News from Lu Yiming was undoubtedly a welcome revelation for both. Although it was merely a standard room, for Haiyang and Zhang Bing, it represented significant improvement. Brother, this kindness shall not be forgotten. Haiyang gazed at the opulent decor, exhaling a sigh. Though he did not verbalize it, he was acutely aware that while Liang Qian's family held shares in the hotel, the notion of an internal rate of 100 yuan per room was sheer nonsense. The more upscale the hotel, the stricter the regulations. The management system of such establishments could not be altered casually. It was likely that Liang Qian had discreetly subsidized a considerable amount to ensure their comfort. As for Zhang Bing, he remained silent upon entering. The ocean gently patted his brother's shoulder, aware that the latter was feeling downcast, yet at that moment, there was little he could offer in terms of consolation. All right, let us tidy up quickly. We wouldn't want Sister Qian to be kept waiting. Having recently returned from the military, Haiyang took a quick combat shower and meticulously shaved his beard clean. Half an hour later, the two of them, looking refreshed and rejuvenated, reappeared before Liang Qian. Not bad. You both look much better, Liang Qian remarked with a nod of satisfaction. At the very least, they no longer appeared so dispirited. Initially, the brothers had intended to drive their Audi 100, but Liang Qian insisted they take her car instead. Saving on fuel was a wise choice, especially since the Audi 100 was notorious for its poor fuel efficiency. After all, it was a military vehicle. Yet, in the bustling metropolis, such distinctions didn't hold much weight. Aside from free parking, the military plate offered little advantage. Oddly enough, the business community in this city seemed to prefer a degree of separation from the military. It was simply a matter of differing local customs. Liang Qian drove them directly to Nanjing Road, mere steps from the pedestrian street, separated only by a wall. This area was perpetually bustling with tourists, and it was unclear why Liang Qian had chosen to bring them here. Where are you? I've arrived, she said, as she unceremoniously dialed Lu Yiming's number. In this era, mobile phones allowed for conversations to be overheard by those nearby if one spoke too loudly. Hurry up, it's quite sunny out, Liang Qian urged. 10 minutes later, a sweaty Lu Yiming appeared before her. You little rascal, was that intentional? Liang Qian complained from her shady corner, instantly displeased upon seeing him. Look at you. To her surprise, Lu Yiming leaned in closer, bringing his face right up to hers. What are you doing? She instinctively leaned back. This mischievous brother was making a sudden advance. Truthfully, she was quite pleased with his unexpected intimacy, yet the throngs of people around them necessitated a degree of discretion. Besides, she hadn't intended for Lu Yiming to put on a performance today. She had already clarified matters with Zhang Bing. Their relationship was purely one of revolutionary camaraderie. Unfortunately, her backward lean was rather exaggerated, and she lost her balance, nearly toppling over. Thankfully, Lu Yiming reacted swiftly, catching her before any calamity could ensue. What on earth are you doing? Liang Qian exclaimed, suddenly feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Had she just been teased by Lu Yiming? This mischievous brother was deliberately putting her in an awkward position. Enough of this nonsense, I just wanted you to see my forehead, Lu Yiming said, looking exasperated. Look at me, I'm drenched in sweat. I parked the car and ran straight here, and yet you still have the audacity to blame me? Liang Qian remarked. Furthermore, we agreed on 2 o'clock, and it is now 10 minutes to that hour. Lu Yiming showcased his watch, confirming the time. With a huff, Liang Qian deliberately exhaled in annoyance, pushing Lu Yiming aside. All right, everyone is here, let's get down to business. Her actions were, in truth, a means of saving face. As the previous scene had been somewhat, and Zhang Bing, observing this exchange, could only sigh deeply. It was evident to even the most oblivious that Liang Qian harbored feelings for the young Lu. Yet, it seemed that Lu was blissfully unaware. Mistaking Liang Qian for a caring older sister, the goddess had intentions, while the king remained indifferent. To claim there was no jealousy would be disingenuous. Alas, fortune did not favor him. Chapter 85. A lucrative opportunity. Lu Yiming directed Liang Qian to take the two fellows to Nanjing Road, yet he revealed nothing of his intentions. Both the men and Liang Qian were filled with curiosity. So how is Nanjing Road? She inquired. It's bustling with crowds. Very lively, they responded, unable to discern Lu Yiming's true motives. As long as it's lively, that's what matters. This is the place. This place. They exchanged glances with Zhang Bing, noting that aside from shops, there was little else of significance. Wait, retail recruitment? Could it be? Young Master Lu. You don't mean for us to enter the retail business, do you? Hai Yang and Zhang Bing were no fools. On the contrary, they had often engaged in opportunistic endeavors. However, their cleverness, fixated on shortcuts to wealth, had led them to their current predicament. I've calculated that this storefront has a high foot traffic. But, young Master Lu, while the location is excellent, I'm afraid if we want to do business here, we must offer something substantial. Opening a store was a notion neither had ever contemplated, and at this moment, was it not too late to venture into retail? Of course. It will be a unique offering. Can you communicate clearly, dear brother? Why the secrecy? Liang Qian expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling her brother was being coy. No, I am not. Just look at this. Lu Yiming mystically produced a compact and exquisite mobile phone. The trio's attention was captivated by the device. Is this a new model? I haven't seen one like it before. In this era, the affluent had long moved beyond the brick-sized mobile phones, as leading brands had introduced more convenient models. Much like Lu Yiming's Nokia 1011, the world's first mobile phone, its advent signified the impending obsolescence of analog devices. However, even the Nokia 1011, viewed through the lens of 20 years hence, appeared cumbersome, akin to a brick, in stark contrast to the sleek phone now in Lu Yiming's possession. Liang Qian instinctively took the phone from Lu Yiming's hand. To her surprise, it felt remarkably light, and the design was quite appealing. How about it? Quite attractive, isn't it? I am tempted to consider getting one myself. The more I look at it, the more I admire it. For a fashion-forward woman like Liang Qian, carrying a bulky phone akin to a brick can indeed prove to be quite inconvenient. Yet, being without a mobile device is simply not an option. Young Master Lu, you hold the exclusive rights to this, Hai Yang quickly surmised, his mind racing with possibilities. If exclusivity was indeed the case, this could represent a lucrative venture. Should it be an exclusive deal, the potential for substantial profit would be even greater. However, even under such circumstances, the glory may only last a month or two. Zhang Bing appeared more pragmatic, having endured considerable losses in recent years. Naturally, he pondered more deeply on the matter. Indeed, if the market were to swiftly introduce such a compact and exquisite phone, it would undoubtedly attract attention. However, the competition in the mobile industry has reached a fever pitch. To seize the Chinese market, manufacturers have resorted to all manner of tactics. A newly launched phone would, at most, enjoy a brief 2-month window before competitors could imitate and surpass it. While there may be a profit to be made in those 2 months, what comes after? Is it worthwhile to lease a shop solely for a phone? Consider this. We are situated on Nanjing Road, just a stone's throw from the pedestrian street. A 40 square meter storefront commands a staggering monthly rent of 100,000 yuan, due every 3 months, alongside the costs for renovations. The initial investment would amount to approximately 500,000 yuan, which represents half of their combined assets. Furthermore, for the vast majority of ordinary citizens, a mobile phone remains a luxury item, with prices often exceeding 10,000 yuan. How many can truly afford it? Of course, some manufacturers have recognized this reality and have begun to roll out more reasonably priced products. Yet, due to technological constraints, for most people, these options remain tantalizingly out of reach. While the exact price of the phone in Lu Yiming's possession remains unknown, it can be assumed it is not inexpensive. How many units could one realistically sell? More critically, any profits would need to be shared with the manufacturer. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Bing's outlook on the phone's future grew dim. He and Hai Yang were still clinging to their outdated digital simulators, hesitant to upgrade. It is likely that the vast majority of people share this sentiment. Lu Yiming, this phone is indeed impressive, but solely based on its product attributes, I fear. Liang Qian also began to realize the implications. Moreover, the Lu Group was not in the mobile communications sector. Initially, she had hoped that the two of them could collaborate with Lu Yiming on some engineering projects, which would have been a return to their roots. After all, hadn't the Lu Group officially ventured into the real estate industry? Their wealth of experience could have been beneficial to Lu Yiming. However, she had not anticipated that Lu Yiming would. If there are numerous styles at affordable prices, how much can they really cost? The factory price is 380. Impossible. My goodness. Upon hearing this price, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing were left dumbfounded, while Liang Qian wore an expression of utter disbelief. 380? Are we certain this is an RMB? Lu Yiming remarked, indeed, it is quite astonishing. However, I have calculated that this price reflects the current import cost for the complete unit from Japan. Once the production line commences, there is ample room for a significant price reduction. Wait, little Lu, are you sure this isn't a toy? At that moment, Zhang Bing gazed at the smartphone in Lu Yiming's hand as though it were an endless treasure. At present, it cannot be dialed. Zhang Bing, Hai Yang, and Liang Qian were all taken aback. Is this a joke? I have already signed a contract with the telecommunications company, and it will soon be connected to the network. Of course, this device is not a conventional mobile phone. It is more accurately described as a handheld wireless telephone system. Little Lu, regardless of what it is called, as long as it can make calls, its value is immeasurable. Not to mention, the design of the handheld wireless telephone system aligns beautifully with feminine aesthetics. Most importantly, this device is a status symbol. In today's era, how many fashionable individuals yearn to possess their own mobile phone? Yet, the exorbitant prices deter them. However, if we can manage to keep the price within 1,000 yuan range, the potential of the handheld wireless telephone system will be undeniable. Each has its own advantages. But one thing is certain, this business deal is advantageous. What are we waiting for? Little Lu, rest assured, I will speak with the landlord right away. Zhang Bing and Hai Yang were brimming with excitement. Thank you, Liang Qian said, wearing a satisfied expression. She did not expect her brother to take her affairs so seriously, which also brought her a sense of pride. Chapter 86. A new challenge. The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the ground echoed in the air. The attention of everyone in the investment department of the Lu Group was focused on the newcomer. Enchanting, too enchanting indeed. The eyes of these men were wide with admiration. Wang Lan, with her swaying hips, fully showcased the alluring aspects of femininity. Although she might not match the beauty of Chung Xiao, the department's reigning beauty, Wang Lan epitomized the essence of womanly grace. Indeed, the refined young woman has become the object of countless men's fantasies. Even Lili cannot compete with this allure. It seems that the investment department has transformed into a fashion runway. Who would have thought that being part of the investment department would come with such perks? The men were nearly drooling. In the employee lounge, several female employees gathered together, evidently dissatisfied with the performance of their male colleague today. It was as if they had never encountered a woman before. They were all vying for the attention of the new arrival, having previously fawned over Chung Xiao. Hush! Keep it down. Chung Xiao is under the protection of little Lu. Gossip flourishes everywhere. The members of the investment department are well aware that little Lu holds Chung Xiao in a different regard, which discourages many male colleagues from approaching her. As for the newcomer, she has already caused quite a stir. Just look at her waist. One would think she risks injury with such movements. You might as well call her flirtatious. Isn't that the truth? Her every smile and frown seems designed to enchant men. It's as if she views the investment department as her hunting ground. One must understand that the investment department is filled with elite men. Those who grasp the advantage of proximity will surely reap the rewards. Furthermore, the company has no regulations against office romances. Who wouldn't want a quality man to rely on for the rest of their life? Ahem. Just as the conversation was gaining momentum, Lili's arrival abruptly halted it. General Manager Li, are you here to grab coffee too? Don't you have anything to do? Lili despises gossip. Having once been a victim herself, when she first joined the company, rumors began circulating about her, claiming she was nothing more than little Lu's kept woman. Such talk was rampant in the first few months. Ultimately, Lili managed to change the narrative through her capabilities. Her decisive manner solidified her standing within the company. Lili remarked, "Gossip? It seems the workload is too light if you all have the leisure to chat." As for the newcomer, Wang Lan, Lu Yiming has already discussed her with Lili. Her abilities have earned her recognition from Lili. After all, Wang Lan is a notable name in the investment sector of Shanghai, despite her less than stellar reputation, often associated with unscrupulous tactics to achieve her goals. However, for Lili, the means are inconsequential as long as the objectives are met. Moreover, Lu Yiming has prepared a logistics supervisor position for Wang Lan, effectively placing her under scrutiny. Whether as the head of logistics or as a deputy general manager, those brought in by Lu Yiming will be watched closely. Lili does not yet know if Wang Lan can deliver results, but one thing is certain. The logistics department is currently a tightly knit group. How Wang Lan intends to navigate this situation remains uncertain. If more gossip and rumors were to emerge from the investment department, it would undermine Lu Yiming's plans, which is clearly not his desire. Li Li's task is to stifle such whispers before they can take root. Meanwhile, at that very moment in Lu Yiming's office, the timing was quite opportune. Naturally, I am deeply committed to my work. Wang Lan sits across from me at the desk, seemingly indifferent. However, her spirits have been notably high these past few days, particularly after her fiery confrontation with General Manager Zhang yesterday, which undoubtedly marked a pinnacle in her career over the past few years. Zhang, despite his meticulous calculations, never anticipated that Wang Lan would genuinely resign. His demeanor yesterday was nothing short of a loss of composure. High Source Capital's loss of Wang Lan equates to the severance of a crucial limb, for her capabilities are widely acknowledged. Such a prodigious talent is something any investment firm would cherish. Yet, High Source Capital has chosen to amputate its own strength, a move that is likely to leave industry insiders in disbelief. Seeing Wang Lan's resolve, Zhang had previously resorted to threats. Should she choose to leave High Source Capital, her contract stipulates that she cannot engage in investment-related work for 2 years. Any breach of this agreement would not go unchallenged by High Source Capital's investment department. 2 years is ample time for many events to unfold, enough for the industry to forget this once celebrated star. This scenario presents a lose-lose situation for both parties. Zhang even promised Wang Lan a salary increase in a bid to retain her, yet he underestimated her determination to depart. Upon discovering Su Rongrong's true identity, Wang Lan realized that High Source Capital could not provide what she truly desired. This situation serves as a quintessential example. Even if she were to acquiesce this time, any future conflicts with Su Rongrong in their work would undoubtedly see the company siding against her. Furthermore, she would no longer have access to premium resources. Rather than endure such indignities, she preferred to exit gracefully, preserving dignity for both sides. Wang Lan harbors considerable ambition. A salary increase? Regrettably, for someone like her, earning $1 million a year is no longer the ultimate goal. It is challenges, future endeavors, and achievements that she seeks to pursue. This time, Lu Yiming has offered her an opportunity, a chance to prove her worth, leaving her comfort zone to embrace a new challenge. The Lu Group represents the perfect arena for her aspirations. A change of regime? The thought alone is exhilarating. Have I reported in yet? It seems I am not particularly welcomed. Upon my arrival, I immediately sensed a palpable air of suspicion. Clearly, they have uncovered certain insider information. It appears that initiating my work here will not be an easy feat. If it were simple, I would not have been recruited. I admire your forthrightness. Do not become overconfident. Should you falter, I shall not grant you further opportunities. Ruthless, then let me demonstrate my abilities. Give me a month's time. Very well. What Lu Yiming appreciates most about Wang Lan is precisely her indomitable spirit. For a month, to speak frankly, Wang Lan's situation has become quite arduous. For Lu Yiming, if a breakthrough can be achieved within this month, the transaction would indeed be remarkably advantageous. Just watch. Wherever I go, I shall shine. The first day at work, the newly appointed supervisor of the logistics department at Lu Group made her identity known to everyone. She is indeed one of young Master Lu's people. Chapter 87. Home for Soup. You rascal, do you know you have a home? The resentment in the voice on the phone was palpable. It was evident that Lu Yiming was quite displeased at this moment. Ahem, indeed, things have been rather busy lately. Your Aunt Zhang wants you to come home for soup. Lu Yiming adopted the stern demeanor befitting a strict father. Sitting beside him, Zhang Qian wore an amused expression. Clearly, it was her own longing for her son that she had placed at the forefront. This was typical of Lu Yiming. However, during this period, Lu Yiming had indeed returned home infrequently. Zhang Qian generally refrained from meddling in business matters, contenting herself with her role as a supportive wife. This is also why, over the years, Lu Yiming has favored Zhang Qian so exclusively. She knows when to advance and when to retreat. She understands gains and losses. His judgment is not flawed. Zhang Qian is truly the ideal matriarch for the Lu family. Had it been someone else, the household might have been thrown into disarray, especially with the Lu family's wealth laid bare for all to see. Who wouldn't desire to secure more for their offspring? Yet, Zhang Qian is not of that ilk. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yiming snorted, clearly seething with anger. Recently, Yiming has matured considerably. You see, he hasn't caused any trouble at home. And I've heard his performance at the company has also been commendable. With lofty aspirations, but lacking in execution, were it not for my intervention, he would not be enjoying such ease. Lu Yiming remained disgruntled. In recent days, complaints have nearly worn a path to his office. In his view, his son is simply too impatient. Lu Yiming's little maneuvers cannot escape Lu Yiming's keen eye. Why must he meddle in the logistics department? Even a fool could discern Lu Yiming's intentions. His position is not yet secure, yet he is already attempting to interfere in other departments. Such immaturity is unbecoming. Perhaps, in the eyes of a father, a child is forever thus. Maintain your stance. I believe Yiming is quite capable. In the past, you often lamented that he brought you trouble, yet now he is able to focus on his career. As a father, if you do not support him, who will? Zongzi may not grasp the grand principles, but she is not foolish. She understands that family must support family. This is an unwavering principle. You do not realize that this rascal has grown wings. During this meeting, his investment department actually stood me up. Speaking of this, Lu Yiming's ire surged. This meeting was specially convened, with the upper echelons of the group in attendance, all because President Lu himself was present. Lu Yiming summoned all the senior executives, intent on providing his son with an opportunity. In essence, this meeting was a demonstration of paternal support. He wanted all the executives to understand that Lu Yiming's recent actions were fully endorsed by him. However, Lu Yiming, in a rather audacious move, sent a low-level employee from the investment department to attend the meeting. The employee arrived without any prior briefing, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. The young staff member was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly out of place. Despite any intentions to mend the situation, there was little he could do. What was meant to be a high-level meeting devolved into a farce. Even if Lu Yiming wished to protect his son, he found himself without the opportunity to do so. The crux of the matter was that all of Lu Yiming's actions were highly confidential. Apart from the investment department, no one else had been informed. Even Lu Yiming himself was left in the dark. The elite personnel initially arranged had all been removed from the investment department, a move Lu Yiming understood all too well, as these individuals were loyal confidants of various senior executives. Lu Yiming was evidently aware of this. At the very least, he could have excluded them from important matters. Yet, Lu Yiming chose to distance himself from them entirely, sending them back from whence they came. This decision alienated nearly every department and offended all the senior executives. Just this alone caused Lu Yiming much distress for several days. Now, even if he wished to see this troublesome boy, he had to schedule an appointment in advance. The arrogance displayed by Lu Yiming was infuriating. But I know you too well, my dear. You must feel quite pleased, thinking that with Yiming's capabilities, no matter the trouble he causes, you can always bail him out. It must be said, however, that no one understands Lu Yiming better than Zongzi. Although she often criticizes her son in front of him, the pride in her eyes is unmistakable. Indeed, Lu Yiming may encounter trouble, but these incidents are precisely what Lu Yiming wishes to witness. Ultimately, the Lu group will be passed down to Lu Yiming. If Lu Yiming cannot handle these old-timers, how could Lu Yiming ever feel at ease relinquishing control? While Lu Yiming places great value on loyalty, this is predicated on the principle that the Lu group belongs to the Lu family. This is a non-negotiable boundary. In the usual course of covert rivalries, Lu Yiming might turn a blind eye. However, should that boundary be crossed, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Calling his son back this time likely indicates there are matters requiring his attention. Well, I shall go prepare some soup to ensure that Yiming has something warm to return to. Cough, cough. The dampness has been quite oppressive lately. Understood, you need not worry. Zongzi could see that Lu Yiming, at his core, was deeply concerned for his son. Indeed, otherwise, in the previous lifetime, Lu Yiming caused such a significant calamity that Lu Yiming was willing to forsake a lifetime of hard work for the Lu group to protect Lu Yiming. This alone reveals a hint of the situation. At this moment, within the Lu group, all right, let us proceed as previously planned. Li, you will oversee the telecommunications aspect. We must expedite our progress. As soon as we receive approval, we need to prepare our promotional strategy. Understood. Li nodded. To be honest, Lu Yiming had arranged this aspect quite impeccably. Even she had nothing substantial to add. Chung Xiao, please liaise with the company's publicity department. My aim is to promote the handheld wireless telephone system far and wide, ensuring that every household is informed. Very well, but concerning the budget, do not concern yourself with budgetary constraints. Got it. I will discuss several alternative plans. Additionally, the publicity department does not belong to us. Do not let them mislead you. Understood. To be frank, Lu Yiming felt quite exhausted. After all, significant issues persisted within the company. The internal strife could hinder Lu Yiming's established objectives, a scenario he would never permit. Just then, his father sought him out. Even if his father remained silent, Lu Yiming contemplated whether it was time for a serious discussion with him. All right, should anything arise, no matter the time, call me. My phone is on 24/7. We are at a crucial moment. This is Lu Yiming's inaugural battle after taking over the investment department. It must make a significant impact. After giving his instructions, Lu Yiming felt reassured leaving the company. Meanwhile, the entire investment department was ablaze with lights, marking yet another sleepless night. Chapter 88, Pursuing Stars? What is the matter with the logistics department? The first words upon seeing Lu Yiming were laden with reproach. It is no wonder that the father and son had an unpleasant relationship in the past. Deep down, they cared for each other and were willing to sacrifice everything for one another, yet outwardly, they were reluctant to express it. There are issues in the logistics department. If there are problems, you could directly inform me. His son truly was commendable. It had only been a short while, and he was already meddling in other departments. Are you capable of taking action? Lu Yiming was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, they were longtime associates. Even if a problem was uncovered, would he be able to take decisive action? Until he was cornered, Lu Yiming would likely choose to remain a bystander. You will not receive my support here. That's quite satisfactory. What sort of response is that? Father, please, just refrain from causing trouble. This reply was rather disheartening. Just as Lu Yiming was about to slam the table, Zhang Qian entered, carrying something hot. What's going on? Why are you arguing again? At critical moments, someone must step in to extinguish the flames. Aunt Zhang, there was no quarrel, merely a discussion. Yiming, your father has had a challenging time. His phone has scarcely ceased ringing these past few days. Enough of this. There is no need to discuss it with him. Lu Yiming waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Qian's topic. Come over for some soup and then join me for a game. No, Dad, given your skill level. Lu Yiming initially intended to voice his thoughts, but upon observing his father's expression, he silently swallowed his words. An hour later, having lost 6 consecutive games, Lu Yiming's countenance had turned ashen. 10 minutes per game. This is go. Could he not retain a modicum of dignity? Dad, I'm heading to bed. I have a busy couple of days ahead. How are your current matters progressing? Do not worry. I shall certainly provide you with a surprise. Lu Yiming was filled with confidence. It was only after he exited the study that Lu Yiming finally tossed the pieces he had been holding into the box. That rascal. A look of satisfaction graced Lu Yiming's face. Indeed, he had grown up. He possessed the demeanor of a leader. He even dared to speak his mind in front of me. To put it bluntly, Lu Yiming had awaited this day for quite some time. Regardless of how exceptional Lu Yiming was outside, if he remained subservient before him, he would never achieve great things. As for Lu Yiming taking action against his group of old friends, if he had complete confidence, Lu Yiming would never stand in his way. Be content with what you have. Go, what do you understand? That rascal does not even know to yield to me a little. Losing 6 games in an hour indeed left Lu Yiming feeling a bit humiliated. Hence, he retrieved the Go manual to continue his study. As for the progress of the handheld wireless telephone system, ever since the cooperation agreement with the telecom company was established, the project's advancement has been promising. The telecom provider secured a wireless access system for the 1900-1920 frequency band within a week. With this network access permit, the final hurdle for the handheld wireless telephone system was surmounted. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Lu Yiming represented the Lu Group, Gao Cheng represented the telecom, and Su Rongrong represented Gao Yuan Capital. The 3 parties convened once more. Hello. There was some static. Despite sitting face to face, Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong continued to communicate using the handheld wireless telephone system. The static was currently unavoidable. However, the quality would significantly improve with different base stations. This limitation remains insurmountable with current technology. Nevertheless, in terms of stability, the handheld wireless telephone system is indeed superior. The only drawback is the issue concerning signal quality. Although it is true that the telecommunications sector has commenced the modification of existing base stations, the degradation of call quality due to signal issues remains unavoidable. What if we were to increase the signal output? This could potentially yield adverse effects. And should we proceed with such a course, it is likely that the other 2 operators would seize the opportunity to outpace us. The approval of the 1900-1920 frequency band was no small feat, requiring considerable effort. To be candid, The Su family leveraged all their connections to secure this network access permit. This is not a matter that can be decided by a single individual. During the standing committee meeting, the leader supported by the Su family had evidently done extensive homework, which enabled them to navigate the challenges successfully. The communication issues within the metropolis can be addressed. However, certain regions and other provinces are still under construction, and the pace of promotion may consequently be hampered. Although there is consensus within the telecommunications company to vigorously develop portable wireless telephone systems, and a desire to achieve a remarkable turnaround through this initiative, the inadequacies in foundational infrastructure pose a significant obstacle to change. Initially, the rollout should be prioritized in major cities. Lu Yiming contemplated that if they were to wait until preparations were fully complete, it might be too late. At this juncture, it is imperative to capture customers swiftly. Thus, a portion of the promotional plan was devised, alongside roadshows, and an intensified campaign for the portable wireless telephone system was planned. However, the name is rather unappealing. Young Genius? Well, authenticity is classic. The name Young Genius is deeply ingrained in public consciousness. Young Genius? The name is indeed appealing. Reminiscent of an early science fiction novel, the inspiration for the name was derived from this source, as simplicity and comprehensibility align better with the domestic market. In this regard, Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong's perspectives align surprisingly well. As for promotion, a collaborative effort from all three parties will be essential, particularly from the stores under the telecommunications umbrella, which will mobilize their resources promptly. However, for Lu Yiming, this still seemed somewhat insufficient. Relying solely on offline advertisements and word of mouth, Young Genius would struggle to achieve explosive growth. Lu Yiming needed to contemplate how to embed Young Genius in the public consciousness in the shortest possible time. As for the supply chain, there is no cause for concern. The Lu Group has already signed a supply agreement, with payments settled every 3 months, a mutually satisfactory arrangement. The newly produced Young Genius units are continuously being imported into the country, and domestic production lines are being rapidly established. Following a consensus among the three parties, each will manage their respective sectors. As for Lu Yiming, his gaze shifted towards, "Are you interested?" "What kind of interest?" "Chasing stars." Su Rongrong thought Lu Yiming was about to share some secretive whispers with her. "Stars?" "Apologies." Su Rongrong expressed her disbelief at the current situation. It seems that Lu Yiming is intent on diverting his affections towards a female celebrity. Chapter 89. On the Thief's Ship. What kind of talk is this? Within half an hour, Su Rongrong found herself utterly bewildered by Lu Yiming's antics. By the time she regained her composure, she discovered that they were at the airport. Lu Yiming had audaciously brought her to the airport. This truly felt like being on a thief's ship. Su Rongrong was eager to inquire about Lu Yiming's true intentions. A direct flight to Hong Kong? What a jest. In this day and age, traveling to Hong Kong is no trivial matter, but fortunately, neither of them is an ordinary person. Yet, at this moment, Su Rongrong remained perplexed by Lu Yiming's erratic behavior. The tickets had already been purchased. "I refuse to go. To fly to Hong Kong alone with you, Lu Yiming, would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. By then, there would be nothing left of me." "For work?" "Lu Yiming, spare me the deception." Su Rongrong was not about to fall for Lu Yiming's words. "For work? What a farce." "Hey." The position she held in Su Rongrong's mind was indeed questionable. "You wish for Xiao Lingtong to gain instant fame, don't you?" "What do you mean?" "Naturally. It is about advertising." "Lu Yiming, do you think I am some naive fool? You choose to advertise not through newspapers or television stations, but by whisking me away to Hong Kong?" Su Rongrong seriously doubted whether Lu Yiming regarded her as a simpleton. "Who is currently the most popular?" "What do you mean?" "Stars. The hottest ones are all from Hong Kong and Taiwan." Su Rongrong. "All right, I must concede that this era truly belongs to the stars of Hong Kong and Taiwan. But the question remains, is it really necessary to travel such a long distance just to shoot an advertisement? There could be unexpected gains." "Why me?" "I fear I may not be able to restrain myself. Consider it. I am young, affluent, and charming. If a female celebrity were to take a liking to me, should I yield to temptation or resist?" "Lu Yiming, I have encountered shameless men before, yet someone like Lu Yiming has truly opened my eyes. Since we are somewhat acquainted, help me fend off any romantic advances." "Huh. Which woman would be so blind as to?" Just as Su Rongrong was about to voice her thoughts, Lu Yiming received a note. What? The flight attendant who had just passed by handed Lu Yiming a note? Such a scene actually transpired? And right before her eyes? "Lu Yiming, have you orchestrated this all along?" Su Rongrong regarded him with skepticism. This was too coincidental. She had just expressed her doubts when a flight attendant approached them. Ahem, I have been with you the entire time. I suggest that girl get her eyesight checked. Su Rongrong delivered a scathing remark. Su Rongrong, forget it. Why should I be angry? Honestly, this fellow is indeed quite handsome, but his heart is as dark as night. One can only blame those girls for their inability to discern character. They were all deceived by Lu Yiming's exterior. I have admitted before that I was blinded by my emotions last time, yet there is truly something amiss. Lu Yiming, do you believe I would strike you? Do you understand the meaning of letting bygones be bygones? Are you forcing my hand? If it weren't for Lu Yiming seizing control of the situation, I would have preferred to never have any connection with him throughout my life. Moreover, that scene at the company was an absolute humiliation for me. The thought of having such close proximity to Lu Yiming makes my skin crawl. Mentioning that only stirs my anger further. It seems that only Lu Yiming could provoke me to this extent. I wonder why you are so amiable to everyone else, yet you transform into a different person when it comes to me. Silence. To Lu Yiming, Su Rongrong's fierce demeanor appeared utterly endearing. Unfortunately, the beginning was rather challenging, otherwise. Being able to sit here and converse is already a significant improvement. At least at this moment, Su Rongrong did not turn to leave immediately. When out in public, one must certainly enjoy oneself. Lu Yiming had naturally booked a business class ticket. It was only upon boarding the plane that Su Rongrong began to regret her earlier anger. How did she not realize she was on the plane? She had not even prepared a suitcase. Champagne? Huh. It is truly a dubious intention, a common tactic of the wealthy to create a romantic atmosphere and lower one's guard. I warn you, do not provoke me. What is this? I am at least considered a major stakeholder. Your service philosophy at Gao Yuan Capital is lacking, and I intend to file a complaint. In this moment, Su Rongrong resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, ready to confront Lu Yiming in a battle to the death. It was better not to mention this, but once the company was brought up, Su Rongrong recalled Wang Lan. Although Wang Lan indeed sought to poach her contract, this was an internal conflict within Gao Yuan Capital. What does Lu Yiming mean by sticking his nose in? Not only did he interfere, but he also managed to lure Wang Lan away. This has left manager Zhang troubled these past few days. After all, Wang Lan is quite vital to Gao Yuan Capital, with numerous clients depending on her. Manager Zhang has been visibly stressed, even growing gray hairs over this matter. Of course, Su Rongrong cannot be blamed for this, yet it is intricately connected to her. Initially, Su Rongrong had no intention of bringing it up, but how can you, Lu Yiming, have the audacity to call yourself a major stakeholder? Miss, the plane is about to take off. Please take your seat promptly. Su Rongrong's unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of the flight attendant. Ahem, I beg your pardon. My girlfriend is simply like that. Who is your girlfriend? That is not the crux of the matter. The plane is about to take off. Please articulate your thoughts clearly. Su Rongrong seethed with resentment. Why is it that every time she is with Lu Yiming, thoughts of inflicting harm upon him arise? Madam? Huh. The passengers in business class are all watching. So Su Rongrong had no choice but to suppress her anger, maintaining a frosty demeanor as she took her seat. As for Lu Yiming, he was incessantly apologizing. However, to Su Rongrong, it merely sounded like he was taking advantage of her through mere words. You certainly have grown accustomed to calling me your girlfriend. Until the flight took off, Su Rongrong's expression remained icy. Throughout the journey, she uttered not a single word. Lu Yiming, likely aware that he had provoked her ire, finally settled into silence. If he were to provoke Su Rongrong further, it seemed he might indeed be courting mutual destruction. Meanwhile, at Hong Kong wireless television, an email had been received. The representative from the Lu Group in Shanghai wished to discuss advertising. This was indeed a first. As 1997 approached, the upper echelons of wireless were keen to foster closer ties with the mainland. However, notable differences still lingered between the two parties. This resulted in remarkably few interactions between wireless and enterprises from the mainland. In the rigid perceptions held by some senior officials at wireless, the mainland remained a place perceived as impoverished and backward. An invitation from the mainland? It appeared to have garnered insufficient attention. Consequently, wireless dispatched a staff member to handle the airport pickup rather casually, and shockingly, no transport had even been arranged.